No.
Jiang Ruoli screamed and woke up suddenly from her dream. She had dreamed of this person countless times. Every time, she could only watch the woman in her dream be beaten. And that woman had the exact same face as her. Jiang Ruoli looked up at the sky, while the woman on the ground looked towards her position in the air. Jiang Ruoli shouted, but the woman on the ground shook her head at her. It was as if she was warning her not to make a sound. When she saw the man who was hitting her with a wooden stick break the woman's leg, Jiang Ruoli yelled for him to stop, but then she woke up again. She pressed her slender fingers against her temple. She had seen this scene countless times over the past few months in her dreams. Yet, she couldn't save the woman who looked exactly like her on the ground. She didn't know if it was a hint or something else. Based on her experience reading online stories for many years, Jiang Ruoli felt that she would soon travel through time. And it would be to the era and place in her dreams. Judging by the woman's clothes and the room's decor, it was likely the turbulent and chaotic 1960s or 1970s her great-grandmother had mentioned. As the daughter of S-City's richest person, Jiang Ruoli's personal assets had already reached billions. Not long ago, her parents had passed away, leaving her a large inheritance. Now, she was thinking about something. If time travel was possible, could there also be a space? So she tore off the jade pendant around her neck and used a fruit knife to cut her palm. Bright red blood rushed out eagerly. She held up her hand and let the blood drip onto the jade pendant. To her disappointment, the pendant did not absorb the blood but slipped off and fell to the ground. Jiang Ruoli placed the pendant aside and reached to remove the jade bracelet on her right wrist. But before she could touch it, the blood dripped onto the bracelet first. To her surprise, the bracelet began to absorb the blood. Jiang Ruoli exclaimed happily, "The online stories are true." 1 minute, 2 minutes. The bracelet kept absorbing the blood, and the originally clear and pure white jade turned into a vibrant stone like chicken blood stone. Jiang Ruoli's face turned pale. Just as she felt she was about to be drained by the bracelet and die, the bracelet emitted a dazzling light. Before she fainted, she saw a lush green meadow. After Jiang Shelley fell into a coma, a gentle white mist softly wrapped her and then carried her into a small white house nearby. How much time passed, she finally woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar ceiling, she sat up quickly. She looked at her healed hand and had a guess in her mind. Where am I? Jiang Shelley remembered seeing a lush green meadow before she fainted. You're awake? A clear, ethereal voice sounded in her ear. Who? Jiang Shelley was startled by the voice.
Me?
I don't know who I am. I only know I am the consciousness of the space. Then she saw a ball of white mist floating in front of her. The white mist moved up and down. Jiang Shelley poked it. It was soft and fluffy, like cotton candy. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She asked, "Is this space yours?" The mysterious presence replied softly, "No, this space belongs to you. Your blood has special power that can activate and open this space. In a way, you are the rightful owner of this space. Since I gained self-awareness, I have always existed within it." Jiang Shelley steadied herself and asked further, "Then, what do you know about this space and the secrets behind it?" "I really want to understand everything." The white mist paused for a moment before slowly speaking. "According to the transmitted consciousness from the inheritance, only the descendants of the space's owner can open this space. Since your blood successfully triggered its activation, it proves you are indeed the descendant of that owner. Here, all resources and powers are at your command. Use them as you wish. Whether it's precious treasures, powerful secret manuals, or magical plants, they will help you grow." Jiang Shelley's eyes lit up. "Tell me, what is inside this space?" "There are things left by previous owners like pills, medicinal plants, jewelry, fertile land, and cultivation techniques." Jiang Shelley exclaimed excitedly, "Wow, that's amazing! How fast do the plants grow here? Is there a space where things can be preserved? Does the flow of time inside match the outside?" Jiang Shelley asked a long series of questions, all based on what she had read in online stories before. The white mist answered all her questions one by one. The planting speed here is based on the space's flow rate, which is 10 times that of the outside world. That means 10 minutes in space equals 1 minute outside. The rooms inside the space and the storage area in the backyard are where time has stopped. Items there remain in their original state. The row of bamboo houses nearby contains various items left by previous owners. Jiang Ruoli was very satisfied with these answers. Can I store things inside the space? Or build my own bamboo house? Jiang Ruoli wanted to keep some belongings. Since she was about to travel back to a time when people couldn't get enough to eat or stay warm, she needed to store items that suited that era. The White Mist said, "Of course, you are now the owner of this space. Everything here belongs to you." "That's great. By the way, do you have a name?" Jiang Ruoli asked the White Mist, since calling it White Mist all the time didn't seem right. "I don't have a name, Master. Can I give you a name?" "Certainly. My name is Jiang Ruoli. Can I call you Ruabai?" "Yes, yes." Jiang Ruoli wandered around the space with Ruabai. "Ruabai, do you have any other memories from your inheritance?" "Master, I only remember these for now. Maybe in the future, I might recall more." Jiang Ruoli nodded, indicating she understood. After exploring the space, she had a deeper understanding of it. The space stretched endlessly, with continuous mountains and rivers, a wide and long river, and an endless grassland. There was also a large patch of black soil, which Ruabai said was suitable for planting. Not far from the black soil, there was another large piece of land, which was said to have been used by the previous space owner to grow medicinal herbs. Jiang Ruoli made plans for this space. She intended to create a farm to raise livestock such as chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, geese, and rabbits. She also wanted to dig 2 ponds, one for freshwater fish and shrimp, and the other for various seafood from the sea. "Ruabai, does this space have that legendary spiritual spring water?" "Yes, Master. It does. The founder of this space was from the cultivation world. The well at your door is spiritual spring water. Is it the kind that can cleanse the marrow, break the bones, and revive the dead?" Jiang Ruoli remembered that spiritual spring water came in different grades. The highest grade could revive the dead and restore bones, followed by water that cleansed the marrow and broke the bones. Next, she focused on items that only improve health and beauty. "Host, I don't know about this, Ruabai." Jiang Ruoli was no longer difficult with it and simply took a sip. After a while, black mud appeared on her body, giving off a foul smell. But it wasn't the kind of bone-breaking pain described in novels. It seems this spiritual spring water is only good for beauty and skin. That's fine. When used to water the medicinal fields, it can also enhance the medicinal properties. "Ruabai, in this space, can I use my mind to pick up objects?" "Yes, Master. As long as you think of what you want, it will appear in front of you." Jiang Ruoli thought of a pillow in a room, and immediately, she was holding that pillow. Then she used her mind to chop trees and build a house. Chop trees, build houses, until her head ached like needles. She stopped only when her head hurt too much. "Master, your mental energy is exhausted. You can drink some spiritual spring water to recover." Jiang Ruoli took a sip of the spring water and then lay on the grass, looking at the sky. Although there was no sun, the space was brightly lit. In such a peaceful and beautiful place, Jiang Ruoli felt she had truly gained a lot. Jiang Ruoli planned the space carefully and dug a pond for raising fish. She also built more than 10 storage sheds in the backyard, not only for her food packages, but also to store the grains she would harvest. Once everything was ready, Jiang Ruoli greeted the space spirit, Ruabai, and left the space. After coming out, she checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. She felt like she had been inside the space for almost a day. Indeed, the flow of time was different. At this moment, she felt no fatigue at all and cheerfully started making a shopping list on her computer. First, food. Rice, millet, flour, red beans, green beans, soybeans, adzuki beans, etc. The quality of the rice didn't need to be the best. She knew from online stories that in those times, there was no such thing as shiny, white polished rice like today. Then various oils, soy sauce, vinegar, salt, MSG, chicken essence, and other seasonings. Of course, essential spices, herbs, and marinade ingredients were also necessary. As for her favorite dishes, she planned to have the restaurant pack them and store them in the space. They wouldn't go cold or spoil, so she could eat them anytime she wanted. She also planned to buy young livestock, seeds for grains, and medicinal herbs. There are also various cigarettes and alcohol, especially from that era. Giving gifts was very important. You can buy some alcohol casually here, and then stock up on mitai over there, since mitai was cheap back then. All kinds of snacks like chips, shrimp crackers, candies, and milk candies are essential. You need to prepare plenty of favorite snacks and drinks. Next is clothing. Clothes from that time were mostly dark colors, with no bright hues. So you need to buy some vintage-style clothes. Of course, with Zhang Ruoli's financial situation, she could even set up a small clothing factory to design and produce clothes directly. Popular styles then included linen suits, baggy trousers, and military uniforms. She needs to prepare more of these. This is just for summer. Autumn and winter clothes also need to be prepared, especially if she ends up in the north, where winters are very cold. According to Grandpa Zhang, at that time, having a military coat was something everyone in the village admired. So, Zhang Ruoli thinks it's necessary to prepare more military coats. If she doesn't wear them herself, she can sell them. After all, money from that era wouldn't be useful to them now. She also needs to prepare many pairs of shoes, like rubber shoes, single shoes, snow boots, and leather boots. Next is the supplies. Back then, everything needed tickets to buy, but she didn't have any, so she had to prepare her own. Items like large cooking pots, bowls, cups, watches, alarm clocks, toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, towels, and bath towels are necessary. There were no sanitary pads back then, so she must prepare some. Wet wipes and tissues are also essential, as tissues weren't as delicate then. She also needs to prepare some common medicines. Back then, a cold could even be deadly. Zhang Ruoli prepared some Western medicine and some traditional Chinese medicine. As for bicycles, she read online that after buying a bicycle, it needed to be stamped with an official mark. She doesn't plan to prepare many bicycles because, without the stamp, they couldn't be sold outside. Once she finished listing everything, Zhang Ruoli looked at the 3 full pages of her list, feeling very satisfied. She first contacted a small clothing factory to start designing and producing clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter in vintage styles. She didn't need many clothes for each season, about 10 sets for each body type. As for the military coats, she asked the factory to produce 10,000 sets in various sizes. Even if she doesn't wear them herself, she can sell them. She also remembered that in those days there were probably no bras, only small tops like belly bands. So, she added underwear and pants to her shopping list, planning to buy more. Once the clothing factory confirmed everything and signed the contract, she asked for it to be completed within a week. Of course, this cost a lot of money. Zhang Ruoli rented a warehouse next to the factory to serve as a base for future purchases. This is in an industrial park, so buying supplies there wouldn't raise much suspicion. Next, she went to buy shoes. She bought mostly from wholesale markets, especially rubber shoes and liberation shoes, with 5 pairs from size 35 to 40. For other styles, she bought 3 pairs of each size. After all, she didn't know the girl's exact size, or foot length. More sizes meant more options. Once the clothes and shoes were arranged, Zhang Ruoli started ordering meals from big restaurants. She requested them to pack the food in boxes, with 1 box containing 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a serving of rice. She wasn't worried they wouldn't do it properly, as she paid well. She booked meals for 3 days straight. She couldn't survive on takeout forever, even if she traveled back in time. She only ate this when she was too busy to cook herself. She also ordered from the app all over the city, especially Ken Grandpa and Uncle Mai's fried chicken wings and chicken fillets, her favorites. She stocked up on cold and hot drinks like Nana's tea, Shisi, and C100. She also flew to Meng District to buy lambs and calves, both males and females, all in pairs. She went to coastal cities to stock various seafood, including king, Australian lobsters, lobster, mouse grouper, and East blue grouper, all kept in seawater farms. She also stored plenty of freshwater fish and shrimp. Then, she bought small chicks of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, all in pairs. Rabbits have a very high reproductive rate, so she believed she would have plenty of rabbit meat in the future. She also transplanted various grains, vegetable seeds, fruits, and fruit seedlings into her space. Sometimes, Zhang Ruoli sighed, thinking if she went to the apocalypse, these supplies would be enough for her to survive until the end. As for sanitary pads, wipes, and tissues, she went directly to the manufacturers to buy in bulk. She needed a huge amount. She also stocked some baby supplies like bottles, formula, and diapers. Once she checked off everything on her list, Zhang Ruoli still had several billion yuan left. She went to various banks to exchange some gold bars and kept them safe. The remaining money she donated to a charity supporting impoverished mountain areas. She only kept about 10,000 yuan in her pocket for emergencies. Over the past week, she traveled to many popular online famous tourist spots across the country. Of course, these were places known for good food. When she returned to City S, her work at the clothing factory was already finished. She went to inspect the clothes, and they looked very good. Late at night, Zhang Shelley stored everything into her space. At the same time, she prepared to say goodbye to this world. Zhang Shelley felt that her days of crossing over were getting closer, because in her dreams, she was increasingly able to get close to the girl who was beaten. Zhang Shelley stored some valuable antiques from her home into her space, just in case she suddenly left, so others wouldn't get them. Just as she was about to go to a nearby food court in City S to enjoy some good food, she was hit by a car while crossing the street. At the same time, a bright light enveloped Zhang Shelley's soul. Zhang Shelley didn't expect to cross over in this way. It was a very painful death. In midair, she met the soul of a woman. Zhang Shelley, you finally arrived. Are you the girl from my dreams? In fact, I am you and you are me. We are one. Zhang Shelley looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? That you are me and I am you? That we are one? The girl smiled without speaking, then slowly Zhang Shelley fell into darkness. Before losing consciousness, she was still angrily asking, but no one could give her any answers. Zhang Shelley, Ching is just my childhood friend. You should be jealous, but within limits. Stop causing trouble here and give the spot to Ching. Exactly, Shelley. If I really had something with Jingyi, where would you even stand? Zhang Shelley opened her eyes and saw this scene. The man looked pale, exhausted, and unhealthy. The woman was smug, holding his arm and looking provocatively at the person lying on the ground. Zhang Shelley observed her surroundings, feeling it was very familiar, like a scene from her dreams. Zhang Shelley. What is going on now? Has she already crossed over? Shelley, for this time's spot in the arts troupe, just give it to me. You know I have a child and without a job, I can't support her. After listening to these, Zhang Ruoli's mind received a memory that didn't belong to her. The man in front of her was her original fiancé, Wang Jingyi, arranged by her father. The woman holding on to her fiancé was his childhood friend, Zhou Qingqing. In this scene, Zhou Qingqing wanted Zhang Ruoli's spot in the art troupe, so she incited Wang Jingyi to ask Zhang for the spot. Ruoli, don't worry. Even if you have no job, I can support you. But Qingqing has no husband and no job. How can she support herself and her child? Zhang Ruoli was still absorbing the information in her mind and didn't reply to Wang Jingyi. This caused Wang Jingyi to lose face in front of Qingqing. He grabbed a stick nearby and walked toward Zhang Ruoli. Ruoli, don't be afraid. I'll just tap lightly. It won't hurt. This spot must go to Qingqing. Don't worry. Once she joins the art troupe, I'll marry you. Zhang Ruoli. What the heck? What kind of nonsense is this? Just a light tap? Tap what? My leg? Is this scene repeating in my dream? But Zhang Ruoli now was no longer the helpless punching bag she once was. As the daughter of the richest man in City S, she had to learn boxing and taekwondo. When Wang Jingyi's stick came down, Zhang Ruoli suddenly jumped up. First, She slapped him hard across the face, then kicked him directly in the knee. Wang Jingyi let out a painful scream and fell to the ground. He felt as if he heard his bones breaking. Jiang Ruoli stood up, turned to look at Zhou Qingqing, who still wore a twisted, gloating smile. The expression of glee on Zhou Qingqing's face was so distorted it was almost unrecognizable. Jingyi, what's wrong? Zhou Qingqing was frightened by the scream from the ground and immediately rushed over, crying and wailing over the man. Jiang Ruoli walked straight over, opened the door, and made sure everyone outside could see clearly. TSK, society is going downhill. Isn't that Wang Jingyi Zhang's fiancé? Why is that woman crying in her fiancé's arms? That's Wang Jingyi's childhood friend, who's been living in this alley for over half a month. What's her relationship with Wang Jingyi? Their closeness is even more intimate than Jiang Ruoli's. At this moment, a chubby person rushed out from inside and tried to charge at Jiang Ruoli. You wicked woman! You bullied my mom and Wang uncle. I'll beat you to death. Jiang Ruoli gently kicked the little chubby boy. At first glance, it seemed like nothing, but the boy would cry out in pain. Even if taken to the hospital, no injuries could be found. This was because Jiang Ruoli had learned how to hit someone without getting into trouble. The chubby boy lay on the ground, crying loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Jiang Ruoli, you're angry at me for no reason. Xiao Dong is only a kid. Why did you hit him so hard? Boo-hoo this time. Zhou Qingqing really started crying. Comrade Zhou, I only lightly pushed him away. I didn't hurt him at all. Don't falsely accuse me. Jiang Ruoli covered her face, trembling as she cried, clearly feeling wronged. Yes, I was just standing next to Xiao Zhang. Her kick wasn't strong. Exactly, look at your son, so fat, and compare him to Xiao Zhang, who's so thin.
How can you say such things?
The surrounding women kept talking, making Zhou Qingqing doubt whether her son was really hurt. After all, Xiao Dong had a history of pretending to be sick. Wang Jingyi, today you brought your little sweetheart here to ask for my art troupe spot. To help her get into the troupe, you even threatened to break my leg. You're my fiancé. How could you treat me like this? These days, you keep coming here crying about your mother's illness and needing money. I gave you some because she's my future mother-in-law. But today you're asking for my job? How can you be so cruel? In front of everyone, Jiang Ruoli sobbed and explained everything clearly, past and present. Oh my goodness, Wang Jingyi is so cruel. For his little sweetheart, he's willing to break Xiao Zhang's leg? Then he even asked for money from a girl? How shameless can he be? Can the art troupe job be given away so easily? That's just too shameless. Wang Jingyi pointed at Jiang Ruoli, so angry he couldn't speak. Zhou Qingqing also accused her. Ruoli, how can you say that about Jingyi? He's doing all this just to marry you sooner. Besides, you're engaged. What's wrong with giving him some money? Jiang Ruoli was so angry at these shameless words she couldn't help but laugh. Even if we were just engaged or even married, you can't just give your wife's job to someone else. And acting like you've done me a favor by giving me money. That's ridiculous. Qingqing Zhou, I know you're straightforward, but you can't just use your mouth like that. Jiang Ruoli's last words made the surrounding women laugh. You. Qingqing Zhou was so angry she couldn't speak. Wang Jingyi was still lying on the ground. Jiang Ruoli, you kicked me earlier. You owe me medical expenses. Oh my, no way. I was just defending myself. You almost broke my leg with that stick, and I couldn't fight back? If you're sick, go get treatment. I'm not a vet, I treat all kinds of animals. Wang Jingyi's eyes flickered with guilt as he raised his voice nervously. You're talking nonsense. I didn't try to break your leg. No? Then what are you using that stick for? Making bread or dumplings? Everyone looked at the stick in Wang Jingyi's hand. Their trust in Jiang Ruoli just now had increased from 70 to 100%. Wang Jingyi quickly threw down the stick. Why was he holding it so tightly just now? Now he had no excuse. No, Jiang Ruoli, I was just joking with you earlier. Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes. Oh, your mom is really funny, giving birth to someone who jokes like that. Why are you talking so harshly? Is that harsh? Just now, you said you'd break my leg, and that was okay? Wang Jingyi, angry and embarrassed, shouted, Jiang Ruoli, do you still want to marry me? Apologize to Qingqing quickly, then take me to the hospital. I think you're ugly, and you still have such silly ideas. Although this marriage was arranged by my father, I didn't expect him to be so blind. You're a scumbag. Just stay with your childhood sweetheart. Don't appear in front of me anymore. Anyway, your mom doesn't want you to marry me, so let's cancel this engagement. Jiang Ruoli. Wang Jingyi roared angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Qingqing and I are innocent. If you want to end the engagement, it has to be your father who does it. Otherwise, you're still my fiancé. You know very well that my father can't come because of special reasons, yet you still say such things. That's too much. It's disgusting. My father has helped you countless times, but now, you forget all that and act ungrateful. It's really heartbreaking. Innocent? She was lying on you in front of so many people, and she's still on you now. How can you say she's innocent? Are we all blind? Zhou Qingqing finally pretended to react, blushing with embarrassment as she screamed and climbed up from Wang Jingyi's body. Jiang Ruoli looked at Zhou Qingqing's fake behavior and almost felt like vomiting. All right, Jiang Ruoli, don't regret it. Don't beg me to marry you. Wang Jingyi said a harsh word, then left the house with Zhou Qingqing and that chubby kid, limping. Jiang Ruoli thanked the women around her, then closed the door and started to organize her memories. It is now 1970. Jiang Ruoli's father was reported last year and was sent to Xing'an Town, Mo, in Heilongjiang Province. Before leaving, he entrusted Jiang Ruoli to the person he trusted most, because he had given him so much kindness. Her father's name is Jiang Peihe, and her mother's name is Guaning, the same as her parents in her previous life. Their faces are exactly the same as in her past memories. As for her grandparents, their names are also the same as her grandparents in her previous life, and their faces are identical. Jiang Ruoli doesn't think this is a coincidence. There must be some connection. This body has two brothers. The eldest brother, Jiang Junan, is in the army. The second brother was also sent down with their father. Jiang Junan is 29 years old, married to Huang Mei, a female soldier from the military arts troop, 10 years ago. They have two children. The eldest son, Jiang Yu, is 8 years old. The second son, Jiang Pe, is 5. The second brother, Jiang Jixia, is 25 years old. He married Lin Xiao, a clerk at the supply and marketing cooperative, and they have a daughter named Jiang Yao. Because he didn't want to be sent down, Jiang Jixia divorced Lin Xiao, and the child stayed with her mother. For Jiang Jixia, this was a good outcome. He didn't want to burden his wife and daughter. As for uncles, cousins, and other relatives, Jiang Ruoli didn't have time to remember them now. Her only thought was to go to Mo to find her grandparents and parents. Thinking of her parents, Jiang Ruoli sensed her space. She felt the presence of her space and finally relaxed. If she had traveled here and lost her space, all her stored items would have been wasted. Thinking about entering, Jiang Ruoli stepped into her space. If Bai sensed her owner's aura, she immediately appeared beside Jiang Ruoli. Master, where have you been all this time? I sensed your aura was very chaotic. Your soul is still a bit unstable and hasn't fully merged with this body. Bai, something strange has happened. I think I have traveled through time, but the woman says she is me, and I am her. I don't quite understand. Master, I sense that your soul is merging. Your previous soul was incomplete, but now it is whole. Jiang Ruoli roughly understood. Her soul was scattered before, some parts in this era, others sent to the future. So, this body says she is me, and I am her. Now that the two souls are merging, does that mean she is a person of this world? Will her parents and grandparents have any connection to the future? Jiang Ruoli thought that only by meeting them would she understand this better. Bai, are there any pills to soothe the soul? Yes, Master, Ruoli replied. A bottle of pills floated in front of Jiang Ruoli. Soul-nourishing pill? Jiang Ruoli looked at the name and knew it would work. Without hesitation, she swallowed a pill. Soon, she felt completely refreshed. Before taking the pill, her body felt strange, as if her soul was being pulled. Now that pulling sensation was gone. Jiang Ruoli took a sip of spiritual spring water and immediately felt relaxed all over. Ruobai, thank you. Jiang Ruoli thanked Ruobai. Ruobai floated happily, clearly pleased. Soon after, Jiang Ruoli saw a large amount of dark mud emerge from her body, foul and black. Yushi gagged and rushed into the villa's bathroom, turning on the shower to wash herself. While rinsing, she kept gagging. It was just too foul. It took her an hour to wash herself thoroughly. Looking at her reflection, Jiang Ruoli felt she looked more like her past self. Her fair skin, beautiful appearance, and tall, slender legs. No wonder she caught the attention of the performing arts troupe. After feeling refreshed, Jiang Ruoli realized she was hungry. She chose a packed meal from a hotel and ate heartily. She looked at the plastic container, which was not common in this era, and fell into thought. Master, you can throw this container into the trash bin inside the villa. It will decompose naturally. Bye-bye, you're such a caring little angel. Jiang Ruoli threw the plastic container into the trash bin. She watched as the plastic box disappeared completely. Jiang Ruoli exclaimed, "What a wonderful trash can." "It's amazing." Ruobai replied proudly, of course. She was so happy that even when her period came and she used a pad, she had a place to dispose of it. Jiang Ruoli touched the white mist, feeling its soft texture, like cotton. After staying in the space for a while, she used her mind to plant those seeds in the ground. Then she dug a water channel from the river to the field. She watered the seeds in the field and then left the space. She needed to plan her next steps. Since her parents in her mind were the same as in her past life, she definitely wanted to go there to find out the truth. As for the quota in the art troupe, she planned to ask if she could go to the military district there. If not, she would consider leaving and think of other options. If that didn't work, she might take the exam to go to the countryside as a youth. She had enough supplies, enough to live for hundreds of years if needed. There were also renewable resources like rice, vegetables, and aquatic products. Looking at the time, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. It was July, and Jiang Ruoli had just graduated from high school at 17. Because she was too kind before, she gave all her money to Wang Jingyi, and she hadn't eaten much herself. She was extremely thin. Despite being 1.65 meters tall, she only weighed 92 pounds. Jiang Ruoli cursed in the air, mostly at Wang Jingyi's ancestors, using harsh words. No matter what, she needed to get back the money she had given Wang Jingyi before. Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli wasn't too naive. She had Wang Jingyi sign an IOU for the borrowed money. Wang Jingyi's thinking was simple. If they got married, there was no need to pay it back. He was confident Jiang Ruoli wouldn't betray her father's instructions and leave him. After all, Jiang Ruoli's father was exiled, and no one else would accept her background. It must be said that Wang Jingyi was a typical man of his era, ordinary but confident. Jiang Ruoli silently cursed herself, calling herself a fool. Of course, she was cursing herself. No matter what, Jiang Ruoli's soul had merged with her own. She would correct her mistakes herself. This naive, shameless man could just say goodbye to her. The next morning, Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing came again. Because Zhou Qingqing kept crying in his ear, Wang Jingyi felt a surge of justice. "Qingqing, don't worry. I will make sure Jiang Ruoli gives you her spot in the art troupe. Jingyi, you are really too kind to me." Zhou Qingqing softly leaned against Wang Jingyi. Jiang Ruoli woke up early, knowing that Wang Jingyi and the others wouldn't give up easily. So she took out all the IOUs she had. Sometimes there were 51 or 100, other times just 5 or 10. All added up to nearly 1,000 yuan. Jiang Ruoli thought to herself that she was really foolish. After casually eating a bun and drinking some soy milk, she waited for those two to come to her door. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, Wang Jingyi knocked on Jiang Ruoli's door. "Ruoli, open the door. Let's have a proper talk." Jiang Ruoli opened the door and Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing walked in confidently. Seeing this, Zhang Ruo Li simply didn't bother to close the door. Since they had no shame, why should she hide anything? Soon, a group of curious women gathered outside her house. Ruo Li, first close the door so we can talk properly. No need. Everyone here is a witness. It's to prevent you from cheating later. Wang Jingyi shouted angrily. Zhang Ruo Li, what are you talking about? Enough of this nonsense. Why are you here today? Zhang Ruo Li waved her hand casually. Wang Jingyi calmed down and spoke kindly. Ruo Li, we're about to get married. If you go to the cultural troupe, we'll be apart often, which isn't good. Why don't you give the spot in the troupe to Qingqing? The women outside gasped and looked at Wang Jingyi with disdain. Such a shameless person. I've truly seen it now. How can he say such things? The cultural troupe liked Xiao Jiang because she's capable. What does Zhou have? No slim waist, no long legs, and her face isn't that pretty. Exactly. This person is really shameless, even trying to take someone's job. Zhou Qingqing was furious. What does it matter to you? Mind your own business. If you want, I can give you the spot, but first, you need to pay back the money you owe me. Zhang Ruo Li took out all the IOUs from her pocket. Each one had Wang Jingyi's name and fingerprint, so he couldn't deny it. Seeing the more than 10 IOUs of various sizes, Wang Jingyi's face turned pale. But he still shamelessly said, Ruo Li, we're family. Why do we need to keep such clear accounts? Comrade Wang, even brothers need to settle accounts. I'm just your fiancé, after all. And Zhou Qingqing told me that your mother said she would not agree for me to enter your Wang family home. Hearing this, Wang Jingyi glanced at Zhou Qingqing and secretly cursed her for telling Zhang Ruo Li everything. Zhou Qingqing knew she had said the wrong thing, so she quickly smiled apologetically at Wang Jingyi. Ruo Li, why are you acting so distant with me? Let's forget about that. Why not say it? Before talking about the quota, you should pay back the money. Without money, I feel insecure. She then took out the IOU and showed it to the surrounding ants. Aunties, look, these IOUs are all from Comrade Wang, with his name and fingerprint. They are real, not fake. The nearby ants came over to look. Even if they couldn't read, they enjoyed the scene. Ruo Li, you should take back the IOUs first. I'll give you the money. Wang Jingyi, feeling frustrated, could only agree to give the money. All right, when will you give me the money? Then we can talk about the quota again. Wang Jingyi promised to go home and gather the money, planning to come back tomorrow. When Zhou Qingqing was about to leave, Zhang Ruo Li spoke again. Comrade Zhou, you borrowed 3 pieces of fabric, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and a bracelet from me. Shouldn't you return them? Seeing these items, the surrounding ants' faces changed. How can Zhou Qingqing still borrow clothes from others? She borrowed so much and still doesn't want to return. She's not planning to pay back, is she? Borrowed clothes are one thing, but shoes too? Who would wear my shoes? I can't accept that. Zhou Qingqing looked tearful at Zhang Ruo Li. Ruo Li, I only borrowed them to wear once. If you want them back, I'll return them. She then went to the next room and brought back the clothes. Hey, what's that smell on these clothes? How long has it been since you showered? The oil on your head must have rubbed off on the clothes, right? Hearing this, Wang Jingyi looked at Zhou Qingqing's greasy hair and instinctively took a step back. His face showed a hint of disgust. But Zhang Ruo Li, who was clean and fresh, continued, TSK, what's that stain on these clothes? What did you do with my clothes? I haven't even worn them once, and now they're like this. How am I supposed to wear them? Forget it, just buy them from me. I bought these at the department store. I don't want much, 50 yuan for all, including those 2 pairs of shoes. She still wanted to take back the bracelet, as it was a gift from her older brother. Qingqing Zhou shouted, 50 yuan. Why didn't Zhang Ruo Li go and grab it? What's 50 yuan? You can buy half of this stuff with 50 yuan. You should be grateful. All these things only cost me 50 yuan, and I didn't charge you full price because I'm kind-hearted. Wang Jingyi wanted to say more, but when Zhang Ruo Li looked at him, he dared not speak. He hadn't even cleaned himself properly. He was still thinking of standing up for Qingqing Zhou. Reluctantly, Qingqing Zhou had to write an IOU to Zhang Ruo Li, explaining the situation and promising to repay the money within 3 days. Remember, when you pay back the money, we can talk about the quota. If you're late, don't blame me. Wang Jingyi and another person came happily but left disappointed, with an extra IOU. The surrounding women had watched enough of the scene and went back to their own work. Jiang Ruoli, feeling quite happy, locked the door and headed toward the military district art troupe. She wanted to ask if she could transfer to another military district. If she couldn't transfer, she planned to sell this job to someone else. She wasn't sure if the art troupe job could be sold. If she couldn't sell it to someone else, maybe she could sell it to the second person? Even if she couldn't sell it, she wouldn't let Qingqing Zhou, that naive girl, get it cheaply. She got on her bicycle and rode toward the military district art troupe. Along the alley, she met some women who greeted her and asked where she was going. She replied she was asking about the quota for the art troupe. Those women looked at Jiang Ruoli as if she were foolish. They thought she was really naive. They didn't realize that Jiang Ruoli was just creating a distraction, making Wang Jingyi and Qingqing Zhou think there was hope, so they would gather the money faster. In fact, she was just asking if she could transfer the quota, not necessarily giving it to Qingqing Zhou. Jiang Ruoli arrived at the registration point of the military district art troupe, took out her admission documents and ID. Comrade, hello. I previously joined your art troupe, and I have a question to ask. The woman in the office looked at Jiang Ruoli's documents and smiled kindly. Hello, Comrade Jiang. What's your question? I want to ask if I can choose which military district to go to. I want to go to the military district in He Province.
Why?
Zhang Luanyao looked at the pretty young girl with some confusion. Well, my fiancé wants me to give this quota to his childhood friend. So I want to transfer to another military district, one farther away from them. There were several people in the office, not just Zhang Luanyao. When they heard Jiang Ruoli's words, they were immediately very angry. Although Jiang Peihe and the others had been reassigned, they had already announced in the newspaper before the reassignment that they had no connection to Jiang Ruoli. The military district art troupe is part of the army, but it doesn't have a promotion system, so it won't be greatly affected. Comrade Jiang, we understand your situation, but we don't have a precedent like this here. However, I can ask and see what can be done. Thank you, comrade. I appreciate your help. Please wait outside for a moment. I need to ask my superiors first, Zhang Luanyao said reassuringly to Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli nodded and sat down outside the troupe's door. Zhang Luanyao was only a deputy head, so she still needed to ask the head of the troupe about this matter. But she also knew the chances were slim, as their military district art troupe was short of people. After 15 minutes, Zhang Luanyao called Jiang Ruoli in. She shook her head regretfully. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I asked above, and there's no way to transfer you. Jiang Ruoli nodded, already guessing it was impossible. She looked at Zhang Luanyao with hope. Then can I give my position to the second-place person? As long as it wasn't Zhou Qingqing, she didn't mind who got it. Zhang Luanyao understood what she meant by give. She remembered the second-place candidate well, but unfortunately, there was only one spot. Yes, Zhang Luanyao nodded. She didn't worry about how they arranged it, as long as the person was settled before the official registration. The original registration date was 5 days ago, and 2 days had already passed. After thanking the others, Jiang Ruoli rode her bike to Sun Miao's house, who was the second-place candidate. She and Sun Miao had graduated from the same school, though not in the same class, so they knew each other. Jiang Ruoli, what are you here for? Are you here to laugh at me? I'm going to the countryside, are you happy? Sun Miao was furious. She couldn't compete with Jiang Ruoli in school, and now she couldn't compare in the art troupe either. If she couldn't find a job, she would be sent to the countryside. Her parents were already so anxious they had lost a lot of hair. Jiang Ruoli, no. Are you still looking for a job? Can I come in and talk? Seeing the people around watching, Jiang Ruoli didn't want this to get to those two. Some things are better handled quietly. Sun Miao looked at her, then led her inside.
Just tell me.
Don't expect me to pour you water. Jiang Ruoli, do you want a job at the cultural troupe?
Why?
Are you planning to give it to me?
Yes.
Are you serious? You're not. Really? It's a long story. Jiang Ruoli explained again about Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing. Sun Miao was so angry she stomped her feet. How can there be such mean people? No, the cultural troupe is something you worked hard to get into. You can't just give it to that person.
I want to ask about it today.
They said I could transfer the job to you. Do you want it? I want it. I want it. Sun Miao nodded excitedly. But if you give me the job, what will you do? I'm planning to go to the countryside as a young intellectual. To the countryside? Are you crazy? Haven't you seen how reluctant everyone is to go? Don't you know how hard and tiring it is? Sun Miao was so angry she scolded Jiang Ruoli with frustration. I know, but I want to be closer to my parents, Jiang Ruoli said sadly. Everyone knew a little about Jiang Ruoli's family situation and felt very sympathetic. All right, how much do you want for it?
What?
Jiang Ruoli was caught off guard. Her thoughts jumped too much. Sun Miao, the job at the cultural troupe. How much do you want? 600, and I also need some nationwide tickets. They were in Jiang province. Tickets here couldn't be used elsewhere, so they needed nationwide tickets. Sun Miao clenched her teeth. Wait for me 10 minutes. I'll call my parents back. Recently, Sun Miao's parents were worried about her going to the countryside. They had mostly sorted it out. The place she was going to was nearby in Kong City. Jiang Ruoli nodded. In less than 10 minutes, Sun Miao's parents returned. Xiao Jiang, are you sure you want to go to the countryside as a young intellectual? Do you know? Sun Miao's father looked at this girl about his daughter's age, feeling mixed emotions. Jiang Ruoli's job was given to their daughter, so Jiang Ruoli would go to the countryside. Uncle's son, I want to be closer to my parents. Even if I can't meet them, I just want to see them from afar. I hope Uncle's son can help me arrange this. Jiang's family situation was no secret in the whole county. Sun Miao's father sighed. All right, we'll give you 800 yuan and we'll prepare the tickets. Don't rush to refuse. The place you're going is poor, so you should prepare more. Sun Miao's mother didn't speak, only sighed. This girl has a hard life. Wang Jingyi and Sun Miao's mother worked at the same factory. She knew a little about their family situation. Once everything was settled, Jiang Ruoli took Sun Miao to find Zhang Lanyao. Little Jiang, this is a letter of recommendation. You can try out for the arts troupe over there. Although I can't guarantee you'll get in, it's at least a chance. Better than going to the countryside to be a youth worker. Thank you, Director Zhang. Jiang Ruoli didn't call her deputy director. Everyone likes to hear kind words. After finishing the work handover, Sun Miao took Jiang Ruoli home. Sun's parents also prepared money and tickets. The relocation site was changed to Guha Village, Xing'an Town, Mo City, He Province, next to Dahexi Village. The departure was set for 3 days later, which was also when Sun Miao was starting her new job. Little Jiang, if you have any problems in the future, write back. Uncle and Auntie will help if they can.
Jiang Ruoli nudda.
Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. She looked at the money. There was 1,000 yuan. Uncle's son, why so much? 200 yuan is the settlement fee from the youth work office. Jiang Ruoli nodded. Thanked Sun's father, and then left. Sun Miao watched Jiang Ruoli with concern. Before, she thought Jiang Ruoli was too proud. Now, she only felt she was very unfortunate. After running around all morning, Jiang Ruoli felt hungry. She went to a state-run restaurant for a meal and packed some tasty food. When no one was around, she put it into her space. Then she rode her bicycle back home. This house was left by Jiang Peiha. She didn't plan to sell it. She would rent it out through Uncle's son later. The rent could be transferred to them then. As for the Wang family, who wanted to take over her property, they were just dreaming. In the past 2 days, Wang Jingyi was busy gathering money and had no time to bother Jiang Ruoli. For Jiang Ruoli, this was actually good. She could enjoy peace and quiet and relax during this carefree time. In this special era, Jiang Ruoli had only read about such times in books or heard a few words from her elders at home. But now, she was truly living through it, experiencing the unique characters and customs of this era firsthand. Everyone she passed by had a simple and pure look typical of that time. The street vendors' shouts were full of lively life. Old buildings emitted a nostalgic smell, seeming to tell stories of the passing years. All of this felt so fresh to her. At the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhang Ruoli bought some fruit candies with her sugar coupons. As for milk candies, she had plenty of those at her space. I also bought some traditional snacks from that era. When I reached a quiet place, Zhang Ruoli put the large and small bags into her space. Then she packed some clothes, blankets, and other items inside her space, planning to mail them to Moore first, so her space wouldn't seem suspicious later. After mailing 2 big bags, she continued wandering when she heard a familiar voice. After thinking for a moment, she realized it was Lin Xiao, the ex-sister-in-law who is divorced and worried about being burdened by the Zhang family. She was standing by the road, scolding Zhang Yao. "You're such a shameless girl, and you still dare to cry. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this now." She even tried to hit the child. People nearby couldn't stand it and started criticizing her as a mother for being so cruel. On the other side, Lin Xiao's family watched coldly as she scolded and hit Zhang Yao. "I think this girl should be given to her father. Why did you bring her back?" said Lin Xiao's older sister-in-law, who looked sharp and mean, showing they were all the same family. Lin Xiao muttered, "If it weren't for the living expenses her father gave me, do you think I want to raise her?" Zhang Ruoli, who understood lip language, was furious. Her second brother gave everything he had to this woman for the sake of the child, so the child could live happily with their mother. But now, Lin Xiao was treating the child like this? Looking at Zhang Yao's clothes, they weren't her old clothes. They were clearly clothes someone else didn't want. Zhang Ruoli pushed through the crowd and shouted, "Stop it, Lin Xiao. Is this how you treat our Zhang family's child? Do you really think all of us Zhang family are dead?" She picked up Zhang Yao, a small 6-year-old girl, smaller than most 3- or 4-year-olds. "Zhang Ruoli, you can't even take care of yourself, and you still want to stand up for this girl who only costs us money?" Lin Xiao scolded her. "She costs money. She costs money. You're a girl too. Are you also a burden? Your mother is a girl, too. Is she also a burden? Honestly, the biggest burden here is you."
Auntie.
Zhang Yao sobbed in Zhang Ruoli's arms. If she could, Zhang Yao wanted to live with her aunt. She didn't need her mother. "Tell Auntie, is your mother not good to you? Stinky girl, am I not good to you?" Lin Xiao glared fiercely at Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao shrank back and said, "Aunt, my mom treats me badly. Dad gives her money, but she spends it on my older brothers and sisters, buying clothes and food. My clothes are given to other younger sisters. Boo-hoo, Aunt, take me away with you. Take me to Dad. I don't want Mom anymore." "Lin Xiao, you really are a good mother. Give me the money, and I will take Yao Yao away." "You? The Wang family wouldn't let you take your niece to get married, would they? That's none of your business. Give me the money, or I will report you to the police for child abuse." Lin Xiao wanted to cause trouble, but she was afraid of her little sister-in-law. Even though the young girl had been weak and delicate before, her current presence was very strong. "This is what you said. You pay the compensation, and take this brat away. Don't come back to see me." Zhang Ruoli nodded. "You take the money, Yao Yao's living expenses. Then you two sign the separation agreement and publish it in the newspaper. From now on, no more family ties, no more contact." Okay, just wait and see." Lin Xiao didn't want to raise Zhang Yao at all. First, she was worried that the Jiang family might get involved, even though Jiang Juanxia had already announced the separation publicly. Second, with the child, it would be hard for her to remarry. She had already met several people recently, but as soon as they heard she had a child, they immediately left. "Yao Yao, Aunt wants you to cut ties with your mom. We're going to your dad's. Are you willing? Do you blame Aunt for acting on her own?" Zhang Yao shook her head. "Aunt, Yao Yao doesn't blame you. I'd rather not have a mom like that." After the Jiang family's trouble, Zhang Yao no longer dared to be willful. "Trust Aunt. I will take good care of you." Yao Yao trusts Aunt. Zhang Yao leaned on Zhang Ruoli's shoulder. It felt warmer than her mom's embrace. Lin Xiao took the money out, and Zhang Ruoli also asked someone for paper and pen to write the separation agreement. 3 copies were made, one for each side, and one to send to the newspaper for public announcement. Jiang Rua Li counted the money. Although it was a bit short, she didn't want to argue over a few coins. Yao Yao, let's go. Jiang Rua Li still needed to visit Uncle Sun. She planned to take Jiang Yao to the countryside, so she had to inform him in advance and make arrangements. When they arrived at the Sun family, they saw Sun Miao sewing clothes at home.
Hello, Meow Meow. Jian Ruli.
Why are you here? What's going on? This is my niece. She's my second brother's daughter. When my second brother divorced, her mother took her away, but she was mean to the child. I couldn't stand it, so I brought her back. Could Uncle Sun help me smooth some relationships? I want to take her to the countryside together. Jiang Ruoli, I think you're really crazy. Going to the countryside is one thing, but bringing a child along too? Sun Miao's loud voice startled Jiang Yao, making her tremble. Jiang Ruoli gently patted Jiang Yao's back with concern. I can't just watch Yao Yao live with her shameless mother. That mother is almost like she doesn't exist. Seeing Jiang Yao dressed in ill-fitting clothes, looking like a little beggar, Sun Miao didn't know what to say.
Finally, she sighed.
Wait a moment, I'll go find my dad. What is going on? You're leaving for the countryside tomorrow, and today you're causing such a fuss. I'm sorry, I didn't expect Yao Yao's life to be so hard. Sun Miao hesitated briefly, then asked Jiang Ruoli to wait a moment while she went to find her dad. Her father worked at the youth office, and arranging for a child was manageable. Soon, he arrived with Jiang Yao's train ticket. Little Jiang, this child can go with you, but because of the grain issue, it's hard to transfer her. Uncle Sun, that's already very good. It's okay, I can take care of her. Director Zhang from the cultural troupe gave me a recommendation letter to try out at the military district cultural troupe. It's a good opportunity. All right, I knew you were capable. Jiang Ruoli thought about her house. Uncle Sun, after I go to the countryside tomorrow, could you help me find some tenants for my house? He knew the situation of her family. Sure, I'll handle it. I'll send the rent to you later. Thank you so much, Uncle Sunday. Here, keep these cigarettes. Jiang Ruoli took out 2 packs of Dakiamin from her space bag. Sun's father couldn't refuse and had to accept them. He thought to himself that this girl was very honest, and he must help her with the house. After chatting with Sun's father for a while, Jiang Ruoli took Jiang Yao and left. First, they went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some clothes, shoes, and socks. Then they had dinner at a state-run restaurant. Only after that did they return to Zhang's house. When they arrived home, they saw a crowd gathered at the door again. Looking closely, the woman singing at the door was Lu Ernie, Wang Jingyi's mother. If it weren't for our Jingyi, a child from a so-called Black 5 categories family, how could she still be alive? I won't let her in. That's filial piety. She doesn't even buy me food or clothes with her money. The aunt nearby couldn't listen anymore. You're just thinking about getting benefits from the girl. What have you given her in return? Lu Ernie rolled her eyes and looked upward. It's already a great kindness that she married my son. What more do you want? Auntie, I wouldn't dare accept such kindness. Instead, Zhou Qingqing seems to like you quite a bit. Why don't you give this kindness to her? Wang Jingyi stopped pretending to be unconscious, as he had earlier. Jiang Ruoli, Qingqing, and I are innocent. How can you casually slander us? Then he saw Jiang Yao, whom Jiang Ruoli was holding. Why did you bring her here? Jiang Ruoli was amused and angry at his shamelessness. Innocent? Yesterday, when she threw herself into your arms crying, why didn't you say she was innocent? Everyone saw it clearly. Aunt Zhou agreed. Yes, we all saw it yesterday. That comrade Zhou was crying sadly in Xiao Wang's arms. Exactly, we all saw. From her look, some might think Xiao Wang is her comrade Zhou's partner. Hearing this, Lu Ernie understood everything clearly. She shot a fierce glare at Zhou Qingqing and then said to Jiang Ruoli, they've known each other since childhood and consider each other siblings. Xiao Jiang, you can't say such things casually. Even if they are biological siblings, they should avoid close contact when they grow up, especially since they are not related by blood. Jiang Ruoli refused to agree with the so-called non-blood-related siblings, but as close as siblings idea. People in this era are very strict about male-female relationships. hugging, holding hands, and touching like that is considered inappropriate. After speaking, Zhang Ruoli took Jiang Yao into the yard. She told Jiang Yao to go inside, then stood at the door and asked Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing, "Have you gathered all the money? The troop schedule is tomorrow." Tomorrow, Zhang Ruoli has to go to the countryside, so she didn't have time to waste with them. What money? Lu Ernie still didn't understand what was happening. Wang Jingyi just told her to come back quickly without explaining why. Your son borrowed money from me before. He wants me to give the troop's spot to Zhou Qingqing. Since he paid back the money he owed me, I gave her the job. Wang Jingyi originally wanted his mother to agree to their marriage, so the money wouldn't need to be repaid. But Zhang Ruoli was stubborn and refused to give in. Lu Ernie's eyes twitched fiercely. What money? I don't know. Auntie, how can you not know? Comrade Wang asked me for money, but it was all for you. He said you were sick and needed medicine to recover.
Huh?
Could it be that Comrade Wang didn't spend the money on you? Then, who did he spend it on? Leonie and I suddenly remembered that she had used this excuse before to take all the money from Zhang Ruoli to spend herself. She hesitated, not knowing what to say. If she said she was not sick, it would be a lie to take money. If she said she was sick, it would be borrowing money. That girl really blocked her way completely. Wang Jingyi saw that his mother was silent and quickly signaled to her. Zhang girl, your father has promised you to our family Jingyi.
We are one family now.
A family doesn't speak as if they are strangers. Is this money yours or Jingyi's? It's all the same, isn't it? Hey, Annie, you didn't say that before. You said I, a little troublemaker from the wrong side of the tracks, wasn't worthy of Comrade Wang Jingyi. You even told Zhou Qingqing that you would never let me marry into your family. Zhang Ruoli blinked innocently with big eyes, staring at Lu and I without blinking. Hearing what she said to Zhou Qingqing, Lu and I was furious and shot a sharp look at Zhou Qingqing. Such a useless troublemaker, always causing trouble. Comrade Wang, do you have all the money ready? Wang Jingyi reluctantly handed all the money to Zhang Ruoli. Lu and I looked at the thick stack of bills, feeling heartbroken. You even told Zhou Qingqing that you would never let me marry into your family. Zhang Ruoli blinked innocently with big eyes, staring at Lu and I without blinking. Seeing Zhou Qingqing's sad face, Wang Jingyi reluctantly nodded. Okay, I've received the money. Here's the IOU back to you. Zhang Ruoli took out the IOUs from her bag. Wang Jingyi quickly tore up all the IOUs. After tearing them all up, he quietly let out a breath of relief. Zhang Ruoli, too tired of dealing with them, planned to close the courtyard gate. Wang Jingyi wanted to follow her inside, but was stopped at the door. Comrade Wang, what do you want to do in my house? As a single man and woman, it's not good. I already told you. If you don't want to marry me, we are not related by marriage. Zhou Qingqing also grabbed Wang Jingyi's sleeve, preventing him from going in. Zhang Ruoli rolled her eyes in frustration and directly slammed the door shut. No matter how Wang Jingyi knocked outside, Zhang Ruoli was too lazy to pay attention. Back inside the house, Zhang Ruoli gave Jiang Yao a warm bath and added a little spiritual spring water to help her body recover. After Jiang Yao fell asleep, she packed all her belongings into her space. Only a bed and bedding were left, to be packed away the next morning. The next day, Zhou Qingqing also grabbed Wang Jingyi's sleeve, preventing him from going in. Zhang Ruoli, she liked being with her aunt. Even if her aunt had to take her to the countryside, she was willing. Yao Yao, you're awake? What would you like for breakfast? Auntie, we need to go to the train station, said Jiang Yao, who was 6 and already knew how to read a clock. She remembered the train left at 8 o'clock, and it was already 6. Okay, Auntie will get up right away. Zhang Ruoli looked around the empty house, surprised, but saw her aunt didn't react and said nothing. Even at such a young age, in just a few months, she had learned to read people's expressions. Zhang Ruoli said, "Don't be afraid. Last night I sold some things." Jiang Yao nodded. Since those were all her aunt's things, if she said they were sold, then they were sold. Zhang Ruoli took only a few bags with clothes, got on her bicycle, locked the door, and left the yard. They hurried to leave early before it got too late, or they might not be able to go at all. When they arrived at the train station, Zhang Ruoli saw Sun Miao and Sun's parents. Uncle's son, Auntie Miao Miao, why are you here? Xiao Jiang, here's 100 yuan. We bought your bicycle. This is some food my mom prepared. Be careful on the way. This kindness made Zhang Ruoli feel both touched and amused. She had wanted to put her bicycle into her space, but now she couldn't. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Thank you, Miao Miao. You're welcome. Have a safe trip. About that man, I'll write you a letter. Thanks a lot. Uncle's son, here are the keys to my house. The tenant issue is on you. Okay, don't worry. I'll handle it. After saying goodbye to everyone, Zhang Ruoli, carrying the gifts from the Sun family, took Jiang Yao onto the train. Sun's father arranged seats for the two of them in a double seat. Zhang Ruoli asked Jiang Yao to sit inside and sat outside. She also wrapped her face with a scarf. Of course, she used makeup to put on a light face. She was worried that if too many people saw her, her appearance might attract attention. She also gave Jiang Yao a little makeup to help her look more presentable. She was wearing the same old, tattered clothes as before, probably afraid to dress too nicely and attract attention. Zhang Ruoli and her companion arrived early at the train station. Usually, people from Jiangqing don't go to He province to become educated youth. So, there weren't many young people heading that way on this train. They needed to transfer twice to reach He province from Jiang province. Zhang Ruoli really misses high-speed trains and airplanes from the future. She placed her packages at Jiang Yao's feet. The bag from the Sun family, she kept close to her. She used this as an excuse to take out some snacks from her space. After waiting a while, two people sat across from them, a man and a woman, seeming like a couple. The woman looked at Zhang Ruoli's tightly wrapped face and asked curiously, "Why are you dressed so warmly? Aren't you hot?" Clearly, this girl had no emotional intelligence. The man beside her tugged at her sleeve, signaling her not to speak. "Comrade, sorry, my partner can't speak much. Please don't mind. I'm from Yong County, going to work in Hashi. My name is Hu Yongtao, and this is my partner, Yao Lily. Hello, my name is Zhang Ruoli. This is my niece. We're going to Mo in He province. I ate something bad yesterday and I have a slight allergy on my face. I'm wearing a scarf to avoid frightening you." Jiang Yao looked at her aunt, who was once again talking nonsense seriously. Her aunt had just told her that wearing makeup was to hide from people with different intentions. Sorry, I didn't think before I spoke. Yao Lily apologized shyly. Zhang Ruoli could tell that this girl was just a simple-minded sister without any ulterior motives. It's okay. Wearing a scarf in this season does look a bit strange. When the train started moving, Zhang Ruoli officially bid farewell to this small town. Good riddance to the scumbag. Feeling her aunt's happiness, Jiang Yao was also very happy. The train left Jiang province and Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing arrived at Zhang Ruoli's house entrance. There was an iron gate with a large lock, which seemed a bit ominous. Especially Wang Jingyi, who felt uneasy, as if something important was leaving his life. "Jingyi, where did Ruoli go so early? Why isn't she home? Did she leave last night?" The underlying tone of suspicion was very obvious. Maybe she had something to do and went out. "You should go back now. I'm going to work." After saying that, Wang Jingyi hurriedly left. He remembered the firm statement Zhang Ruoli made yesterday afternoon about canceling the engagement and the saying that marriage and relationships are unrelated. This made him feel even more anxious. However, he believed that no one but himself would accept Zhang Ruoli's family background. Through self-persuasion, Wang Jingyi regained his usual confidence. After Sun Miao finished helping Zhang Ruoli, she rode her bicycle to report to the military arts troupe. Sun's father also found a few people interested in renting a house and came to see the Jiang family's home. The neighbors also learned from Sun's father that Zhang Ruoli was going to the countryside. The reason for going was that Wang Jingyi, her childhood friend, wanted Zhang Ruoli's job and even tried to harm her to keep her from working. To save her life, Zhang Ruoli had to give up her job and leave the place. News of her departure spread quickly to the Wang family. Lu Ernie was stunned at first, and then started to scold loudly, saying, "I knew that little brat wasn't a good person.
She dared to.
Zhou Qingqing was also surprised. Jiang Ruoli left, so what about her job? She hurried to find Wang Jingyi, who was also confused. It turned out she had already prepared to go to the countryside and wanted to take the money back. Wang Jingyi went to the youth cadre office to check Jiang Ruoli's destination. The staff there already knew about Wang Jingyi's actions and scolded him harshly, leaving him speechless. Zhou Qingqing was also pointed at and criticized. In the end, both of them left in embarrassment. Zhou Qingqing then went to the arts troupe, but they said all positions were filled. Since Jiang Ruoli had withdrawn, her spot was given to the second-ranked candidate. Helpless, Zhou Qingqing could only return to the Wang family. Now, all she could do was cling tightly to Wang Jingyi, but he had no intention of marrying her. This gave her a big headache. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli was getting along fairly well with Yao Lili. Hu Yongtao also helped Jiang Ruoli and her cousin, which was very helpful. Although some people pointed at Jiang Ruoli with suspicion, Yao Lili directly explained the situation.
Others stopped talking after that.
During the journey, Jiang Ruoli would take some snacks from the bag given by Sun's family and share a little with the two on the opposite side. With Hu Yongtao, who was tall and strong, no one dared to bother Jiang Ruoli. The three of them enjoyed the trip very much. When they arrived in Harbin, Hu Yongtao and Yao Lili got off the bus, while Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao continued on to transfer to another vehicle heading to Mo. After 2 days of travel, Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao finally arrived at Xing'an town in Mo. At the local youth office, some members of the brigade were already waiting. Jiang Ruoli went to Guha village. When she heard someone calling out Guha village, she headed in that direction. Hello, I am a young person sent to the countryside. My name is Jiang Ruoli. This is my niece, Jiang Yao. Village chief Li Jianxi of Guha village saw this gentle and delicate young woman, who was wearing a scarf on her head, and his forehead veins twitched. Is this young woman causing trouble by coming to the countryside and bringing her niece along? I am Li Jianxi, the brigade leader of Xiangyang Brigade in Guha village. Please put your luggage on the ox cart. A few people haven't arrived yet.
Rest for a while.
Li Jianxi hesitated for a moment but then asked, What about your face? Thank you, Brigade Leader Li, Jiang Ruoli replied calmly. My face is fine. There are many people on the road, and I keep my face covered to avoid unwanted attention, she explained simply. Li Jianxi nodded, understanding. Hearing her words, Jiang Yao happily added, Thank you, Grandpa Leader. Her sweet voice touched Li Jianxi's heart, and he became more tolerant of the child. While waiting for others, Jiang Ruoli took out a pack of Double Happiness cigarettes to ask Li Jianxi about the brigade situation. Li Jianxi, who received the cigarettes, explained everything openly. Uncle, if I want to build a house alone, how much would it cost? Li Jianxi was surprised to see Jiang Ruoli and asked, You want to live alone? Yes, uncle. I also brought my niece. It's not convenient to stay in the youth camp, and they would definitely object. It's better to move out and live by ourselves. Our place mostly has mud brick houses. We can get the materials from the mountains, except for the glass windows, which cost a bit more. How big do you want the house? 1 big room, 1 small room, a kitchen, and a toilet will do.
Li Jianxi nudda.
Including the land and labor, it will cost about 100 yuan. All right, then let's build one. When can we arrange it? Li Jianxi thought for a moment. The autumn harvest was coming soon, so they could start building now. Autumn harvest is approaching, but I can arrange the house for you first. It should take about a week to finish. Jiang Ruoli took out a few candies and handed them to Li Jianxi. Thank you, Uncle Brigade Leader. As they finished talking, more people arrived one after another. A total of 8 young educated youths arrived, along with Jiang Yao. There are 3 female youths and 5 male youths. This number made Li Jianxi feel somewhat reassured. After all, having more male youths is better. Put all your luggage on the ox cart, then follow the cart. The child can also ride on the ox cart. A female comrade called out, Who brings a child when going to the countryside as a youth? My family has no one left. Only this child depends on me. So I have to bring her, Jiang Ruoli said calmly. The others didn't say much after hearing this. except for the female comrade who rolled her eyes disdainfully. They were eager to go to the countryside, but didn't seem to realize how serious the situation was. Jiang Ruoli's main purpose for going was also for her parents. Captain Li and 9 others headed toward Xiangyang Brigade. The sun was shining brightly, and dust was flying everywhere. Even though Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao wore veils, it still felt uncomfortable. The 2 female comrades who brought nothing else also looked tired. The male comrades looked no better, with dust on their faces and sweat dripping down, making them look very dirty. By the time they reached Xiangyang Brigade in Guha village, it was noon. They had walked for over 3 hours. Jiang Ruoli drank spring water along the way to strengthen herself, but didn't feel much better. She was panting heavily. Jiang Yao felt like her bottom had been turned into 8 pieces from sitting so long. This village was really remote. At this time, not many people were home at the brigade. Everyone was resting. The brigade leader took everyone to the youth dormitory entrance. Jiang Ruoli looked around at the youth dormitory, which seemed a bit luxurious. Everyone was curious, but didn't say anything. Then someone came out from inside and asked, "Captain, have the new youths arrived?" "Lin Jiqing, these 8 are the new arrivals," the captain replied. "Captain, why is there a child?" Lin Jiqing, also known as Lin Jiqing, asked. "This child's family only has an aunt left. She came with her aunt. Here, that's Jiang Jiqing." Jiang Ruoli had already taken off her veil, revealing her make-upped face. "Yes, my niece won't take anything from youth dormitory. I will provide her food. Once the house is built, we will move out," she said. The female youth who followed behind heard Jiang Ruoli say she would provide food and that they would move out later, so she didn't say much. The team leader saw that the educated youth had already unloaded their luggage and was about to leave with the ox cart, saying they would bring the grain for the new arrivals later. The new educated youth were all admiring how beautiful the house was. Lin Jiqiang explained, this was once the house of a landlord. After the landlord was overthrown, the house was taken over by the Xiangyang Brigade and is now used for our accommodation. Zhang Shelley nodded silently. Although the landlord's house wasn't very big, it looked much better than the houses of other brigade members. The male educated youth's squad leader was Lin Jiqiang, and the female squad leader was Gan Huaji. Gan Huaji led Zhang Shelley and 3 others to a row of houses. There are 2 rooms here. The one on the left can sleep 1 person, and the one on the right can sleep 2. Then 3 people can stay here. What about the 4th person? Gan Huaji replied, "What can we do? Who knew someone would bring a child when they came to build the countryside?" Zhang Shelley pointed to a small house and asked, "Is anyone living in that small house?" Gan Huaji shook her head. "No one lives there, but it only has a bed, and you'll need to bring your own things if you want to set it up." Zhang Shelley nodded. "Then Yao Yao and I will stay in that one. We'll move out in a few days anyway." Seeing that Zhang Shelley had no other choice, Gan Huaji didn't say anything. "All right, you can pack your things." Zhang Shelley took Jiang Yao to the small house. The house wasn't big. It only had a bed, nothing else. Jiang Shelley thought it was good enough and turned to Jiang Yao. "Yao Yao, can we stay here for a few days? We'll move out once we build our house." "Sure, Auntie. As long as I'm with you, I can stay anywhere." Jiang Yao was very dependent on Jiang Shelley now. Jiang Shelley took out a cloth and started dusting. Jiang Yao wasn't idle either. She went outside and brought back a basin of water. Hey, child, how can you touch other people's things so casually?" A scream reached Jiang Shelley, who was dusting. She hurried outside and saw a young educated girl pulling on Jiang Yao's clothes, looking displeased. "Sorry, my child just arrived and doesn't know the rules here." Jiang Yao hadn't understood the situation clearly. Jiang Shelley had read online stories before and knew that everything in the educated youth's courtyard was clearly divided. "I'll replace what she used," she said. "This water was drawn by us, the educated youth, in turns, and this basin is mine. All right, this afternoon I will bring back the used water. I don't have a basin now since I just arrived. Can I borrow yours? I will give you 10 cents in return. Is that okay?" Seeing Jiang Ruoli being so considerate, Jiang Yao's fellow young worker also felt shy and didn't want to hold on to her anymore. It's okay, just refill the water. As for the basin, you can use mine for now. Just bring it back later. No need to pay. Thank you so much. My name is Zhang Ruoli, and this is my niece, Zhang Yao. Zhang Ruoli looked at Zhang Yao and said, Yao Yao. Thank you, sister. Zhang Yao, in a sweet voice, said, Thank you, sister. Sorry, I shouldn't have touched other people's things without asking. The young worker felt a bit shy because of their politeness and said, No problem, no problem. This child is very good. My name is Denging. I came here last year as a young worker. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Thank you, Zhang Ruoli said, taking 2 pieces of fruit candy from her pocket and giving them to Denging. Denging smiled and accepted them. At this time, the team leader also brought over some grain. 30 jin of coarse grain and 10 jin of fine grain. Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao carried the grain back to the small house and then started cleaning. Zhang Yao looked at Zhang Ruoli nervously and asked, Auntie, sorry, did I cause trouble just now? She was worried that if she caused trouble, her aunt might not want her anymore. No, not at all. Yao Yao is very good. It's just that there are many older brothers and sisters living in the young workers' courtyard. Most of the things here belong to them. We haven't set up our own belongings yet. If we want to use someone else's things, we should ask if they're willing to lend them to us, understand? Okay, I understand, Auntie. I will be more careful next time. Yes, once our own house is built, Yao Yao can use the things inside however she wants. Hearing about their own house, Zhang Yao's eyes lit up. At noon, the aunt and niece simply ate 2 pancakes. It was Zhang Ruoli who told her they were given by Aunt's son from the Zhang family, but they hadn't finished eating. Zhang Yao was young, but her mind was sharp. She knew her aunt had secrets, but she would keep them quiet and not betray her. So, Zhang Yao pretended she didn't know anything and quietly ate her meat-filled pancake. This was something she would never have dared to do at her maternal grandparents' house. In the afternoon, the old young workers went to work, while the new young workers rested. Seeing no one outside, Zhang Ruoli took a water bucket and went to fetch water from the river with Zhang Yao. She is not unable to put the river water inside the house. She also wants to understand the layout here and see where her house will be built. She also needs to find out where the De Kingxi village is, near her parents and second brother. Zhang Ruoli couldn't find the riverbank, so she used a piece of candy to ask a child for directions. Little friend, what's your name? I am a new educated youth. Can you take me to the river? I want to fetch some water. If yes, this piece of candy is yours. Sure. My name is Gowa, but my full name is Li Xing'an. My grandfather is the team leader, replied Li Xing'an, taking the candy and leading Zhang Ruoli and the others to the river. Zhang Ruoli carried a water bucket and followed behind him. She didn't expect that the child she randomly asked was actually Uncle Li's grandson. It was clear that this child was well-educated. Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao followed Li Xing and to fetch 2 buckets of water, which they poured into the water tank. Then she took another piece of candy and asked Li Xing and to take her to find carpenter Li Baogua. Zhang Ruoli knew there was a carpenter in the team, as Lin Ji-chong had told her. Li Xing happily took the candy and promised no problem. Sister Zhang, come with me. Zhang Ruoli felt that the generational gap was a bit too big. She called Li Xing'an's grandfather uncle. Gowa called her older sister. Everything was getting confusing, completely mixed up. Zhang Ruoli initially wanted Zhang Yao to wait at the educated youth yard, but Zhang Yao didn't feel safe and insisted on sticking close to Zhang Ruoli. Not wanting to dwell on these details, Zhang Ruoli took Zhang Yao along. Following Li Xing'an, they turned around and arrived at a courtyard filled with scattered pieces of wood. Uncle Chun, Sister Zhang needs to exchange some items, Li Xing'an called out. A woman then hesitantly came out from the main room. Li Xing'an hurried over to support her. Zhang Ruoli understood that this woman was blind. Is that Gowa? Why are you here? The woman asked softly. Zhang Ruoli replied gently, Aunt Chen, I am the new educated youth Zhang. I came to exchange some things. In this era, private buying and selling were not common. If something was needed, it was usually exchanged. It could be paid for with money, but mostly through barter. Aunt Chun, my man has gone up the mountain to cut wood. What do you need? I can note it down, Li Xing'an said kindly, looking at Zhang Ruoli with empty eyes. I need a wooden bucket, 2 basins. Can you make a bath bucket? Yes, I can. Then I also need a bath bucket, 2 boxes, a wardrobe, a Kong table, and 2 Kong mats. Sister Jiang, you actually want so many things? Li Xing'an was stunned when he heard this. But he was also very happy because it meant there was more stuff and Uncle Li and Aunt Chen's days could be a little better. Okay, that's fine. There are boxes, a bed table, and a wooden barrel in the house. You can move out first. Facing 2 boxes, a bed table, and a wooden barrel, Zhang Ruoli couldn't carry everything at once. Zhang Jie, I'll ask my grandpa to find someone to help you move later. Okay, thank you, Anan. Li Xing'an had never heard anyone call himself Anan before and was very happy. As for the money, Zhang Ruoli didn't give it now. She would wait until Carpenter Li returned. She didn't know how much money there was. So Zhang Ruoli carried 2 bedsheets and a wooden barrel and left. Li Xing'an then took Zhang Ruoli and her nephew around the area. Zhang Ruoli also got a better idea of the surroundings. She chose a good place to stay, behind the youth knowledge station where there was an open space. It was close enough to the station but separated enough to be private. A good spot. When they returned to the station, Zhang Ruoli went to the river to fetch 2 buckets of water. After boiling the water, she washed herself and Jiang Yao. Then she also replenished the firewood she had used. The nephew and aunt finished their chores, and Carpenter Li also sent over some of their belongings. Jiang youth worker, I'll bring some more in a few days after I finish making them. Then wait a few more days. I'll start building a house soon. When it's done, can you help deliver everything to the new house? Hearing this, Carpenter Li agreed without hesitation. Then Zhang Ruoli asked for some more items, like a dining table, chairs, and small stools. Carpenter Li was very happy to hear this. With so many things, he could earn quite a bit from this order. In the end, Carpenter Li charged 20 yuan. Zhang Ruoli thought she had heard him wrong. So many things for only 20 yuan? Carpenter Li thought Zhang Ruoli found the price too high and quickly explained that the materials came from the mountains, and he just needed to charge for the labor. Seeing that Carpenter Li misunderstood, Zhang Ruoli hurriedly paid him and told him to take his time and not rush. After Carpenter Li left, the nephew and aunt laid out the bed sheets and then fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until they heard noise outside and someone knocking on Zhang Ruoli's door that she woke up. Zhang youth worker, are you in there? Yes, just a moment. Zhang Ruoli tidied up her clothes that had come loose from sleeping and then opened the door. Seeing her, Gan Huaji and Deng Ying both appeared. They looked at her with angry faces. Zhang Ruoli asked confused, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Jiang Jiqing, since you're new here, I won't say much about you using water and a basin at noon. You said you would refill the water, but I don't see it done, and there's so much less water. And that firewood, did you also use it? Deng Ying also noticed a faint scent on Zhang Ruoli. She looked different from when she first arrived, tired and dusty. It was clear she had taken a bath with hot water. I used firewood to boil water, but I got the water from the river. I used the firewood and then refilled it. But the water in the jar is half gone, and the firewood is also missing. This isn't just my work in the yard, right? Why do you only accuse me of using the water? They all say they haven't used it. They say they haven't used it, but you believe them, and I say I haven't used it, and you don't believe me? Who can prove you went to the river to get water? Li Captain's grandson, Goa, can prove it. I took him to the river, and I also ordered a wooden box and a bed table from Li Carpenter. When I returned, the water jar was full, and I got the bathing water from the river. I finished the firewood myself, and I went with my niece to pick it up. If you don't believe I fetched water, then call Captain Li's grandson to ask. Gan Huaji and Deng Ying looked unhappy. Seeing Zhang Ruoli's fearless attitude, they knew she was telling the truth. Gan Huaji called Zhang Ruoli out since they needed to confront her, and everyone was present. Zhang Ruoli said she had no problem with that, and if they wanted to call Goa over, she was okay with it. Jiqing Jiang, I saw you use firewood to boil water. Just admit it, said Yushan, another young worker who came with her. Yu Jiqing, you saw me boil water with firewood, but did you see me go to the mountain to pick firewood? Yushan rolled her eyes. I didn't see that. Anyway, it was just you boiling water for a bath. Yu Jiqing, you also took a bath, right? The water and firewood were used by you? You're talking nonsense. I didn't use them, said Yushan, who had taken a bath but deliberately didn't wash her hair. Does everyone think we're blind? You didn't wash your hair, but you still smell of soapberry and you look clean. You don't seem like someone who hasn't bathed. Yu Jiqing, did you use the water and firewood? I didn't use it, it was Jiang Jiqing's. She and another person, they both used it. Then we should report it to the police to find out who used it. I have witnesses. When I was gathering firewood, I met some fellow villagers. What about you? Do you have proof that you didn't take a bath? Yushan hesitated and couldn't explain clearly. Seeing her like this, everyone understood what was going on. Gan Huaji and Denging apologized to Zhang Ruoli. Jiang Jiqing, sorry, we didn't clarify things and took out our anger on you. It's okay, as long as the truth is clear. I said I would make up for it, and I will. Yu Jiqing, if you don't believe me, we can ask Captain Li's grandson or the villagers I met while gathering firewood. Yushan lowered her head and said nothing. Everyone else in the youth group started to criticize Yushan. Yu Jiqing, just use it if you need to. When you're done, refill the water. How can we use water like this? Yes, and the firewood was also collected after work. You only think about using it, not about bringing it back. Compared to Yushan, Zhang Ruoli was much more considerate. Yushan only knew how to cry and accuse others. Her character is really questionable. After criticizing Yushan, some people went to fetch water and others gathered some firewood. The rest caught up later to fill in. For dinner, everyone ate together, each bringing their own food, which was mixed into one pot. An old youth worker even fried a dish with moldy preserved meat. During the meal, the older folks quickly ate everything, finishing the dishes in no time. The new youth group members watched in shock. Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao didn't eat much, but said nothing. Later, they planned to eat some dry food. Yushan looked at the empty table and angrily threw down her chopsticks. How can you do this? It's all gone. What are we supposed to eat? We're just tired after a long day. We still have to fetch water and gather firewood. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be so exhausted. Can't you compensate us a little? It was old youth worker Zhou Qian speaking. She had long disliked Yushan. Besides crying, she was good for nothing. She always caused trouble over food, and she had tolerated her for a long time. Yushan was so angry she threw down her bowls and chopsticks and went back to her room to cry. Li Jiqiang didn't pay attention to her, but started explaining things to the others. Today is the day for new educated youth to arrive. Our usual practice is to have a meal together to get to know each other. I am the team leader of the educated youth courtyard. Male comrades can come to me, and the female team leader is Gan Huaji. If you have any questions, you can find her. New arrivals, please introduce yourselves. My name is Tao Xingyuan from Qing Province. I came here last year as an educated youth. My name is Wu Zigao. My name is Zhao Ming. My name is Sun He. Our experienced educated youth have finished their introductions. New arrivals, please tell us about yourselves. My name is Li Weiqiang from Jin City. My name is Liang Jiaming from Husher City in H Province. My name is Lu Yuan, also from Husher City in H Province. My name is Chenhua, from Husher City in H Province. My name is He Weiming, from Jin City. Jiang Ruoli also introduced herself and mentioned that she has been living here recently but will move out after some time. They thought it was good. After all, Jiang Ruoli brought a child along, and no one wanted others to take care of their children. Even though everyone found Jiang Ruoli very pretty, no one had any thoughts about her. No one wanted to help raise someone else's child. After everyone finished introducing themselves, the person in charge of washing dishes went to do that. After Jiang Ruoli finished washing her and Jiang Yao's dishes, she took some things and went to the team leader's house. Jiang Yao ignored what her aunt brought out and simply followed her. Is team leader Li at home? Hearing Jiang Ruoli's voice, Li Jianxi came out. Chong, educated youth, what are you doing here? Come in quickly. Okay, uncle, Chong Ruoli said, holding Zhang Yao's hand as they entered Li Jianxi's house. Zhang Ruoli placed everything on the table in the main room. Li Jianxi's wife, Qian Hohot, saw the pile of things and twitched her eyelid. This kid was really wasteful. Li Jianxi also saw the pile of things and was smoking dry tobacco. What's the matter? Why are you here? Take these things back. Zhang Ruoli smiled and said, Uncle, these are for you and Auntie. Please don't refuse. Then she continued, Uncle Li, I just want to talk to you about building a house and give you the money. Li Jianxi looked at Zhang Ruoli. Is it just about this? Yes, just about this. Zhang Ruoli thought for a moment and said, Also, Uncle, I want to build the house on the empty land behind the educated youth courtyard, not far from it. I want my own space. All right, that spot works. When can you arrange for someone to build the house for me, Uncle? I need to go to the city tomorrow. My mailed items should have arrived. I also need to buy some kitchen supplies and other things. Li Jianxiu thought for a moment and nodded. Then it will be the day after tomorrow. But you have to treat them to a meal. Zhang Ruoli was thinking that she would start work the day after tomorrow. If she also cooked, she might be too busy. Cook for them? Uncle, can I pay? If I cook, I might not have enough time. I still need to go to work. I can't let Yao Yao do the cooking. Paying is fine too, Li Jianxiu said. I'd prefer to give them money. How about 50 cents per person per day? All right, Uncle. How many days will it take to fix the house? Your house isn't very big. I'll find a few more people. It should take 3 or 5 days to fix, then 2 more days to dry, and you can move in. Zhang Ruoli nodded happily. In a week, she could move into her new house. That was pretty good. Hey, it's Zhang Jie and Yao Yao. Li Xing'an came in from outside and saw Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao sitting on chairs. Qian Hohot smiled. Go Hua, you're older now. You should call Zhang Jiqing Auntie. No, I won't. Zhang Jie is so young and pretty. How can she be an aunt? This made Zhang Ruoli feel very happy. Zhang Yao, however, said, So, do you want me to call you uncle? Li Xing'an didn't want it, but after thinking, he said, Let's each call each other what we like. I'll call Zhang Jie and Yao Yao sister, and you call me brother-in.
How about that?
Zhang Yao pouted. That doesn't sound good. But Li Xing'an was right. Such a young girl shouldn't be called auntie. Zhang Yao replied, Then let's each call each other what we prefer. After the farewell, Zhang Ruoli took Zhang Yao and headed toward the youth commune. Li Xing'an saw them off halfway and then went back. Li Jianxiu's wife, Qian Hohot, was looking through the things Zhang Ruoli had sent. This little Zhang Jiqing is so thoughtful, sending so many nice things. Li Jianxiu sighed. People are hard to please. Be kind to that girl and the other little girl in the future. I know. That girl looks obedient and clever, not at all mischievous. She's really likable. Unlike the kids at home, who are always rolling in the mud, they're so rough. Unfortunately, the old Li family has no daughters. Qian Hohot often feels jealous when she sees other girls. People in this era mostly wanted sons, but the Li family wanted a girl. Sadly, all their sons turned out to be big, chubby boys. Qian Hohot didn't even want to see them. Li Jianxian thought that as long as Zhang Ruoli didn't cause trouble or act out, he could turn a blind eye to her behavior. If Zhang Ruoli was too difficult to handle, he would send everything back to her. He couldn't afford to tarnish his reputation as a team leader just for a few things. When Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao returned to the youth commune, everyone was already asleep. On the girl youth side, she heard someone crying and others whispering curses. None of this was her concern. Back in the room, the uncle and niece simply covered themselves with clothes and fell asleep. Fortunately, it was summer now, so it wasn't too cold at night without blankets. Soon, the nights would get cooler, and they would need to use blankets. The next morning, Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao woke up early. They didn't eat breakfast and headed straight to the ox cart at the village entrance. Based on Zhang Ruoli's experience reading online stories, many people would go to town to buy things today. Sure enough, when she arrived, several women were already sitting on the ox cart. The young girl, Jiang Ruoli looked fresh and delicate in front of them. Wow, such a pretty girl. Is she a new youth sent here? Yes, Jiang Ruoli knew these women probably wouldn't say nice things, so she didn't plan to say much. Is this child your? She's my niece. I have no one left at home, so she will live with me from now on. Jiang Ruoli's words meant, don't bother me, and if you're thinking of introducing someone to me, consider whether they can accept her, even with a child. Ah, a niece. So, will you also bring her when you get married? Of course. Such a young child, I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving her alone. Getting married? Jiang Ruoli hadn't thought about that. In her previous life, she had never even been in love, let alone married. And her so-called fiancé was someone she couldn't stand at all. That scoundrel who relied on her and ate soft rice. How could she be interested in him? Hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, the women wanted to say more, but when they looked into Jiang Yao's innocent, confused eyes, they couldn't say anything. Could it really be that Jiang Zhiqing would abandon the child and go marry someone else? Everyone with children knew they couldn't bring this up. The ox cart shook and jostled as they traveled, and it took just over an hour to reach the town. Compared to the trip back yesterday, it was much faster. Jiang Ruoli felt that she should buy a bicycle later. But those plans could wait for another time. Just arrived in the county, Jiang Ruoli took Jiang Yao to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. She looked at what was for sale today. Jiang Ruoli ordered a bowl of porridge, a bowl of noodles, and 2 buns. One of the meat buns was bigger than Jiang Ruoli's fist, so they split and ate one. Jiang Yao drank her porridge and ate half a bun, feeling full. Jiang Ruoli ate a bowl of noodles, and the half meat bun was just barely finished. There was one leftover meat bun. Jiang Ruoli packed it up to give to Grandpa Li, who was driving the ox cart. After breakfast, she went to the post office to check if her package had arrived. When she asked, she was surprised to see 2 large packages at the door. Turns out, they were hers. Now she had a reason to take out her things. Jiang Ruoli carried the 2 big packages and went to the ox cart. Grandpa Li, I'll leave these 2 packages on the cart. We still need to buy a few things. Okay, you can leave them. We'll meet here at 11 to go back. If you're late, we won't wait, he said. All right, Grandpa Li, thank you. Please have some food. Jiang Ruoli put the big bun into Grandpa Li's arms and then took Jiang Yao to the supply and marketing cooperative. They mainly bought an oil jug, soy sauce bottles, and some bowls, cups, and basins. After buying a few pieces of cake for Jiang Yao, she checked the time and decided it was about time to go back to the ox cart. The women had also returned and saw the 2 big packages, curious about what was inside. The Aunt Wu who had talked to Jiang Ruoli earlier reached out to look at her package. Jiang Ruoli grabbed her hand and looked at her calmly. Auntie, what are you doing? I just want to see what's inside your package, said Aunt Wu, feeling uncomfortable under Jiang Ruoli's gaze. Jiang Ruoli shook her hand away and said softly, Auntie, if you bought something, let's see it. She reached to open Aunt Wu's basket. What I bought has nothing to do with you. Yes, what I bring isn't your business either, Jiang Ruoli replied. Aunt Wu's face turned red from embarrassment. She glared at Jiang Ruoli fiercely and then stopped talking. Next to Aunt Wu, another woman who didn't get along with Jiang Ruoli covered her mouth and laughed. Oh, Wu's sister-in-law, why are you so curious? You want to see what a young girl has?
What are you talking about?
I'm just curious, Aunt Wu said. You're not curious? Then why are you looking at her things? Aunt Wu suddenly couldn't say anything. She glared at Jiang Ruoli again and then turned her head away. Jiang Ruoli follows the principle that no one should offend her first. As long as others do not bother her, she is willing to be friendly. The ox cart returning home swayed gently, and Jiang Yao, being young, soon fell asleep from the rocking. When they reached the village entrance, everyone else got off the cart. Old Li told Jiang Ruoli to sit and took them to their destination.
Jiang Ruoli gratafulitan kaoli.
After getting off, she carried Jiang Yao into the house first, then went out to get some things. Before Old Li left, Jiang Ruoli gave him 2 large cigarettes. Old Li smelled the smoke and smiled, praising the girl for being thoughtful and knowing what to do. He thought it would be good to help her more in the future. Jiang Ruoli carried 2 big packages directly into the house and saw that Jiang Yao had already woken up. Yao Yao, you're awake? Are you hungry?
Not hungry, Aunt. Jiang Yao shook her head.
She had eaten a lot that morning. Jiang Ruoli had also eaten a lot that morning, so she wasn't hungry now. She took everything out of the packages. Li Mujiang brought 2 large boxes, and Jiang Ruoli put all the items inside. While tidying up, she carried Jiang Yao through her space to bring out some supplies. In her mind, she believed that the child in front of her probably didn't know what she had. Jiang Ruoli also took out a large pot from the bottom of one of her bags. Jiang Yao pretended not to see. Yao Yao, tonight we can cook our own meals, Jiang Ruoli said.
Great.
I've been wanting to eat your cooking, Jiang Yao replied happily. She thought that if her aunt cooked, no one would notice that she was different. Jiang Ruoli thought she had hidden it well, but Jiang Yao had already seen through her. Unfortunately, Jiang Ruoli didn't know that if she did, she would go into her space to find a medicine that could make someone forget part of their memories. Jiang Yao didn't know her aunt's secrets, but she knew her aunt was the best person besides her father. She would never do anything harmful to her aunt. Jiang Ruoli thought about it. This body could cook just like in her past life, and she was good at it. Her cooking skills were top-notch, taught by a famous chef her father hired. She was quite talented and made delicious food. In this body, her cooking was decent, but not as good as in her past life. Jiang Ruoli forgot that in this era, there were no modern ingredients or seasonings. Being able to make tasty food was already quite impressive. She finished packing everything and went to find the captain of the village, as she needed to build a simple earthen stove first. Let Jiang Yao watch the house, and Jiang Ruoli went to find the team leader herself. This small matter, the team leader certainly wouldn't refuse. After a short while, the team leader's eldest son, who is also Li Xing'an's father, came to help her build a clay stove. It only took about 10 minutes to finish building the stove. Li Xiangdong gave a few instructions and then left. Jiang Ruoli told Ganhuazi that she would start the fire alone, then return to her small hut. Ganhuazi nodded in agreement. In the morning, the alarm clock rang, and Jiang Ruoli got up to wash up. Jiang Yao also got up with her. Yao Yao, do you want to come with me? Jiang Ruoli remembered that Yao Yao didn't earn work points, so going along would be a waste of effort. Auntie, I want to go with you. I can go pick pig grass with an Ngurga.
All right.
If anything happens, just call for me. If someone bullies you, hit back. Do you understand? Andy, I understand. The 2 cousins ate a little and headed toward the grain drying yard. On the way, Jiang Ruoli wrapped herself tightly in a scarf and long-sleeved clothes. Before starting work, the team leader usually makes a motivational speech at the grain drying yard to encourage everyone to work hard. After the speech, the leader began assigning tasks. Jiang Ruoli was assigned to the fields. Fortunately, she had prepared work gloves in advance, or her delicate hands would have become calloused. I'm leaving Yao Yao in your care. Please take her to pick pig grass. Is that okay?
Zhang Jiejie, don't worry.
I will take good care of Yao Yao Meimei and won't let anyone bully her.
Good. An An is the best.
Jiang Ruoli then took out 2 candies, giving one to Li Xing'an and one to Jiang Yao. Yao Yao, follow good Inan and don't run around, understand?
Gugu, I understand.
Seeing the obedient and sensible Jiang Yao, Jiang Ruoli felt reassured and went to do her own work. The person helping Jiang Ruoli with her work was Chao Daniu, the daughter-in-law of Grandpa Li, who drives the ox cart. Jiang Duqing, the team leader asked me to bring you to work together. Chao Dania cheerfully looked at Song Lilu. Yesterday, her father-in-law came back and brought some candies and large white buns. After asking, she found out they were given by Jiang Duqing. All the children received candies and were very happy. Her son also got a candy. At this moment, Chao Dania had a good impression of Jiang Ruoli. All right, thank you, Auntie. What should I call you? Hey, just call me Aunt Chao. My father-in-law is Old Li, the man who drives the ox cart. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, Hello, Aunt Chao. I will try my best to learn. In her previous life, Jiang Ruoli and the Jiang Ruoli here were both people who had never set foot on the land. She couldn't tell the difference between grass and seedlings at all. If she pulled out the wrong seedlings, she wouldn't earn work points and might even lose some. She first looked at the area where they were cutting pig grass, saw that it was peaceful and calm, then carefully listened as Aunt Chow explained how to distinguish grass from seedlings. Aunt Chow watched Jiang Ruoli pull out a few plants and saw she was doing it correctly, so she immediately praised her. Smart girl who has read books, you can tell just by looking. Jiang Ruoli blushed from the praise. It's all because Aunt Chow teaches so well. The two of them exchanged some compliments about each other's work and then continued working. Over there, some people were saying Jiang Ruoli's gear looked really good, all wrapped up tightly. Others made jealous remarks, saying, "Is she here to work or to attract attention? No one else is dressed like her." Some couldn't stand it and immediately retorted, "If you had those things and were willing to use them, you could do the same. Why are you talking sour words here?" The person who was retorted fell silent instantly, but his angry gaze shot straight at Jiang Ruoli, glaring hard as if to vent all his anger through that stare. Jiang Ruoli, who was confused by such a fierce look, looked a bit helpless. Actually, she only said that because she really didn't want those sharp corn leaves to scratch her delicate face. After all, under the blazing hot sun, the sunlight was mercilessly shining on everyone. If exposed outside for too long, it could cause serious sunburn. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoli shivered and hoped she wouldn't see her fair skin get sunburned by the relentless sun. When she felt tired, her waist was already aching and couldn't straighten up. Pulling weeds was really hard work. She took a sip of spiritual spring water to ease her fatigue. Chao Daniu smiled and said, "Jiang Jiqing, this is your first time working. You should take it slow, or you'll be unable to get out of bed tomorrow." "I understand. Thank you, Aunt Chow." By noon, Jiang Ruoli had finished half of her work.
She felt quite satisfied with that.
At lunchtime, Jiang Ruoli went to the old Jiqing's place to exchange some greens, then went to Sun's house at the village entrance to swap for a block of tofu. Back at the youth cadre residence, she made a fragrant pan-fried tofu and a simple stir-fried green vegetable dish. Both the uncle and nephew were very impressed. Jiang Ruoli watched Jiang Yao fall asleep, then she entered her space. She wasn't worried that Jiang Yao would wake up suddenly, since it was her first time working on pig grass, and her stamina was definitely not as good as Jiang Ruoli's. Moreover, Jiang Ruoli had been adding some spiritual spring water throughout the morning. When she saw Jiang Ruoli come in, Ruobai happily ran around her in circles. After playing with Ruobai for a while, she went into the small villa. She filled the bathtub with warm water to relax her body. She had worked very hard that morning. Now, she felt she couldn't take it anymore. In the bathtub, she also added half a jar of spiritual spring water, which should help ease her soreness. After running for half an hour, Jiang Ruoli got out of the bathtub. She felt her fatigue and soreness had eased quite a bit. Although she still felt some soreness, it was no longer too hard to bear. In the afternoon, Li Xing and took Jiang Yao to gather pig grass. Jiang Ruoli continued to follow Aunt Chow to pull weeds. The team leader, Li Jianxi, came to see her. "Jiang Jiqing, come with me first. We need to measure your house site." "Okay, team leader." After greeting Aunt Chow, Jiang Ruoli followed the team leader back to the youth cadre residence. There were already some men waiting there. When they saw the team leader and Jiang Ruoli, they all stood up. "This is Xiao Jiangziking. You all work hard." "Thank you, big brothers. I just arrived and don't understand much. Sorry to trouble you. If you have any requests, just tell me. But I still need to work, so I might not have enough time for cooking. How about paying you 5 mao a day to cover your meals?" "Okay, that works." The man in front nodded. The others also nodded. When it comes to meals, money is the most practical. 5 mao a day for meal is a good deal. For Jiang Ruoli, any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. "Uncle, look at the house layout I drew yesterday. Can you build it according to this plan?" Jiang Ruoli took out her house construction diagram. Everyone thought the house looked good. They all nodded in agreement. The team leader had already bought the window glass. Jiang Ruo Li was very grateful for that. When the warm house is built, I'll invite everyone over for a simple meal. Great. Then we'll wait for Jiang Ziking to invite us to a warm house meal. Jiang Ruo Li smiled and nodded, greeted the team leader, then continued working in the fields. By the end of the day, Jiang Ruo Li surprisingly earned 8 work points. This was quite impressive among the female team members. The few new young workers who came with her looked at Jiang Ruo Li in shock. That seemingly delicate woman was so capable. It was simply unbelievable. Even the older workers found it hard to believe that Jiang Ruo Li could do so well. Jiang Ruo Li had been working for 3 days straight. Luckily, she had spiritual spring water to drink, so she didn't complain like the other young workers. The team leader also found it amazing. He didn't expect the fragile-looking first female young worker to never complain about hardship or tiredness. And she earned 8 work points every day. Even her niece, Zhang Yao, could earn 2 work points daily by gathering pig feed. Unfortunately, that girl's family wasn't here, so she couldn't record her work points. At noon, when everyone went home for lunch, someone called at the youth's courtyard gate. "Comrade Jiang Ruo Li, you have a letter." "Oh, I'm coming." Jiang Ruo Li wiped her hands on her apron and went outside. Others didn't know where they would be assigned, but Sun Miao definitely knew, so the letter was probably from her. Seeing the address and name, Jiang Ruo Li knew she guessed correctly. "Thank you, mail carrier," Jiang Ruo Li said as she took the letter and went back to her room. Jiang Yao watched her and continued cooking. "Auntie, aren't you going to read the letter?" "Not in a hurry. I'll read it after I finish eating." "Aren't you hungry?" "I need to finish cooking first." "Auntie, you're the best. I like you the most," Jiang Yao said happily. Hearing this, Jiang Ruo Li felt touched. Since her parents divorced, she hadn't had a full meal. Back at her grandparents' house, no one cared if she was hungry. But here, her aunt cared about her hunger and happiness. She really liked her aunt a lot. Jiang Ruo Li looked at the moved Jiang Yao and sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the evil person who reported their family, Jiang Yao wouldn't have changed like this. Such a sweet child had lost her innocence. After lunch, the two of them washed the dishes. Jiang Ruo Li told Jiang Yao to go to sleep, then she went to read the letter from Sun Miao. "Li Zhan Xinhua. How have you been lately? I have officially become a member of the cultural troupe. Thank you for your kindness. Recently, Wang Jingyi has been asking around about you. Zhou Qingqing went to the cultural troupe once and was warned by Deputy Director Zhang. The Wang family has been lively lately. I heard Zhou Qingqing argues with the old lady from the Wang family every day. Wang Jingyi feels torn between his childhood sweetheart and his mother. Zhou Qingqing's child doesn't understand what's going on and keeps calling Wang Jingyi Dad every day. The old lady Wang is very angry and calls Zhou Qingqing a troublemaker. Your house has already been rented out by my father. Wang Jingyi is trying to take the rent in your name. My father reported it to the police. Luckily, you gave him a written authorization, and they also know about your cancellation of the engagement with Wang Jingyi. Otherwise, he would have taken all the rent. That's all for now. I'll write more later about their affairs and send it to you for fun. Looking forward to your reply. Sun Miao Lu." Along with the letter, there is a receipt for a rent of 100 yuan for a year. Her yard has 5 or 6 rooms, suitable for one family or several families. 100 yuan isn't cheap. She's also very grateful for your father's help. When Jiang Ruo Li plans to reply to Sun Miao, she also wants to send some special northern items. But that will have to wait until her day off. Jiang Ruo Li received the letter and within a few days heard from the team leader that her house was finished and nearly dried. Jiang Ruo Li and Jiang Yao were very happy. They now have their own house. It's only been a few days, and you finished building the house. Ha ha ha, look, if there's anything you're not satisfied with, just say it. Uncle De Yong will fix it for you.
No need, Uncle De Yong.
It's already very good. Alright, since the house is just built, the stove needs 2 days to heat up before we can move in.
Okay, Uncle De Yong, I understand.
Then, the day after tomorrow, come to my house for a warm house feast. Uncle Xiao Yong, Uncle Chong, you should come too.
Haha, yes, yes.
We'll definitely come then. After work in the afternoon, Zhang Ruoli asked for leave. Team leader, my house is finished. I want to take tomorrow off to go to town and buy some meat for a warm house feast. I'd like you and your wife to come and join us for some fun. All right, go ahead. Are you bringing Yao Yao? Yes, I'll take her with me. Li Jian, she nodded, but didn't say much. If Jiang Jiqing doesn't take her, she can ask her wife to help take care of her. That girl is very obedient and doesn't require any worry. Auntie, I won't go. You need to buy things and take care of me, so you can't do both. I'll wait here for you to come back. Hearing Zhang Ruoli's words, Jiang Yao shook her head, indicating she wouldn't go. Mainly because she didn't like riding in that ox cart and she didn't want to breathe in the dust on the road. All right, tomorrow I'll take you to Uncle Li's house. You can play with it. I'll definitely be back before noon. Jiang Yao nodded to show she understood. In the evening, Carpenter Li delivered the wardrobes, bath buckets, and other items she ordered to her new home. Jiang Ruoli kept thanking Carpenter Li. He also gave her 2 baskets, one big and one small. She wanted to pay him, but he waved her off, saying it was just something he made casually. No need to pay. She didn't give him money, but handed over several candies. She remembered there were a few children at Carpenter Li's house. Happy with the candies, Carpenter Li thanked her happily. The next morning, Zhang Ruoli went to town to buy things. All the items she needed were already in her space. She just needed to find a place to take them out. First, she went to the post office to send a letter to Sun Miao and a smoked pig leg, which she had stockpiled before crossing over. Then she found a place where 2 people were looking around at the alley entrance. Zhang Ruoli thought that was probably the legendary black market. She found a spot, put on some makeup, and painted herself with black and yellow patches, even changing the color of her palms, back of her hands, and neck. She also took a basket of eggs from her space. At the door, she was stopped by someone. What's going on? Zhang Ruoli pretended to be startled, then stammered, just trading some things. 2 Mao. She took out 2 Mao coins from her pocket and handed them to the person stopping her. The person took the money and let her in. She carefully observed the place, an alley connected on both sides, guarded by people on each end. Many people were selling their own goods there. Zhang Ruoli found a corner and squatted down. What are you selling? Someone, noticing she looked unfamiliar, came over to ask. Just some eggs from the village, Zhang Ruoli whispered, playing the part of a rural woman vividly. The person's eyes lit up at the mention of eggs. How many?
80.
How much are you selling them for? The person asked again. 1 Mao each. No receipt needed. The man excitedly said, I want all of these. 80 in total, right? Yes, Zhang Ruoli said with a pretend excited expression. I didn't bring a basket. Just give me yours directly. I'll pay you an extra dime. That's fine too. Someone who doesn't take advantage of opportunities is a fool. Even a dime is money. She wouldn't be generous enough to say she was giving it away. After receiving 81 cents, Zhang Ruoli left the black market. Seeing that it was getting late, she carried a bunch of things back to the Xiangyang Brigade. Zhang Ruoli carried a large basket on her back and also took an extra basket, walking quickly to old Li's ox cart. Grandpa Li, sorry to keep you waiting. Would you like a steamed bun? Zhang Ruoli handed a large white flour bun to Old Li. Old Li refused, saying, Hey, girl, I don't want it. Keep it for yourself. Zhang Ruoli smiled and placed the bun in Old Li's arms. Grandpa Li, I already ate. This one is just for you. Old Li looked at Zhang Ruoli with gratitude. He saw her put everything on the ox cart and asked, Young Jiang, have you bought everything you need? Yes, I have everything. Zhang Ruoli nodded. All her things were in her space, so she didn't need to buy anything else. By now, it was already around 11 o'clock. Considering the ox cart speed, they would probably arrive back at the brigade afternoon. All right, let's head back, Old Li said, driving the ox cart toward the Xiangyang Brigade. After more than an hour of travel, Zhang Ruoli was covered in dust. Old Li took her directly to the new house. At the new house, Zhang Yao was walking around in the yard. Seeing Zhang Ruoli return, she hurried over to help carry things. After thanking Old Li again and watching him walk away, Zhang Ruoli entered the yard. "Auntie, is this our home now?" Jiang Yao tugged on Zhang Ruoli's sleeve and asked. "Yes, this will be our home from now on. Are you happy, Yao Yao?" "Yes, I am very happy." Although there were houses at the youth farm, she didn't feel comfortable there at all. Now this place is their home, and she can walk freely in the yard. No dreams that night. The next morning, the brigade leader's wife and Old Li's daughter-in-law came to help. "Young Zhang, we're here to help. These are vegetables grown at home.
Please don't mind."
"Auntie, what are you talking about? I have nothing right now, and I should thank you for bringing those vegetables over." Zhang Ruoli didn't chat much with those aunts. She simply took the vegetables into the kitchen. Braised pork needs to cook for a long time, so she started with that first. She planned to prepare 2 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup, making a total of 6 dishes. Both aunts helped Zhang Ruoli wash and cut the vegetables. Zhang Ruoli took charge in the kitchen. By noon, she had prepared 5 dishes and 1 soup. The 5 dishes were braised pork, pickled vegetable fish, stir-fried large head cabbage, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, and tomato and egg soup. Each dish had a generous portion. Li Daong, Li Xiaoyong, the men building Zhang Ruoli's house, along with a few other aunts, the team leader and the village secretary, all came to Zhang Ruoli's small yard. Jiang Yao also brought Li Xing'an along. For the little guest invited by her niece, Zhang Ruoli didn't say much. Plus, Li Xing'an had helped her quite a bit. "Just one more child, it's not a big deal." Zhang Ruoli also invited 2 squad leaders from the youth commune. They usually took good care of Jiang Yao, so inviting them for a meal was also to thank them. Looking at the big table full of delicious, fragrant dishes, the villagers, Lin Jiqiang and Gan Huaji, all swallowed hard. Honestly, they wouldn't dare to eat like this during the new year. Thanks to Jiang Jiqing, they got to enjoy such tasty food today. Jiang Yao and Li Xing'an also worked hard to eat. When Jiang Yao couldn't reach some dishes, Li Xing'an helped her by scooping food onto her plate. Seeing this, one villager joked that Li Xing'an was very capable, even helping to take care of his sister. After Zhang Ruoli finished her warm wine, a few aunts helped wash the dishes, and Zhang Ruoli, exhausted, didn't want to move anymore. "Yao Yao, do you want to sleep with Annie or play outside for a while?" "Auntie, you sleep, I'll just play at the door." Jiang Yao looked at Zhang Ruoli's tired face and sat quietly outside watching. Zhang Ruoli didn't mind. The children wouldn't get lost, so she just lay down and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already evening. "Yao Yao!" Zhang Ruoli called out. Jiang Yao came inside from outside the door. "Auntie, you're awake? Are you tired?"
"Yao Yao will give you a massage," she said.
"No need. Yao Yao, are you hungry? Auntie will cook you some food." "Auntie, Yao Yao isn't hungry yet," Jiang Yao replied. She had eaten quite a lot at noon, mostly the dishes Li Xing'an helped her with, and the food her aunt made was so tasty she couldn't help but eat too much. "Then we'll have something simple tonight." "Auntie, it's up to you," Jiang Yao said without any objection. Zhang Ruoli simply cooked a bowl of rice noodles and fried 2 fried eggs. A big one and a small one finished the soup noodles quickly. As a person from Jiang province, rice noodles are an essential part of daily life. Zhang Ruoli still prefers mixed noodles, so in the evening she cooked a little extra. Tomorrow morning, she can just heat them up and enjoy them with some toppings. At night, Zhang Ruoli and Jiang Yao lay in bed. "Auntie, will I be able to see Dad again?" "Yao Yao, do you miss Dad?" Recently, she's been busy and hasn't had time to visit the nearby Dahuaxi village. However, Zhang Ruoli found out that crossing over the mountain leads directly to Dahuaxi village. Now that the houses are built, she can sneak out alone more easily. "Auntie, I miss Dad, and I also miss Grandpa and Grandma, and Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma." Jiang Yao's voice was choked with tears. It was heartbreaking to hear. Even at such a young age, she had gone through so much. If it were Zhang Ruoli, she probably wouldn't feel much better. "Yao Yao, be good. Auntie is here. I will find out news about Grandpa, Grandma, and Dad." "I know, Auntie." Yao Yao isn't afraid. Since she was still young, Zhang Yao soon fell asleep. After glancing at Zhang Yao, Zhang Ruoli entered her space. Master, you've arrived. As soon as Zhang Ruoli appeared, Ruobai floated over. Ruobai, why are you still in this foggy form? Master, I don't know. Maybe I need you to trigger something on your side. Trigger what? Master, Ruobai also doesn't know. Zhang Ruoli didn't get any answers, so she decided not to ask further. She stretched lazily and eagerly headed toward her vegetable garden. It was her carefully tended paradise, filled with all kinds of fruits and vegetables. The first thing she saw was a row of ripe strawberries and cherry trees. The strawberries, bright red and juicy, looked like gems nestled among green leaves, emitting a tempting aroma. The cherries looked like small, delicate red lanterns hanging on the branches. Zhang Ruoli happily picked a few strawberries and put them in her mouth. She gently bit into one, and the sweet juice instantly filled her mouth, with a hint of faint sourness. The perfect blend of sweet and sour made her squint her eyes in delight, completely immersed in the wonderful taste. Wow, this is so delicious. She couldn't help but praise. Then, Zhang Ruoli moved to the nearby seafood area. Water tanks are filled with various fresh seafood. Fish swim happily, while shrimp and wave their large claws, showing their energy and health to the owner. Seeing these lively little creatures, Zhang Ruoli smiles happily. She thinks she will no longer worry about not having fresh, delicious seafood to eat. After seeing the pond full of seafood and river fish, Zhang Ruoli feels satisfied and continues working. She picks ripe strawberries one by one, placing them into a prepared bamboo basket, then carefully stores the full basket in the warehouse. Next, she quickly collects scattered eggs, checks for cracks, and neatly arranges them in the warehouse. After finishing, she takes a short break, drinks some water to soothe her throat, then picks a bag of rapeseed to plant later in the yard. Once everything inside is done, Zhang Ruoli uses her mind to take some sauce seasoning, then leaves the space. Early the next morning, she gets up early. Before starting work, Zhang Ruoli plans to plant her vegetable garden first. She loosens the soil with digs shallow trenches, evenly spreads the seeds, then gently covers them with a thin layer of soil. Looking at the land about to give birth to new life, she feels full of hope. This way, even if she needs to take vegetables from the space later, others won't find it strange or suspicious. Thinking of this, she nods contentedly. After planting, Zhang Ruoli reheats last night's noodles, then pours sauce over them.
Zhang Yao eats eagerly, praising Zhang Ruoli non-stop.
Auntie, these noodles are really delicious. If you like them, I'll make them for you again next time, Zhang Ruoli says. Zhang Yao can't reply with words, only nods repeatedly. Recently, there hasn't been much work in the fields. Many people work half a day and then go to gather firewood in the mountains in the afternoon. When harvest time comes, they won't have time to gather firewood anymore. After the harvest, winter is approaching. The weather starts to get cold. Zhang Ruoli does the same, working in the field in the morning for a few points. Then in the afternoon, she takes Zhang Yao to gather firewood. Her food supply is enough to support both of them, so earning points is just for show. Their new house doesn't have stored firewood yet. This time, I definitely need to store more firewood. Otherwise, it will be very cold in winter, and without enough firewood, they won't know how to get through it. In the afternoon, Zhang Ruoli carried a large basket, and Zhang Yao carried a small one. The aunt and niece headed up the mountain. On the way, they met Aunt Chow, who is also gathering firewood with her children. Jiang Jiqing is here gathering firewood too? Yes, our new house has never stored firewood before. If we don't bring some back, it will be too cold in winter. Right? We should gather more. Winters here are much colder than where you are. Zhang Ruoli smiled at her and then went to gather firewood in another direction. She headed toward the area near Dahwaxi village as previously asked. The mountain isn't very high, and from the top she could see the village below. Pretending not to know, Zhang Ruoli asked Aunt Chow, "Hey, Annie, which village is down there?" "That's Dahwaxi village." Aunt Chow looked over and said, "Those houses at the foot of the mountain, are cow sheds. Several people classified as Black 5 categories have been sent here. Really? Jiang Ruoli was sure that the houses below belonged to her parents and grandparents. Fortunately, the mountain isn't tall, and there's a path leading down. She remembered that path carefully and planned to go see it tonight. A few of Aunt Chao's children, along with Jiang Yao, were learning about different kinds of mushrooms. At this time of year, there aren't many mushrooms, but there are some. These mushrooms are best when fresh. Drying them out just doesn't taste the same. But Jiang Jiqing, since the weather is good now, you can dry more mushrooms. When winter comes, you can eat them. It would make a good dish. Jiang Ruoli gratefully thanked her. Oh, okay, Annie Chow. Thank you so much. Jiang Yao understood that the mushrooms could be saved for winter eating. She worked even harder, searching for mushrooms in the mountain stream. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli was chopping wood and gathering firewood. The aunt and niece each did their own work, busy and energetic. Jiang Ruoli chopped wood while secretly moving some into her space. She couldn't carry a big bundle of firewood on her back, and even dragging it down the mountain was difficult. She secretly stored part of it in her space, planning to transfer it quietly into the firewood shed later. They worked all afternoon, finally meeting their recent needs. But for winter, they still needed more firewood. In the morning, Jiang Ruoli went to work, and Jiang Yao went with Li Xing'an to pick small pieces of firewood. In the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli went to gather firewood, while Jiang Yao was picking mushrooms nearby. At night, after Jiang Yao fell asleep, Jiang Ruoli put someone into the space and asked Ruobai to make the person faint. She then left her yard along a small path. Jiang Ruoli headed toward Xiangyang Mountain, with the night wind rustling the treetops. She felt a little scared listening to the sounds. According to Aunt Chow, there are some large wild animals on the mountain, like bears and tigers, especially the legendary wild northeast tiger. Hearing those sounds, Jiang Ruoli was afraid but more eager to see her loved ones. She held a small dagger and quickly walked forward. Finally, she reached the cattle shed at the foot of Dawaxi village and slowly relaxed. Using the night, Jiang Ruoli quietly approached the shed. There were flickering lights and some sounds inside. She listened carefully. I wonder how Lily is doing? Did Wang Jingyi treat her well? A gentle female voice reached Jiang Ruoli's ears. She recognized it as her mother's voice from her previous life. Don't worry, I still trust Wang Jingyi's character, said her father, with a voice just like from her past life. They looked the same, and their voices were identical. Jiang Ruoli didn't believe they had no relation. She raised her hand and gently knocked on the door. Who's there? A serious, alert voice responded. Her mind immediately thought of her second brother. She knew that voice belonged to him. Jiang Juanxia opened the door and, seeing who was outside, rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Second brother, let me in first. Hearing Jiang Ruoli's voice, Jiang's father and mother ran out.
Lily.
Is that really Lily? Come inside first, then we'll talk. They pulled Jiang Ruoli into the small house. Old Master Jiang, Old Madam Jiang, Jiang's father, mother, and Jiang Juanxia all gathered around her. Lily, how did you end up here? Jiang's father looked at his beloved daughter in disbelief. Dad, Wang Jingyi. Jiang Ruoli told everything about Wang Jingyi's actions. After hearing this, Jiang's mother slapped her and said, You said you couldn't tell the difference? Now you see you were wrong? Big mistake. Jiang Ruoli looked at the faces of the 4 people in front of her, similar to her grandparents, parents, and herself in her past life. A guess formed in her mind, and she decided to test it. Bao Zhui Dong PDD. Every penny saved is a penny earned. Zhang's mother, Guaning, immediately said the next line. The others understood what she meant, but Jiang Juanxia looked confused, not understanding. He felt that the atmosphere among the 5 of them was like he didn't belong there. Mom, little sister, what are you talking about? Jiang Juanxia suddenly spoke, interrupting their warm and excited mood. The Jiang family members forgot that there was also Jiang error present. Many things they didn't say out loud, and they didn't know how to say them now. So, they shifted the topic back to how Jiang Ruoli came here. Wang Jingyi has a childhood friend. I was originally accepted into the military arts troupe, but he wanted me to give up that job for his childhood friend. I didn't agree, and he tried to hit me with a stick. I didn't want to be bothered by them, so I sold my spot in the arts troupe and signed up to go to the countryside as a young intellectual. Later, my classmate wrote to me saying that Wang Jingyi's family wanted to take over my house. Zhang's father was so angry he spun around in circles. Wang Jingyi, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't even be able to read. And yet Zhang's father didn't know how to curse properly. Jiang Juanxia was also very angry, upset that her beloved little sister was being bullied like this. She blamed herself for being useless. Then she thought of her daughter. Jiang Yao was with her mother. She should be fine, right? It seemed Zhang Ruoli guessed her thoughts and continued. Second brother, Yao Yao is also here with me. What? Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Ruoli sighed. Second brother, don't blame me for acting on my own. That day, I saw Yao Yao being scolded and beaten by her mother on the street. She was still wearing clothes that didn't fit. Yao Yao said her mother wouldn't let her eat, and she even gave her clothes to her cousin and younger sister. Not only did she have to work, but she was also scolded and called useless. Jiang Juanxia's eyes reddened. How dare she?
How dare she?
To give her daughter a better life, Jiang Juanxia had used all her savings to give to Lin Xiao. She couldn't believe her own sister was abusing her child like this. She looked at her sister with concern. Yao Yao? Where is Yao Yao? Jiang Ruoli was speechless and choked up. Where was she? Of course, she was sleeping in the space.
Could she say that?
Of course not. Jiang Ruoli comforted Jiang Juanxia. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, Mom, and second brother, I've been in the countryside for over half a month now. I asked the team leader for a piece of land and built a house. Yao Yao is sleeping inside. I sneaked out to see you all. Jiang Juanxia's eyes were very red. He felt he needed to find a quiet place to calm down. Mom, Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Zhang's parents didn't ask much, only told him not to go far and to stay safe. After Jiang Juanxia left, Zhang's mother hugged Zhang Ruli and cried. Baby, why are you here too? Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa, why are you all here? Old Mr. Jiang said, I don't really know what's going on. After the plane crashed, your grandma and I came here. We've been here for 3 years. Zhang's father nodded. My wife and I only arrived 3 months ago. Zhang Ruli said in disbelief. What? Grandpa has been gone for 10 years, and you two have been gone for over 3 years.
How can that be just a short time?
Zhang's mother asked. Ruli, forget about that. How did you come here? How did you get here? It's quite strange. In the past month, I kept dreaming about a girl who looks just like me being beaten. Then I felt like I might be traveling through time. I even bled on my bracelets and jade pendants. I didn't expect there really is a space, an inherited one. The owner of the space in the jade bracelet is our Jiang family ancestor. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, are you hungry? Come, have some food. Jiang Ruli took out cooked food from the space and offered it to them. Zhang's father told Jiang Ruli, Ruli, take the food back. Mom and Dad don't need it. Keep it for yourself. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I've exchanged all the savings you left me into supplies. I can support you for a lifetime, and I've planted a lot of grains and fruits in the space. Mom, Grandma, you can eat strawberries. Grandpa, Dad, have some cherries. Wow, Ruli, you're really amazing. Old Mr. Jiang said, is this what the story mentioned? The chosen one? Jiang Ruli smiled and said, Grandpa, you know about that too? Of course. Your grandma also showed me many online stories back then. Zhang's father sighed. When I first saw Jiang Ruli in my memory, I knew our little girl would come too. Zhang's mother asked, Ruli, how did you die? I was planning to buy some food at a nearby food street near school, but I was hit by a car. Jiang Ruli remembered what the other Jiang Ruli said. Mom, Dad, I think we might all be from here. Zhang's father asked, what do you mean by that? When I traveled here, the owner of this body told me, I am her, and she is me. We are one. The spirit of space told me that my previous soul was incomplete, and only after coming here did I become whole. Old Master Jiang said, no wonder we all came here. Mom and Dad. What about the eldest and second brothers? Are they your biological children? In my past life, Jiang Rua Li didn't have any brothers. She was only a cherished little girl.
Probably, yes.
No matter what, they are your and Dad's children. I now have brothers too. In her past life, Jiang Rua Li was most jealous of others who had brothers to love and protect them. But she had always been alone. Even fights she handled by herself. Not having a brother to support her felt really bad. During our time here, Juanxia has been with us, and we've come to see him as our own child. What do you mean, as our own? He is your child, after all. All right, yes, he is my child. Zhang's mother nodded helplessly. But, well, since he is the child of this body, he is also my child. Jiang Rua Li took out some food from the space, both cooked and raw. This jade bracelet is our family heirloom. Should we tell the elder brothers about this? Old Master Zhang looked serious and said, I suggest we don't tell them. This is a very unbelievable thing. I agree with Grandpa. Zhang's grandmother nodded in agreement. After all, this happened in our past life. It doesn't exist in this one. Maybe there's also a jade bracelet like this here, but everyone just doesn't know yet. But we can't say it's your secret. We all need to keep it to ourselves, Old Master Zhang said seriously. Seeing him so serious, Jiang Rua Li stopped worrying. Anyway, she had already told her grandparents and parents everything. They wouldn't hurt her. Jiang Rua Li also took out some winter clothes, blankets, and a military coat. These are things I bought before coming here. Use this cloth to patch them up and make them look old. This winter here is much colder than in City S. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. But if second brother sees so many things, he might suspect something. It's okay. Just say you were hiding outside earlier and brought them in later.
He's feeling sad right now.
Also, Lin Xiao is really not a good person. Zhang's mother hadn't met Lin Xiao. When she came through, they had already divorced. At this moment, hearing Jiang Rua Li talk about Lin Xiao's mistreatment of the children, I couldn't help but feel angry. Is Yao Yao doing okay? Old Master Jiang and Madame Jiang, who had met the child, said she looked like a soft rice ball and resembled Jiang Rua Li when she was young. When I saw her, she was pale and thin, wearing ill-fitting clothes. I was so angry that I cut off all ties with Yao Yao's biological mother. She even published it in the newspaper. That woman probably fears that Yao Yao's bloodline might bring trouble to her. Jiang Juanxia pushed the door open and entered. That cruel woman. Second brother, don't be too upset. She's not worth it. Yao Yao is doing very well with me. She plays on the mountain every day with the captain's grandson and seems very happy. Little sister, thank you, second brother. If you hadn't found out, Yao Yao might have suffered even more. Jiang Rua Li shook her head. Family doesn't need to speak 2 words. As the child's aunt, I definitely won't just watch and do nothing. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Rua Li wanted to go back early because she had to work tomorrow. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, second brother, I'll head back now. I'll come to see you again when I have time. I'll definitely come back before the harvest. Little sister, I'll see you off. Second brother, the mountain path is difficult. I can go back by myself.
No.
Not only Jiang Juanxia disagreed, but others also objected. They didn't know when Jiang Rua Li would come, but she definitely needed to be accompanied back. Jiang Rua Li had to compromise. She only allowed herself to be sent to the mountaintop, then told Jiang Juanxia to go home. Watching her younger sister walk away, Jiang Juanxia also left. Seeing the house full of things, Jiang Juanxia said nothing. Her sister had a secret, so she pretended not to know anything. Because of her silence, even Zhang's mother, who had prepared her words, couldn't say anything. She looked like she was holding back a breath, unable to breathe in or out, feeling very uncomfortable. Back in the yard, Jiang Rua Li released Jiang Yao and lay on the bed to rest with her eyes closed. The next morning, Jiang Rua Li went to work, while Jiang Yao followed Li Xing'an to gather small firewood. In the afternoon, Jiang Rua Li went up the mountain to gather firewood, and Jiang Yao picked mushrooms nearby. She also saw Jiang Juanxia from a distance and called her over to wipe her sweat. From that angle, Jiang Juanxia could clearly see Jiang Yao's face. This routine of working in the morning and gathering firewood in the afternoon continued until the harvest began. The night before the harvest, Jiang Ruoli went again to the cattle shed at Dahuaxi village. This time, she brought some things with her, which she took out from her space near the mountaintop. Along the way, she met Jiang Juanxia, who came to pick her up. Jiang Juanxia took the things and carried them. Grandpa, Grandma, parents, second brother, I will start the autumn harvest tomorrow. I probably won't be able to come back for a while. These things should last you through this period. After the harvest, I will bring more. Li Bao, take good care of yourself. If you can't do the harvest, don't force yourself. You have money, so buy more food. Don't overwork yourself or get too thin from hunger. Old Lady Jiang gently advised Jiang Ruoli. Jiang's father and others also looked at Jiang Ruoli. Their beloved daughter has never suffered much, but now she has gone to the countryside, and who knows how much hardship she has endured. Jiang Juanxia also felt useless. Why didn't she join the army like her brother? At least she could protect her sister, and things wouldn't be like they are now. It's okay. I've been training well lately. Working 5 or 6 points a day won't make Yao Yao and me starve. The family chatted for a while, then Jiang Ruoli left. It was Jiang Juanxia who saw her off. Little sister, I'm sorry. Jiang Ruoli looked confused. Second brother, why are you apologizing? If I were also in the army, maybe I could protect you and mom and dad better. Second brother, if you were in the army, how could you see through Lin Xiu's intentions? Jiang Juanxia sighed bitterly. You're right. Jiang Ruoli told Jiang Juanxia to go back and rest. Starting tomorrow, the autumn harvest would begin, and their days probably wouldn't be easy. In this place, the autumn harvest included not only rice but also large fields of corn. Jiang Ruoli was assigned by the team leader to shell corn. She didn't have much idea about what to do. She just did whatever work was assigned. Is there any work that isn't tiring? Aren't they all equally exhausting? It's all the same. On the first day of shelling corn, Jiang Ruoli covered her face completely. She had read online stories before. Corn leaves easily scratch the face. Those tiny scratches are itchy and painful. That feeling is both sour and tingling. Seeing Jiang Ruoli fully armed, Aunt Qian nearby couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Jiqing is pretty smart, knowing how to protect her face from the corn leaves. Other ants also laughed, but it was all in good humor. Meanwhile, Yushan, who was assigned to shell corn, was furious. This Jiang Ruoli probably knew all along that things would turn out this way, but didn't warn her, which caused her face to be cut in several places. Luckily, Jiang Ruoli didn't know what Yushan was thinking, or she might have scolded her, saying, "Are you so big-headed?" At first, when peeling the corn husks, Jiang Ruoli couldn't get it right and struggled several times without success. It was Aunt Qian who guided her on how to use more effort. With Aunt Qian's help, Jiang Ruoli quickly learned the technique. Jiang Yao was also nearby, following behind Jiang Ruoli, dressed very warmly. During the harvest season, even young children are required to work, so Jiang Yao could only follow Jiang Ruoli. Once she mastered the technique, Jiang Ruoli peeled the corn faster and soon ran ahead. Jiang Yao was still struggling with a piece of corn. The area was crowded with people, and Jiang Ruoli wasn't worried about the children getting lost. However, she didn't expect someone to take advantage of the situation to bully the children. Jiang Ruoli was feeling thirsty and was about to drink water when she heard Jiang Yao crying. She immediately ran toward the sound. Aunt Qian also heard the crying and hurried over to see what was happening. As the wife of the team leader, she often helped mediate conflicts among women. Hearing Jiang Yao crying, she quickly went to check. When Jiang Ruoli arrived, she saw Jiang Yao sitting on the ground, crying. "Yao Yao, what's wrong?" "The woman took my corn and kicked me, calling me a wild child of the family. She also said my aunt is a wild child too." Jiang Yao was young but quite smart. She understood what wild child meant.
Who was it?
The same woman who said last time that aunt used water. Zhang Ruoli knew Jiang Yao was talking about Yushan. Her face darkened. Tell me, where did she kick you? My stomach, Auntie. Yao Yao's tummy hurts a lot. Jiang Yao pointed to her stomach. Zhang Ruoli lifted Jiang Yao's shirt and saw her pale stomach was already bruised. Aunt Qian, I need to take Yao Yao to the clinic. The person who hit her is Yushan, a young woman from the Knowledge Youth Group. Please help me report her to the team leader. Zhang Ruoli looked at Yao Yao's small stomach, her eyes turning red. Aunt Qian also saw the bruise and gasped. How could she be so cruel to such a young child? Go ahead, I will talk to Lao Li, Aunt Qian said after thinking. You should find Old Man Li and ask him to use the ox cart to take her. There is no clinic in their team, they can only go to the town or the county. Zhang Ruoli didn't refuse and, holding Jiang Yao, went to find Old Li. When Jiang Yao spoke, Old Li got on the ox cart and headed out. Yao Yao, be good. Auntie will take you to see the doctor. Hearing Zhang Ruoli, Jiang Yao obediently snuggled in her arms. Over at the team, Auntie Qian also found Captain Li and told him what had just happened. You didn't see that little girl's belly was kicked so badly it turned blue, Auntie Qian said with concern. Jiang Yao is a very obedient and sensible girl, and she couldn't understand why that young girl from the countryside would be so harsh. I understand now. That young girl from the countryside is really restless. Today, Zhang, the young girl from the countryside's work points should be deducted because of her. Captain Li didn't speak but agreed with Auntie Qian. On the ox cart, Jiang Yao was sweating from the pain. Auntie, Yao Yao, am I going to die? No, Yao Yao, you won't be harmed. Zhang Ruoli took out some spiritual spring water from her space. It couldn't cure, but it could ease some pain. After drinking the spring water, Jiang Yao's face looked a little better. Because she was still young, Zhang Ruoli didn't dare give her too much. She used her mind to enter her space and searched for medicine to heal pain. She actually found some, but now, Zhang Ruoli didn't plan to give it to Yao Yao. She would wait until they went to the hospital and saw the doctor before giving her the medicine. As for Yushan, Zhang Ruoli swore she would definitely not let her go. Zhang Ruoli took Jiang Yao to the county hospital. The doctor saw Jiang Yao's belly and couldn't help but be angry. Who would do such a thing to a child? Zhang Ruoli's eyes turned red. I am a young girl from Xiangyang team, and this is my niece. We were harvesting in the fall, and I don't know why another young girl from the countryside would want to take my niece's work or kick her in the belly. It's simply terrible, the doctor said angrily. Doctor, can you write down the actual situation? I need to confront her. Of course, no problem. For someone like her, she should be punished at the farm. The doctor wrote everything about her condition clearly. Even without exaggeration, her injury was serious. She must pay the price for Yushan. Zhang Ruoli took the medicine and the doctor's diagnosis and returned to the team by ox cart. Captain Li saw the ox cart return and quickly asked, Jiang Jiqing, how is Yao Yao doing? Captain, Yao Yao's belly was kicked and turned blue. This is the doctor's diagnosis certificate, Zhang Ruoli said, her eyes red as she handed over the document. Seeing the doctor's note, Captain Li thought that Yu Jiqing could no longer stay in this team. If she could hurt a child like that, what might she do to others? Over there, Yushan kicked Jiang Yao and then ran back to the youth commune. She didn't know why, but she felt strong dislike whenever she saw Jiang Yao. Actually, she just disliked Zhang Ruoli. Since Jiang Yao was Zhang Ruoli's niece, Yushan also disliked her. Just now, she saw Jiang Yao helping Zhang Ruoli with work and felt jealous, so she snatched Jiang Yao's work results. Unexpectedly, the girl protected herself fiercely and even bit her. Angry, Yushan kicked Jiang Yao's stomach. She thought she didn't use much strength. She ran back to the youth commune to avoid Zhang Ruoli. Yushan believed that hiding from Zhang Ruoli would keep her from being blamed. If Zhang Ruoli knew Yushan's thoughts, she would probably criticize her for having a strange mind. No matter who hurt someone, they should take responsibility. Jiang Jiqing, I will go to the youth commune with you. I just asked around, and Yu Jiqing has gone back to the youth commune. Captain, I hope she receives proper punishment. Otherwise, Even if I offend the whole team, I will definitely report to the police. That's for sure. Don't worry, I will punish Yu Jiqing severely, Captain Li assured. Jiang Ruoli didn't comment on Captain Li's words. Even if Li can't do it, she will find her own way to get justice. When everyone arrived at the youth commune, Gan Huaji knocked on the door and called Yushan out. Yu Jiqing, the captain is looking for you. Hearing Gan Huaji, Yushan hesitated and said, I have heat stroke and feel unwell. I won't go out. Jiang Ruoli also heard this. She had just sent Zhang Yao home and then came over, overhearing Yushan. She kicked open the door, grabbed Yushan's hair, and dragged her out. It hurts. Jiang Ruoli, what are you doing? Let go of me. Jiang Ruoli looked at her with a fierce expression. What am I doing? Don't you know? Seeing her struggle, Jiang Ruoli slapped Yushan hard across the face. Yushan kept struggling. I don't know. Let me go quickly. You shameless woman. How dare you hit me? Jiang Ruoli had already pulled the person into the courtyard of the youth commune. Seeing everyone in the yard, Yushan felt a bad premonition. Yu Jiqing, you stole Zhang Yao's hard work and even kicked her belly. Do you admit to this?
No, it's not me.
Yushan kept shaking her head, muttering that it wasn't her. Then, who was it? Yao Yao said it was you. She bit me first, so I kicked her. I only gave her a light kick. Yushan rolled up her sleeve, showing no red marks or bites on her wrist. Yet she claimed Zhang Yao had bitten her. Jiang Ruoli, furious, kicked Yushan directly in the stomach. Yu Jiqing, why are you angry with me? Come at me if you want. Yao Yao is only 5 years old, such a small child. You kicked her so hard. Do you know that if you had kicked her a little harder, her insides might have torn? How can you be so cruel? Hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, everyone gasped. Yushan had actually hurt a child so badly. What does internal rupture mean? It must take a lot of force. No, it's impossible. I didn't use that much strength. I just lightly kicked her. She bit me. Jiang Ruoli, with red eyes, stared at her. You say she bit you, but there are no teeth marks on your hand. Your words are not believable. But my Yao Yao has bruises, and the main culprit is you. Yushan was kicked and flew out, clearly showing how much force Jiang Ruoli used. After kicking her away, Jiang Ruoli pulled her back. No, it's not me. I didn't do it. Let go of me. My stomach hurts so much. Jiang Ruoli, you hurt me. Jiang Ruoli ignored her protests. Chief, I hope you will judge fairly. Considering Yu Jiqing's bad behavior, she must compensate Jiang Jiqing with 100 yuan. From today, she will be assigned to clean cow dung in the cattle shed. Her future work points will be used to compensate Jiang Jiqing and her niece Zhang Yao. No, that's not possible. I don't have money, and I have no work points. I will die if I don't have them. And Jiang Ruoli also kicked me. Shouldn't she compensate me too? Jiang Ruoli said, or you can directly pay my family 800 yuan for Zhang Yao. Yushan clutched her stomach and screamed, 800. Jiang Ruoli, why don't you go rob? I don't have money, I won't pay. Jiang Ruoli slapped her again. 800 is already cheap for you. Do you know what will happen if Yao Yao has any after effects? These problems are caused by your kicks. To take care of Yao Yao, I can't go to work. You must compensate me. Captain Li sighed and said, Yu Jiqing, you can either pay 800 yuan in compensation or go to the farm for re-education. You choose. Yushan didn't want to choose either option, but she had no choice because she was the one who kicked Zhang Yao. At this moment, she also regretted kicking someone. It would have been better if she had just taken her corn. She also blamed Zhang Yao for not letting her take it away and wondered why she had to protect her. If she hadn't protected her, she wouldn't have been hurt. If Jiang Ruoli heard her thoughts, she would probably laugh at her, thinking she had a thief's mind. Yu Jiqing, if you refuse to choose, I can decide to send you to the farm for re-education. This matter has become very serious. No, I don't want to go. I'll pay the money, but I need some time. All right, I give you 3 days. If you don't pay me 800 yuan within that time, I will personally send her to the farm. Is that okay, Captain Li?
Li Jiangsheng nudda.
That's fine. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and continued, "But I need you to sign a written agreement, clearly stating why you're paying and that you won't harm Jiang Yao again." "That's reasonable." Yushan didn't want to write it, but Jiang Ruoli said if she didn't want to, she could just go to the farm for re-education. Reluctantly, Yushan wrote down why she kicked Jiang Yao and also promised to pay 800 yuan within 3 days. If she failed to do so, Jiang Ruoli would send her to the countryside for re-education. After finishing, Li Jiansheng and Gan Huazi signed their names to verify the authenticity of the agreement. Yushan, forced to sign the IOU, looked at Jiang Ruoli with a fierce and resentful gaze. Jiang Ruoli put the IOU into her pocket or space. "Yu Jiqing, remember to pay me later. Otherwise, don't blame me for sending you to the farm for re-education." Yushan gritted her teeth and nodded, then went back to her room. Seeing her like this, others secretly decided to stay away from her. She was too frightening. She could be so ruthless even to a 5- or 6-year-old child. They were afraid that if Yu Jiqing ever lost her temper, they might suffer the same fate. Yushan also knew she was being ostracized by everyone, but she couldn't do anything about it. She had lost control of her dislike for Jiang Ruoli and vented her anger on that little brat. She didn't expect to have kicked her so hard. Why hadn't she just kicked that little brat to death? Jiang Ruoli, having received the IOU, left the youth camp directly. She still needed to go back and feed Jiang Yao medicine. "From now on, I will slowly deal with this fool." Jiang Ruoli left, and everyone else also departed. However, Yushan's reputation was completely ruined. The team was spreading rumors that she was cruel, even capable of harming children. Some even whispered that she might be a spy. It was only the team leader who stepped forward to stop these rumors. Spreading false stories about others isn't too bad, but calling someone a spy is going too far. Back at the yard, Jiang Ruoli looked at Jiang Yao, who had woken up, and hurriedly asked, "Yao Yao, how do you feel? Are you still uncomfortable?" "Auntie, Yao Yao isn't uncomfortable anymore," Jiang Yao said, genuinely feeling better. Jiang Ruoli nodded. The spiritual spring water really works. In a few days, she would apply it to the bruised area again, and it would heal. "Sleep a little longer. Auntie will make you something tasty." Hearing this, Jiang Yao obediently lay down. But in her mind, she was thinking that if her mother were here today, she would definitely scold her for causing trouble and wouldn't be as kind as her aunt in seeking justice. At noon, Jiang Ruoli cooked a bowl of noodles for Jiang Yao, with 2 eggs in it. After lunch, Jiang Yao took her medicine and continued to sleep. Jiang Ruoli didn't go to work either. After all, the team leader had said that the work points she earned caring for Yao Yao during this time had been compensated by Shan's side. Seeing Jiang Yao asleep, Jiang Ruoli decided to go up the mountain to gather some firewood. It's autumn harvest now, and there aren't many people on the mountain, so she might find some game. Although she didn't lack food in her space, who could refuse a proper meal? She quickly decided to go, carrying a basket on her back, leaving a note for Jiang Yao, then closed the door and headed toward the mountain. Jiang Ruoli's home was near Xiangyang Mountain, and she didn't encounter anyone along the way. There are 2 paths on Xiangyang Mountain. One leads to the small hill near the Dahuaxi village, and the other goes into the deep forest. Today, she chose the deep mountain. Beyond the outer edge, Jiang Ruoli felt the temperature inside was a bit cooler than outside. Thick, tall trees blocked the sunlight. Along the way, she saw many wild mushrooms, which she transplanted along with the soil into her space for cultivation. That way, she wouldn't run out of mushrooms to eat. These common mushrooms wouldn't raise suspicion if others saw her eating them. She continued deeper into the forest, feeling colder the further she went into the mountain. Jiang Ruoli took out a long-sleeved jacket from her space and put it on. Her sharp eyes caught sight of colorful feathers not far away. Her eyes lit up. Wow, a wild chicken. Tonight, they will have a good meal. Jiang Ruoli took out a slingshot and picked up a stone from the ground. She pulled back the slingshot and shot, hitting a wild chicken on the head, which immediately fell down. Jiang Ruoli made a mental note and then went to put the chicken into her basket. She looked around nearby and found a nest of eggs not far from where the chicken had fallen, and she also put these into her space. After scanning the area and not seeing anything else, Zhang Ruoli started gathering firewood. There was plenty of firewood in these deep mountains. She collected quite a bit, most of which she stored in her space to take out later when she had a chance. A small part she carried out with her. As for the wild chicken, Zhang Ruoli emptied the mushrooms from her basket, placed the chicken inside, and then covered it with the mushrooms. On her way down the mountain, Zhang Ruoli met some villagers. Seeing her carrying firewood, they praised her for being hardworking. Back at the yard, Zhang Ruoli saw Jiang Yao had woken up. She was sitting on the bed, looking out the window. When Jiang Yao saw Zhang Ruoli entering the house, her eyes lit up. "Auntie, you're back." Even though Jiang Yao knew Zhang Ruoli wouldn't abandon her, she couldn't help but feel scared. What if her aunt got tired of her? What if her aunt couldn't afford to take care of her anymore? Because she was young and had experienced her mother's situation, Jiang Yao had no sense of security. "Yao Yao, you're awake? Are you hungry? Thirsty?" Jiang Ruoli put down her basket and firewood, washed her hands, and poured Jiang Yao a glass of water.
Thank you, Auntie.
Jiang Yao drank the water and sat on the bed, watching Zhang Ruoli. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "No, Yao Yao just really likes Auntie. She just wants to look at her." Sensing Jiang Yao's feelings, Zhang Ruoli gently patted her head. "Yao Yao, Auntie won't abandon you, and she can't stop taking care of you. Just relax your mind." "Annie, when can I see Dad and Grandpa and Grandma?" "In a few days, I will take you to see your dad and grandparents, okay?"
Okay.
Jiang Yao nodded happily. Before Zhang Ruoli could take Jiang Yao to the cowshed that night, an unexpected visitor arrived at her yard. Seeing Jiang Yao's heart settle, Zhang Ruoli went to handle the wild chicken. In her previous life, Zhang Ruoli only bought chickens that had their feathers plucked. She had never dealt with chickens that needed plucking before. But luckily, she remembered that the village women said hot water was used to remove the feathers. Zhang Ruoli boiled some water and soaked the wild chicken in the hot water. Around the same time, the chicken feathers started to fall off. In the evening, Zhang Ruoli cooked chicken soup with mushrooms and wild chicken, adding a spoonful of spring water to the broth. She also boiled noodles in the chicken soup to eat. They both thought that the wild chicken tasted better than the farm-raised chicken. After finishing their meal, Zhang Ruoli stored the remaining chicken meat in the space to prevent it from spoiling. Late at night, someone gently knocked on Zhang Ruoli's door. Lily, hearing the voice, Zhang Ruoli was a bit surprised. Why did her second brother come? She quickly went to open the door, let him in, and before closing it, looked around to see no one else, then hurriedly shut the door. "Second brother, why are you here?" Zhang Ruoli lit a kerosene lamp, illuminating the room. Today, everyone in Dehexi village was talking about how a girl sent to the countryside by the Sunflower Brigade injured a girl from the same area, who came with her aunt. She guessed it was them and asked what happened. "How is Yao Yao?" "Yao Yao is sleeping inside. She went to the county hospital and is fine. I've already given her medicine. You should go see her. She kept asking when she could see you during the day." Jiang Juanxia nodded and followed Zhang Ruoli into the room. Yao Yao was drowsy, but when she saw the two figures, she suddenly woke up. Seeing her beloved father, whom she had been thinking about all day, Yao Yao couldn't help but start to cry. Zhang Ruoli quickly hushed her, worried that someone outside might hear, as the Jiqing courtyard was nearby, and it could cause trouble. Jiang Juanxia hurriedly picked Yao Yao up in her arms. "Yao Yao, Dad is here. Be good, don't cry anymore." Usually reserved, the man was now awkward, but gently comforted his crying daughter. Zhang Ruoli left the room, giving the space for the father and daughter to be alone. After Zhang Ruoli left, Yao Yao's crying gradually stopped. She told Jiang Juanxia about her experiences at her maternal grandparents' house. Looking timidly at the man holding her, Yao Yao asked, "Dad, I've cut ties with Mom. Do you think I'm a cruel child?" Jiang Juanxia shook his head.
No.
"You did the right thing. If I had known your mom was like that, I wouldn't have let you be raised by her." "Dad, Yao Yao doesn't blame you. Auntie is very kind to me. She's more like a mother than my real mom. Sometimes I think if only Auntie could be my mom. Silly girl, that's your aunt. How could she be your mother? Your aunt will take good care of you. I know, I just think that way. When I grow up, I will also be filial to my aunt and treat her like my mother. Jiang Yao's childish words made Jiang Juanxia smile and laugh. But Jiang Yao was right. If it weren't for Jiang Ruoli, this child might not be doing so well. And all of this was thanks to Jiang Ruoli. If she could go out again someday, she would surely also be kind to her sister. Soon, Jiang Yao fell asleep in Jiang Juanxia's arms. Jiang Juanxia gently placed Jiang Yao inside the quilt and then headed toward the main hall. Lily's second brother, Yao Yao, is my niece. It's only right that I take care of her. Nothing is just right. Second brother, thank you, Jiang Juanxia said sincerely. Second brother, we're family. There's no need to be formal. Have you eaten? I cooked some noodles for you. Eat first, then go back.
Okay.
Jiang Ruoli also prepared some things for Jiang Juanxia to take to their grandparents and parents later. Under the cover of night, Jiang Juanxia left the small courtyard. Jiang Ruoli swept away the footprints at the door, leaving only her own footprints. After all, this house was full of women. If there were any man's footprints, it would be hard to explain. Jiang Ruoli sat beside Jiang Yao, diluted some spiritual spring water, and gently applied it to her bruised stomach. As for the medicine, she would give it to her tomorrow. Kids feel a lot of pain, and it's uncomfortable once everything was done. It was already late at night. Under the moonlight, Jiang Ruoli slowly closed her eyes. She had a dreamless night. The next day, Jiang Ruoli overslept. Seeing that Jiang Yao was already awake, she felt a bit embarrassed. Yao Yao is awake? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Auntie will cook for you. Jiang Yao nodded very sensibly. Auntie, I'm not hungry. If you're tired, you can sleep a little longer. Jiang Ruoli didn't sleep either. She got up directly, boiled some water, and cooked noodles. The aunt and niece ate a bowl of noodles with mushroom and sauce. Jiang Ruoli told Jiang Yao to lie back on the bed. But Jiang Yao said, Auntie, I think my stomach doesn't hurt anymore. No pain, but you still need to lie down. Hearing this, Jiang Yao could only go back to bed. Jiang Ruoli, with nothing else to do, took out a book to read and also gave Jiang Yao a comic book. Since she didn't have to work and someone was sending her work credits, Jiang Ruoli was very happy. But good times didn't last long. Soon, someone came to disturb them. There was a lot of noise outside. Jiang Ruoli also heard Yushan's voice. Captain, I really saw it. Thieves entered Jiang Ruoli's yard last night. Jiang Jiqing, are you there? Hearing the captain's voice, Jiang Ruoli quickly put away her book and comic, then opened the door. Captain Aunt Qian, what is going on? Jiang Ruoli looked at the group of people in confusion. Jiang Jiqing, Yu Jiqing said last night that she saw thieves enter your house. You haven't gone out today, so we came to check. Jiang Ruoli was speechless. Yu Jiqing, I know you're worried about the money you owe me, but you don't need to watch me day and night, do you? When you saw thieves last night, why didn't you go find the captain right away? And now you're coming back today. If there really were thieves, I would have been gone long ago. Finally, Jiang Ruoli added softly, I just don't understand what you're thinking. I didn't see clearly, Yushan said. Jiang Ruoli narrowed her eyes. You didn't see clearly, yet you loudly told everyone that thieves entered my yard. Are you trying to ruin my reputation? Captain, I think I should report this to the police. With you Jiqing like this, I don't dare to ask her for the money anymore. Li Jianxi's heart sank. Reporting to the police meant giving up on the praise and awards for their team. He was unwilling inside. Li Jianxi was furious. Yu Jiqing, you cause trouble all the time. It seems cleaning the cattle shed is too easy for you. Now go pick dung. Yushan shook her head hard. No, I don't want to. I didn't do it on purpose. Jiang Ruoli stared at her. You said before when you kicked Yao Yao that it wasn't on purpose. Now you're saying it again. So, what is on purpose? I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Ruoli ignored Yushan and looked at Li Jianxi. Captain, it's just me and my niece living here. If what Yu Jiqing says is true, do I still have any face? She just said that thieves entered my house, completely ignoring my reputation. Boohoo. Jiang Ruoli secretly pinched herself hard, and the pain made tears stream down her face. Ouch, this hurt a lot. I was too rough. Next time, I need to be more careful. After hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, the captain's expression suddenly tightened. He glared fiercely at Yushan standing nearby and said sternly, Comrade Yushan, you better apologize properly to Jiang Ruoli. Yushan reluctantly pursed her lips, but faced with the captain's authority, she mumbled an apology with great reluctance. However, just as she turned to leave, she suddenly twisted her head back and stared fiercely at Jiang Ruoli, as if she wanted to swallow her whole. Clearly, this matter was not over. Yushan secretly vowed she would not let Jiang Ruoli off easily, as she was a thorn in her side. She angrily said, I'm going to call my family now to get some money, then hurriedly walked away without looking back. The captain watched Yushan's figure grow smaller and sighed helplessly, thinking, this young woman is so stubborn. If she doesn't change her ways, she will surely make big mistakes in the future. As a leader, he couldn't say much about her behavior, only watching the situation unfold. A faint premonition grew in his mind. With things as they were, their team might find it very hard to earn good titles or awards later. Feeling heavy-hearted, Captain Li slowly sat down on a stone bench outside his home. He took a pack of dried tobacco from his pocket, expertly rolled a cigarette, put it in his mouth, struck a match, and lit it, then took a deep drag. As the smoke curled up, his weathered face was clouded with worry. Mrs. Qian didn't bother to pay him attention and turned to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Time passed slowly. After she finished cooking, she looked over to see Captain Li still sitting there, smoking leisurely. Mrs. Qian quickly stepped forward and slapped him in the back, shouting loudly, Hey, old man, why are you still here smoking? Come on, eat now. After dinner, we need to deliver food to our son and daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Captain Li mumbled in complaint, I know. Why are you hitting so hard, wife? It hurts my back. As he spoke, he reached back and rubbed his sore back where Mrs. Qian had just hit him. Sighing quietly, she muttered to herself, Really, the older my wife gets, the more fierce her temper becomes. That slap was really hard to take, almost breaking my old bones. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruoli finally managed to send away the persistent people bothering her. Feeling relieved, she quickly went into the kitchen to start cooking. Looking at the little remaining chicken on the cutting board, she suddenly had a good idea. Why not make a tasty shredded chicken dish? She acted quickly, and soon a fragrant, freshly made shredded chicken was ready. Next, Jiang Ruoli efficiently cooked a large pot of cold noodles. Finally, she spread the shredded chicken evenly over the noodles, drizzled it with a carefully prepared sauce, and a delicious bowl of chicken shredded cold noodles was complete. In this hot weather, eating such a refreshing and appetizing dish was truly a wonderful thing. After resting for a few days, Zhang Yao was now lively and energetic thanks to Jiang Ruoli's careful care. But to avoid others noticing anything, Jiang Ruoli kept her at home reading books. On the last day they had agreed upon, Yushan finally brought the 800 yuan. She threw the money into Jiang Ruoli's arms. Here, the money is for you. Don't come looking for me again. Jiang Ruoli took the money and suddenly felt that this fool was a bit different. She couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong, but she felt like she looked a little different from before. Jiang Ruoli, having received the money, also handed over the agreement to Yushan. Yushan immediately tore up the agreement on the spot. What she planned to do with the agreement didn't matter to Jiang Ruoli. After they left, Jiang Ruoli only then realized that this woman had changed into new clothes and even dressed up specially. Looking at the 800 yuan in her hand, she didn't know whether to take it or not. If it was money from an unknown source, taking it might be risky. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoli immediately went to talk to the captain about her concerns. Are you saying that Yu Jiqing might have done something bad? Yes, when she came, her family didn't prepare much money for her. In just a few days, she has so much and she even changed into new clothes. It's hard not to suspect something. You're right. As for this money, I still plan to report it to the police. Even if nowadays 50,000 yuan might only be 50 yuan, we can't ignore a potential enemy agent. Jiangji Qingyu. Captain, I suspect she is collaborating with the enemy spies. Li Jianxi suddenly remembered that Yushan had been wandering around the team these days, asking about things in the team or deep in the mountains of Shengyang Mountain. Oh no, she might really be a spy, right? Li Jianxi felt more and more anxious the more he thought about it. Captain, we should report this to the police now. Not only will it not harm the team, but it could also bring us honor. The captain quickly pulled Jiang Ruoli aside. Come on, girl, you come with me. Yao Yao, I asked your aunt to watch over you. The captain then told old Li to prepare the ox cart, and Jiang Ruoli went back to explain a few things to Jiang Yao before joining the captain. Captain Li kept quiet on the way, knowing that the fewer people who knew about the spy matter, the better. It wasn't until they reached the police station that Captain Li relaxed a bit. Comrades, is there something you need to tell us? Captain Li was a genuine farmer, and he felt nervous when seeing the police. Comrade police, we are from Xiangyang team. This is our team leader, Captain Li. I am a young person sent to the countryside. We suspect that a young person in our team has suspicious behavior.
She.
Jiang Ruoli briefly explained, mentioning the difference in Yushan's actions before and after. Just because she suddenly took money from you think she's a spy? Comrade police, over the past few days, that young person has been wandering around the team, asking questions, saying she has no money problems. She's changed a lot since she first arrived, which makes it hard not to suspect her. All right, we will investigate the situation you reported. And what should I do with this 800 yuan? 800 yuan? What, 800 yuan? The police officer looked at Jiang Ruoli with confusion.
Viank Ruoli slapet her forehead.
Oh, my brain. So, here's the thing. During the autumn harvest, this young person injured my niece. The money was for medical and nutritional expenses and for taking care of the children during this time. She kept demanding a lot of compensation before, then suddenly took out this much money. I heard her say that her family has many members, so they can't possibly give her that much. Plus, she's changed her clothes many times. The police officer said, all right, I understand. The money will be kept here. If she really is a spy, she won't get this money. But reporting this case will earn you a reward.
Jiang Ruoli nudda.
Although 800 yuan was a lot, in this era, labeling someone as a spy meant risking a lot. She was still young and didn't want to get involved. The police had begun their investigation, but none of this was related to Jiang Ruoli. She told the captain she was going to buy some food to help Jiang Yao recover. Captain Li didn't say much and simply got into a cart to return to the team. Jiang Ruoli found a deserted alley and quickly entered her space. Ruobai saw Jiang Ruoli happily spinning around her. Master, you haven't come in a long time. Jiang Ruoli gently petted Ruobai, who looked like a fluffy cotton ball. Recently, I've been busy. Go play by yourself. I need to get some things. She sent Ruobai away, then put on a full face of makeup. She took out a basket and packed some rice, flour, and millet, each weighing 10 jin. She planned to exchange some money and tickets at the black market. She wanted to buy a bicycle. Although there were bicycles inside her space, they didn't have official stamps, so she couldn't sell them. After leaving the space, Jiang Ruoli headed straight to the black market. She still dressed like a middle-aged woman. The young man at the entrance was the same as before. He stopped her and asked, "What are you here for?" "To exchange some things," Jiang Ruoli replied, lifting a corner of her basket to show what was inside. 50 cents. Jiang Ruoli thought to herself how shady the people here were, selling things for just 50 cents. Last time, it seemed like it was only 30 cents. She didn't argue and paid the money, then was led inside. The man who saw her basket also turned and walked in another direction. He was going to find the black market leader. He wanted the fine white rice, something he'd never seen before. This kind of matter needed to be reported. Jiang Ruoli knew nothing about that man. She only wanted to find a safe place to set down her heavy basket and wait quietly for someone to come and ask questions. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses approached slowly and stopped in front of Jiang Ruoli. He first looked her over and examined the basket beside her, then softly asked, "Auntie, what do you have in there?" Jiang Ruoli lowered her head slightly, speaking in a quieter voice, "Some refined rice, fine flour, and millet." "What do you want?" When the man heard the words refined rice, fine flour, and millet, his usually calm eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of interest. It turned out his wife was pregnant and had become very particular about her food, only craving fine, delicate foods. The remaining shares at home had long been fully taken by his wife. Feeling helpless, he decided to go out for a walk with a hopeful heart, hoping to find some good luck. Unexpectedly, not long after stepping outside, he actually encountered something fortunate. The man continued asking, "How much is here, and how much does it cost?" "It's 3 yuan 50 per jean, no receipt." Jiang Shelley saw the man frown and added, "If you have a bicycle ticket, it could be cheaper." "Then it's 3 yuan 50. The man didn't have a bicycle ticket either. When he married his wife, he had to exchange for that ticket 10 jean of rice, 10 jean of millet, and 10 jean of white flour. Are you sure you want all of it?" Jiang Shelley looked at him in surprise. The man nodded. "Yes, I want it all." "Andy, do you have any brown sugar?" "Yes, but I didn't bring any today." "How much do you want?" 2 jean. Jiang Shelley looked at him. "Brown sugar is expensive. 2 yuan per jean." The man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. 2 jean. It was costly, but his wife was about to give birth. Using brown sugar for postpartum care was important. In this era, brown sugar was mainly bought for women to sit the month. Jiang Shelley guessed this too. "Where should I deliver it tomorrow?" "I'm at the machinery factory staff compound. My name is Zhou Qinggui. Just tell them you're my distant relative from the countryside."
Okay.
"I'll come to the staff compound tomorrow afternoon." They agreed on the items for tomorrow and completed today's transaction first. 30 jean of rice and flour, at 3 yuan 50 per jean, total 10 yuan and 5 mao. Money exchanged hands, goods delivered. Both sides satisfied. Jiang Shelley took the money, shouldered her empty basket, and prepared to leave the black market. When she reached the alley entrance, Jiang Shelley was stopped by someone. She pretended to look surprised and asked, "Young man, what are you doing?" "This lady, our boss, wants to see you." Jiang Shelley pretended to swallow nervously. "See me?"
Why?
"I'm just selling something." "Don't be afraid, our boss doesn't eat people." She rolled her eyes secretly. What a joke. The black market boss doesn't eat people. She pretended to walk cautiously with the young man. He took Jiang Shelley to a quiet courtyard. "Boss, I've brought her." "Come in," said a deep, magnetic, pleasant voice. As someone who loved voices, Jiang Shelley thought to herself that the man's voice was so nice. Maybe he didn't look too bad either? Jiang Ruoli gently pushed open the slightly old-fashioned door, accompanied by a soft creak. Inside, the scene gradually came into view. The first thing that caught her eye was a face that seemed carefully carved by Lady Manhwa. His features were clear and sharp, like chiseled stone, with every curve and turn perfectly placed, like a fine piece of art. His high nose bridge stood tall in the center of his face, giving his appearance a strong, three-dimensional look. When his lips slightly lifted into a smile, they formed a charming expression that seemed to chase away all the gloom in the world, making everything around him seem dull in comparison. The most striking feature was his deep, mysterious eyes, like two bottomless pools, calm yet full of secrets. When he looked at someone or something, he seemed able to easily understand what was in their heart. His eyes sparkled with wisdom, shining like bright stars in the night sky. Looking further down, his broad, strong shoulders gave a sense of safety, as if they could carry the weight of the world. Through his clothing, she could faintly see his firm, well-toned chest, full of masculine strength, making her curious to see more. After glancing at the man, Jiang Ruoli lowered her head and stood quietly, observing with a calm mind. "Uncle, don't worry. I'm not a bad person." Jiang Ruoli thought to herself with a sneer. Everyone who says they're not a bad person usually isn't. I am in charge of the black market here. My surname is Fong, and my name is Fong Chong. I want to ask if you still have the polished rice you sold today? Fong Chong? That surname is rare. Fong Qing? Which Qing? Jiang Rua Li looked up at the man, then lowered her head, lost in thought. There must be plenty of rice and grains like that. But if too much of it floods into the market, it might cause her trouble. People in this era aren't fools. Releasing so much polished rice and grains would surely raise suspicion. Uncle, don't worry. We only handle the goods, and we won't ask about anything else. As Fong Chong slowly lifted his head, his playful, lively eyes caught her attention, bright and lively, like a small stream jumping in the spring sun. These eyes are truly very special, so much so that it's hard to believe they belong to a woman who is already past her youth and should have signs of age and experience. Usually, women of this age show calmness and confidence in their eyes after many years of life, but this person is completely different. Her eyes sparkle with curiosity and energy, as if she is eager to explore the world around her. They also seem to hide innocent little secrets, waiting for the right moment to share them. Such eyes would attract everyone's attention wherever they are, especially on an ordinary middle-aged woman. Fong Chong also realized that the person in front of him was not an ordinary woman, but a young girl. He suddenly wanted to see what kind of beautiful face those lively, playful eyes belonged to. So, what can you offer me? He asked. Let's see how much you have to trade, she replied, looking into his eyes. Unsurprisingly, she saw her own eyes narrow slightly. Jiang Rua Li calmly looked at the man. What is this big brother talking about? I am just a woman, not a girl anymore. She thought this man was clever to see that she was not a young girl. But she still wanted to struggle a little, just in case he was testing her. Girl, your eyes give you away. You don't need to pretend anymore, Fong Chong said plainly. Jiang Rua Li gave up her struggle and returned to her original voice. Ah, you figure me out. Her soft, gentle voice was like a light spring breeze, quietly brushing past Fong Chong's ear. It sounded like a beautiful melody, clear and sweet, with a captivating charm that seemed to reach into his heart. This voice was like a blazing fire, spreading rapidly and enveloping him completely. The fire grew stronger, looking at his body as if trying to ignite every inch of his skin, threatening to turn him to ash. Fong Chong cursed silently. Why does this girl's voice have a hook? He pressed his tongue against his cheek and asked, So, are you going to take off your makeup? There's no need for that. Jiang Rua Li shook her head. Her voice could return to normal, but her face remained well-preserved. Fong Chong smiled slightly, showing understanding of the other person's reluctance to reveal their true face easily. He secretly thought that one day he would uncover this mysterious veil and see the truth for himself. He then asked, May I know your honorable surname? Just then, Jiang Rua Li's eyes twitched, and she quickly answered, My surname is Guan. She didn't want to foolishly reveal her real name, so she chose the surname from her mother's family. Fong Chong nodded and continued, In that case, Comrade Guan, should we discuss the details of the supply? He looked at Jiang Rua Li with bright eyes, waiting for her response. Earlier, he had carefully checked the quality of the goods from the buyer and found them to be top quality and rare. Jiang Rua Li calmly nodded and said, Yes, we can talk about it, but first tell me how much you need each time and how often you want the supplies. Hearing this, Fong Chong thought for a moment before asking, besides rice, fine flour, and millet, do you have any other goods? Jiang Rua Li answered without hesitation, We have chicken, duck, goose, pork, lamb, and rabbit meat. We also have Shanghai brand watches, though not many, plus vegetables and fruits like Chinese cabbage, bananas, and apples. As she listed the goods one by one, Fong Chong's heart trembled with each mention. He found it hard to imagine what kind of background and channels this seemingly delicate girl had, to be able to have such a wide and high-quality supply of goods. However, despite his curiosity, he had no intention of probing or hurting this girl who intrigued him. Based on what you said, how much can you supply at once, and how often? Fong Chong didn't mention specific quantities. He wanted to test her limits. Once a month, Each type can be supplied with about 1,000 jin, and rice and flour can be more, around 10,000 jin. Hearing this number, Chong couldn't help but gasp. 1,000 jin of fruits and meats? 10,000 jin of rice and flour? Such quantities were unimaginable even in the province, and here in this town. Yes, Chong's main base was not here, but in the province. Can it be more? Jiang Ruo Li shook her head. Seeing this, Chong understood her bottom line. 10,000 jin was already a lot, especially with fruits included. Chong looked at the person in front of him and suddenly felt very curious to see what she really looked like. Finally, she managed to resist her inner impulse. Comrade Guan, then let's proceed as you suggested. 10,000 jin of fine rice, millet, and small grains, thousands of jin of various meats, thousands of jin of different fruits. As for the watch you mentioned, I want one too. Do you have a 10 yuan one? Do they have it? Yes, they do. Absolutely. Jiang Ruoli looked at the person in front of her. I have the goods, but Comrade Fong, are you sure you can eat it all? Chong's deep laugh echoed into Jiang Ruoli's ears. Jiang Ruoli felt like her ears might be overwhelmed. His voice was so smooth and pleasant. Chong, don't worry, I won't take more than I need. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli didn't hesitate anymore. All right then. Let's talk about the price. These things aren't cheap. Fine rice, fine flour, and millet are 3.5 cents per jin. Pork is 80 cents per jin. Mutton is 1 yuan per jin. Chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits are 8 yuan each. I want as many as you have. Bananas and apples are 50 cents per jin. I'll take the watch for 12 yuan each. What do you think? Jiang Ruoli silently calculated in her mind. If she followed this plan, it wouldn't be long before she became a wealthy person of this era. All right, let's go with this, she nodded after finishing her calculations. Chong, when will Comrade Guan deliver the goods? He hoped that the next time he saw her, she wouldn't be wearing makeup. I need a few days to contact my people. Let's set it for 3 days from now. First, help me prepare some burlap sacks. I also need an empty warehouse. During my people's delivery, I don't want anyone around. Otherwise, our deal will be cancelled. Chong nodded. Of course. There was plenty of time to uncover the young girl's secrets. There was no rush for now. Chong arranged for people to prepare the burlap sacks, then led his team to a remote warehouse. He handed the key to Jiang Ruoli. On the morning of the 3rd day, have someone come to unload. I will come at 2 p.m. to receive the goods. We'll exchange money and goods at the same time.
All right.
The total for this deal is 8,100 yuan. I'll give you 200 chickens, ducks, and geese.
Chong nodded. Okay.
Oh, can you help me exchange a bicycle ticket? The cost will be deducted from the transaction money. Chong touched the bicycle ticket on him. It was meant for his future marriage. Although he didn't have a wife yet, it was good to be prepared. Without hesitation, Chong handed the bicycle ticket to Jiang Ruoli. I happen to have one.
Here, take it.
No need to deduct anything. Jiang Ruoli took the bicycle ticket, then pulled out an apple from her crossbody bag. Here, this is for you. Looking at the bright red apple, Chong knew that its quality was no worse than the tribute fruits from Kyoto. After confirming the time and amount for the deal, Jiang Ruoli carried her sack and took her leave. Her subordinate asked behind her, Boss, should we have someone follow her? No need. Hearing Chong's words, the subordinates also stopped. If the boss could trust her, what was there to worry about? Jiang Ruoli sensed no one was following her from behind and slowly relaxed. She thought that Comrade Fong was quite reasonable. She arrived at a dead-end alley, entered a space to remove her makeup, and changed into new clothes and a different hairstyle. After confirming everything was fine, she exited the space and strolled leisurely out of the alley. Seeing that it was already noon, Jiang Ruoli went to a state-run restaurant for lunch. In this era, there were no private small restaurants. You could only eat at state-run places. As soon as she entered, many people's eyes were drawn to her. She ignored their gazes and looked at the menu on the small blackboard. Today's dishes included braised pork, pickled cabbage, stir-fried shredded vegetables, spicy tofu with peppers, and braised fish. Main staples were pork and cabbage dumplings, pork and pickled vegetable buns, clear soup noodles, and rice. Jiang Ruoli ordered a bowl of rice, a serving of braised pork, and spicy tofu with peppers. The cashier, noticing how thin she was and how much she ordered, asked, "Comrade, will you be able to finish all this? Wastefulness is shameful." Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, "It's okay. If I can't finish, I'll pack it and eat it at night. I won't waste food." Hearing this, the cashier couldn't say anything more. 1 Tuliang grain coupon, 1 Tuliang meat coupon, plus 2 Mao coins. Jiang Ruoli handed over her money, grain coupon, and meat coupon to the cashier. "Go find a seat and sit down. I'll call you when it's ready." In this era, no one would bring the food to you. You had to go and pick it up yourself when it was ready. Soon, Jiang Ruoli heard her food was ready. Seeing the portion, her eyelids twitched. It was way too much. She took out her aluminum lunchbox from her bag, packed some of the dishes inside, and started eating slowly. Just as she was beginning to enjoy her meal, she caught a glimpse of a figure entering the door. She instinctively turned her head to look, and in that brief moment, she felt the person looked familiar. When she looked again carefully, she was suddenly shocked. Isn't that Fong Chong from the black market? Jiang Ruoli's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she instinctively lowered her head. But after a moment, she thought to herself that she had carefully applied makeup before leaving, and her appearance was very different from usual. Surely, Fong Chong wouldn't recognize her. Comforting herself this way, Jiang Ruoli simply raised her head again and continued to eat her meal casually. Coincidentally, Fong Chong and his group happened to be sitting at the table directly opposite Jiang Ruoli. So, as long as Fong Chong looked up slightly, he could see Jiang Ruoli clearly. Sure enough, Fong Chong quickly noticed the movement from her side. Of course, what caught his eye wasn't her pretty face, but her lively, expressive big eyes that seemed to talk. For some reason, these eyes made him think of the young girl who had hurriedly left just now. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli keenly sensed someone watching her. She slowly lifted her eyes, and her gaze met Fong Chong's. In that instant, a flash of panic appeared in Jiang Ruoli's eyes. At the same time, she silently encouraged herself, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I've put on makeup. He definitely won't recognize me." Thinking this, she simply stopped looking at Fong Chong and focused on her food. Fong Chong immediately saw the panic in Jiang Ruoli's eyes and confirmed that she was the girl disguised as an old woman who had just been trading. Poor Jiang Ruoli never expected that just a moment of nervousness in her eyes would be enough for someone to see through her so easily. She hurriedly finished her meal and left the restaurant. Fong Chong watched her back and couldn't help but smile. What a pretty, delicate girl. Her lively eyes and tender, smooth face made her look even more beautiful. After leaving the state-run restaurant, Jiang Ruoli went to the department store to see if she could buy a bicycle. She learned she needed to go to the city's department store, so she decided to make a trip into town. But it was already late today, and she didn't have a letter of introduction from the team. So she could only walk back on foot. In a quiet place, Jiang Ruoli took out her space bicycle. When she was close to the team's location, she put the bike away again. She took out a basket from her space, filled with pork and pork bones, meant for Jiang Yao's health. Seeing Jiang Ruoli return, Aunt Qian also left. Before leaving, Jiang Ruoli slipped her some candies, saying they were treats for Goa's sweet little mouth. Auntie Qian kindly accepted it. The next day, Jiang Ruoli told the team leader she wanted to take Jiang Yao to the county hospital for a checkup. Then she got on a bullock cart and left. Everyone else was busy with the autumn harvest. Watching Jiang Ruoli's relaxed and carefree figure, they couldn't help feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Especially Yushan, who was assigned by the team leader not only to clean cow dung, but also to cut rice. That was much more tiring than shelling corn. Shelling corn only required standing, but cutting rice meant bending over and working continuously. At this moment, Yushan's hatred for Jiang Ruoli reached its peak. She decided to give up and walk straight to the county to find someone to ruin Jiang Ruoli. That way, she wouldn't have to see her in the team anymore. The team leader also turned a blind eye to Yushan's actions. After all, he didn't want to get involved with people and matters related to enemies or spies. When Zhang Ruoli saw Yushan also getting on the bullet cart, she hugged Zhang Yao and moved away. Who knew this person might suddenly go crazy and hit the child again? Seeing Zhang Ruoli's action, Yushan's face darkened even more. Does she think I'm a plague? Hiding like this? Yushan didn't say much. She was just determined to go to the county and find someone to ruin Zhang Ruoli. Even that little girl, she didn't want to let her go. Maybe they could sell that little troublemaker to someone in the mountains as a child bride someday. Yushan's thoughts were quite idealistic, but she didn't realize that her every move was being watched. Zhang Ruoli carried Zhang Yao into her arms, making her comfortable enough to sleep. When they arrived at the county hospital, Zhang Yao woke up from Zhang Ruoli's embrace. She said she would go for a checkup, which meant she was going for one. What if there were other problems she hadn't noticed? If something went wrong later, she would definitely regret it. After the checkup, the doctor said everything was fine, and Zhang Ruoli finally relaxed. Muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. This child has suffered. She needs good rest, said the doctor at the county hospital, knowing it was harvest time. Whether old or young, everyone needed to help with the harvest. But this child... I understand, doctor. I will let her rest and not make her work, Zhang Ruoli promised. Their child wouldn't get any work points even if she helped with the harvest, so why not stay at home and sleep? After leaving, Zhang Ruoli carried Zhang Yao to the state-run restaurant. They left early in the morning and didn't even have time to prepare breakfast. The niece and aunt shared a bowl of clear noodle soup and added a meat bun. Full and satisfied, Zhang Yao felt a bit sleepy as she had woken up very early. Zhang Ruoli immediately hugged her. Sleep now. Annie will hold you. Zhang Yao felt a little shy but couldn't resist the sleepiness and drifted off, half asleep. Once she was deeply asleep, Zhang Ruoli found an empty alley and slipped into her space. She laid Zhang Yao on the bed inside her space to sleep, while Ruoli helped her fall into a deep sleep. She then retouched her makeup from yesterday and headed toward the factory workers' residential area. She asked around along the way. It was just the right time for work. Below the residential area, some women were chatting casually. Excuse me, is this where Zhou Qingui lives? Yes, and you are? Zhang Ruoli timidly replied. I'm a distant relative of his, here to bring him some things. That house over there belongs to Zhou Qingui, one woman pointed out. Zhang Ruoli looked at the house, which was on the first floor. After thanking the woman, she headed over. Is Zhou Qingui at home? Zhou Qingui was at work, but his mother and wife were at home. Seeing an elderly woman come looking for Zhou Qingui, they knew she was the woman who sold grain and brown sugar yesterday, as her son had mentioned. Oh, the older sister is here. Come in, they said warmly. People in this era were good at acting. Zhang Ruoli could tell how well they played their parts. If she didn't know the situation, she might have thought she was really their older sister. Young lady, is Qingui not here? He went to work. This is his wife, they replied. Zhang Ruoli looked at the woman with a slightly swollen belly and realized that the man had bought grain and brown sugar for his wife yesterday. She thought the man was quite considerate. At least, he was good to his pregnant wife. In this era, no family could keep a pregnant woman looking so healthy and radiant. This is the brown sugar Qingui asked me to find for him, young lady. Take a look. Zhou's mother took the brown sugar and examined it, noticing its quality was just as good as the fine rice and grains from yesterday. She then paid without hesitation. The money was agreed upon, so she didn't say much. Their family wasn't short of this small amount of money. Young lady, I also have some fine rice and grains. Would you like some? Hearing this, Zhou's mother hesitated. They had just bought enough yesterday for her daughter-in-law to have her baby. We have enough here. I'll ask a few familiar older sisters, she said. All right then, Zhang Ruoli agreed. Anyway, it's all for selling, and it doesn't matter who buys it. Soon, a few elderly women of similar age arrived. Seeing such beautiful grain, those women quickly grabbed 2 or 3 jin each. Those who didn't get any asked Jiang Shelley when they could come again. Jiang Shelley just replied vaguely, saying she would come next time. Afterward, she turned and ran away without looking back. These older women had very sharp tongues, which made her afraid. When she reached the family compound of the machinery factory, Jiang Shelley went to other factory compounds. Unsurprisingly, all the grain was bought up quickly. She found a quiet alley, entered her space, and changed her appearance. When she came out, she was still holding Jiang Yao in her arms. Because Jiang Yao was in a deep sleep, she didn't wake up even when Jiang Shelley turned her over and moved her around. At this moment, Jiang Shelley felt a sense of alertness rising in her heart. She sensed someone was following her. She walked into an alley and was suddenly surrounded.
Who are you?
Why are you stopping us? Jiang Shelley looked at the people in front of her. Their appearance was very distinctive. It was obvious at a glance that they were from the Little Sun country. Jiang Shelley immediately understood that Yushan had sent people to deal with her. Little girl, why are you running so fast? Just stopping you, of course, is to take good care of you. Jiang Shelley hugged Jiang Yao, unsure where to put the child for a moment. Jiang Shelley didn't expect this day to come when you would fall into my hands. If anyone said Jiang Shelley was speechless, it was true. This was clearly a message that Yushan had sent people to deal with her. And now she ran out again. Surely her mind was not in the right place. You Jiqing, I have no grudges or enmity with you. Why do you insist on holding on to me? No grudges or enmity. Why do I have to be scolded just because of you? What's wrong with using some water? You're so capable. You could just bring the water back. And that little brat in your arms, I just kicked him lightly. Why does he look like he's about to die? Jiang Shelley was really fed up with stupidity. What does our relationship have to do with you? Why should I make up for the water you used? Yao Yao is just a child. You go so far as to attack her. And you still have the nerve to say you did it lightly. These people are from Little Sun country, right? You're quite the oddity, colluding with the enemy. Yushan, your good days are over. While Jiang Shelley was speaking, Jiang Yao woke up. Seeing the situation in front of her, she couldn't help but feel scared. Yao Yao, don't be afraid. Auntie will protect you. Yushan directly ignored Zhang Ruoli's previous words and began to mock. Protect her? You should protect yourself first. I want to see whether you'll choose yourself or that little brat. Zhang Ruoli carried Jiang Yao on her back. Yao Yao, hold on tight to Auntie. I need to fight them a bit. Jiang Yao looked at her aunt in surprise. In her memory, her aunt didn't know any martial arts. Her usually pampered aunt suddenly said she wanted to fight. But the sensible Jiang Yao didn't say anything. She just silently hugged Zhang Ruoli's neck.
Oh.
This young girl dares to speak wildly, saying she wants to fight us? Haha. Brothers, let's teach this arrogant girl a lesson today and have some fun. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of fierce-looking men surrounded Zhang Ruoli. She looked around with her eyes. There were 8 big men and Yushan. Facing such a situation, Zhang Ruoli secretly felt worried. She wondered if her previous martial arts skills could help her now. At the same time, she silently prayed that the police officers watching over Yushan would find her quickly. She knew she couldn't handle so many people alone. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Ruoli forced herself to suppress her fear and unease, ready for the upcoming fight. Jiang Yao quietly buried her face in Zhang Ruoli's back, hoping not to cause trouble for her aunt. The battle was about to begin. The man behind Zhang Ruoli started attacking first. She sensed the movement behind her and quickly turned, kicking the man in the stomach. Another man with a stick tried to attack from the side. Unaware, Zhang Ruoli was hit in the arm. Suddenly, a song popped into her mind. Digging grass, you try to sneak attack. You can't play fair. You're a little rascal. You have no strength. You don't dare to face me directly. She kicked out fiercely, knocking the man down. Seeing the man with the broken eggs, others rushed over to join the attack. Outnumbered, Zhang Ruoli was hit several times, but luckily Jiang Yao was not hurt. While fighting off the attackers, Zhang Ruoli also cursed the police officers who were supposed to be watching Yushan. Where had the people watching Yushan gone? It's been so long. Haven't you found anyone yet? Near the alley entrance, Fong was passing by with a few younger brothers. Auntie. Zhang Yao whined and cried, drawing their attention. Fong heard the crying and looked up, seeing a young girl surrounded by people. Seeing the once delicate and bright girl now covered in scars and looking helpless, a surge of anger rushed through Fong from his feet to his head. Without thinking, he rushed in and knocked down everyone surrounding Zhang Ruoli. His younger brothers, realizing what their boss had done, quickly followed to help. The previous disadvantage turned completely around. He's from Shaori Nation. They're all enemies, spies, and traitors, Zhang Ruoli gasped before fainting. Fong reached out his long arm and caught her easily. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao, behind him, was held in Fong arms. Even while holding and supporting someone, Fong was very strong and steady. Seeing Fong dark expression, Zhang Yao timidly said, "Uncle, please put me down. I want to see Auntie." Fong gently lowered Zhang Yao from Zhang Ruoli's back onto the ground. The girl wanted to protect her, so he couldn't just leave her behind. Looking at Zhang Ruoli unconscious, Zhang Yao sobbed softly. It was because she was protecting herself that Annie got hurt. Fong told his younger brothers to watch over these people until the police arrived. He then found a cart and pushed Zhang Ruoli toward the hospital. Zhang Yao, with her short legs, ran behind Fong. Seeing her tired, Fong quickly scooped her up and carried her on his back. "Hold on tight," he said. Zhang Yao was surprised at first, then wrapped her arms around Fong neck. She knew this person wouldn't hurt them. Fong saw Zhang Yao naturally holding onto his neck and strode quickly toward the hospital. Fortunately, the hospital wasn't far away. Doctor, come quickly and check this comrade," Fong called out as he pushed the cart inside. The doctor who came out saw Zhang Ruoli, who had left earlier that morning, and the man carrying Zhang Yao. Yao, what happened to Annie?" The doctor recognized Zhang Yao and Zhang Ruoli and hurriedly asked. "Auntie was hurt by someone. Dr. Zhou, please help my aunt." Dr. Zhou comforted her and said, "Don't cry. I'll check her now." Then he took out his stethoscope and examined Zhang Ruoli. Fong Chong saw Zhang Ruoli being pushed into the examination room by someone while he went to pay for Zhang Ruoli's treatment. "What's the patient's name?" The person collecting the fee asked Fong Chong. He only knew the girl's surname was Guan, but not her full name. So, Fong Chong asked Zhang Yao, right? "What's your aunt's name? I need to pay for her treatment." Zhang Yao replied, "Uncle, my aunt's name is Zhang Ruoli." "Which Ruo and Li?" The Ruo, character with a bamboo radical, and Li, as in pear. Fong Chong gently tapped his cheek with his tongue. This girl was trying to fool him with a fake name. Now that he knew her full name, Fong Chong didn't say much and went straight to handle her hospitalization. Zhang Ruoli had over 10 whip marks all over her body, with the most serious one on her head. If she hadn't been so strong-willed, she might have fainted already. Dr. Zhou came out of the examination room and asked Fong Chong, "What is your relation to Comrade Zhang?" "I've met her a few times." "How is she now?" Dr. Zhou pushed up his glasses and said, "She has over 10 whip marks, and one on her head. I don't know how a young girl could suffer such injuries. She's unconscious now, and we need to observe whether the head injury causes any problems." He also has a daughter about Zhang Ruoli's age. Seeing her hurt like this made Dr. Zhou feel very upset. Fong Chong nodded. "When I saw her, she was surrounded by a group of people holding sticks. I don't really know why this happened. As for Zhang Ruoli's mention of the small country and enemies, that's not something he should talk about. They would wait for the police officers to come and ask questions." Soon, nurses pushed Zhang Ruoli out of the examination room and into a hospital bed. Zhang Yao saw her aunt being taken out and followed her into the ward on a stretcher. Her eyes were swollen from crying, but she kept staring at Zhang Ruoli without blinking. She tightly held her aunt's hand, praying silently for her to wake up soon. In the alley, Yushan and the 9 others were surrounded tightly by Fong Chong's younger men. Yushan still wanted to use her charm to escape, but those young men ignored her looks and mocked her openly. "Miss, Are your eyes twitching? Yushan almost spat blood when she heard this. What kind of look was that? She was trying to flirt after all. They waited a while, then finally the police officers arrived. What's going on? Comrade police officer. When we arrived, these men were beating up a female comrade. She fainted, and our leader took her to the hospital. The female comrade said this is from the Little Day Nation, and these men are enemies. Each of the younger officers spoke one after another. Hearing about the Little Day Nation and enemies, the police officers became very alert. They sent people to take these men back to the police station and also sent someone to the hospital to ask about her condition. The group was brought back to the police station. The staff there were surprised to see so many people and wondered what had happened. When they asked for the name of the only female comrade, one police officer's face suddenly changed. A few days ago, a young woman from the countryside came to report to the police, saying there was a young woman in their team suspected of colluding with spies. The police officer didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Zheng Jinsheng, what's wrong? The deputy director asked, noticing Zheng Jinsheng's sudden change in expression. Zheng Jinsheng shook his head. He didn't dare to speak. If he said that someone came to cover for the police but he didn't pay attention, his career would be over. But Zheng Jinsheng didn't realize that his neglect led to the beating of Jiang Ruli. When everything was eventually uncovered, Zheng Jinsheng was immediately fired. Now, he didn't dare say a word. Hearing about the Little Day Nation and enemies, the police chief, Qian Yue, also became involved. The younger officer added one last comment. By the way, our leader also sent a female comrade to the hospital. They surrounded her with a group of people and beat her, even though she was holding a child. The deputy director quickly said, Lu Jiangang, come with me to the hospital to find out about that female comrade. Zheng Jinsheng felt that the woman who was beaten might be the same female comrade who reported to the police a few days ago. He didn't dare to say he wanted to go, only to question those people. A young officer took the police to the hospital and saw Fong Chong running over. Boss, the police said they want to ask that female comrade about what happened. Hello, are you the officer who brought that comrade to the hospital? We want to ask her about the situation.
She.
Fong Chong stood at the door of the ward. Comrade Jiang is still unconscious. Her niece is awake. You should ask her. Deputy Director Liao Goen asked, unconscious? Is it that serious? The doctor said she was hit on the head with a stick. Ugh, Liao Goen and Lu Jiangang both took a cold breath. This girl has suffered a lot. Liao Goen went in to check on Jiang Ruoli's condition. Lu Jiangang was asking Feng Qing about what happened at the time. After entering the ward, Zhang Yao kept her eyes red and stared at the person on the bed. Feeling someone approaching, she held Jiang Ruoli's hand silently. Comrade, don't be afraid. I am the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. I came to ask about your aunt's situation. Seeing Jiang Yao silent, Liao Goen continued, do you know the people who hurt your aunt? Jiang Yao looked at Liao Goen's uniform and nodded.
Who are they?
Her name is Yushan. She's a female educated youth from Xiangyang Brigade, and she was in the same brigade as my aunt. Liao Goen nodded and asked further, why did she beat you all? Jiang Yao refused to speak. No matter how Liao Goen asked, Jiang Yao just stared at Jiang Ruoli and said nothing. Liao Goen had no choice but to go find Jiang Ruoli's primary doctor to ask about her condition. At the same time, he also sent someone to notify the brigade leader of Xiangyang Brigade, Li Jianxi, to the Public Security Bureau. When Li Jianxi heard that Jiang Ruoli was hospitalized, he was very scared. He quickly rode the only bicycle in the brigade and headed to the county. At the hospital, he saw Jiang Yao with tears in her eyes and Jiang Ruoli unconscious. Comrade, what happened? Li Jianxi was confused. How did Jiang Ruoli end up like this? It's like this. This comrade and his friends brought a group of enemy agents to the Public Security Bureau. Among them, a female comrade from your brigade, Yushan. Yushan, is she really an enemy agent? Hearing Li Jianxi's words, Liao Goen asked suspiciously, are you saying you think she's an enemy agent? A few days ago, I and Jiang Zhijian, the one lying in bed, reported to the Public Security Bureau, suspecting that Yushan was colluding with enemy agents. Li Jianxi explained the grievances between the two to Liao Goen. So, you two had already reported to the Public Security Bureau before? Liao Goen focused on this point. Yes, at that time. Xiao Zhongjijian even received 800 yuan from Yushan, but because he was unsure of where the money came from, he didn't dare to use it and directly handed it to the police. Liao Goen now felt the situation was serious. He didn't care about Jiang Ruoli still in a coma and took Li Jianxi straight to the Public Security Bureau. He needed to find out who dared to act against the law at this critical moment. Li Jianxi trembled as he followed Liao Goen to the police station. Captain Li, look, who took over your team when you reported to the police that day? Li Jianxiu immediately saw Zheng Jingsheng pretending to be a quail over there. Deputy Director Liao said it was him. When Jiang Jiqing told him, he handed over the money and was told to keep an eye on you, Jiqing, because you looked at Jiang in a suspicious way, so he would probably do something bad. Sun Shijiang, detain Zheng Jingsheng, Liao Goen ordered. Sun Shijiang immediately detained him after hearing the deputy director's words. Liao Goen took Li Jianxiu to the interrogation room. Is that female comrade you Jiqing from your team? Yes, it's her, Li nodded firmly. Is it true that Yu Jiqing is involved in what Jiang did? Deputy Director Liao didn't answer, but simply took Li out. They had mostly understood the situation. After sending Li away, they would start internal investigations. In the interrogation room, Zheng Jingsheng sat on one side, and Liao Goen sat opposite him. Jingsheng, do you want to explain anything? Zheng Jingsheng said nothing. 800 yuan? He's just a small officer earning only 36 yuan a month. How could he possibly earn 800 yuan? And that female comrade only suspected something. How could he know if it was true or not? It's too late to say anything now. Zheng didn't want to argue. Liao Goen looked at him with disappointment. Did you take the money? Return it. You even dared to touch enemy spy money. Zheng Jingsheng felt regretful. Sorry, Deputy Director Liao. Should I be sorry to me? Or to the young comrade lying in the hospital? She already reported to the police and warned you. You should have reported immediately and kept an eye on Yu Jiqing. Now, she's in the hospital. How do you plan to make up for this? Zheng Jingsheng stayed silent. Why didn't you think about the consequences before doing these things? Liao Goen stood there, opening his mouth a few times, but found that words were useless now. He simply couldn't understand how Zheng Jingsheng could be so careless, destroying his bright future with his own hands. Now, the only road ahead for Zheng is the difficult and rough path of reform through labor. Meanwhile, Director Qian Yue was not idle. He decisively arranged his team to follow the clues provided by the few people from the small country and enemy spies, successfully uncovering a hidden group of enemy agents nearby. This successful operation brought great honor to Qian Yue, making him stand out in front of other county officials. It was a proud moment for him. Now, about Yushan, the woman involved in colluding with enemy agents, her guilt is clear and undeniable. After the trial, it was decided that she would be paraded through the streets first, then executed by shooting. Unexpectedly, until the moment before her execution, Yushan insisted she was innocent. She repeatedly claimed she had no connection to those people and accused Jiang Ruoli of deliberately framing her. Unfortunately, by that time, no one believed her excuses anymore. The people deeply despise enemies and spies. When they saw these heinous criminals being paraded, they became furious. They picked up stones and threw them at the prisoners, as if trying to vent their anger. In the hospital ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Zhang Yao sat quietly by Jiang Ruoli's bed, watching her without blinking. Her body seemed frozen, unmoving, except for her trembling hands that betrayed her inner worry and anxiety. Standing nearby, Fong Chong silently observed everything. His gaze shifted between Jiang Yao and the pale, paper-like face on the bed. A mixture of complex emotions churned inside him, making him feel very uncomfortable. The lively girl's eyes now looked so weak, her face pale, without any color. Seeing this, Fong Chong felt his heart almost break. Yao Yao, eat something, he said. Jiang Yao didn't reply, only shook her head. Your aunt must be very upset to see you like this. Uncle, do you know my aunt?
Jiang Yao asked.
Fong Chong nodded. Yes, I do.
Jiang Yao carefully looked at him.
She thought her aunt was a good match for him. As for strength,
she didn't know.
But she remembered a saying. If her aunt knew she wasn't eating or drinking, she would be very upset. So Jiang Yao took the lunchbox from Fong Chong and thanked him, then started eating. Seeing how mature and sensible Jiang Yao was at such a young age, Fong Chong couldn't help but feel curious. What had both the aunt and niece gone through? As Jiang Yao quietly ate, his tense heart finally relaxed a little. It was good that she could eat. If she knew her niece hadn't eaten at all, she would be very distressed. Taking this moment, Fong Qing had the free time to carefully observe Zhang Rua Li lying on the bed. She has a very standard oval face, with skin as white and delicate as a freshly cracked egg, soft and smooth, as if a gentle squeeze could squeeze out water. Above her closed eyes, long, thick, and curled eyelashes resembled delicate little fans, trembling slightly with each breath. Her small, elegant nose stands straight, and below it is a slightly pale but still charming cherry-shaped mouth. Although it is tightly closed now, one can imagine the allure it would have when slightly open. Watching Zhang Ruoli quietly, Fong Qing felt more and more moved, secretly thinking, no matter from which angle, this girl seems to be shaped by heaven to match his deepest ideal. Every detail perfectly fits his aesthetic preferences and is deeply imprinted in his heart. In that moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. She is the only one for me in this life. At night, Jiang Yao sat by Zhang Ruoli's bed, still holding her uninjured hand. Since she was still young and couldn't endure it, Jiang Yao leaned on the bed and fell asleep. Fong Qing watched the little girl sleep, then gently picked her up and placed her on an empty bed nearby. At this time, Zhang Ruoli also woke up. She opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. She felt pain all over her body. The bright light above her head made her eyes water naturally. After a long while, she gradually regained her senses. Suddenly remembering there was a child nearby, she exclaimed, "Yao Yao." Zhang Ruoli tried to sit up quickly, but Fong Qing quickly pressed her back down and said, "Don't move. Your niece is sleeping beside you." Even though she was pressed down in time, Zhang Ruoli still felt the pain all over her body. The pain was intense, and she was gasping heavily. After a long while, she turned her head and saw the carefully crafted face of Niwa. The name Fong Qing had on his lips was hesitated, then swallowed back. Previously, when she saw this person, she had disguised herself as a woman. Her voice had recovered, but her makeup had not. Surely, this person wouldn't recognize her just by her voice, right? They probably didn't know each other now. Fong Qing looked at her and then went to find a doctor. Dr. Zhou examined her and said she should rest well, as she had hit her head and her arm was fractured. After Dr. Zhou left, Zhang Ruoli finally mustered the courage to look at Fong Qing.
"Hello, comrade.
May I ask who you are?" Seeing Zhang Ruoli pretend not to recognize him, Fong Qing almost laughed with frustration. He stared into Zhang Ruoli's eyes and asked, "Don't you remember me?" Zhang Ruoli. "Should I remember you? It was me who saved you in the alley." Zhang Ruoli awkwardly nodded. "Oh, that. Sorry, I just woke up and haven't realized it yet." Fong Qing sighed softly. "Or, do you think I meant something else?" Zhang Ruoli shook her head, but at this moment, she felt a terrible headache. "Stop moving around. Your head was hit with a stick, and you don't realize how badly you're hurt? Yet you keep shaking your head. How do you feel?" Zhang Ruoli was so frightened by his stern tone that she didn't dare speak. She thought her skills could hold out until the police arrived to watch over her, but she never expected there were no police at all. Fong Qing briefly explained what happened afterward. In the afternoon, the police came by. Basically, they didn't take your report about the suspicious person seriously, so no one was watching over you. At that moment, Zhang Ruoli finally understood. She wondered why she had been surrounded for so long without rescue. It turned out to be this reason. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel grateful to the man who had saved her. She smiled and said, "Comrade, thank you so much for saving my life. May I ask your name? After I recover and leave the hospital, I will visit to thank you properly. The man looked calm and spoke slowly. My name is Fong. He deliberately pronounced his name clearly, as if trying to make her remember something. But Zhang Ruoli only casually praised. What a nice name. Faced with her indifferent response, Fong felt a wave of helplessness. He thought, this girl is clearly pretending not to recognize me. Oh well, since she wants to play this game of pretending not to know each other, let her. Anyway, she will never escape from his grasp. Because deep in his heart, Fong had already made a firm decision. He would marry Zhang Ruoli at all costs. Moreover, he had generously given her a very valuable bicycle ticket before, which he saw as a bride price for marrying her. If Zhang Ruoli knew Fong Chong's thoughts, she would probably spit out blood. Fong Chong looked into Zhang Ruoli's lively, deer-like eyes, full of gentle warmth, and softly asked, "Are you hungry?" His gentle and caring words felt like a spring breeze, but they startled Zhang Ruoli, who was unprepared. Thinking back to when she first saw Fong Chong, he was cold and expressionless, like a tough man with an aura that made others hesitant to approach. But now, he looked so gentle and kind, very different from his previous image. The big contrast made Zhang Ruoli feel a bit overwhelmed. She wanted to shake her head instinctively, but suddenly a strong dizziness hit her, making her head feel heavy and impossible to move freely. Helpless, she had to endure the discomfort, forcing out a sentence from her dry throat. Not hungry. But only she knew that, at this moment, she was actually starving. She hadn't eaten all day, and her stomach was growling loudly. However, she and the man in front of her were complete strangers, even total strangers. How could she ask him to buy food for her? Moreover, there was something more important she needed to do now. She had to quickly enter her mysterious space to get medicine and take it to relieve her discomfort. So, Zhang Ruoli was hoping that this man would leave soon, giving her a chance to solve her problem. Fong Chong had heard Zhang Ruoli's stomach growling, but deliberately sat there without leaving. Zhang Ruoli saw that the man's buttocks seemed stuck to the chair, so she closed her eyes, deciding not to look anymore. Fong Chong didn't want to make a fuss either. He warmed the porridge in the lunchbox with hot water, then picked up the bowl and placed it in front of Zhang Ruoli. Eat a little. You just woke up, and it's not good to eat greasy food right now. Feeling his thoughtful care, Zhang Ruoli felt a bit shy. After thanking him, she used her uninjured left hand to start eating the porridge. After finishing the porridge, Fong Chong saw she looked a bit sleepy, so he told her to sleep. He said the leader of their team had said someone would come to take care of her early tomorrow.
Sorry to trouble you.
You should go back first. I can manage on my own. Seeing Zhang Ruoli say this, Fong didn't say anything more and left alone. Outside, his younger brothers were leaning against the wall, sleeping. Fong gently woke them up. Huizi, let's go home and sleep. Huizi rubbed his sleepy eyes. Hey boss, is that comrade okay now?
Yes.
Fong is usually a quiet person in front of these people. At this moment, Luzi didn't say anything and just followed Fong. Fong is not originally from He Province, he is from Beijing. But because of family reasons, he came to He Province himself.
He found a small government job.
Going to the black market was just for fun and to help his little brothers. At home, his mother often asked, "When will you find a partner and come back?" He was tired of being nagged and, during turbulent times, Fong simply packed his bags and left. Although his family was not too affected, there was still some impact. Fong left early and was not greatly affected. Lying on the bed, Fong was thinking about the girl's accent. The soft, melodious tone of Jiangnan water tunes, her small, delicate body, clearly a southerner. Which specific place still needs further understanding. After a night without sleep, Fong quickly fell asleep. In the hospital, Zhang Ruoli, in her consciousness, searched for a bottle of blood-activating and pain-relieving medicine. She took it with spiritual spring water, feeling the pain in her body lessen by more than half. Around 7:30, Aunt Qian pushed open Zhang Ruoli's hospital room door. "Aunt Qian, why are you here?" Li Shu said you were hospitalized, so I came to take care of you. She placed the porridge she brought on the table. What happened? Why are you so badly hurt? Zhang Ruoli briefly explained the situation. I really didn't expect the police to be like this, Aunt Qian said angrily after hearing this. At the door, Liao Guan and Xing Jinsheng, who were about to come in, felt ashamed after hearing this. But even so, they still went inside. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau, Liao Guan. How do you feel? Zhang Ruoli looked at Deputy Director Liao and said, Director Liao, it hurts quite a lot. It's like this. Because of Zheng Gong'an's negligence, you were injured. Since you reported enemy spies and contributed to the case, we have applied for a bonus and a banner of honor for you. Additionally, Zheng Gong'an will compensate you for medical expenses. Zhang Ruoli didn't speak. She just quietly looked at Xing Jinsheng. She couldn't understand why, after mentioning enemies and spies, he didn't investigate further. Better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Xing Jinsheng felt nervous under Zhang Ruoli's gaze and hurriedly apologized. Comrade Zhang, I was wrong. I didn't expect them to dare to attack you openly. Zhang Ruoli impatiently interrupted. Enough of this nonsense. How much compensation is there? She didn't want to hear any excuses or blame shifting. Liao Guan said, we will pay all the hospital and treatment costs at once. The extra 100 yuan is for your nutrition, plus a pound of meat tickets and a dozen eggs tickets. Zhang Ruoli nodded. All right, that's fine. After leaving the items, the two of them left the hospital room. Before leaving, Liao Guan said he would deliver the reward to the team after Zhang Ruoli was discharged. Zhang Ruoli didn't mind this. While they were talking, Zhang Yao, who had been sleeping peacefully on the bed, suddenly woke up. She gently turned over, then quickly got out of bed, stumbling slightly as she walked to her aunt and snuggled close. Thinking about the fierce argument and fight yesterday, Zhang Yao still felt scared and uneasy. When she saw her aunt finally open her eyes and wake up, her fear, sadness, and worry flooded her heart. Her eyes turned red, and tears welled up. Next to her, Aunt Qian gently stroked Zhang Yao's small head and said with tenderness, Oh, poor Yao Yao, you must have been really scared yesterday. But Zhang Yao seemed to have lost her ability to speak. She silently pressed herself closer to Zhang Ruoli, as if drawing warmth and safety from her aunt. Even if only for a moment, she wanted to stay close because her aunt was the most important person in the world to her. She didn't want to be separated from her for a second. Seeing her obedient and sensible niece, Zhang Ruoli softly said, Yao Yao, why don't you let Grandma Qian take you to wash up? Look at your face, it's so dirty. Hearing her aunt's words, Zhang Yao nodded slightly to agree. Then she looked up with her big, teary eyes and asked in a trembling voice, Auntie, are you really okay?
I'm so worried about you.
Zhang Ruoli smiled gently and comforted her. Silly girl, I'm fine now. Don't be afraid. A few days later, we can go home together. After getting Auntie's confirmation, Zhang Yao's worried heart finally felt a little relief. Then she obediently followed Auntie Qian out of the room. Zhang Ruoli threw the money and tickets into the space. When Zhang Yao returned, the uncle and niece ate the breakfast Auntie Qian brought. Zhang Ruoli took a big piece of bread and handed it to Auntie Qian. Annie, keep this money. Thank you for taking care of us these days. Oh, it's nothing, Auntie Qian replied. Although she didn't refuse the big piece of bread, she planned to take good care of the girl to help her regain strength. That girl has really been through a lot. At this moment, in the cattle shed of Daxixi village, Old Man Zhang's family was very worried. Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, I secretly went to see my little sister last night, but I didn't see them. She wouldn't leave without saying a word. They must be in trouble. Sniff, sniff, I feel so sorry for Li Bao. Why does she have so many hardships? Zhang's father comforted Zhang's mother. All right, don't cry. If others see us, it might cause trouble. Old Man Zhang thought for a moment and said, Juanxia, go check again tonight. If no one is home, quietly look around for any news. Juanxia nodded patiently, hoping the evening would come quickly. But before night fell, They already knew the truth. In the afternoon, while working, some women were chatting nearby, and Jiang Juanxia was picking up stones a little further away. Did you hear? There's a female educated youth in the neighboring Xiangyang brigade who is actually a spy. I heard about that too. She had a disagreement with another girl-educated youth, so several spies attacked her. I heard she even brought a little girl, claiming she's her niece. Yes, the wife of the brigade leader over there went to the hospital early today. I wonder what kind of injuries that girl has. Are spies hiding so well now? Even educated youths are spies? But luckily, that girl was caught and taken to the police station. She probably got what she deserved. Hearing this, Jiang Juanxia's heart suddenly sank, as if falling into an endless abyss. All the mysteries suddenly unraveled, so it was all because of that girl-educated youth who accidentally kicked Yao Yao's belly last time. Clearly, this narrow-minded woman planned revenge against her younger sister by gathering a group of people to attack her. Thinking of this, Jiang Juanxia felt a surge of anger rising in his mind, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Right now, his biggest concern was the injuries of his younger sister and Yao Yao. How badly were they hurt? Is there a danger to their lives? Countless frightening thoughts flashed through his mind, making him restless. However, he could only suppress his anxiety and worry and continue with his work. His once lively eyes had turned red, tears welling up in his eyes, ready to fall at any moment. The women working nearby noticed Jiang Juanxia's unusual state. When they saw his angry and sad expression, they all kept their distance, as if he carried a contagious illness. No one wanted to provoke him at this moment. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and finally it was noon. Jiang Juanxia eagerly put down his tools and hurried home. As soon as he entered, he told his family everything he had heard, word for word. After listening, the other 4 members of the Jiang family were stunned. Their eyes also started to turn red, tears shimmering in their eyes. They all knew deep down that Jiang Ruoli, although skilled in kickboxing and taekwondo, was still a fragile girl. Moreover, she had to protect the young Jiang Yao this time. Facing a group of strong, sturdy men attacking her, how could she come out unscathed? Just imagining the intense scene at that moment made their hearts ache. Jiang Juanxia angrily hit his head and said, "It's all my fault. I couldn't protect my daughter or my sister. All right, at this time, you should stand up. You've been working hard these days. Go more often to see your younger sister. When you see the lights on in her room, go check on her situation quickly." "Okay, Grandpa, I understand." Jiang Juanxia wiped away his tears. But his eyes, still red, showed he had just cried heavily. At the hospital, Jiang Ruoli didn't know her family already knew she was hospitalized. She was still thinking about how to avoid the man in front of her tomorrow and how to put things into the warehouse. After Fong Chongyu woke up, she stretched lazily, washed up briefly, and then headed to the government building. When she arrived, she quickly checked in and then hurried to the hospital. When he entered the hospital room, he saw Jiang Ruoli lying quietly on the bed. Her face was a bit pale, but she still maintained her elegant and unique aura. Fong Qing, like an old friend, naturally walked over to the chair beside the bed and sat down, gently gazing at Jiang Ruoli with kind eyes. He softly asked, "How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Jiang Ruoli slightly turned her head and looked at Fong Qing with a hint of doubt, thinking to herself, "Why is this person so familiar? We don't seem to know each other that well, do we?" Still, she politely replied, "I'm okay." Although Jiang Ruoli appeared very indifferent, Fong Qing didn't mind at all. Even with his serious face, a hint of warmth could be seen. He took a few fresh tangerines from his bag and gently placed them on his lap, then skillfully peeled the orange. The first tangerine was quickly peeled, and Fong Qing carefully handed it to Jiang Ruoli, saying, "Here, try this orange. It's very sweet." However, Jiang Ruoli waved her hand and mumbled, "No, thank you." But her shining eyes revealed a hint of longing, as she was quite fond of tangerines. With Fong Qing's insistence, Jiang Ruoli couldn't resist the temptation of the fruit. After hesitating for a moment, she slowly reached out her hand and took the orange. She took a small bite, and the sweet and sour juice instantly filled her mouth, relaxing her tense expression. Next, Fong peeled another orange and handed it to Zhang Yao, who was standing nearby. Seeing her aunt enjoying the orange so much, Zhang Yao took it without hesitation, thanked Fong, and started eating eagerly. There were still a few oranges left in the bag, but Fong stopped peeling. Jiang Ruoli looked at him curiously, signaling with her eyes, asking why he stopped. Fong explained, "Oranges are delicious, but eating too many can cause heat. One a day is enough." After that, he put the remaining oranges away. Jiang Ruoli thought, all right, they're also in the space, but she can't bring them out. Next time, she plans to go into the space and show off. When Dr. Zhou came to check on her, he asked some questions, and Jiang Ruoli answered clearly. He said she could be discharged. Really? Can I leave the hospital now? Jiang Ruoli really disliked the smell of hospitals. Dr. Zhou advised her a few times, yes, go home and rest well. Don't overexert yourself. That broken arm needs careful attention. Don't lift heavy objects. Remember to change the dressing tomorrow. Okay, Dr. Zhou, I understand. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli was very happy. Nowhere felt as good as home. At home, she could lie down however she wanted. That afternoon, Jiang Ruoli completed her discharge procedures. She took Zhang Yao and Aunt Qian on a bullock cart back home. Fong Chong stood at the hospital entrance, watching Jiang Ruoli walk away without looking back, feeling amused and scolding her for being unkind. He also wanted to know if Jiang Ruoli would still arrange to go to the warehouse to store grain tomorrow. Jiang Ruoli got on the bullock cart and left without looking back. Fong Chong was so angry he scolded her for being unkind. But at least he now knew which team the unkind girl was from and her name. With her name and location, he could find her easily. Jiang Ruoli was directly taken back to the yard by the cart. Jiang Yao helped her down, still small and pretending to be grown-up, supporting her like an adult. Old Li and Aunt Qian were amused by Jiang Yao's serious manner. Jiang, young worker, rest well. Old Li said you don't need to work lately. Your work points will be deducted first, and if not enough, they'll be based on your previous points. Okay, thank you, squad leader and Aunt Qian. After Old Li and Aunt Qian left, Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao returned to their room. Auntie, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Auntie is fine. You're underestimating me, she said, pretending to be more ill than she really was in front of outsiders. But with her family, she didn't need to pretend. After waking up, she took medicine from her space, and the effect was as good as it could be. Her broken arm still needed more rest. After all, it's said that healing bones takes about 100 days. When Aunt Qian returned, she told the squad leader about Jiang Ruoli's condition, and the squad leader didn't say much. Her arm was injured, but she still managed to work. Wasn't that enough? At noon, Aunt Qian wanted to help Jiang Ruoli cook. You gave me so much money. How about I cook a meal for you? Jiang Ruoli smiled and pushed her out the door. Annie has a big family to take care of. You're too busy. You should go back. Yao, and I can manage. Then I'll give the money back to you. No, it's my hard-earned money for you, Jiang Ruoli insisted. They pushed and pulled, but in the end, Jiang Ruoli took the money. After all, Aunt Qian's words, saying that taking the money was wrong, made Jiang Ruoli hesitant to accept it anymore. Jiang Yao was assigned by Jiang Rili to light a fire, and Jiang Rili simply cooked some noodles. Of course, she used her left hand to cook. Though it wasn't very convenient, she managed to prepare the food well. A bowl of noodles, with some sauce mixed in, tasted quite good. The bowl was cleaned by Jiang Yao, and it looked very neat. In the afternoon, Jiang Rili and Jiang Yao lay on the bed. Because they were frightened, Jiang Yao fell asleep quickly. Jiang Rili moved her into the space, then went inside to find something to eat. She had a bowl of mixed noodles and felt like she hadn't eaten enough. She went to the back storage room, took out some packed dishes, chose a few light ones, and started eating. Master, how did you get hurt? Boabai looked at Jiang Rili's hanging right arm, which was floating up and down, and looked quite worried. Yesterday, I encountered a crazy woman and was beaten up. Bye-bye. Is there any martial art or skill I can practice? Hearing Zhang Rili's words, a book floated in front of her. Master, this book is suitable for women. You can take a look. Then a bottle of medicine floated over. This pill is much better than the one you found before. Ruabai only knew that her master had previously found a wound medicine but didn't know she was injured now. Zhang really used her left hand to gently rub Ruabai, who looked like a cotton ball. Thank you, Ruabai. She scooped some spiritual spring water and swallowed the medicine. In an instant, a warm current enveloped her body and many of the dull pains disappeared. As for the fractured bone, Zhang really also felt it seemed to be healed. She then tried moving her hand.
Wow.
This thing wasn't medicine at all. It was clearly a fairy pill. The bone fracture was actually healed. Bye-bye. Is my hand okay now? Of course, master. This was made by the previous master from the immortal realm, using very spiritual herbs and fairy medicines. Zhang really. So, this thing probably doesn't expire? Never mind, I've already eaten it. Zhang really didn't feel anything wrong with her body and actually felt very comfortable. She was too lazy to worry about whether it would expire. Bye-bye. Do you have any pills for nourishing children's bodies, ones without side effects? And pills for middle-aged and elderly people? Yes, master. Although Ruabai couldn't remember many things, she knew everything about the space very clearly. Just as Zhang really finished speaking, Ruabai took her to the storage room. Master, this house is full of pills. The 2 types you mentioned are on this row of shelves. Just take one after another, and you will be healthy and pain-free in the future. Zhang Ruali looked at the characters that looked like traditional Chinese but weren't quite right, and she barely recognized a few with the word strong.
Body.
Forget it, if I don't understand, I won't try to. Are all these shelves filled with pills? Are there different ones for adults and children?
No distinction.
For children, if the master is worried, they can be split in half. Zhang Ruali was too lazy to worry about it. She could just feed Zhang Yao one a day and a half. With so many bottles of pills, taking them for a year or more wouldn't be a problem. 5 or 6 people could take them for a month without any issue. After playing with Ruabai for a while, Zhang Ruali left the space. Zhang Yao also moved out and fell asleep on the bed. She had stayed in the space for several hours and only spent a few minutes outside. Bored and restless, Zhang Ruali decided to take a nap too. As for her hand, which had already healed, she thought it was better to pretend it was still broken. If someone found out, she might be taken away for research. It wasn't until she heard loud noises outside that she woke up. Zhang Yao was already awake, sitting on the bed reading a comic book. Seeing Zhang Ruali wake up, she quickly poured a glass of water and held it to her mouth. Auntie, you're awake? Are you feeling better? Zhang Ruali drank the water. I'm feeling better. What's going on outside? Those young workers are fighting.
Zhang Ruali listened carefully.
They were talking about getting rid of Yushan's belongings. Someone even wanted to secretly keep some, but others said it was suspicious. Suddenly, the entire youth camp was noisy and chaotic. Captain Li also came over, telling them to bring out Yushan's things. Everything had to be handed over to the police. Otherwise, they would be accused of being enemies. Some who were cautious didn't dare to keep anything, not wanting to be labeled enemies. The aunt and nephew stayed in their small yard, not going out to watch the commotion. Late at night, neither of them slept. She knew her second brother would come. With such a big fuss, someone in Dehexi village would definitely hear about it and pass the news along. Sure enough, around 9 o'clock, Jiang Juanxia sneaked over in the dark. Her parents, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu, came along too. Little sister. Zhang Ruali opened the door, let them in, looked around to see if there was any movement outside, then closed the door. Mom and Dad. Why did you come with second brother? Li Bao, my dear. Where are you hurt? It's nothing, I just had a fight with someone. Jiang Juanxia watched her sister for a while, saw that she was truly fine, then went to see Zhang Yao. Zhang's father and mother also checked on Zhang Yao first. Seeing that she was okay, they took Zhang Ruili to the small house. Li Bao, are you really alright?
Don't lie to us, the mother said. It's fine, Mom.
You know I have the medicinal pills left by our ancestors. Once I take them, I'll be fine. Later, you can take a few bottles home to strengthen your body. Take them for a month, and you'll be healthy and free of illness. Okay, as long as you're fine. Your dad and I were so worried. Jiang really leaned on her mother, and Zhang's father held both mother and daughter in his arms. In his past life, Zhang's father was a top company boss, but here, he was just a university teacher who was demoted after being reported. Was it because his father was a military commander? This unfair society really made his precious daughter suffer. After talking for a while, they went to see Jiang Juanxia and her daughter again, chatted a bit, then left the small courtyard. They also took some food and a few bottles of medicinal pills that Jiang Ruli had given. Jiang Ruli and her family enjoyed a happy chat. After Jiang's father and the others left, Jiang Ruli and Jiang Yao finished their chores. They needed to erase their footprints, or someone suspicious might see them. She couldn't explain her whole body and mouth if caught. After finishing everything, they washed up and went to sleep. Meanwhile, Fong Chong in the county was lying in bed, thinking about Jiang Ruli's delicate face and charming voice. That plant and no one's around, yet it's so alluring. He was a reckless man from a grand estate in the capital, raised in the military camp since childhood. He learned talk from those rough soldiers. Mrs. Fong was always furious when she saw him like that, not knowing how to talk to him. He was 23 or 24, still single, always acting carefree. Mrs. Fong tried to introduce him to someone, but she ended up scolding a girl so badly she cried. Since then, no one dared to suggest an arranged marriage for Fong Chong again. Even Mrs. Feng's face didn't matter anymore. Tired of her constant nagging, Fong Chong packed his things and ran to Qishir City. His uncle also lived there. He was the mayor of Qishir. Seeing his nephew come onto his territory, Li Qingdong, following the principle of not wasting anything, directly arranged for the person to be taken into the government office. Sometimes, tasks that are difficult for him to handle are delegated to Fong Chong, who is quite capable. So, in daily life, Li Qingdong turns a blind eye to whatever Fong Chong does. Li Qingdong is not completely unaware of the black market activities. However, he chooses to ignore them. As mayor, he doesn't want to see ordinary people starving. As long as Fong Chong doesn't go too far, he won't interfere. Regarding the G Committee, with his support, there won't be any major trouble. Fong Chong lying on the bed thinking about Jiang Ruoli, wondering if the girl has eaten well. Does her broken arm still hurt? What about the other injuries from the beating? He also wants to know if the girl ever thought about him in that moment. Jiang Ruoli, unable to sleep in bed, also thought about Fong Chong. Honestly, with Fong Chong's appearance and demeanor, he doesn't seem like someone involved in the black market. But she only wants to make money and doesn't want to get too involved with Fong Chong. The next morning, Jiang Ruoli entrusted Jiang Yao to Aunt Qian, then went to the county hospital.
Why?
Of course, because Dr. Zhou called her to change her dressing. After all, when she was discharged, Aunt Qian overheard it. She didn't need to change the dressing now. She was there to deliver food supplies. At the warehouse entrance, Jiang Ruoli asked Rabai to sense if anyone was watching her. Getting a negative response, she opened the door and went inside. After closing the door, Jiang Ruoli sorted the packed grains by category. She also packed some fruit in bamboo baskets. Although she didn't weigh them, she was sure there was enough. After finishing, Jiang Ruoli didn't leave, but waited there for Fong Chong to arrive. Fong Chong was supposed to come at 2:30 p.m., as they agreed. Seeing Jiang Ruoli sitting in the warehouse yard, Fong Chong's eyes lit up. But seeing her still made-up appearance, he felt a bit off. "Comrade Guan, what happened to your hand?" Knowing how her hand was injured, Fong Chong pretended not to notice. He wondered how long it would take for her to realize he had already seen her true face. "If it's nothing, just a fall," she said. If she said she was beaten, he might guess she was the person from the day before yesterday. Could she really say that? Of course not. Fong Chong kept his expression neutral but thought to himself, this little liar who doesn't blink when lying. He didn't say much and took her into the warehouse. Looking at the warehouse full of grain, Fong Chong couldn't help but wonder where the girl had gotten so much stuff. The group of younger brothers behind him were already amazed beyond words. What did they see? Plenty of rice, flour, various meats, and even some fruits. All right, stop staring and get on the scale. Hearing Fong Chong's words, the brothers began to work. Even with many people, it took them over 2 hours to finish. Jiang Ruo Li looked at the late hour and thought next time they should come in the morning to check the goods. Comrade Guan, we've finished the inspection. Is the quantity correct? Fong Chong nodded. Yes, it's right. There are about 10 extra jin, and I've already included that in the count. Good. Thank you, Comrade Fong. Money is money, even in this era. I also have some receipts. Do you need to exchange them? What kind? Fong Chong pulled out a bunch from his pocket. Jiang Ruoli saw that even tickets for watches and sewing machines were among them, and she blinked in surprise. Is this person saving tickets to marry someone? She picked a few meat tickets and sugar tickets, then decided not to take more. She already had others stored in her space. If she kept not selling meat but kept eating it, people would start to suspect. All these tickets just offset the extra money. Jiang Ruoli nodded. Comrade Fong, could I ask you for a favor? Fong Chong raised an eyebrow. This girl actually had something to ask him? That was a miracle. Go ahead. I want to buy a bicycle, but the department store here doesn't have any. Do you know where I can buy one? Yes, when do you need it? As soon as possible. Can you ride a bicycle? Haha. If it weren't for the reminder, Jiang Ruo Li almost gave herself away. Oh, maybe next month during the trade. After speaking, Jiang Ruo Li left the yard and warehouse with over 8,000 yuan and a few tickets. Fong Chong was so annoyed by her attitude that he clenched his teeth and felt helpless. He didn't want to tell her he already knew who she was. He wasn't afraid she wouldn't supply him anymore, but worried she would just hide and disappear. Even with that ugly makeup, Fong Chong thought just seeing her was enough. If Madame Fong knew her son had become a love-struck fool, she might even set off fireworks to celebrate. Of course, Fong Chong definitely wouldn't tell his mother right now. After all, that person has a bit of a wild side. If he knew someone liked him, he would definitely come to Chi City to see that person. Once he was sure of his feelings, Fong Chong's mind seemed to open up. He kept thinking about how to meet Jiang Ruoli. When he saw Jiang Ruoli walk away until he couldn't see her back, his younger brother came over. Boss, isn't that old woman pretty? Not as pretty as the woman from the other day. Fong Chong shot him a glance but didn't speak. He wouldn't tell this chatterbox that the woman was the girl from 2 days ago. If the chatterbox found out, everyone in the black market would know. It wouldn't be long before his mother found out too. His mother's temper is quite scary just to think about. Jiang Ruoli returned to the team around 5 in the afternoon. She went to Captain Li's house to pick up Jiang Yao. Not wanting to go empty-handed, she brought some meat and a little rice and flour, her food for Jiang Yao's meal today. Jiang Jiqing, you're back? As soon as she reached the captain's house, she was seen by the eldest daughter-in-law. Oh, Sister Wahua, I came to pick up Yao Yao. Come in, we just went mushroom picking with our dog, Dan. Zhou Guohua is from Dehexi village. She's not very delicate, but she speaks softly and kindly. The second daughter-in-law, Li Xiaoxiu, is also from Dehexi village. She's not a big problem, just a bit petty. Jiang Ruoli placed her things on the table in the main room. Yao Yao, we're leaving now. We're going home. Qian, Auntie saw the items and hurriedly took them. Jiang Jiqing, what are you doing? Take these back to nourish yourself. Auntie, I was delayed today, so Yao Yao stayed with you for a day and had a meal. Consider it my thanks. Jiang Jiqing, that's too distant. The things you gave me the other day are enough for Yao Yao to eat at my house for a year. I didn't complain, but you're being polite now. Qian, Auntie pretended to be angry. Just consider it my way of showing respect. Now, everyone's grain is scarce, so please accept it. Jiang Ruoli finished speaking and quickly left with Jiang Yao. Qian, Auntie, unable to catch up, looked at the basket of items and sighed. This kid is too honest. That meat and rice and flour probably came from the black market. Their family's eldest son brought back 10 jin of rice today, just like the rice in the basket. Jiang Ruoli perfectly missed her chance to meet Li Xiangbei. It is known that Jiang Sheli had seen Li Xiangbei when he was involved in the black market. He is also considered a small fan who follows Fong Chong closely. Jiang Sheli had no idea that Fong Chong had given away hundreds of jin of rice and flour, letting his followers divide it themselves. Although he said they could share, everyone voluntarily paid for their parts. They couldn't let the boss suffer any loss. Later, Auntie Qian suddenly remembered and patted her thigh. "Oh, Dog Egg, go deliver this letter to Jiang Jiqing. I was so busy with the stuff earlier that I forgot about it." Dog Egg took the letter and ran toward Jiang Sheli's yard. On the way, he caught up with Jiang Sheli. "Jiang's sister, your letter. My grandma just forgot to give it to you." "Thanks," Jiang Sheli replied, taking the letter and giving Dog Egg a sugar candy. After returning home, Dog Egg gave the candy to his mother. "Where did this candy come from?" Zhou Guohua asked, looking at the candy in Dog Egg's hand. "It was a milk candy. Just now I delivered a letter to Jiang's sister, and she gave me this." Zhou Guohua smiled. "Jiang Jiqing calls you milk and aunt, and calls me sister-in-law. You call her sister, but the family hierarchy is all mixed up. Mom, Jiang's sister, and I are different. She's young and pretty, I can't call her aunt." Zhou Guohua nodded. Indeed, Jiang Jiqing was so young and beautiful, not yet at the aunt level. "Keep the milk candy for yourself. Don't eat it tonight. Mom, this is for you." Zhou Guohua was stunned, then smiled. "Mom won't eat it, you eat it." Dog Egg tore open the wrapper and shoved the candy into Zhou Guohua's mouth. She was both amused and helpless at her son's antics. But deep inside, she was filled with warmth. That milk candy sweetened her heart all night. That evening, Zhou Guohua told her husband, Li Xiangdong, about this. Li Xiangdong said, "This kid is thoughtful. Since he's missing a brother or sister, let's have another one for him." Zhou Guohua playfully glared at Li Xiangdong. "You're not serious." Though she said that, she didn't refuse. Jiang Sheli and Jiang Yao returned home. Jiang Yao helped Jiang Sheli light the fire, and Jiang Sheli took a packed meal from her basket. They simply reheated it and had a quick meal together. Back inside, Jiang Yao looked at a comic book while Jiang Sheli opened the letter. She had seen the address earlier and knew it was from Sun Miao. If she hadn't written, Jiang Sheli might have forgotten about her entirely, along with those two scoundrels and the White Lotus. "Comrade Jiang Ruoli, best wishes. How have you been lately? I received your package. How did you manage to get such a big ham? My mother said it's Jinhua ham. You're really impressive. Let me tell you, something big happened in their family recently. Zhou Qingqing married the scoundrel Wang. I heard it's because Zhou Qingqing, who has no job, was about to be sent back to her late husband's village with her child by the local authorities. Zhou Qingqing didn't want to go, so she arranged for people to see her sleeping in the same house as Wang. Even the local officials came, and under pressure, Wang had no choice but to marry Zhou Qingqing officially. I heard their marriage caused a lot of chaos. That scoundrel Wang Jing has been looking for you, but no one knows where you are or will tell him. However, something unexpected happened. When you sent the last package, he saw your address at the post office. So, he's probably going to look for you there. Be prepared. That's all for now. I'll send you another letter next time. Sun Miao Lu. When Jiang Ruoli heard that Sun Miao revealed Wang Jing knew her address and threatened to come find her, she felt a strong wave of nausea. Oh my! She had deliberately hidden herself in such a remote place, yet that man still wouldn't leave her alone. What's more frustrating is that Wang Jing had already married Zhou Qingqing, but still kept bothering her. What on earth is going on? Fortunately, Jiang Ruoli sent her letter through the county post office this time. Even if Wang Jing follows the clues and comes looking, he can only search around the county. After all, a county isn't very big, and it's not easy to find someone precisely. Plus, it's still quite a distance from the village. Thinking of this, Jiang Ruoli felt a little relieved, but her unease remained. What if Wang Jing really uses some special tricks to find her? What should she do then? Jiang Ruoli sighed and decided to take things one step at a time. Maybe her aunt sensed her worry and didn't bother her today. She didn't know if her second brother would come over, but they both went to bed early. Perhaps her parents also knew she was fine, so they didn't come. Before sleeping, each of them took a health pill. Jiang Junxia was curious about where the pill came from but wisely didn't ask. If her parents wanted to tell her, they would. Since they didn't, it was a secret and she wouldn't worry about it. Jiang Ruoli, who had been resting for half a month, finally decided to go out. If she weren't worried about revealing her plans, she would have gone out earlier. Recently, she had been busy making hair accessories and sewing a few new outfits with Jiang Yao. In her previous life, Jiang Ruoli studied fashion design, and applying that knowledge now brought her advanced ideas. She made the hair accessories, so Jiang Yao would have pretty decorations to match her clothes. Unexpectedly, Aunt Qian came to visit her about this. Jiang Jiqing, Uncle Li is too busy to come, so I'm here to talk for him, Aunt Qian said. Jiang Ruoli replied, Annie, just tell me what you want to say. Is the hair ornament on Yao Yao's head something you made? Many women in the team really like it. Yes, I made it. But Auntie, I have a better idea. Aunt Qian looked at her with curiosity. What is it? Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, Annie, the harvest season is almost over. Once it's done, everyone will have free time. I have an idea, and I wonder if it can work. It might also help the team make some money. Jiqing Jiang, tell Auntie about your idea, Aunt Qian urged. Jiang Ruoli kept her suspense. Do you think the hair accessories I made look nice? Aunt Qian nodded. Yes, they look good. They did look nice, but the accessories suited younger girls better. Jiang Ruoli continued. Do you think the supply and marketing cooperative would buy them? Aunt Qian hesitated. She wasn't sure about that. But all the women in the team loved Jiang Yao's hair accessories. Even the female youth in the youth team liked them. Most likely girls in town, and the county would like them too. Auntie, you can tell Uncle Li what I just said. After the harvest, everyone can make hair accessories and sell them at the supply and marketing cooperative. That could bring in good income for the team. Hearing this, Aunt Qian agreed. During winter, everyone usually stayed at home with little to do. Wives, mothers-in-law, and sisters-in-law often argued or fought. Having something to do would reduce all the unnecessary trouble. All right, I'll talk to Uncle Li about it, she said. Wait, Auntie. Please give these hair accessories to Uncle so he can take them to the county supply and marketing cooperative to see if they'll buy them, Jiang Ruoli added. Okay, Aunt Qian replied and left. No one knew exactly what she said to Uncle Li. After lunch that afternoon, the team leader came to Jiang Ruoli's place. Along with her, Aunt Qian and sister Ho Hot also arrived. Little Jiang Jiqing, about what you told your aunt, do you think it can work? Uncle, whether it can work depends on whether the supply and marketing cooperative will buy it and also on the costs, worker wages, and other expenses. The main flour costs at most 50 to 60 cents, and the production cost is probably around 5 cents. We also need to find suppliers for small parts. Inside the pants, there's elastic, which the supply and marketing cooperative also sells. 10 pieces for 2 yuan. If we buy in bulk, it should be cheaper. All right, young people are smart. Tomorrow, we'll go to the supply and marketing cooperative to ask the director. Jiqing, can you make a few more styles? Captain Li kept rubbing his hands, and Jiang Ruoli watched with her eyes twitching. Is he rubbing his hands like a fly? It gave her a vivid image, so she quickly shook her head. That shake startled Captain Li. Jiqing, is there any problem? No, I didn't mean I can't make more styles. I just had other ideas. But, Uncle Captain, you know my injured arm isn't fully healed yet, so I can't do too many. No problem. More styles mean more confidence. But Jiqing, how likely is it to negotiate this? It's hard to say, but I think if the designs are new enough, the price can be negotiated, and the chances will be higher. All right, I'll leave it to you. Uncle, is Sister Ho Hot free? I can teach her. My hand. Before Captain Li could speak, Aunt Qian said first, Sure, of course. If her family learns how to make it, then... Zhou Ho Hot was very happy. If she could learn to make beautiful hair accessories with Jiqing, she could earn more work points in the future. Little Jiqing, please teach me. Oh, it's not hard at all. It just needs delicate stitches, so they can't be visible. Zhou Ho Hot said, I know. My embroidery at home is the best. Jiang Ruoli handed her one to try. This simple style of large intestine ring was made quickly. She looked at it and saw the stitches were very fine, with no visible threads or seams. She nodded and said, "Sister Ho-Hot, your embroidery skills are really good. The stitches are completely invisible. Can I come and make hair accessories in the future?" "Sister, we need to have a contract signed with the supply and marketing cooperative first, approved by the team leader before we can do this work." Zhou Ho-Hot also knows that this mainly depends on negotiating with her father's side to arrange the supply. The next day, Captain Li came to find Jiang Ruoli, asking her to go to the county supply and marketing cooperative. This still requires someone who can speak well. Captain Li considers himself not very good at talking and doesn't understand many things, so he definitely can't sign contracts casually. In the future, Jiang Jiqing's side will be appointed as the leader of this small team. Jiang Ruoli quickly tidied herself up, then handed Jiang Yao over to Annie Qian and went to the county with the captain. Also accompanying them were Li Xiangdong and Zhou Ho-Hot, along with the team accountant, Chen. They went directly to find Director Liu at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's procurement station. To support the promotion of the headpiece, Jiang Ruoli and Zhou Ho-Hot both styled simple hairdos. Jiang Ruoli wore a red and black polka dot bow, with her hair half loose and half tied, looking especially elegant and intelligent. Zhou Ho-Hot braided a side braid, ending with a large blue ribbon with a bow. The group first checked the price of whole packs of hair ties at the cooperative. Even though they hadn't sold them before, they were sure they could. The clerks at the cooperative looked impatient. A few grown men kept asking questions but didn't buy anything. The fabric on the counter was carefully selected, with even patterns. After looking around, they had a good idea of the prices. Leaving the cooperative, they headed to the procurement station to find Director Liu. Not far away, Fong Chong was also walking toward the cooperative. His little follower, with sharp eyes, saw Jiang Ruoli. "Boss, look, isn't that the female comrade you saved last time?" Hearing saved, Fong Chong was sure it was Jiang Ruoli. He looked up and saw the young girl still with her injured arm, walking with a few others toward the procurement station. Fong Chong thought, today's young girl is exceptionally beautiful, especially the butterfly bow on her head, even more beautiful than the hairpieces sold at Beijing department store. Seeing such a stunning young girl, Fong Chong couldn't believe his eyes. He knew the girl was pretty, but he didn't expect her to be even more beautiful after dressing up. Without thinking, Fong Chong followed her, curious about what she was doing at the procurement station. Seeing their boss leave, his followers also followed. "Go ahead to that side first, I'll check out over here," he said. Hearing this, one of his followers, Li Xiangbei, also left. He saw his father, older brother, and sister-in-law. "I dare not appear in front of them. If they find out, I will surely suffer a lot of pain." Just then, the eldest leader told everyone to leave, so they wouldn't run into his father. Captain Li was entirely focused on how to talk to Director Liu. After thinking for a while, he decided to say to Jiang Ruoli, "Jiang Jiqing, we rural folks don't know how to talk to Director Liu. You're from the city and a high school student. Maybe you should talk to him."
Me?
"Captain, I can't make decisions." "I authorize you to decide," said Captain Li. He thought as long as he didn't have to speak himself, anything was fine. Jiang Ruoli had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Director Liu, are you busy?" Seeing so many people, Director Liu was surprised. "Captain Li, what's going on?" "Director Liu, Captain Li hesitated and looked directly at Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli smiled and took over. "Director Liu, I am a young person from Yangyang Brigade. My name is Chong. We have a business proposal for you."
"Oh.
"What kind of business?" Director Liu was very interested. It was the first time someone from the brigade wanted to do business with him. "Director Liu, please look at this first." Jiang Ruoli took out a headpiece. "A headpiece? It looks quite nice. Do you think this headpiece has a market?" Jiang Ruoli turned around, showing Director Liu the headpiece on her head. Zhou Guohua also touched her own headpiece. Director Liu saw this action and immediately understood that it was also a new headpiece. He opened his mouth but hadn't spoken yet when someone pushed the door open. Director Liu, I saw a female comrade at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative with a bow knot headpiece." Many people are asking about it. The person saw Jiang Ruoli and immediately became excited. Yes, yes, that's her. Look at the headpiece on her head. It's beautiful. Can we buy it at our supply and marketing cooperative? A vein on Director Lu's forehead twitched. That fool just said it in front of everyone, so the purchase price would definitely go up and they wouldn't make much profit. Jiang Ruoli and Captain Li exchanged glances, feeling that this business had potential. I understand. You can go back now. The person looked at Jiang Ruoli's headpiece reluctantly, wishing he could have one too. He didn't know when they would have stock. After dismissing the person, Director Lu discussed the next steps with Jiang Ruoli and Captain Li. At the door, Fong Chong also realized that this was something the young girl had come up with. He thought, this young girl has a very clever mind. After listening for a while, he decided he could also ask the young girl to supply him. In the city, it would definitely sell better than in this county supply and marketing cooperative. But the condition was that the young girl knew she had already been caught. Over there, Jiang Ruoli was still bargaining with the cooperative. Director Lu, look, we offer various headpieces and we also need to buy fabric scraps from you. We can only develop long-term if the prices are fair. Plus, we also produce handmade items and designs. All right, I get it. But you lack experience in large-scale production. We usually buy from outside suppliers and their quality is guaranteed. They also have more styles.
You.
Hearing Director Lu say this, Jiang Ruoli understood everything. She took out the 5 or 6 samples she had made earlier from her bag. They were all different styles and colors. Director Lu was dazzled by the variety. Director Lu, look, these are the samples we made on the spot. If you don't believe me, I can ask my sister-in-law to make one for you right now. Zhou Guohua said. Make it on the spot? I can't do that. But she didn't dare to say it out loud, worried it might ruin the deal. Director Lu waved his hand, indicating he didn't need it. Let me see these headpieces first. After examining a few headpieces, Director Lu found no flaws. The colors were better than those purchased elsewhere, with stitches hidden inside and no loose threads on the outside. The sewing was very tight. The quality, colors, and styles were much better than those previously bought. There was also a pink bow headpiece and a navy blue one, which were perfect for his little daughter and wife. Director Lu, what you see here are all designed by us. There are no matching styles outside. We also regularly introduce new designs to attract customers. As for quality, we guarantee all products are made to this standard and will not cut corners. Captain Li also nodded in agreement. Yes, all inspection and quality control are handled by Jiang Jiqing. If anything is not up to standard, it will never reach you. Director Lu was tempted. He just wanted to finalize these deals quickly, regardless of the price. All right. Next, they discussed raw material procurement and product pricing. In the end, they decided to buy all raw materials at the lowest purchase price. The price of the finished product is based on the complexity of the headpiece, the amount of material used, and the size of the final item. Each headpiece is bought for between 15 and 50 cents. For this kind of self-produced and self-sold work, Director Lu is quite pleased. After everything was settled, Captain Li and Director Lu signed a contract. The money for buying materials this time wasn't enough, so Captain Li nervously asked Jiang Ruoli to lend some. Jiang Ruoli happily lent the money. On the spot, Captain Li had Accountant Chen write a loan note for Jiang Ruoli. Then they went to the commune courtyard to report the matter to Director Lin. Director Lin listened, paused, then sneered. Old Li, where did you learn your way of acting first and reporting later? Director Lin, we were just passing by and bought some things. We didn't expect someone to be so interested in the headpieces made by our Jiang youth, and they insisted we make more. You wouldn't believe it, some people even rushed to Director Lu's office to ask him to find someone to buy the headpieces. Director Lin looked at Captain Li with a faint expression, as if saying, keep fooling if you want. He didn't say much, just looked at the contract and the headpiece on Jiang Ruoli's head, wondering if it was a bit exaggerated. All right, I understand this matter. Since you've taken it on, do a good job and don't embarrass our commune. Captain Li promised repeatedly he would not bring shame to the commune. With Jiang Ruoli's cleverness, making a new headpiece every week was not difficult. There are so many beautiful hair accessories in later times. they wouldn't all be the same. If they made too many headpieces, they could also create other items, like hair clips. That night, Zhang's family and Jiang Juanxia came again to Jiang Rua Li's small yard. Seeing her daughter's hand still bandaged, the couple felt very distressed. Fortunately, when Jiang Juanxia went to see Jiang Yao, Jiang Rua Li mentioned the spiritual medicine in the space, and she was completely healed. The bandage was just to hide it from others. Hearing her daughter say this, the couple felt much better. Jiang Rua Li also mentioned that she had arranged a job for the team. My dear daughter is so wonderful. Maybe you won't need to go to work anymore. Yes, Mom and Dad, I don't need to go to work now. That's good, that's good. With your small body, work would be too much for you. The family chatted for a while, then Zhang's father, mother, and Jiang Juanxia left. Before leaving, Jiang Rua Li gave them a large bag of things and said she would visit them again in a few days. Everything comes from space. Although it doesn't have strong health benefits, it can still help take care of the body. Of course, the most important thing is the medicinal pills. Seeing that everything was settled, Captain Li finally relaxed deeply. Come on, let's go. I'll treat you all to a meal at the state-run restaurant. We've been busy all day and we're starving. Li Xiangdong and Zhou Hohot looked at each other, surprised. Is this really their father-in-law? He actually invited them to eat at the state-run restaurant. But they knew this was thanks to Xiao Zhang's influence as a young, educated person. Thank you very much, Captain, Jiang Ruali said with a bright smile. When they entered the restaurant, it was mealtime. Captain Li reluctantly ordered a bowl of braised pork, a braised fish, a cold salad with shredded vegetables, a spicy large-head cabbage dish, a couple of steamed buns, and also ordered a bowl of rice just for Jiang Ruali. Southern children don't like eating noodles. Captain Li knew that. Jiang Ruali was touched that Captain Li ordered rice just for her. After all, which team leader would remember whether young educated people prefer steamed buns or rice? Thank you, Captain. No problem. If it weren't for your idea to help us earn money, we would be stuck staying indoors all winter. This has created jobs not only for the team, but also for the women in the team. Captain, I need to clarify one thing. The people doing the work must be clean and quick. This is based on work points. Those who slack off shouldn't be chosen. And as the director mentioned earlier, the quality must be guaranteed. Otherwise, it will ruin our team's reputation. Jiang Ruali said these words, and Captain Li looked thoughtful. Accountant Chen was straightforward. That's easy. Before shipping, Jiang Jiqing, you should personally check the quality. Jiang Ruali was shocked. Does this person want a freeload? Yes, I didn't think of that. Captain Li clapped his thigh. Jiang Jiqing, since this idea was yours, you should be responsible for it. I'll give you 20 work points.
How about that?
Jiang Ruali didn't want to cause trouble for herself. That's not very good. The others in the team might have opinions. Captain Li waved his hand. There's nothing wrong with that. The idea was yours, and the sample was made by you. You're perfect for this task. If someone else is responsible, that's fine too. First, draw up a plan. Jiang Shelley thought to herself that she should focus on her own ideas and not help others. Earning 20 work points felt much better than working in the fields. She nodded and said, all right, since the team leader trusts me, I will do my best. Captain Li was pleased and nodded in approval. This way, they could earn a lot by the end of the year, and the team would have some extra savings. Next year, they could apply to buy fertilizer, which would increase their harvest. When the vegetables arrived, everyone except Jiang Shelley couldn't help but swallow their saliva. The food smelled so good. Eat up, then go back and finalize this matter. Old lady's wife, you can work with Jiang Jiqing later. Captain Li knew about the eldest daughter-in-law's skills. Okay, I understand, father. Zhou Guohua was also very happy. She was weak and couldn't work in the fields, but her mother-in-law didn't dislike her and took care of her. She was very grateful. Now that she could earn work points, her second sister-in-law wouldn't make sarcastic remarks anymore. During the meal, the men ate happily, and by the end, Li Xiangdong had used up all the braised meat gravy with his bread. Back at the team, everyone was tired, so Captain Li decided to hold another meeting tomorrow since the autumn harvest was already finished. Jiang Shelley first went to the team leader's house to pick up Jiang Yao, then the aunt and niece returned home. She took out some meat from her basket, pretending she bought it in town today. The braised pork at the restaurant was too salty, so she only took a bite and didn't eat more. Still, she craved braised pork, so she decided to make her own. Although her right hand was injured, her left hand was fine. She carefully cooked a batch of braised pork, and the aunt and niece ate it with rice, enjoying the delicious smell. Early the next morning, Jiang Shelley heard the gathering sounds of the team. Everyone was assembling at the grain drying yard, and they were all wondering why there was another meeting. "Hey everyone, can you hear me?" she called out. "All right, I won't waste time." A few days ago, our team's Jiang Jiqing came up with a way to make money, doing hair accessories. This has already been confirmed and signed with the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and the Commune. Now, we need to select 10 suitable women from the team. This work is paid based on work points, with each person earning 8 points per day. Hearing this, the women below became excited.
But
the team leader raised his voice. "First, you need to be skilled at handwork. Second, those who try to cheat or slack off, don't come and bother me. Don't think that having high work points means you can slack off here. I have appointed Jiang Jiqing as the team leader. All the headpieces you make must be approved by her first. If you fail 3 times, you'll be asked to leave. Do you all understand?" "Yes, yes," replied the women comrades. Although the male workers didn't have much to do, their wives could earn 8 work points a day, which was good. At the end of the year, their work points would be used for settlement. More points meant more grain for them. Even if they didn't get much grain, they could still get some money. Everyone, listen quietly. When everyone settled down, the team leader continued, "Soon, you can come here to sign up. Those who want to slack off, don't bother to join me." After speaking, the team leader sat at a table nearby, waiting for people to sign up. The first to come were Deng Ying and Zhou Chuyan from the youth camp. Their embroidery skills were quite good. Gan Huaji also wanted to join, but her work was not very good. It was a pity, because this was a job that could earn work points. Jiang Ruali immediately took a few headpieces and placed them on the table, along with scraps of cloth and elastic bands. They made the items right there on the spot for registration. The process was quick, and even if they weren't familiar at first, they could get the hang of it in a short time. More than 20 people signed up, and in the end, Jiang Ruali selected 10 of the best. All 3 female youth camp members were included. From then on, Jiang Ruali only needed to provide the designs. There was no need for her to do the work herself. Li Xiaoxiu also signed up, but she was not accepted. She started to complain, "Jiang Jiqing, why didn't you accept me? What did I do wrong? Sister-in-law, look at your stitches. The elastic bands are visible through the large stitches, and there are loose threads. If we send this out, it might be rejected. It could ruin our team's reputation." Jiang Ruali showed everyone the headpiece Li Xiaoxiu made. Someone laughed. Even Jiang Jiqing wouldn't accept that. "Xiaoxiu, you want others to take you seriously with that?"
exactly.
Everyone chooses the best. Yours is probably at the bottom. Everyone had no objections to Jiang Ruali's method of selection. They all believed in choosing the best, and they trusted her judgment. If she had chosen based on personal relationships, there would have been trouble. On the second day after the Head Flower Small Workshop officially opened, Police Chief Qian Yue brought a banner, compensation, and a reward to Jiang Ruoli. Although not much, it was still an honor. Jiang Ruoli, holding her right hand, used her left hand to accept the banner and reward. She opened the envelope, which contained 10 large Unity tokens and some receipts. Jiang Ruoli raised an eyebrow, surprised by how many there were. Qian Yue seemed to see through her thoughts and quickly explained, "Young Jiang, the 50 yuan inside is a special reward from our superiors. The other 50 yuan and these tickets are for your nutritional expenses from our police team. If you hadn't been brave and quick-thinking, providing key clues, we wouldn't have been able to catch those enemies so smoothly. So, all of this is what you deserve." Hearing Qian Yue's words, Jiang Ruoli felt warm inside. She nodded and asked, "What happened to those enemies now?" Were they all caught? And what about Yushan? What was her final outcome? Qian Yue nodded seriously and replied, Yu Zhihong was involved with the enemies and committed serious crimes. After trial, she was executed by gunfire. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli felt a wave of relief. She thought to herself, her injuries weren't in vain. Justice had finally been served. Then she remembered the former police officer Zeng, who had falsely accused her, and curiously asked, and what about Officer Zeng? How was he dealt with later? Qian Yue sighed and said, Sigh, Officer Zeng made mistakes because of unfair law enforcement. He was dismissed from our bureau and sent to a farm for labor reform, according to regulations. We hope this lesson makes him reflect on his actions. Jiang Ruoli also felt a bit sad. If Officer Zeng had been more careful, she wouldn't have been hurt, and he wouldn't have been. But those things weren't her concern now. She had honor and money, and life in the team would be easier in the future. With money and tickets, she could buy food without anyone criticizing her. Moreover, she was still injured. After delivering the banner, Director Qian left. Jiang Ruoli handed the banner to Captain Li. Captain, this banner also belongs to you. Thanks to you for going with me to report to the police. No, we didn't do much when we reported. The police officer there didn't take it seriously and even let you get hurt. So, this honor is yours alone. Joy filled Jiang Ruoli's heart with happiness and gratitude. She knew this honor belonged not only to herself, but also closely linked to Fong Chong. So she secretly decided to prepare more food for Fong Chong next time as a thank you. With this good idea in mind, Jiang Ruoli led her team to work tirelessly on making head flowers. For a whole week, they worked together hard and carefully, finally making over 100 head flowers. Each flower was made with their effort and care. After finishing, Jiang Ruoli didn't relax at all. She carefully checked each flower to make sure it was perfect, not missing any small detail. Only when she was sure all the flowers were flawless did she gently pack them into soft cloth. Then, she set out to deliver the flowers to the supply station. According to their agreement, they needed to deliver exactly 100 flowers each week. This plan kept everyone from overworking and helped them earn valuable work points steadily, an ideal solution. That day, when she and the team leader went to deliver the flowers, it was also the day they had arranged to supply food with Fong Chong. Meanwhile, in the county town, Fong Chong was eagerly looking forward to Jiang Ruoli's arrival. After careful thought, Fong Chong decided to take this chance to honestly tell Jiang Ruoli that he knew she was Jiang Ruoli. Her flowers were so beautiful that he was confident he could sell them in the city or even in the capital market, and they would sell quickly. Even if Jiang Ruoli asked him to provide the raw materials, he was happy to do so. Jiang Ruoli and the team leader took the flowers to the supply station to see Director Liu. Seeing them, Director Liu was very happy. Oh, Laoli, if you don't come soon, my supply station will be overwhelmed. Director Liu, we're here now. We agreed to deliver once a week. Here are 100 flowers for you to check. Director Liu waved his hand. No need, I trust you. Such good business. You wouldn't ruin it, right? Team leader Li patted his chest. Of course not. Jiang Jiqing checks each one carefully. There's no way we'd mess up this good opportunity. Director Liu collected the items and gave a receipt to Captain Li. The payment was settled at the beginning of the month, so now they only needed a note to show how many head flowers had been received. Besides the procurement station, seeing Director Liu take the head flowers to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative, both of them watched the sales situation. Honestly, Jiang Ruoli was also trying this for the first time and wasn't sure if it would work. But seeing how quickly the head flowers were selling out, Jiang Ruoli and the captain both relaxed at the same time. They nodded in satisfaction, thinking that many women still loved beauty and had money to spend. Jiang Ruoli greeted the captain and went to the hospital to remove her plaster cast. Although her hand had healed long ago, she kept the cast on to avoid revealing the truth. Dr. Zhou had been waiting for Jiang Ruoli to arrive. He wanted to talk about her, wondering why she hadn't come to the hospital for a dressing change. Dr. Zhou, I came to the county, but it was too troublesome, so I asked a barefoot doctor in the village to help. I think my hand is fine now. Dr. Shou looked at Jiang Ruoli with a helpless expression. She was a well-educated woman, so he couldn't understand why she still trusted the barefoot doctor in the village. He didn't say much, just checked her hand. It was healing well, with no signs of infection or deformity, so he said nothing further. He only advised her to rest well and avoid lifting heavy objects. Jiang Ruoli nodded repeatedly. Her hand, which had been immobile for a month, was finally free. After taking the elixir from her space, her hand had healed completely, just like anyone else's. Once everything was done, Jiang Ruoli put on makeup and went to the warehouse to store the grain. The grain in her space, grown and harvested by her, was enough to supply hundreds of trips for Fong Chong. By 2:30 in the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli finally waited for Fong Chong. Her first words were, "Comrade Fong, next time we come in the morning to check the goods?"
Why?
"Because it's been a long time. I want to go back earlier." What she said casually made Fong Chong ask the next question. This surprised Jiang Ruoli greatly. Fong Chong said, "Does Jiang Jiqing want to go back early to take care of her niece?" Jiang Ruoli. "Wow, it's been so long. This person just watches me pretend to be clueless after applying makeup, probably laughing at me inside." Jiang Ruoli is annoyed. "You knew all along and didn't tell me. Do you think it's fun to let me look like a fool?" No, I just knew. Fong Qing hurriedly explains what he sees Jiang Ruoli angry and flustered. But he can't seem to explain himself clearly. Usually quick-tongued Fong Qing is now panicked and doesn't know how to explain. "Alright, if you know, then you know. Let's end our cooperation here." Jiang Ruoli doesn't want to cause herself trouble. Fong Qing is surprised and quickly refuses. "No, you can't."
Why not?
"Are you just playing me for a fool?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see when you'd realize I already knew your true identity." "Ha, Comrade Fong, you're so calculating. You recognized me back then and came to save me, right?" "Yes, but if it weren't for you, I would have saved you anyway." Fong Qing's good manners prevent him from ignoring someone being bullied. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli feels a bit less upset. "Comrade Jiang, don't be angry. I wasn't angry when you told me your surname was Guan. If your niece hadn't mentioned your name, I might never have known in my life. Right? Jiang Ruoli?" Fong Qing's tone rises slightly, carrying an irresistible charm. Jiang Ruoli is speechless and choked. She actually thinks her name sounds especially nice coming from this man's mouth. Jiang Ruoli feels she's completely crazy. "Comrade Fong, you're joking. I'm not angry." She says this, but secretly curses this man hundreds of times in her mind. "Alright, Comrade Jiang, let's get to the point." Fong Qing puts away his smile and adopts a formal tone. "Go ahead. The goods we agreed on before, continue supplying as usual. The hairpin you discussed with the procurement station, I can also buy from you. Whatever price they set, I'll match it." "How about that?" Jiang Ruoli is surprised. Is this person crazy? It's not even the time of reform and opening up yet, right? And he's daring to do this? Are you sure? Do you have sales channels? You don't need to worry about these things. We pay for the goods you produce and sell. Isn't that a good deal for both sides? Jiang Ruoli is tempted. What about the materials? She could keep hiring people to make it, but buying materials from the supply and marketing cooperative doesn't feel right. You need something I can provide, but the price will definitely be lower than what you pay at the procurement station, since we also need to make a profit. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and asked, "I still want to know where you plan to sell." "I signed a contract with the procurement station that supplies only nearby areas." Fong Qing slightly parted his lips and said, "Sure. If that doesn't work, I can sell to Harbin. As long as it avoids Mo City, anywhere is fine. If possible, it's better to avoid Heilongjiang province." It's not that Jiang Ruoli was intentionally making things difficult. She had indeed signed a contract to supply only the procurement station nearby. But the contract had a loophole. It stated that supplies within Mo City were only for that procurement station. It didn't say they couldn't supply other regions outside Chishire. Jiang Ruoli took advantage of this loophole. In this era, transportation was difficult. Even traveling from Mo City to Harbin took most of a day. "All right, Then I'll avoid Heilongjiang province and sell elsewhere, Fong Qing said, worried that the young girl might be caught by the procurement station for any mistake. Are you really able to do that? Fong Qing smiled and said, don't worry, I won't forget to pay you. Seeing his smile, Zhang Ruoli was momentarily dazed. This stern man looked surprisingly good when he smiled. She was momentarily infatuated, then quickly returned to her usual composure. In her mind, she secretly thought, does this person's good looks mean he's trying to me? Fong Qing also felt a bit defeated seeing Zhang Ruoli's expression. He deliberately smiled at her like that, just to try to attract her with his looks. But unexpectedly, the girl didn't fall for it. Has her appearance lost its charm? Not far away, Li Xiangbei watched his boss smile so freely and was truly shocked. He knew that the person in front of Fong Qing was a middle-aged woman. And he couldn't believe Fong Qing was smiling so affectionately at an old, unattractive woman. Has his boss gone crazy? Let's sign a contract, Fong Qing said casually, personally drafting a contract. Although it didn't have an official seal and might not be legally binding, Zhang Ruoli trusted him. She believed Fong Qing could sell the products elsewhere. After signing the contract, Zhang Ruoli asked Fong Qing to prepare materials for making hair accessories. Soon, she would bring the contract and supplies back, and the women in the team would work overtime. If necessary, they could even add more people. After all, several of them had good craftsmanship last time, but only the top 10 were selected. Chong instructed his subordinates to prepare these items while he was chatting with Jiang Shelley. Jiang Shelley, next time you come, don't wear makeup, okay? Jiang Shelley looked at him without agreeing or disagreeing. Have you finished weighing the grain? Yes. Li Xiangbei came over and said, boss, the amount is correct, and there's even 10 more jean. Jiang Shelley took out a few watches with plum blossom brands from her side bag. Last time I gave you 10 pieces, but this time I don't have that many. These are all I have. Do you want to take a look? Seeing the 5 watches Jiang Shelley brought out, Fong Chong nodded. Yes, I want them. The total transaction amount was 6,300, and the extra 10 jean was exchanged by Jiang Shelley for meat tickets. Jiang Shelley suddenly remembered something. By the way, about the bicycle I mentioned last time, did you get it? It's over there. Fong Chong pointed to a brand new lady's bicycle in the corner of the wall. Jiang Shelley looked at the bike and liked it very much. She had seen the 2.8 big gear bike before, but its height and crossbar were not suitable for her to handle. How is it? Do you like it? If you don't, I can exchange it for another in a few days. No need. This one is perfect, Jiang Shelley quickly said. She really liked this bicycle. When the torn cloth, rubber bands, needles, and thread were all brought over, Jiang Shelley took the items, mounted the bicycle, and was about to leave. Fong Chong hurriedly stopped her. I asked you earlier, but you haven't answered. What? Next time you come, no makeup, okay? Jiang Shelley was speechless and choked. Depends on my mood. After saying that, she pedaled and left directly. Fong Chong watched her go, leaving her behind. Li Xiangbei and the others nearby felt a chill again. What kind of hobby does the boss have? Does he like this kind of thing? They wondered if Fong Chong would be angry if he found out what they were thinking. When Jiang Shelley arrived at a less populated place on her bicycle, she stored the items into her space. Carrying a big bag was inconvenient on the bike. If no one had been around earlier, she would have put everything into her space already to avoid being seen. Riding the bike was much faster than a bullock cart, and it took only about 40 minutes to reach the main team. She took advantage of the empty place to take the items out of her space, then rode straight to the workshop of the Tuhua squad. It was obvious that the team leader was definitely there. Uncle Lee, come here. I got us another big order. In a moment, call over the sisters-in-law and aunts from positions 11 to 15. Wait, Xiaojing, take it slow. You've made me all confused. Uncle, look, I just signed a contract, Zhang Ruoli whispered to Captain Lee. It's with some black market people. They promised not to sell in Black Province. They can sell anywhere outside Black Province. Hearing this, Captain Lee was very surprised. You really have guts, girl. Going to places like the black market? Hee, I even saw Brother Xiangbei there, she said. That one sentence completely betrayed Xiang Bei. When Xiang Bei was beaten by his father that night, he didn't even realize where he had slipped up. He had no idea that Zhang Ruoli had sold him out to avoid Captain Li's spitting attacks. That's a story for later. Right now, Zhang Ruoli is setting up her stall. Uncle, if there's money to be made, why not? Besides, they're not selling in Black Province, so why shouldn't we do it? And I've brought back the materials. The price isn't as good as the supply and marketing cooperative, but the quantity is large. Captain Li's shameful heart was moved. After a minute, Captain Li quietly went to talk to his eldest daughter-in-law to arrange for those 5 people to come work. Seeing Captain Li's arrangement, Zhang Ruoli smiled. She thought, no one can resist the temptation of money. Later, the captain finally saw Zhang Ruoli's bicycle. Xiaojing, you bought a bicycle? Yes, I had someone from the black market bring it for me. It'll be more convenient to deliver goods to the county from now on. Doesn't the team have a 2/8 cart?
Why spend money on that?
Zhang Ruoli replied, no need. I can't handle that 2/8 cart. I have my own bike and I can ride it however I want. Captain Li looked at Zhang Ruoli's small frame and understood that letting her ride the 2/8 cart was not a good idea. He didn't say anything more about it. Soon after, Zhou Guohua smoothly found those 5 people. When they heard Captain Li still needed workers, their faces lit up with joy, as if they had found a huge bargain. Captain Li looked serious and said, let me make this clear. If anyone doesn't do good work or tries to slack off, don't blame me for being harsh. Hearing this, the women quickly nodded and said, yes, we understand. We won't mess around. After all, the points earned from sitting here and relaxing all day are surprisingly the same as those earned working in the fields all day. Plus, there's no need to endure the harsh sun or work hard. If someone doesn't cherish this good job and causes trouble or makes a fuss, they're only hurting themselves and cutting off their own income. It's simply foolish. Since everyone has been gathered, there's no need to waste time. Let's start working right away. At first, when making the first few headpieces, everyone was new to this task, so their techniques were a bit awkward. But it's clear that the finished products all meet the quality standards. As they became more familiar, their movements from the back became much smoother and their speed naturally increased. Based on this efficiency, each person can easily make 7 or 8 headpieces a day. At this rate, it will take about a week to complete all the carefully made headpieces and deliver them to Fong Chong's side. For Zhang Ruoli, this job isn't profitable. Selling to the black market makes more money. Meanwhile, Fong Chong's forehead veins were bulging with frustration. He really wanted to give that Huizi a good slap. What do they mean by special hobbies? What do they mean by you need to see a doctor? It was Zhang Ruoli who transformed a perfectly decent girl into a middle-aged woman with makeup. This made others think she liked that kind of thing. Li Xiangbei also found it hard to understand his boss, until that evening when he was sitting at the dinner table and heard his father talking about the headpiece order Zhang Ruoli got from the black market. That was when Li Xiangbei realized that the middle-aged woman with makeup was actually Zhang Ruoli. And he had also gotten into trouble because of his involvement in the black market. However, Li Xiangbei didn't know that Zhang Ruoli had betrayed him, nor did he realize where he had slipped up. Once he knew that his boss didn't mind his interest in women, he felt relieved. At the same time, he was quietly observing Zhang Ruoli. Sure enough, with his boss's good eye, Zhang Jiqing was stunningly beautiful. Most young women working in the countryside would be dark from the sun, but she was incredibly fair-skinned. Now, with the headpiece factory work, she didn't even need to go out in the sun. Seeing Li Xiangbei's gaze constantly drifting toward Zhang Ruoli, Annie Qian gave him a nudge on the back of his head. Just eat your food. Why are you looking around? Li Xiangbei immediately lowered his head to eat, not daring to look around. He silently thought, oh my mother, Zhang Jiqing is their boss's beloved. How could I possibly have any thoughts about her? But he didn't dare to say this aloud. If it tarnished Zhang Jiqing's reputation, his mother would definitely break his leg. If the boss found out, he might even get beaten up. Boss Fong clearly isn't from this side. He still holds a position at the county government. Very different from people like them. His demeanor is quite unique. If he's a soldier, he's also a bit rough. If he's a troublemaker, he has a soldier's air about him. He's a confusing mix of traits. But he's very loyal, and he knows how to fight properly. He treats them well. So, the brothers below all respect this boss. Li Xiangdong and his wife, Li Xiangnan, quietly ate their meal. Jiang Jiqing brought a big piece of meat, and they hadn't seen meat in a long time, so they were drooling with hunger. Li Xiangdong served his wife several pieces of meat, and the couple happily ate together. As for their son, Li Xing'an, he was not really part of their thoughts. Li Xing'an could only quietly put meat into his own bowl, and he also secretly gave some to Jiang Yao. Jiang Ruoli looked at him with a full smile. If Li Xing'an becomes successful in the future, maybe things could change. But it's still too early to talk about that now. During the day, Jiang Ruoli checked the hair accessories at the flower workshop and sketched a new design. At night, she and Jiang Yao waited at home for their parents to come over. They hadn't seen their grandparents in a long time and wondered how they were now. She wanted to visit, but unfortunately, the 5 people didn't agree. Even if Jiang's father and mother knew her arm was healed, they wouldn't let her go easily to avoid revealing anything in front of Jiang Jinxia. Another week passed, and Jiang Ruoli took her hair accessories to the county to deliver them. This time, she brought Jiang Yao along. She hadn't taken Jiang Yao out in a long time and wanted her to see more of the world. When they arrived at the county, Jiang Ruoli went to the procurement station. Director Liu saw her, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, little Jiang, you're finally here. We've been out of hair accessories for 2 days now. They keep asking for more, just waiting for you." Jiang Ruoli was stunned. She knew hair accessories would be popular, but she didn't expect them to be this popular. It's an honor to be liked by everyone. This time, I brought 100 pieces. Director Liu, please check them. No need to check. No need to check. You verify each one yourself. I trust you. Director Liu took the headpiece, signed the receipt, and then handed Jiang Shelley a new batch of torn cloth, rubber bands, needles, and thread. Jiang Shelley put those things into her basket and then said goodbye to Director Liu. The next stop was the black market, but their transactions still took place inside the warehouse. Although it wasn't a day for trading grain, this time they were trading headpieces. "Auntie, where are we going?" "To make money." "Soon. I'll take you to eat braised pork." Hearing this, Jiang Yao didn't say anything. Anyway, her aunt wouldn't sell her out, and she could still enjoy the braised pork, so Jiang Yao obediently sat on the back of the bicycle. When they arrived at the warehouse, Fong Chong was already waiting there. Seeing that Jiang Shelley hadn't put on makeup, Fong Chong's eyes lit up. But then he saw the child on the back seat and immediately lost his good mood. Why bring a kid to the black market? Forget it, forget it. It was already good that the girl didn't wear makeup. Fong Chong looked at her and smiled. "Today, no makeup." Jiang Shelley rolled her eyes. "You've already figured me out. So what's the point of makeup?" Fong Chong looked at her small white eyes and rude words, and he laughed even more. Rudeness is good. Rudeness suits him better. He originally thought she was a well-behaved, gentle girl, and he didn't think he was good enough. Now he saw they were a perfect match. Smile, smile. What are you laughing at? Are you still checking the goods or not? Check, check, check. Fong Chong called to the back. "Xiangbei, come check." Since the items from their team had come out, it was natural for him to verify. Li Xiangbei had already seen Jiang Shelley bringing Jiang Yao over. When he heard the boss's words, he hesitated but still came over. "Jiang Jiqing. Jiang Shelley." This greeting wasn't something he had to insist on. "Check them. There are 430 in total, at 4 mao each, so it's 172 yuan. Li Xiangbei didn't say anything and started checking one by one. Actually, he didn't need to check. Jiang Shelley had already inspected everything herself. He had seen how strict she was during the inspection before, rejecting anything that didn't meet standards and making them redo it. Fong Chong's forehead hurt a little. Was Li Xiangbei a bit stubborn? If he had to check, he really checked. Jiang Shelley looked indifferent. After verifying the goods, she knew she shouldn't cause trouble if there were any problems later. "Fong Chong, can you get those clips for hairpins?" "What do you want the clips for?" "Of course, to make pretty hairpins." Jiang Ruoli took out the drawing from her backpack. "Look at this." Isn't it nice? Do you think there's a market for it? And these fabrics, can you get them? Seeing all kinds of hairpins, Chong was very excited. Especially a white double-layer bow hairpin. He thought it would look great on a young girl's head. Chong nodded. Next week, when you deliver the goods, I'll bring some over.
Jiang Ruli smilat.
All right, it's settled then. Huizi and Slim Monkey were amazed to see their boss chatting kindly with a woman. They were so surprised their jaws almost dropped. But they were even happier for Chong. Finally, the boss stopped staring at the woman from before. Later, when they found out that this woman was the same lady, they were even more shocked. It was truly amazing what they called Eastern magic. But they didn't know the connection between the two at that time. They whispered to each other, "This woman is pretty, perfect for the boss." She also brought a little girl, not sure who she is. Could she be his daughter? Even if she is, if the boss likes her, he'll accept her as his own. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruoli didn't hear their conversation. After taking the money, she packed the fabrics for the next project into her basket and prepared to leave. She told Chong she was leaving and was about to go. "Hurry up. Let's have lunch first."
"I'll treat you."
"Having lunch is fine. If you're treating, then I shouldn't. I should treat you, especially since I haven't repaid your kindness from last time." Chong raised an eyebrow. "Kindness? Maybe I should just accept a kiss in return." Zhang Ruoli handed him 2 fish balls. "Do you want to eat peaches?" Chong looked confused. "Why talk about peaches now?" Zhang Ruoli didn't want to reply. Jiang Yao kindly explained for her, "Uncle Fong, what my aunt means is you want to eat a." Chong. "Hey, this girl is really good at annoying me. All right, I want to eat a. But can you treat me to a meal?" Zhang Ruoli didn't refuse. They were planning to eat at the state-run restaurant anyway. "Let's go first. You can catch up later. Brother Mingbei, come along too." After saying that, Zhang Ruoli rode her bicycle and disappeared quickly. Chong was left staring at Li Mingbei. One little third wheel wasn't enough. Now there was a bigger one. The road to winning her heart was long indeed. Zhang Ruoli remembered she hadn't sent a reply letter to Sun Miao yet, so she went to the post office to mail it. At the entrance of the state-run restaurant, she unexpectedly ran into someone she didn't expect. "Ruoli, I finally found you." Zhang Ruoli heard a familiar yet strange voice, and a chill ran down her spine. Is that scoundrel really catching up? Wang Jingyi?
"How did you find me?"
"Ruoli, I miss you so much." "Stop. Are you after my money? Do you want me to be your free nanny? You're already married to Zhou Qingqing, so why are you still bothering me?" Zhang Ruoli's voice was loud. She didn't want to argue with Wang Jingyi here. After all, in this time period, women are treated very unfairly. Men and women being too close could be seen as having an affair. Moreover, this man is already married. "I'm not. I was forced," Wang Jingyi said with a hurt and restrained look. Seeing this, Zhang Ruoli felt like vomiting. "That wasn't my choice. Zhou Qingqing forced herself on me. She said if I didn't marry her, she would accuse me of being a pervert." Zhang Ruoli waved her hand. "Enough. Don't pretend to be so deeply in love with me. Didn't you try to break my leg earlier to let me give up my spot in the cultural troupe? I'm your fiancé, but you two have already been hugging and cuddling. If you wanted to be a pervert, you would have done it already. What's with this act now? Ugh, what a shocking scandal. This man is so disgusting. Oh my god, this man would break his fiancé's leg just for Qingqing? I've seen disgusting things, but never this disgusting. Wow, I really have to say, wow. I've never seen such a shameless man." Wang Jingyi, furious and ashamed, yelled, "It's clearly your fault.
Qingqing has no job.
Why should I give her mine? I have you, and I will marry you. Why are you so heartless?"
"Huh.
I earned my spot in the cultural troupe myself. Why should I give it to her? Because she's pretty or because she's shameless? You two, a scoundrel and a shameless woman, should be tied together so you won't bother other good girls." As soon as Zhang Ruoli finished speaking, another voice came from outside. Listening carefully, it was also familiar. Qingqing rushed in front of Zhang Ruoli and angrily scolded, "Zhang Ruoli, you shameless person. You're still trying to flirt with IE. I knew he came so far just to see you. Zhang Ruoli didn't indulge her and slapped Qingqing across the face. Trying to flirt with him? What does he have worth flirting over? Does he earn a lot? Is his job stable? Does he love me deeply? No money, no care or concern. What do I want from him? To cuddle with you, or to be mean to his mother? Back then, when Wang Jingyi was still my fiancé, weren't you always clinging to him, crying and whining? Now you're here falsely accusing me. No, I didn't.
It was you who bullied me.
Yes, I bullied you. Not giving you the job was bullying you. Wearing my clothes, eating my food, and still wanting to be with my man. Yet you say I bullied you. I already gave up on that man months ago. I've already handed him over to you. Hearing Zhang Ruoli's words, the people watching nearby all burst into laughter. Wang Jingyi tried to come forward and hold Zhang Ruoli's hand, but she was kicked away by Zhang Ruoli. Wang Jingyi, what are you doing? Speak properly and stop touching her. I will call the police for harassment. There are so many witnesses here. Yes, girl, we saw it. That shameless man is harassing you. That's right, girl. We all will testify for you. At this moment, Fong Chong walked over. He had been busy in the warehouse earlier. When he approached, he saw Zhang Ruoli surrounded by people. He pushed through the crowd and asked from behind Zhang Ruoli, what's going on? Is someone bothering you? Zhang Ruoli glanced at him. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you.
Stand aside.
Fong Chong didn't listen and instead stood firmly behind her. Well, Zhang Ruoli, you're actually flirting with another man here.
Zhang Ruoli spat. Bah.
Don't say I'm not seeing anyone. Even if I am, what does it have to do with you? We've already broken off the engagement. You're married to Qingqing now, so why do you still want to interfere with my dating life? Are you crazy? Zhang Ruoli, who is he? Did you come here because of him? Are you really that shameless? Zhang Ruoli's temper flared up and she kicked Wang Jingyi in the face. You shameless person, I have never been as mean as you. You're the most despicable in the whole country. You want to use my money to support your whole family and even your little sweetheart and her ex-husband's child. If you're so capable, why don't you support them yourself? I've already run away to the northeast to escape you. Yet, you still dare to come after me. You're already married, and you're still looking for a single girl like me. Zhang Ruoli scolded and hit him at the same time. Fong Qing watched as this fiery young woman beat her former fiancé and couldn't help but smile unkindly. He thought the girl still had feelings for her ex-fiancé, but it turned out he was just a bad man. It was better to be himself, no childhood sweetheart, no fiancé, staying pure and innocent. The girl would surely like that. After beating Wang Jingyi, Zhang Ruoli squatted on the ground and started crying. Sniff, sniff, no one should bully like you. When my dad was around, you took advantage of me so much. Now that my dad is gone, you don't care about me anymore. You and your sweetheart and your mom humiliated me. Your mom didn't want me to marry you, so she kept her distance. When I came back, she even set rules for me.
I don't want to be mistreated by you.
Can't I stay away from you? Why do you keep chasing me and bothering me? Your sweetheart even says I seduced you.
Who is really your fiancé?
Sniff, sniff. Zhang Ruoli's crying made the women watching nearby feel very sad. How can there be such a man? Hurry, call the police. This man is harassing a woman. I'll go. Watch him, everyone. One of the women said, and hurried out to find the police. Seeing Zhang Ruoli crying so hard, Fong Qing's heart ached badly. He didn't want to see her cry on this face. The girl should be happy and laughing freely. Fong Qing didn't expect that the girl had suffered so much wrong. If she were his fiancé, he would cherish and protect her carefully, never letting anyone mistreat her.
Soon the police arrived.
They knew Zhang Ruoli well. She was a young worker who had helped their county catch several enemies and even uncovered a whole network. Because of her efforts, the county police received recognition. Young Zhang, what's going on? Zhang Ruoli's eyes were red from crying, and she choked on her words, refusing to speak. The women beside her explained what had happened one after another. The police officers listened carefully and gradually pieced together the story. They looked at Wang Jingyi on the ground, and their expressions were hard to describe. Such a good girl, and he treats her badly, yet he still wants to protect a woman who is already married. I really don't understand what this man is thinking. Comrade, please come with us. No, I don't want to. Ruoli, Be quiet. You should call her Comrade Jiang, Fong Chong angrily ordered. Seeing the anger on Fong Chong's face, Wang Jingyi was so scared, she shut her mouth immediately. She didn't dare to beg Jiang Ruoli anymore. The police officers took everyone to the police station, and some kind-hearted people followed, saying they would testify that the man was behaving inappropriately. Since the situation wasn't too serious, Wang Jingyi and Zhou Qingqing were simply sent back to Jiang province. Jiang Ruoli wiped her tears, which was a natural reaction of her body. Although the man said she was Jiang Ruoli and she was her, she still couldn't believe such a strange thing had happened to her. After leaving the police station, Jiang Ruoli thanked the women. Fong Chong followed behind her, walking with a serious expression. Jiang Yao quietly held her aunt's hand without saying a word. The three of them created an odd atmosphere. Until they reached the state-run restaurant, they met Li Xiangbei. Boss, where did you and Jiang Jiqing go? Hey, why is Jiang Jiqing crying? Did you bully her? Fong Chong's face darkened. Shut up. If you can't speak properly, don't speak at all. He would never bully the little girl.
I'm Fine.
I just met two idiots earlier. That woman said a girl being harassed was you? Fong Chong's face grew even darker when he heard this. Harassed? Didn't the little girl get beaten up? Fong Chong shooed the person away. Go, go, go. Hurry and buy some food. I'm hungry. Even if he wasn't hungry, the girl and his little niece must be hungry too. Yes, that's right. Fong Chong already considered Jiang Yao as his little niece. Jiang Ruoli told Jiang Yao to go inside with Li Xiangbei while she stayed to talk to Fong Chong. After Jiang Yao went in, Jiang Ruoli looked at the tall, handsome man in front of her. Fong Chong, do you like me? She wasn't asking as a question, but stating it confidently. Fong Chong looked into Jiang Ruoli's eyes and said very seriously, Yes, I like you. Jiang Ruoli tilted her head and asked, What do you like about me? You're beautiful, smart, brave, and I also care about your past. My grandparents and parents were all sent to farms after being reported. I can't possibly cut ties with them. Are you sure you want to get involved with me? Fong Qing said indifferently, Haha, they were just sent away. What's there to say? Every family goes through tough times. Jiang Ruoli knew that his family might also be experiencing difficulties. It's only 1970 now, and there are still 7 years until the college entrance exam is restored. In these 7 years, it's possible for Jiang Ruoli to take care of Jiang Yao alone. After all, no man would support a child who isn't his own blood. Jiang Ruoli's own money and food are enough to support their family. Finding a man can wait until later. She is still young, only 17. Right now, I have no plans to date anyone. Wang Jingyi is also my father's choice. I've even been divorced before. Do you mind? Liking you is my own choice. Whether you want to date me or not doesn't matter. As for the divorce, even if you've been married before, I still like you and wouldn't mind. Don't say things so nicely. Some people say they don't mind before dating, but after, they use it to criticize. Fong Qing interrupted her. Others are others. Those who criticize women over such things are not real men. I am a man and I won't hurt a woman's feelings. Jiang Ruoli didn't comment on this. For now, she really has no intention of dating anyone, even though this man is quite good. Maybe you should get to know me first. Jiang Ruoli raised an eyebrow, signaling Fong Qing to continue. My name is Fong Qing. I'm 22 years old. My family is from Beijing. My father is a military officer, my mother is the director of a cultural troupe, my grandfather is a retired soldier, and my grandmother is a war hero. I have 2 older brothers, and I am the youngest in the family. As for uncles and aunts, I won't go into details. My eldest and second brothers are married and have 4 nephews. I didn't like studying before, so my father sent me to the military. I started as a soldier, But later my father sensed something was wrong with the authorities and told me to leave. I was tired of my mother's pressure to marry, so I came to Chishire to stay with my uncle. I have a small job in the government, and I was just out having fun in the black market. I never thought I'd become the boss. Before I met you, I didn't know what it meant to like someone or to feel a flutter. After I met you, just seeing you made my eyes follow your figure. Since that day, at the state-run restaurant, I knew I was in love with you, at first sight. I may not know how to say romantic words, but I just want to show you the best things I have. It doesn't matter whether you accept me or not. My liking for you is my own matter. You can seriously consider what I say, and I am willing to wait for your decision. As for your niece Jiang Yao, if we become a couple, I will also treat her well. After speaking, Fong Chong looked nervously at Jiang Riley. As long as she didn't refuse, he felt hopeful. Even in the past, Fong Chong was never nervous when facing tough situations. Now his palms were sweaty. I understand. Let's go inside and eat. Hearing Jiang Riley's words, Fong Chong felt a bit disappointed. The girl's heart was quite tough. Oh well, I'll take it step by step. Inside the restaurant, Li Xiangbei sat with Jiang Yao at a table with fragrant braised pork, 3 fresh vegetables, sweet and sour pork, and cold shredded vegetables. Li Xiangbei and Fong Chong ate plain noodles and steamed buns, while Jiang Riley and Jiang Yao ate plain rice. Jiang Yao mixed the braised pork sauce with her rice, eating very happily. Fong Chong used his chopsticks to pick out some lean braised pork and sweet and sour pork for Jiang Riley. Jiang Riley didn't refuse his kindness and ate it. The sweet and sour sauce on the sweet and sour pork, combined with the crispy batter, was delicious. Seeing Jiang Riley enjoyed her food, Fong Chong ordered another portion for her to take away. Jiang Riley said, "Fong Chong, maybe I should pay you for the sweet and sour pork." Fong Chong's cheeks puffed up in frustration. "One dish's price. Can I afford it? I don't need your money. Hurry back now, and be careful on the road." Jiang really didn't make a fuss, and thought she could make up for it later elsewhere. After thanking Fong Chong, she took Jiang Yao and went back to the team. Fong Chong watched Jiang really walk away, standing in place. Li Xiangbei nudged his shoulder. "Boss, do you like Jiang Jiqing? Isn't that obvious?" Li Xiangbei asked further, "And Jiang Jiqing also has a niece. Do you mind that?" Fong Chong glanced at him. "Why should I mind? That girl is obedient and sensible. Raising her as a daughter isn't a problem. I can't afford not to. Does your family also mind?" My mom is eager for me to get married. As long as she's a girl, even if she's divorced with a child, it's fine. And a niece? No problem at all." Fong Chong thought about Jiang Rua Li saying her family had been sent to a distant place. Since she chose to come here, it meant her family was nearby in this village. With Fong Chong's skills, it was easy to find out a few details. In just half a day, Fong Chong learned that the people in the cattle shed at Dehexi village were Jiang Rua Li's family members. Fong Chong wondered if he could use his uncle's name to take good care of them. When he returned to the village, Jiang Rua Li handed over the money, receipts from the procurement station, and other materials to the village head. Then she took Jiang Yao and left. As for checking the headpiece, it could be done tomorrow. At home, Jiang Rua Li lay on the bed, thinking about Fong Chong's words. Honestly, she didn't dislike Fong Chong, but her feelings were only friendly. If she really wanted to be in a relationship, she would need to think carefully. The next morning, Jiang Rua Li went to the headpiece workshop. The sister-in-law, young women, and other workers greeted her. "Jiang Jiqing, you're here. Have you had breakfast, Jiang Jiqing? Come see how this looks, Jiang Jiqing." Jiang Rua Li smiled and nodded. "Yes, I've eaten." "All right, I'll be right there, sister-in-law." She walked toward the sister-in-law. "Jiang Jiqing, look here. I can't quite handle this." "What's the reason?" "Sister-in-law, it's like this. First, do this like." Jiang Rua Li quickly identified the problem and carefully explained how to fix it. This style of headpiece was quite complicated. The sister-in-law was older and had trouble keeping up. "Oh, I see now. That's how it is. I understand," she said excitedly, then left Jiang Rua Li to figure it out on her own. Jiang Ruoli took out new headpiece designs and samples, standing right in front. Everyone, sisters-in-law, young women, these are the new styles for this week. Some are a bit complicated, so the older women don't need to participate now. The younger girls will make them first and later teach you all. Zhou Chuyun, Deng Ying, Li Xiaohua, and Sister Zhou, you four start making this headpiece. Take your time, no rush. Good work takes patience. They all replied in unison, okay. After we finish the delivery next week, I'll bring back some hairpins. Then some of us will make hairpins, and others will embroider headpieces.
Great.
Hearing this, everyone became excited. They also deeply appreciate Jiang Ruoli. Without her, these women would not have been able to realize their worth. In the vast rural areas of China, many girls like Li Xiaohua face similar situations. They are born into poor families with tight finances, and the idea of valuing boys over girls is deeply rooted. Girls are often seen as loss-making and are sold like goods once they reach a certain age. When these girls grow a little older, they are like products waiting to be sold at the right price. Just as Jiang Ruoli was preparing to start a headflower workshop, Li Xiaohua bravely became the first to sign up after Zhou Hohot. She firmly believed she was no less capable than boys. Even when working in the fields for labor points, she always scored the highest. Recently, her harsh father announced that a disabled man from the neighboring team was looking for a wife. He said the man offered a generous bride price and was interested in marrying her to get the money. Hearing this, Li Xiaohua felt dizzy and her face turned pale. She was only 18, full of youth and beauty, yet she was forced to marry a man over 30 who had a disability. But luck seemed to be on her side. At this moment, Jiang Ruoli and the team started a headflower workshop which rekindled Li Xiaohua's hope. With courage, she decided to negotiate with her father. She told him firmly that if she could join the workshop, she could earn a lot of labor points during this cold winter. Finally, hearing about the chance to increase the family's income, her father temporarily decided not to sell her. Li Xiaohua was truly grateful to Jiang Ruoli. She also admired Jiang Ruoli for living freely and happily. Her mind was full of new and exciting ideas. Jiang Ruoli was like a role model she admired and aspired to be. When she saw Zhou Chuyun and the others starting to make new headflowers, Jiang Ruoli checked the ones they made yesterday. As expected, they were all very detailed. Seeing that more and more needed processing, Jiang Ruoli discussed with the team leader about hiring a few more workers. The team leader agreed, especially since there were also tasks for making hairpins. So, the team leader hurried to recruit more people from the team. This time, many came, but those who were poor at embroidery chose not to come. Dear members of the team, as you know, Jiang Jiqing has submitted the order for the headpieces for our team. Currently, we don't have enough workers, so we need to recruit 5 skilled embroidery workers. Everyone is encouraged to sign up. In fact, there is no need to worry too much about signing up anymore. Recently, the women who ranked 16th to 20th have been staying at home, practicing embroidery skills with all their effort. They work so hard just to improve their embroidery skills. They have visited the county town several times, and during those visits, they often overheard people talking excitedly about the headpieces for the supply and marketing cooperative. Because these headpieces are very popular and in high demand, some clever women predicted that more workers would be added to the workshop. These smart women prepared early, constantly practicing their skills to show their best during this opportunity. After a contest, Zhang Shelley discovered that the top 5 were the same women who previously ranked 16th to 20th. When she listened to their lively explanations, she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It has to be said that these women are quite clever. After the selection, they hurriedly said they wanted to start working in the workshop. Zhang Shelley advised them to wait, since it was only half a day today, and they needed to finish their household chores first. Fortunately, their husbands and families strongly supported their decision to work in the workshop. After all, earning extra work points in winter is a good thing. At noon, Zhang Shelley made a simple bowl of egg fried rice and reheated yesterday's packed sweet and sour pork. Her niece and nephew ate until they were full. In the afternoon, Zhang Yao and Li Xing'an went to the back mountain to gather firewood and mushrooms. Jiang Shelley continued inspecting the headpieces at the workshop. When she returned home in the afternoon, she saw several large bundles of firewood piled at the door. She asked, "Yao Yao, what's going on with the firewood outside?" "Uncle Fong and Uncle Xiangbei brought it," Yao Yao replied. "Fong Chong? When did he come to the team?" "What did Uncle Fong say?" Jiang Shelley asked. "Uncle Fong said that winter here is very cold, and since we don't have much firewood at home, he cut some and brought it over." Jiang Shelley guessed that Xiangbei probably told him, since she spends most of her time at the workshop and doesn't have time to gather firewood herself. She had initially planned to ask team members to help gather some, and she was willing to pay for it. I didn't expect Feng Qing to help her directly. Jiang Ruoli felt a mix of emotions. This man wasn't like others who sweet-talked. Instead, he genuinely helped her a lot. Although this was something money could easily fix, Feng Qing went ahead and did it himself. It's not wrong to feel touched, but it's not enough to consider dating him yet. Jiang Ruoli decided to wait and see. In Jiang Province, the weather usually turns cooler after winter begins. However, this place is different. As soon as autumn starts, the chill is obvious. Today was a day for trading, but Jiang Ruoli didn't bring Jiang Yao with her this time. The reason was simple: the weather was too cold now. Jiang Ruoli wrapped herself from head to toe like a rice dumpling, completely sealed and airtight. Then, she skillfully mounted her slightly old bicycle, pushed off hard, and sped toward the county town. Standing nearby, Captain Li quickly called out, "Ruoli, ride carefully and don't fall, okay?" Jiang Ruoli turned around with a smile and replied, "I know, uncle. It's very cold today. You should go inside." With that, she continued to pedal forward. It was November now, and the icy wind was like a pack of fierce wild animals snapping and clawing at her face. The cold air was so penetrating it felt like it was filling every part of her body. Even speaking casually would produce a puff of white steam from her mouth. After riding out of the squad's area, Jiang Ruoli quickly stopped her bike and threw the headpiece and hair clips hanging on it into her bag. After doing that, she couldn't help but sigh softly, thinking to herself, she really missed her little electric scooter from her past life. Why didn't she think of stockpiling a few more for backup? If she had a scooter now, traveling in this cold weather would be much easier and more comfortable. Unfortunately, there was no way to regret now. She pedaled hard, feeling sweat forming on her back. What used to take 40 minutes now took her an hour. Finally, she arrived at the county procurement office. It was early November, the day they settled wages. Captain Li had planned to come too, but his old, rusty bicycle had broken down a few days ago. So, only Jiang Ruoli came by herself. "Hey, Jiang Jiqing, you're here? Didn't your team leader come?" "Actually, I wanted to come, but unfortunately my bicycle broke down. It's so cold today that the team leader didn't want old Neo to go out and work, so he sent me instead." Director Lu nodded. "That's fine. Here's last month's money.
Count it."
Jiang Ruoli took the money, started counting, then wrapped it in cloth and put it into a small cloth bag. Director Lu looked surprised. "Is the amount correct?" "Yes, it is." "Director Lu, here's the receipt from before." He took the receipt and stored it away. These items are based on records, so they need to be kept properly. "Jiang Jiqing, look, it's almost the end of the year. Don't you have any new designs?" "Yes, of course. That's why I'm here, to discuss new styles with you." "Oh, show me what you've got." Gently, Jiang Ruoli reached into her bag and carefully took out a large red headpiece. This headpiece was bright and eye-catching, like a blazing fire. Carefully looking closer, you could see besides the beautiful red flower, there were small, delicate flowers hanging like a waterfall. These tiny flowers looked like stars shining in the night sky, glowing with charm. Between them, there were small white balls that looked like dewdrops on grass in the morning, clear and shiny, adding a fresh and lively touch to the headpiece. This combination made the headpiece look very festive, as if wearing it could bring endless happiness and good luck. Jiang Ruoli looked at the headpiece with joy, her eyes sparkling with excitement, as if she couldn't wait to wear it and show her most beautiful side. "Director Lu, how about this? Do you like it?"
Well,
This is a bride's headpiece. It's the end of the year, so there should be quite a few weddings, right? Seeing Jiang Ruoli hesitating, Director Lu thought that not many people in this era would spend a few yuan on a new bride's headpiece. Just as he was about to speak, a salesperson from the supply and marketing cooperative rushed in. Director Lu, is the person who brought the headpiece here? Director Lu immediately felt something was wrong. Last time, this person had loudly asked about headpieces.
And now,
Sure enough, when the person saw Jiang Ruoli, he quickly grabbed her hand. Comrade, do you know how to make a bride's headpiece? Before he could finish asking, he saw the red headpiece in Jiang Ruoli's hand. Just this. You already made it. It's very beautiful. I told you, my good friend is getting married. I looked at the headpieces in the supply store but couldn't find a suitable one. I thought you might be able to make it. Didn't expect you've already finished it. Hearing the sales clerk, Jiang Ruoli smiled with her lips pressed together. Doesn't this person see that Director Lu's face is already dark? Perfect timing. My good friend is also here. You should sell this headpiece to her. Jiang Ruoli looked at Director Lu without speaking. Director Lu waved his hand. Go ahead, call your friend over. He also wanted to see if anyone would buy this headpiece. The sales clerk hurriedly pulled her sister over. Here, this is my sister, who's about to get married. When she heard the word married, the woman blushed shyly. But when she saw the headpiece in Jiang Ruoli's hand, she immediately liked it. Comrade, is this a headpiece? It looks different, but very pretty. Yes, this is a bride's headpiece, made especially for brides-to-be. If you like it, I can help you try it on. Seeing the woman nod, Jiang Ruoli untied her hair, styled it again, and pinned the headpiece on her head. The sales clerk, seeing the transformed sister, excitedly shouted, Duo, it's so beautiful. Truly beautiful. With this headpiece, you'll be the most beautiful bride. Hearing this, Director Lu, who was feeling upset, felt even worse. This slowpoke. I really want to drag her out and sew her mouth shut. The sales clerk looked at the dark-faced Director Lu. Director, do you think it looks good? Can we order more? The woman called Duo looked at herself in the mirror and softly exclaimed. It felt like she hadn't changed much, but she still felt prettier. Comrade, can I buy this headpiece? Duo asked, looking at Jiang Ruoli with hopeful eyes. Jiang Ruoli turned to Director Lu. Director Lu, what do you think? All right, you two go out first. We'll discuss this. Director Lu sighed and began negotiating the price of a headpiece with Jiang Ruoli. Because it used a lot of material and was complicated, Jiang Ruoli priced it at 2 yuan and 50 cents each. Hearing this, Director Lu couldn't help but take a breath. That's too expensive. Would anyone really spend several yuan just to buy something for one-time use? In the end, Director Lu agreed, but he didn't want to buy much. Jiang Shelley gave him a vaccination. This kind of thing can't be done quickly because the process is complicated and takes a lot of time. Director Lu nodded but didn't say anything. After signing the contract, Jiang Shelley left Director Lu's office. She met the saleswoman and Duo at the door. Comrade Jiang, can I buy this headpiece from you? No need, I'll give it to you. Happy wedding. Duo happily said, really? Thank you so much. Jiang Shelley also explained to Duo how to hang the headpiece so it wouldn't fall off easily and how to style her hair to look best with it. Duo listened carefully, and the saleswoman nearby was also paying close attention. If the merchandise is sold later, she can help try on the headpieces for others. Captain Li has already accepted the new contract Jiang Shelley brought back. The previous batch of hairpins was all sent to Fong Chong's side for sale. As for the supply and marketing cooperative, they haven't bought hairpins from this side before, so suddenly having these items might be hard to explain. Everyone should go back to their own homes and handle their own affairs. The weather is getting colder. Jiang Shelley thought about her family's cow shed, which isn't windproof or warm enough. On such a cold day, how will they get through? So she took some urea bags from Fong Chong's side, planning to bring them to her parents' cow shed at night. At night, under the cover of darkness, Jiang Shelley and Jiang Yao crossed Shengyang Mountain and arrived at the cow shed. Jiang Shelley knocked on the door in a regular rhythm. Libiobo is here, a voice came from inside. Jiang Juanxia opened the door and saw two people, one big and one small, standing outside. Little sister, Yao Yao. Come in quickly. Jiang Juanxia was surprised to see Jiang Yao. She didn't expect her little sister to bring Yao Yao over. Jiang's father took the basket on Jiang Shelley's back. It was heavy, and he could tell it was filled with many things just by lifting it. While the father and daughter talked, Jiang Shelley quietly took out many items from her space, including urea bags. Dad, I got these from someone else. Tomorrow, you can nail this on the window to let in some air. Remember to cover it with mud outside so others won't see. Jiang's father took the urea bag. All right, good job, Libuobo. You're really amazing. Yao Yao also came over to greet her great-grandfather, great-grandmother, grandpa, and grandma. Seeing how well Jiang Shelley has raised Yao Yao, the Jiang family's hearts ache. Their Libuobo is so young, and she's already taking care of a child. What will happen when she looks for a partner in the future? If Jiang Ruoli knew what the four of them were thinking, she would definitely loudly say she doesn't want to find a partner. The family chatted for a while longer, then Jiang Ruoli took Jiang Yao and left. Jiang Juanxia went to see them off, just to the foot of the mountain. They didn't go further, afraid of being seen. At the end of November, snow started falling gently from the sky. As children from the south, Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao watched the snow and cheered happily. The sister-in-law in the workshop couldn't help but smile when she saw Jiang Ruoli. This young girl from the south probably hasn't seen snow before, so her reaction is normal. The other southern youth saw snow like this too. Jiang Ruoli felt a bit embarrassed being watched by the sisters-in-law. But in her past life and this one, she was from the south, so it was normal not to have seen such big snow before. Young girl, be careful not to catch a cold. Jiang Ruoli patted her clothes and said, Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'm dressed warmly. When the snow gets thicker, it will be more fun. Jiang Ruoli looked forward to it. She used to watch the ice and snow world in Harbin and always wanted to go, but never had the time. Losing her grandparents, parents, and not having the chance to go out and play made her lose the desire to travel.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
When the snow gets really thick, she can build snowmen and have snowball fights. But right now, she had a problem. It was very cold, and the workshop was just a small storage room at the brigade headquarters. Closing the door made it hard to see anything, and leaving it open let the cold wind in. The sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law were freezing, their hands stiff from the cold wind, so they couldn't make many hairpins all day. The brigade leader was so worried his mouth was blistered. Jiang Ruoli also felt anxious because these were money. Leader, I have an idea, listen to it and tell me what you think. Go ahead. Leader Li looked at her with hope. This young girl probably had a better head than his old bones. We can have the sisters-in-law and sisters-in-law take the tasks home to do, with a fixed amount to finish each day, regardless of the time. What do you think? The wind here is too strong. It's too cold to work properly. Leader Li didn't like this idea, worried that some people might slack off. Maybe sensing his concern, Jiang Ruoli continued, Uncle, if everyone just waits here, the tasks will never get done. Yes, leader, we'll go back home. We can still do a few things at night. Yes, Captain, don't worry. We come to pick up tasks every day and promise to do the same as before. Everyone else agreed happily. It's really too cold here. Hearing everyone's words, Captain Li also agreed. You can take the tasks home, but you must ensure the quality. If anyone's work isn't good enough, they shouldn't come anymore. Everyone was very happy to hear this. At home, they could do a few more on the heated bed. Starting today, everyone chose their own materials to take home and work on. They only needed to come to the workshop every other day to submit finished products. Once everything was ready, they took their 2-day quota and went back home. The captain also locked the door. Inside, all their work was stored and it was money too. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao went back to their room. The room was warm from the heated bed, and both took off their heavy cotton clothes. Over at the cattle shed, Zhang's father sighed. If Li Bao hadn't brought the bag of fertilizer, I don't know if we could get through this winter. Zhang's mother sighed. It's so cold, Li Bao probably won't come over, right? Old Lady Zhang also sighed. It's snowing, and the mountain roads are hard to walk. Luckily, Li Bao left enough food for us to survive the winter. After taking health-strengthening pills, they were much healthier than others in the cattle shed. Jiang Juanxia was silent for a moment. Tonight, I'll visit my younger sister. If there's nothing urgent, don't let her come over again. Night travel is dangerous. Let your dad go with you. Jiang Juanxia wanted to refuse but thought for a moment and nodded, feeling it was safer with one more person. At this moment, Zhang Ruoli was eating hot pot with Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was used to her aunt sometimes making special dishes. Her aunt said she bought them in the county, so they must be from there. But this hot pot was really delicious, spicy and flavorful, addictive to eat. Yao Yao, is it tasty? Yes, it's delicious. After eating, I feel warm all over. Jiang Ruoli asked with her lips reddened from the spice. Spicy? Do you like it? Spicy, but very tasty. Yao Yao likes it a lot. Jiang Yao looked up, showing her red lips and cheeks, and happily said, I like it. Auntie, I want you to make it again next time. Jiang Ruoli gently rubbed Jiang Yao's head and said, Next time, I'll make it for you again. After dinner, the two relatives happily went to sleep. While Jiang Yao was still asleep, Jiang Ruoli went into her space. The martial arts manual I found earlier hasn't been practiced yet. Now that I have the chance, I should start training. In early December, Jiang Ruoli went to the county again. It was so cold that she just wanted to stay under the blankets. When she arrived at the procurement station, she saw Director Liu standing at the door, shivering from the cold. She smiled and asked Director Liu, who has such influence that you come to greet them personally. Oh, Comrade Xiao Zheng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Director Liu said, his eyes bright when he saw Jiang Ruoli. She looked at Director Liu, who was smiling like a kind Buddha, and felt puzzled. Director Liu, what's going on? Well, the wedding headpieces made by our salesgirl Xiao Li's good friend have been asked about by many people. How many did you make this time? We just followed the contract. 2 each week. Jiang Ruoli chuckled inwardly. So, you kept it a secret. Now, this is good. Comrade Xiao Zheng, do you think you could rush and make a few more? Director Liu, you know making these is complicated. It takes 5 or 6 times longer than making ordinary headpieces. I know. But the wedding headpieces have already been asked about by 7 or 8 people. Jiang Ruoli was stunned. Are there so many weddings at the end of the year? Director Liu, then. Director Liu rubbed his hands nervously. Next week, can you bring some over? Jiang Ruoli reluctantly nodded. All right, but you need to prepare the materials for me. And as for the money, Director Liu clenched his teeth. How about an extra 2 cents per piece? Jiang Ruoli nodded in satisfaction. She could make several wedding headpieces in a day. She said this on purpose. If she made it sound too easy, Director Liu wouldn't agree to pay more so easily. Director Liu nodded. He had tried to have someone copy the headpieces, but no one knew how they were made. After signing the new contract, Jiang Ruoli handed over the previous goods and then took the new supplies. She left the procurement station with the receipt. Next, she went to Fong Chong's warehouse. After confirming with Ruobai that no one was around, Jiang Ruoli entered the warehouse and took out everything she had stored. This time, she brought 3 times the amount of goods from their previous trade, enough for 4 transactions. It will be colder in the future, and she doesn't want to go out again. So, she decided to buy more supplies at once and wait until after the new year to make the exchange. Seeing the warehouse filled to the brim, Jiang Ruoli felt very satisfied. After more than an hour, Fong Chong and the others arrived. Li Xiangbei was amazed at the full storage of grain and couldn't find words to speak. Jiang Ruoli explained to Fong Chong with a puzzled look, our supplier agreed to sell more at once this time. They will stop before the new year and continue after. Fong Chong didn't say much after hearing this. In such cold weather, he didn't want the young girl to go out and catch a cold.
Okay.
Although he was a bit disappointed that he wouldn't see the girl for more than 2 months, Fong Chong nodded in agreement. It was just more money. He had it. During this time, thanks to the supplies from the girl's side, Fong Chong had already earned a lot. Plus, since the girl wasn't coming, he could go find her himself. Fong Chong, if you don't have enough money, you can also exchange for yellow-white items or antiques. Fong Chong was surprised to hear this. As for the yellow-white objects, he didn't mind, but antiques weren't worth much now. Why would the girl want those? Seeing Fong Chong's confusion, Zhang Ruoli calmly explained, "It's not me who wants them, but my superiors." Since she said so, Fong Chong didn't argue further, and just asked for some time to arrange things. "All right, let's go to this state-run restaurant for lunch. My treat." Zhang Ruoli, about to receive a large sum of money, felt very happy. She wore a bright smile and generously offered to pay for the meal. Fong Chong, standing nearby, smiled helplessly, thinking that since she was so enthusiastic, he might as well accept. After all, he was quite short on money right now. This transaction had almost emptied his savings. "If you really can't pay so much this time, it's okay. You can make up for it after the new year when you return." Hearing Zhang Ruoli say this, Fong Chong was a bit surprised. He looked up and stared directly at the small but very generous girl in front of him, asking doubtfully, "How will you explain this to your superiors?" Zhang Ruoli waved her hand casually and cheerfully replied, "Oh, no worries. I've earned quite a lot in these months, plus what you gave me this time. It's enough to cover and report to my superiors." Clearly, Zhang Ruoli was not at all afraid that the person in front of her might take the opportunity to slip away or refuse to pay, because beforehand, Fong Qing had already revealed all his details to her without reservation. Not only that, she knew exactly where he lived and other detailed information, even knowing clearly about his uncle, who was the mayor of the city. Therefore, Zhang Ruoli was very confident that she would successfully get the money. At this moment, Fong Qing did not say much, only quietly gazed at the straightforward and generous girl in front of him. For some reason, the longer he interacted with Zhang Ruoli, the more he liked her. In his eyes, her open and bold personality was very different from the typical Southern style. Instead, it resembled the passionate and lively traits of people from the northern regions. Since that was the case, Fong Qing did not bother to refuse. This time, Zhang Ruoli invited him to dinner, and next time, she would have a reason to invite him back. This back and forth would allow more contact so she could learn more about him, and he could learn more about her. No matter what, Fong Qing was determined to consider Zhang Ruoli as the only one in his life. At the state-run restaurant, Zhang Ruoli ordered one meat dish and one vegetable dish, enough for 2 people. When she asked Fong Qing whether he preferred steamed buns or rice, he said he could have the same as her. So Zhang Ruoli ordered 2 bowls of rice. When the waiter brought the steaming, fragrant rice to the table, Zhang Ruoli quickly took an empty bowl and fetched a pair of clean chopsticks. She skillfully and carefully scooped more than half of the rice from her bowl into the empty one. Fong Qing, sitting opposite her, watched her actions with a puzzled look and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing?" Hearing his question, Zhang Ruoli didn't stop her movements. She continued scooping rice and softly replied, "The portion is too big. I can't finish so much. So I'm packing the leftovers to take home. I can just heat it up and eat it later tonight." Fong Qing silently stared at the bowl with most of the rice scooped out, feeling a strange emotion. He wondered silently when he might have the chance to taste the girl's leftover food. Recalling the times at home, my father always ate the leftover food for my mother. To him, this act symbolized a close and dependent relationship. Maybe someday he will share such a deep bond with Zhang Ruoli too. After dinner, Fong Chong and Zhang Ruoli went back to the warehouse. Some yellowish-white items and antiques were also prepared. Zhang Ruoli counted and still needed over 20,000 yuan. Fong Chong handed her a promissory note. "Ruoli, this is the IOU. I still owe you 25,728 yuan.
Zhang Ruoli nudda.
Okay, whenever you have the money, just give it to me. It's not a problem." Fong Chong looked at her steadily. The cold weather made her nose red and cute. After saying goodbye, Zhang Ruoli rode her bike back to the team, while Fong Chong went to his brother-in-law's house. Seeing the lively scene inside, Fong Chong felt a bit confused. Fong Chong is back. Liao Qi Mei warmly welcomed him inside. Once inside, Fong Chong noticed several young women who didn't look very old. If he couldn't see what was happening, he would be foolish. Fong Chong warned coldly, "Aunt Liao, I told you before." Liao Qimei's face changed slightly, but she smiled and said, "I'm not forcing you to do anything. Just meeting some people, that's all." Fong Chong's expression remained unchanged. He stared at her intently. "Does my uncle know about this?" he asked. Hearing this, Liao Qimei didn't reply. One girl's face darkened immediately when she heard Fong Chong speak. She jumped up and accused him. "How can you be so rude? Aunt Liao was just being kind." Fong Chong sneered. "When did it become my family's turn to be decided by her?" A hint of resentment flashed in Liao Qimei's eyes, but she quickly smiled again. "I didn't say I wanted to take control. I just wanted you to meet some girls." Fong Chong looked down at her with a sarcastic smile. Then he opened the door and left. His uncle wasn't home, so he must be at the government building. Fong Chong went straight there to find him. The several women in the house looked at each other, and the woman who had previously spoken back also seemed to notice something. Although she didn't like Fong Chong's rudeness, she was upset that he had forcibly arranged a match without informing anyone first. If it weren't for the fact that this woman was the mayor's wife, she wouldn't have come here at all. Fong Chong left the house and went to the door of his brother-in-law Li Chuangdong's office, knocking gently. Inside, a calm and friendly voice responded, "Come in." Fong Chong pushed the door open and entered. Seeing who had come in, Li Chuangdong was quite surprised. "And why are you here?" Usually, Fong Chong is never seen on weekends, but today he was inside the government building. "Brother-in-law, can we talk?" "Please don't call me by my nickname," Fong Chong said with a smile. "Your wife wants to take charge of my family." Li Chuangdong looked puzzled.
Huh?
"What's going on?" "She somehow found 5 or 6 women at home and said she wanted to introduce them to me. Is she trying to set me up with someone, or is she planning something else?" Hearing this, Li Chuangdong's face immediately darkened. His sister, as the main lady of the Fong family, couldn't even manage her own family affairs, and now she wanted to introduce a match for Fong Chong? Not to mention Fong Chong himself. Even his son Li Tianming wouldn't be under her control. The women Li Chuangdong knew were all mismatched and unremarkable. How could Fong Chong possibly be interested? Li Chuangdong's wife passed away after a difficult childbirth with Li Tianming, leaving him to raise their son alone. The pressures of life and the trivial chores of caring for the child left him exhausted, often in a dazed state. Seeing Li Chuangdong growing more tired and worn out, the old lady of the Li family felt deeply distressed. She decided to find help from distant relatives and brought in a woman named Liao Qimei to help take care of the child. In the first few years, Liao Qimei was responsible and attentive, caring for Li Tianming with great dedication. Perhaps because she was young, she was quite earnest in her care for the child. Impressed by her dedication, Li Chuangdong carefully discussed with her and expressed his willingness to register their marriage, but he wouldn't hold a big wedding. He clearly told her that aside from their nominal marriage, they had no other relationship. His only goal was to give her a legal status so she could better care for the child, and he would provide some financial support. Beyond that, he wouldn't make any further commitments. Because in Li Qingdong's heart, he still deeply loves his late wife, and no one can replace her position. Time passes, and as Li Tianming gradually grows up, Liao Qimei's desires and schemes begin to grow stronger. She is no longer satisfied with just being a nanny who cares for the children. She longs for more substantial gains. Smart and clever, Li Tianming has already seen through Liao Qimei's true nature and intentions. Faced with such a cunning woman, he chooses to leave the family decisively and join the military camp as a soldier. Now Li Tianming has become a company commander. If Fong Chong does not leave the army, his rank will likely be at least a company commander, possibly even a battalion commander. "I understand. Don't pay attention to her." Li Chuangdong glanced at Fong Chong, who was lazily sitting on the sofa. "Have you thought about finding a partner?" Fong Chong, who has a good relationship with his brother-in-law, directly shared his thoughts. "I have someone in mind, still pursuing her." Hearing that Fong Chong has a target, Li Chuangdong became interested. He put down his pen and sat down on the sofa opposite Fong Chong, leisurely watching him. Tell me about her. The girl you like must be extraordinary. She is indeed different. Fong Chong shared his recent interactions with Jiang Ruoli. Li Qingdong listened with great interest. When he heard that the girl had rejected Fong Chong's confession, he couldn't help but smile. Finally, someone isn't fooled by your looks. Brother-in-law, don't laugh at me. Please help me think of a way. Li Qingdong put away his playful expression. Do you like her that much? Fong Chong nodded seriously. Yes, I like her very much. She's the one I must have. Her situation. Just reassigned. Just need to take better care of her. Is she still involved in black market activities with you? Li Qingdong thought that this girl was really quite daring. Yes, she designed some hair accessories that sell very well, so I ordered some from her. Fong Chong didn't mention the food situation. He only talked about how he saw her act heroically and fell in love at first sight. Li Qingdong didn't expect his nephew to be so straightforward. Disliking is one thing, but liking is another level of shock. The family's girl sent down from the countryside, with a child. Though the child is her niece, once she is sent down, the future is uncertain. So, this niece will stay with her until she grows up and gets married. Does your mother know about this? I didn't tell her. With her lively personality, she might suddenly come here one day and catch me off guard. That would be terrible. She might not only chase after her wife, but also scare my mom away. Brother-in-law, don't tell her either. I'll tell her after I catch her. Li Qingdong was speechless and could only nod in agreement. Back at the team, Jiang Ruoli handed the notes and materials to Captain Li. Then she took Jiang Yao home. Once home, she told Jiang Yao to go to sleep, while she leaned aside, using her mind to look through the items inside her space. They say a prosperous era has ancient antiques and chaotic times of gold. Gold, no matter the era, always retains its value. Especially since the country developed later, the price of gold only increased. After examining the gold, Jiang Ruoli stored those items in a warehouse. There were also items left by previous owners in other warehouses. Jiang Ruoli had looked at them. They were all very beautiful. It seemed to have items from every dynasty, the oldest from the cultivation world, and the newest from the Republic period with large coins. She wondered how many owners the space jade pendant had gone through. Jiang Ruoli thought, if a trading system appeared again, who knew what other things might show up? Ding ding, detected that the host is thinking about a trading system. Do you want to bind the trading system? The sudden voice made Jiang Ruoli shout, ah. Wait, there's a monster. Ding ding, detected that the host's emotions are too intense. Please calm down. Jiang Ruoli, WDF, are you a system? Is there really a system? What kind of system are you? Host, I am a dimensional trading system. ID 2468. Dimensional trading system? Like the kind that trades across different worlds? Can I go to the other side? Jiang Ruoli had read online stories, so she knew what a dimension was. No. How did you detect my space passage? It can trade across different worlds, but the host cannot go there directly. It can only send items through the panel. Is it difficult for the host to be detected?
Panel?
The light screen right in front of me? Yes, host. Jiang Ruoli looked at the light screen before her. It looked very much like a modern tablet, with a similar browsing interface. But here, the items were all grayed out. Once she uploaded items, they would turn bright. It looked pretty good. She looked again at the trading interface, which showed low-level, mid-level, and high-level planes, all grayed out. You've grayed these out, so you can't trade them. The host has not yet bound the system, so trading is unavailable. Hey, 2468, do you need to do any tasks? Are there rewards for completing tasks? What kind of rewards? Jiang Ruoli asked a series of questions, making the system feel a bit dizzy. Host, these questions can only be answered after binding the system. Jiang Ruoli pouted without replying. Would you like to bind the plane trading system?
Yes.
Since there was nothing else to do, she decided to bind it. Maybe it was a special ability given by her crossing. Okay, binding now. Binding successful. Host, number 2468 is here to serve you sincerely. System, Can you now answer my previous questions?
Yes, host.
The plane trading system does not require completing tasks. You can trade freely. There are no rewards, and anything you trade for belongs to you. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli nodded in approval. It was pretty good, no need to do tasks, and everything gained belonged to her. When will the trading panel open? What are the requirements to trade mid-level and high-level planes? Host, after trading the low-level plane 100 times, you can upgrade to the mid-level plane. Trading the mid-level plane 10,000 times allows upgrading to the high-level plane. Wow, that's a lot. Trading counts only by the number of trades, not the quantity. Each plane can only be traded once per day, but multiple planes can be traded daily. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli felt that 10,000 trades wouldn't take long. She then checked her space, which had some vegetables, fruits, snacks, drinks, and clothes. Only her military coat was worth selling. She had prepared some fabric too, but not much. After listing her items, she looked at the page, which was already filled with about 30 or 40 different items. Most of it was food and various fruits. After finishing her chores, Jiang Ruoli mentally exited the space and realized it was already evening. She didn't bother with the system anymore and got up to cook. Jiang Yao had already woken up. Seeing her aunt holding a book and lost in thought, she didn't disturb her. Jiang Ruoli looked at Jiang Yao and asked, Yao Yao, what do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Yao replied, Auntie, you just decide. I'll eat whatever you make. Listening to my niece speak with a northeastern accent, I couldn't help but laugh. In the past, I heard that a northeastern person's dormitory would turn into a dorm full of northeastern people after a month. That accent really influences people. Oh my Yao Yao has become a northeastern girl, Jiang Ruoli teased. Jiang Yao felt a bit shy. Recently, she had been hanging out with Li Xingyan and the others, and her accent had started to change. Jiang Ruoli comforted her. It's okay, being a northeastern girl is pretty good. The aunt and niece played around for a while, then Jiang Ruoli decided to make a simple Yangzhou fried rice. The rice was leftovers from noon and earlier, just enough for 2 servings. After eating, they went to bed early.
Jiang Ruoli lita karuzena lam.
Although it wasn't very bright, there was some light. She wondered when they could get electricity and turn on a real light. The only place in the village with electricity was the radio station. They only used electricity during work or meetings. After Jiang Yao fell asleep, Jiang Ruoli took her into the space. She placed Jiang Yao on the bed and then started checking the system panel. The panel for the basic dimension was already lit, but no one had come to trade yet. System. Can I choose other dimensions to trade with? No, host. You can only trade with people from other dimensions after they have traded with you once. Jiang Ruoli, this thing. It only works if someone comes to find her. If no one comes, she can't trade at all? She silently complained and looked for other items to put up for sale. Ding dong, the overworld boss lady from the Apocalypse Dimension requests to trade with you. Do you agree? Right after her complaint, a mechanical voice sounded in her mind. The Apocalypse Dimension? The place with zombies? WDF, could she get a zombie over here for research? System 2468 trembled. The host's idea is very dangerous. Jiang Ruoli immediately clicked agree. A voice message came from that side.
Jiang Ruoli?
Can this thing even send voice messages? It's almost like WeChat, just missing video. She opened the voice message and heard an excited voice. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my god. What am I seeing? Bubletea. Cola? Fries? Fried chicken? I am the overworld boss lady from the Apocalypse Dimension. My name is Li Yimo. Are all these things tradable?
What do you want?
Jiang Ruoli cleared her throat and replied, Li Yimo, I am a flower from the 1970s world. My name is Jiang Ruoli. These items can be traded. What do you have? Or perhaps, what can you give me? Li Yimo was silent for a moment. I only have some gold. Is that okay? Of course. If so, can you give me a crystal core? You actually know about crystal cores? Aren't you from the 1970s? Wow, I knew something was off. Did they already have French fries, cola, milk tea, and fried chicken back then? That's a long story. Jiang Ruoli briefly explained her crossing over. Li Yimo was silent. She also wanted to travel to another world. This apocalypse, she didn't want to stay here anymore. Hearing Jiang Ruoli's explanation, Li Yimo also fell silent. She really didn't want to stay in this terrible end-of-the-world situation. But as long as there was food, Miss Ruoli could have anything she wanted. A crystal core was nothing special. Her storage space still had a few gold bars. She decided to give them all to Miss Ruoli. Li Yimo placed the gold into the delivery box and clicked send. Jiang Ruoli immediately saw a few gold bars in her inbox. She picked one up and looked at it, an old-fashioned gold bar, about 20 grams. Estimating its value, Jiang Ruoli put in items like cola, fried chicken, milk tea, French fries, and burgers into the delivery box. Then she clicked send.
Ah.
Literally, I really love you. These are all my favorite foods. I haven't eaten any of these for over a year. Has it been over a year in the end of the world over there? Yes. This past year has been like living in. Li Yimo ate while talking to Jiang Ruoli about what was happening on her side. Jiang Ruoli listened intently. When she finished eating, Jiang Ruoli received a message from Li Yimo, this time a text, saying it was dawn, and they were about to start fighting zombies. Jiang Ruoli silently nodded okay, then packed some meals along with milk tea and cola to send over. The storage system provided by the system could keep things warm, so there was no need to worry about them spoiling. Jiang Ruoli left a message for Li Yimo, telling her to just say what she wanted to eat, and she would make it and send it over. The gold bars she had were enough to buy many meals. When Li Yimo had free time, she said she only needed enough for a week, then sent over a green crystal core. Jiang Ruoli took it out of the delivery box and looked at it carefully in her palm. Before she could fully enjoy the view, she saw the crystal core fly directly to the spirit spring and then sink in. Hey, that's my spirit spring.
You.
Jiang Ruoli quickly looked at the water in the spirit spring, which had turned a faint green. It looked quite scary, like it might be poisonous. At this moment, Ruabai floated over. Master, the spirit spring water has upgraded. Jiang Ruoli seemed to hear something unbelievable.
What?
The water upgraded after that thing fell in?
Why?
Yes, Master. Ruabai doesn't know why either. The 2468 system appeared and said, Host, in the end-of-world universe, crystal cores can upgrade many things in your space. So, upgrading the spirit spring water is normal. If the host can collect all 7 types of crystal cores, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, you can. Jiang Ruoli interrupted the system directly. Collect 7 crystal cores, and I can summon a dragon? The 2468 system. It never expected that its chosen host would be such a funny person. Host, collecting all the crystal cores will allow your spirit spring water to reach the stage of transforming dead flesh into bones. Jiang Ruoli. Wow, that's amazing. But she knew the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth cores are quite common, but the wind and thunder cores are extremely rare. She also knew how difficult it would be to collect them. She wondered if she could do it before she got too old. Zongzi, Ruabai, what stage is my spirit spring water at now? What's it good for? Master, Ruabai doesn't know. The system mocked. I still have to rely on me. Right now, your spirit spring water is in the health-boosting stage. If you enter 2 more different stages, you can reach the stage of cleansing the marrow and breaking the muscles. Jiang Ruoli nodded, clearly. Strengthening the body is good. Then she can improve her grandparents' health later. But system, are you sure this greenish water won't harm anyone? Host, how can you doubt the system? Jiang Ruoli. Really, it won't harm anyone? She tried pouring a ladle of water to observe. Seeing that the ladle didn't melt, she felt a bit relieved. She then used her mind to summon a big goose and fed the water into its mouth. She watched the goose carefully. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Half an hour passed. The goose not only wasn't poisoned, but seemed to become more energetic. Jiang Ruoli finally breathed a sigh of relief. It really seemed to have the effect of strengthening the body. Unfortunately, Jiang Ruoli couldn't see. Otherwise, she would have seen the system rolling its eyes in the air. The host really doesn't trust herself at all. Jiang Ruo Li sent everything she needed to Li Yimo. Yimo, I need crystal cores of the 6 elements: metal, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. If you have any, exchange them for me. Let me know what you need, and I can give it to you. After leaving the message and not seeing any reply from Li Yimo, she stopped worrying about it. By the time Zhang Yao was moved out of the space, it was already 11 p.m. outside. Jiang Ruoli lay beside Zhang Yao and went to sleep. She had a peaceful night without dreams. The next morning, Zhang Ruoli opened her eyes to find Zhang Yao already sitting at the desk reading a book. Yao Yao, how long have you been awake? Not long. Auntie, I'm hungry. Zhang Ruoli got up, washed her face, then lit a fire to boil water, took out rice noodles, and cooked them until they were ready. She poured the hot noodles with toppings into a bowl, and a warm bowl of mixed noodles was ready. The aunt and niece finished their meal, put on their coats, and went outside. Their firewood couldn't last through the winter. They had to go gather more firewood. Jiang Ruoli chopped wood while transitioning some into the space, waiting until they reached the house at the foot of the mountain to release it. They chopped 2 bundles of wood and dragged them down the mountain. Zhang Yao brushed off the snow from her body and then went inside. Jiang Ruoli stacked the firewood and arranged the transition items inside the space. After entering the house, she sat on the Kong, a traditional bed, and read, but in reality, her mind was in the space. She saw Li Yimo's reply. Li, what do you need so many crystal cores for? I don't have that many right now. I only have fire and earth elements, and I've given them all to you. I'll send more when I meet you later. I saw the meals you sent me. They look so delicious. If possible, please prepare cooked meals for me in the future. Whatever you eat, prepare for me too. I don't mind what I eat. 1 crystal core can exchange for 3 meals or a bucket of water. A piece of gold, regardless of size, can be exchanged for 3 days' worth of food or 10 buckets of water. What do you think? Jiang Ruoli looked over and agreed. Cooking for herself and bringing her a portion was not difficult. Plus, the supplies she had previously packed in the space were enough to meet Li Yimo's needs. She wasn't short of food, and she definitely wasn't short of water. The water from the space could be drunk directly. Even if left outside for a long time, it wouldn't spoil. Today, Jiang Ruoli replenished the remaining gold and crystal cores she had. She provided 3 days of meals and an additional 10 L of bottled water. After finishing, EMO sent a heart emoji to Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli smiled and saved the message. This communication feature is exactly like WeChat. Except for video calls, all other functions are available. At 10 p.m., Jiang Ruoli put Zhang Yao, who was asleep, into the space for deep sleep. She was wearing snow boots, thick pants, a down jacket, and closed the door before heading towards Xiangyang Mountain. Near the foot of the mountain, Jiang Ruoli took out everything prepared in the space and knocked on the barn door.
Li Bao.
Why are you here at this time? Is something wrong? No, just coming to add a few supplies for you. Our supplies are enough. You should keep yours. Zhang's mother wanted to say she should keep some for herself. But she remembered her daughter mentioning she had a space with 1 billion supplies, so she said nothing. She took out items one by one. These are things I traded from the black market. Second brother, these are for you. Jiang Ruoli explained this specifically to Jiang Junxia. She handed him a military coat and a set of warm clothes. From old Master Jiang to Zhang's mother, everyone had a set, and they also had 2 pairs of snow boots. Jiang Ruoli was glad she had stocked several sets of different sizes when she bought these items. Seeing her family dressed warmly made her feel very happy. While Jiang Junxia went to try on the clothes, Jiang Ruoli took out the prepared spiritual spring water from the space. Recently, the space has upgraded, and so has the spiritual spring water. It's good for strengthening the body. I heard that when the spring water reaches the highest level, it can revive the dead and turn bones to dust. She prepared a bottle for each person. The water, once taken out of the green well, was clear and white. Old Master Jiang and his wife, along with Jiang's parents, drank the spiritual spring water without hesitation. As for Jiang Junxia, Zhang's mother found an opportunity to persuade him to drink it. Then Zhang Ruoli also took out a bunch of grains and pastries.
Grandma, Mom, hide these.
Now that it's getting cold, they probably won't check very strictly.
Zhang's mother said, all right.
I don't know what's going on lately, but their attitude towards us has improved a lot. Old Lady Zhang also said, yes, others should be disciplined and scolded, but we've just treated them normally. Suddenly, an idea popped into Zhang Ruoli's mind, but she wasn't sure if it was real. I will go to the county to ask that person if he was the one who did it when I have the chance. If it was him, then I owe him a favor. She doesn't want to spend the rest of her life repaying this favor. Being together should be because of mutual love, not because of owed favors. After taking everything, Zhang Ruoli secretly replaced the water in the big jar in their house with spiritual spring water, while Zhang Juanxia wasn't paying attention. After finishing everything, Zhang Ruoli was about to leave. Zhang Juanxia insisted on sending Zhang Ruoli back. Second brother, are you hoping to see Yao Yao? Zhang Juanxia nodded. Besides his sister, he trusted his daughter the most. Although he knew his little sister wouldn't mistreat her, she was still just his aunt. She couldn't replace the role of parents. As a father, he could only come to see her once in a while. When Zhang Ruoli entered the house, she immediately moved Zhang Yao to the bed. Zhang Juanxia, who came in, didn't see her actions. He only looked at Zhang Yao peacefully sleeping on the bed with love. Little sister, thank you, brother. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what Yao Yao would have become. Second brother, you've said that many times. If you really want to thank me, then cheer up. I believe that darkness won't last forever, and there will be a day when light returns. If that day comes and your health fails, then Yao Yao will truly be alone. We can't replace her father to be with her. She needs her father. Zhang Juanxia covered his face and cried. I know.
But
I can't. Zhang Ruoli knew that he was experiencing a huge shock, falling from heaven into, and he hadn't recovered yet. She could only pat his back to comfort his almost breaking down emotions. Zhang Juanxia didn't dare show his vulnerability in front of his grandparents and parents, so he ran over to Zhang Ruoli to vent his feelings. After crying heavily, Zhang Juanxia felt much better. Compared to others, their family of 5 was really doing well. When others often scolded or hit each other, their family remained safe and sound. Everyone knew that someone had probably warned them, but they didn't know who that person was. Little sister, thank you. I feel better now, Zhang Juanxia said hoarsely. Is there any news from Big Brother? Zhang Ruoli suddenly thought of her older brother in the army. She wondered how he was doing. Jia Juanxia nodded and said, it was sent here a few days ago. My older brother said he sent many things, but all we received was a letter. With you here, we lack nothing. My older brother said the letters meant for Jiang province were returned. Did you forget to tell him that you went to the countryside to be a youth? Zhang Ruoli awkwardly scratched her head, truly forgetting. Maybe she was still getting used to having 2 brothers. Zhang Juanxia was fine here, but Zhang Junan was far away, so she hadn't thought about it. However, based on her memories, her older brother and sister-in-law were both kind to her. In the next few days, I need to go to the county procurement station to deliver goods. I will write a letter to my older brother and send some things over. There's no need to send him anything. Just write him a letter telling him you're here, Zhang Juanxia said. Zhang Ruoli nodded. She still needed to send some food items, but only snacks. The space had plenty of supplies. Zhang Juanxia gently touched Zhang Yao's round face before leaving Zhang Ruoli's home. Back at the cattle shed, Zhang Juanxia was tricked by his mother into drinking a glass of cold water. Unexpectedly, after drinking it, he didn't feel cold but instead felt a bit warm. He knew this was probably a mysterious gift from his little sister. Zhang Juanxia just assumed he didn't know. Seeing Zhang Juanxia leave, Zhang Ruoli blew out the kerosene lamp and took Zhang Yao back into the space. She noticed 2 crystal cores sent by Li Yimo, one yellowish-brown and one bright red. It was obvious they were earth and fire element cores. Zhang Ruoli didn't rush to take them out but prepared a lot of food to send to Li Yimo. Self-heating rice and hot pot, 5 boxes at a time, were sent over. Once she estimated enough, she stopped. She didn't know what Li Yimo was doing, so she didn't send a voice message, only a text. After finishing everything, Zhang Ruoli saw that her system contact list had one new person, not Li Yimo, but a name from the Great Yang dynasty. It was a place she had never seen before, perhaps an imaginary kingdom. That person hadn't contacted her, and she couldn't contact them either. She glanced at it and closed the panel. Feeling not sleepy, Zhang Ruoli went to practice martial arts. The book 9 Forms of the Simple Girl's Divine Movement Technique was recommended by Ruo Bai as a suitable martial art style for women. Zhang Ruoli flipped through it and started practicing the moves step by step. After finishing a set of exercises, Zhang Ruoli felt warm all over her body, as if something was flowing through her veins. It was very comfortable. After a happy nap, Zhang Ruoli wrote a letter to her older brother. She also packed some mushroom sauce and meat sauce. Recently, her small house has been filled with the smell of mushroom sauce. She packed 6 bottles, planning to send them to her older brother Jiang Junan. The rest she kept for herself and planned to take some to her parents when she had the chance. Besides checking the quality of her head ornaments, she was busy making mushroom and meat sauces at home. There were spicy and mild versions. She grew many small peppers, green and red, which were very spicy. Besides making various sauces, she also sent several bottles to Li Yimo. Over there, they sent many gold bars, necklaces, bracelets, and other gold items. Zhang Ruoli had to prepare extra portions when cooking. Jiang Yao was curious, but didn't ask questions. Only when Li Yimo said her storage space was full did Zhang Ruoli give up. Another week of deliveries, Zhang Ruoli rode her bike like a rice dumpling to the county to deliver goods. First, she went to the post office to mail the items for her brother, then to the procurement station to give the head ornaments to Director Liu. After counting the items, Director Liu set aside the new bride's headpieces separately. Director Liu, the new year is coming soon. Next week will be the last delivery. After the new year, we'll continue. What do you think? Okay, we'll settle the wages next week. After thinking for a moment, Director Liu agreed. Most people had already bought their head ornaments before the new year. Director Liu, in spring next year, if you can get some clips for hairpins, we can make pretty hair accessories. Hearing this, Director Liu's eyes lit up. Do you have a design drawing for me to see? Zhang Ruoli took out the design from her space and showed it to Director Liu. He thought it looked better than the headpieces and would probably sell better. All right, I'll go look for them. Zhang Ruoli happily put away the drawings, along with the receipts and scraps of fabric, then left the procurement station. She planned to buy some meat at the supply and marketing cooperative when she saw Fong Chong standing nearby, watching her. She rode her bike over. Fong Chong? Why are you here? I knew you would come to deliver today, so I waited here specifically for you. Wait for me? Is there something you want to talk about? Fong Chong chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing serious. I just wanted to see you. Take this piece of meat back and enjoy it. Zhang Ruoli didn't know what to say. Did you ask your uncle to look after my parents? Zhang Ruoli looked at Fong Chong for a long time before finally asking her real question. Fong Chong nodded.
Yes.
Last time, you mentioned you came here as a young worker, so I guessed your family was nearby. I looked into it. Sorry, I should have talked to you first. No need to apologize. I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, my parents might have been in trouble. Anyway, thank you. If you're free, I can treat you to a meal. Fong Chong raised an eyebrow. If it's something you made yourself, I'd be happy to eat it.
Zhang Ruoli smilat.
Of course, I made it myself. Will you accept my invitation? Of course. Fong Chong happily hung the meat on Zhang Ruoli's bicycle. Wait a moment, I'll go ride my bike. He then pedaled away. When he returned, he tied the scraps of cloth and other small items from Zhang Ruoli's bike onto his own. Let's go. I can carry these. Fong Chong's actions made Zhang Ruoli feel appreciated. Most other guys might have ignored her. He was excited as he rode his bike beside her, occasionally turning his head to look at her. Although her face was covered tightly, Fong Chong just liked looking at her. They rode all the way to the village committee. Zhang Ruoli told him to go ahead to her house, where Jiang Yao was at home. She herself went to the village committee to give the scraps and receipts to the head. Uncle, I told Director Liu that next week will be the last delivery. The new year is coming, and everyone should enjoy a happy holiday. Captain Li had no objections. All right, do as you say. The women said they had nothing planned for the new year and could stay home to make hair accessories. Jiang Ruo Li felt a bit helpless about this. These women were making money, like crazy. Also, after spring, the village will start planting crops. Will the women go back to work in the fields? Captain Li thought this was a big matter and needed to be considered carefully. Honestly, the money from making hair accessories wasn't much less than working in the fields. I'll think about it. We can discuss it again after spring.
Jiang Ruo nudda.
Since she didn't need to stay here, she decided to go home. There were 2 hungry children waiting for her. Fong Chong went straight to Jiang Ruo Li's courtyard. Standing at the door, he called out, Yao Yao. Jiang Yao opened the door and saw Fong Chong at the entrance of the yard. Uncle Fong. Jiang Yao still liked Fong Chong very much. She also knew that Fong Chong liked her aunt and was happy for her aunt to be with this man. Jiang Yao opened the yard gate and let Fong Chong come in. Uncle Fong, why are you here? My aunt went to the county to deliver goods and hasn't come back yet. Fong Chong picked up Jiang Yao and walked inside. Your aunt invited me for dinner, so I came. Do you welcome me? Yes, but my aunt hasn't returned yet. Inside the house, Fong Chong put Jiang Yao down and found a chair to sit on. Your aunt went to the big team to deliver things. She'll be back soon. The chairs in the living room were all small stools. Fong Chong, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, looked a bit uncomfortable sitting on such a low seat. Jiang Yao happily moved a tall stool from inside the house. Uncle Fong, you can sit on this. Fong Chong took the tall stool and sat down, then hugged Jiang Yao into his arms. Yao Yao, you're so good. Soon after, Jiang Ruo Li returned home. She took off her coat and saw the 2 people, one big and one small, getting along quite well. At that moment, Jiang Ruo Li felt that Fong Chong would make a very good father. She quickly shook her head, realizing what she was thinking, trying to push those wild thoughts out of her mind. Jiang Ruo Li changed into different clothes and went to the kitchen to start the fire and cook. Seeing this, Fong Chong hurried to the kitchen to help. Do you need any help? No, you go play with Yao Yao. I can handle it. We agreed I'd treat you to dinner. So what's the point of you working? It's nothing. It's cold today, and girls shouldn't touch cold water, she said. Jiang Ruo Li was stunned. How did this man know that? My mom told me that girls are delicate. When it's cold, touching cold water isn't good for health. Jiang Ruo Li nodded, but said nothing more. She took some vegetables from the space to cook, and Fong Chong went outside to bring in some firewood. Jiang Ruo Li picked a few potatoes, a large cabbage, and planned to make braised pork. In Jiang province, they like spicy braised pork. She asked Fong Chong, can you eat spicy food? Fong Chong nodded.
Yes.
Jiang Ruo Li prepared 3 dishes and 1 soup, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, braised pork, and tomato and egg soup. She also steamed a big pot of rice. While cooking, Fong Chong sat beside Jiang Yao, helping to build the fire. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Ruo Li, who was busy preparing the meal. He has a warm family feeling of 3 people sharing 3 meals a day. All right, Yao Yao, no need to light the fire anymore. We're about to start eating. Jiang Ruo Li served the last bowl of soup. Just as she was about to carry it away, Fong Chong took it from her. Be careful, it's hot. I'll carry it. Jiang Ruo Li didn't argue and let him carry it out. She filled a large bowl with rice and placed it in front of him. Eat up. My cooking is simple, so please bear with it. Fong Chong said it looks delicious and smells good, so it should taste nice. Even if it wasn't tasty, Fong Chong could swallow it without showing any displeasure. Fong Chong ate the food, which wasn't fancy or gourmet, but hearty home-cooked dishes full of flavor. He liked this taste very much. Is it tasty? Does it suit your taste? It's delicious, very tasty. Fong Chong quickly ate his food. Take your time. No one is rushing you. Sorry, I got used to eating in the army, Chong said, slowing down his pace, but still eating faster than Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao. Although he ate quickly, he was polite and well-mannered, showing good upbringing. Jiang Yao said, Uncle Fong, you were in the army? That's so impressive. Chong replied, just a few years as a basic soldier. Nothing special. Jiang Ruoli thought Chong was probably more than just a basic soldier, maybe a platoon leader or a company commander. But since Chong didn't say anything, she didn't ask. After half an hour, all the food Jiang Ruoli prepared was finished. She gained a deeper understanding of Chong's appetite. He could really eat. After eating, Chong automatically went to wash the dishes. Jiang Ruoli hurriedly stopped him. I called you to eat. No need for you to wash the dishes. My mom said girls should protect their hands. Washing dishes can hurt the skin. I'll do it. Jiang Ruoli was stunned for a second. Was Chong a mama's boy? If it were anyone else, she would have argued back, but with this my mom said excuse, she didn't know how to respond. In that brief moment of hesitation, Chong had already taken the bowl from her hands. Seeing him start washing the dishes, Jiang Ruoli slightly smiled. This feeling was quite nice. She wondered whether this man was pretending to pursue her or was actually trained to act this way. Only time would tell. After washing and neatly arranging the dishes, Jiang Ruoli let Chong sit and drink tea. I won't drink anymore. It will get dark soon, and I should head back. Jiang Ruoli nodded, then took a few bottles of mushroom sauce and pork sauce and handed them over. I saw you really like eating these just now. You can eat these first, and I'll bring you more when you're done. Ching looked at Jiang Ruoli with deep eyes. He didn't understand her attitude toward him right now. Has she accepted him? Or does she just see him as a friend? Jiang Ruoli saw curiosity in Ching's eyes but didn't explain. She also didn't know what her feelings for him were now. Maybe it's just that feeling, more than friendship, but not quite love. Okay, I'll ask you for more once I finish eating, she said. Ching packed up the bottles of sauce and hung them on the handlebar of his bike. I'm going back now. The weather's cold, so go inside quickly and don't catch a cold. Jiang Yao waved at him. Goodbye, Uncle Fong. Ching also waved and then rode away on his bike. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao returned to the house, both looking at each other awkwardly. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoli felt it wasn't good to have a child around. She couldn't always go into her space whenever she wanted. She could only pretend to read a book while actually entering her space mentally. Jiang Ruoli still didn't understand how the system managed to enter her space. Host, if you want to see the display panel outside, I can show it there. Since I'm linked to you, I can naturally access your space. After all, this belongs to a higher dimensional realm, and as a high-level technology, it's easy for me to enter. From the system's tone, Jiang Ruoli sensed a sense of pride. She withdrew from her space and tried to open the panel with her mind. A trading panel appeared on the book in front of her. She looked at the voice message bar bouncing on the panel. Wouldn't it be loud? If it played out loud, it might scare that little girl crazy. Host, don't worry. Only your mind can receive these messages. That girl can't see the panel at all. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli immediately opened the chat window and saw Lu from the Great Yang Dynasty. Clicking on the voice message, she heard a man's voice in her mind. Hello, I am Lu Jinggan from the Great Yang Dynasty. I accidentally linked to this system. I see you have some food. Would you be willing to sell it to me? Whatever you need, just tell me. I will do my best to supply you. Listening to this deep, magnetic voice, Jiang Ruoli felt it was very wonderful. Unfortunately, the person on the other side was from a different realm. Jiang Ruoli has not responded, and Lu Jinan is very anxious. He saw the girl's profile, which showed a large amount of rice, flour, corn, and vegetables. This is exactly what they need. There were also some fruits he had never seen before, like strawberries and cherries, which he didn't recognize. Since Lu Jinan linked with this system, he has only encountered a person from the 1970s named Little Duck Pear. He doesn't know what era the 1970s refers to, so he works hard to understand what this so-called system and profile are. After about 2 hours of exploring, he finally figures it out and chooses to send a voice message. He fears that the written words might be unfamiliar to other worlds, so he prefers speaking. Zhang Ruoli doesn't reply with voice, worried it might scare Jiang Yao, since she really needs to speak with her mouth. Hello, what do you need? You can list a checklist for me, and I can help prepare. As for what you can give, gold, jade, silk, and satin are all fine. Seeing Zhang Ruoli's reply, Lu Jinan immediately responds happily, I need a lot of grain. We don't mind. There was a drought here, and all the crops dried up. Now the people are suffering.
Please have mercy, miss.
I can gather gold, jade, silk, and satin for you. Please send the grain first. I won't take more than you give. Zhang Ruoli. Okay, I will send it now. How much storage space do you have? How much can I send at once? Can I send 10,000 tons of rice, flour, and corn first? Can it be more? There are too many refugees at the city gate, and many can't get enough food. Also, can you prepare some water? We have none left. Just send it, and I will keep extracting it. Zhang Ruoli doesn't say anything further. Instead, she mentally allocates the grains in her space, including rice, millet, white flour, corn, large grains, sweet potatoes, cabbage, tomatoes, and various other foods. As for water, she has no containers to hold it, so she can only ask them to prepare buckets. She sends the grains once, and Lu Jinan receives them. He then has people carry the grains out to cook for the refugees outside the city. Seeing Zhang Ruoli's message requesting buckets, Lu Jinan orders people to prepare large buckets. In an instant, more than a dozen large buckets are teleported into Zhang Ruoli's space. She used her mind to fill each bucket with stream water, then transported them back. Seeing the water, Lu Jingan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The guards beside Lu Jingan were excited and shouted, Water. There's water, really water. Li Qin, have someone carry the water out to the refugees. Your Highness, you haven't had a sip all day. Just drink a little. This water isn't missing you. Lu Jingan shook his head. I can still hold on. You can go ahead and send the water out. Li Qin and the others couldn't persuade Lu Jingan, so they started transporting large buckets of water out. When Zhang Ruoli delivered the last bucket, Lu Jingan finally took a sip. The sweet taste made him open his eyes wide with surprise. Lu Jingan took another big sip of water, then sent a voice message to Zhang Ruoli. Miss, thank you. Thank you for saving the people of the Daong Kingdom. I will prepare supplies for you now. After saying this, Lu Jingan went to the storeroom. When he entered, he found that there were very few items inside. It was already after 5 p.m., and Lu Jingan didn't care if the palace was about to close its gates. He mounted his horse and rushed toward the palace. When he arrived at the imperial study, he saw his older brother, the emperor of the Daong Kingdom, Lu Jichen. Lu Jichen and Lu Jingan were siblings from the same mother and had a very good relationship. They both managed the government well, one in civil affairs, the other in military. They governed the Daong Kingdom very successfully. Lu Jichen was not suspicious by nature. If it weren't for his brother only knowing how to fight and not understanding politics, he might have abdicated already. Lu Jingan, to avoid taking the throne, focused solely on fighting and ignored political matters. Jingan, what brings you here now? Brother, I found food and water sources to help the refugees outside the city. I also need some gold, jade, silk, and brocade. Please, Your Majesty, bestow them upon me. Hearing this, Lu Jichen stood up excitedly. Really? Where did you get the food? Bring that person here, so I can see him. I want to reward him properly. Brother, that person doesn't want to meet others, so I can't bring him here to see you. Seeing there were still many people around, Lu Jingan couldn't tell his brother the full story. Lu Jichen ordered everyone to leave. Once he was sure no one was nearby, he asked, Was it your mysterious system that did this? Yes, there is a girl across the way who has many supplies. She has already provided food and water for the refugees. Now she only needs gold, jewelry, and other valuables. My younger brother has taken everything from the treasury to buy food. Please, Your Majesty, grant some rewards. What rewards? Providing food for the refugees is my duty. You have done well. Come, let's go to the treasury to pick some good items. After writing the emperor's title, Lu Jinggan followed along. He didn't know the girl's preferences or what era the 1970s was. So, he decided to send a box of gold, jewelry, and silk first. If the people on the other side are unhappy, he will send more. In the treasury, Lu Jinggan didn't look at the miscellaneous items but headed straight for the jewelry and gold section. The brothers chose 4 boxes of gold, 2 boxes of jewelry, and 2 boxes of silk. They planned to send these first to Zhang Ruoli. Lu Jinggan placed the items into the delivery box and clicked send. He hoped Miss Zhang Ruoli would like these gifts. If she was not satisfied, he would find better ones. At this moment, Zhang Ruoli also received the 8 boxes sent by Lu Jinggan. Using her mind, she saw that 2 of the boxes were shining with gold and jewelry, making her gasp in surprise. All 4 boxes were filled with bright gold. 2 boxes contained various hairpins and jade, and the remaining 2 boxes were filled with fine silk and satin. This fabric would be perfect for making cheongsams. She then looked at the voice message. She clicked to listen, but heard a different man's voice this time. Miss Lee, hello. Thank you for your generosity. These 8 boxes were carefully selected by me and Jinggan. I wonder if you like them. If not, I will choose some other items to send. Hearing the word I used by the speaker, Zhang Ruoli knew it was Emperor Lu Jinggan's older brother. She thought that these 4 boxes were enough to buy everything in her space, not to mention the other boxes. But she didn't say anything, as she was also trying to make money. She replied with a message, no need, these 4 boxes are enough to cover the food. I am happy to help. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me. Seeing Zhang Ruoli's reply, the brothers felt they had met a good person. They suddenly understood that she liked these items very much. So, the brothers each sent another box of gifts to her. Zhang Ruoli looked at the 11 boxes in total. 5 boxes of gold, 3 boxes of jewelry and gemstones, and 3 boxes of fine silk fabrics. She felt overwhelmed. She thought, wow, before even opening up to reform and opening up, I already became a wealthy woman. Once she converted the gold into cash, it would be incredibly satisfying. Or she could make jewelry out of the gold and sell it for a big profit. Zhang Ruoli moved all these boxes to the warehouse behind the grain storage. She sent a message to thank her 2 brothers, then started planting in her space. The stock was running low, and she might not have enough for future trades with Fong Chong. While taking a break, she hurried to stock up more supplies. Fortunately, she had bought plenty of various seeds earlier. After planting everything, Zhang Ruoli suddenly remembered she didn't have many medicinal herb seeds in her space. She left a message to Lu Jinggan, asking if he could send wild medicinal herbs in exchange for grain. Lu Jinggan and Lu Jinggan, possibly 2 people with similar names, were very excited when they saw this. Then Zhang Ruoli saw the dashboard and noticed that Li Yimo hadn't replied. She couldn't help but feel worried. If Li Yimo was gone, how could she upgrade her spiritual spring? Tongzi, I put the 2nd crystal core in. Can I upgrade the spiritual spring water? Host, I told you last time, you need to wait a week. It's only been 2 days since the last upgrade, and there are 5 days left. If you put it in now, it will be pointless. Hearing the system's reply, Zhang Ruoli decided not to worry too much. 5 days was 5 days. She wasn't in a rush for this. As long as she collected enough crystal cores, she could upgrade anytime. Without crystal cores, her plans were useless. After Jiang Yao fell asleep, Zhang Ruoli entered her space. By the time she finished everything, it was already past 9 o'clock at night. She continued practicing the pure girl divine movement technique and then soaked in spiritual spring water. The comfortable feeling made every pore in her body open. She felt that after practicing this technique, her figure had improved a lot. Her previous figure was good, but there were places that lacked flesh and places that had a little extra. But after practicing, the places that should have flesh now had it, and the places that shouldn't had no extra fat at all. Her figure was more balanced than even a Miss World. Her height also increased from about 1.65 meters to over 1.7 meters. That's an increase of about 5 or 6 centimeters. Many southern girls would envy such height. Jiang Ruoli was very satisfied with her current height. She doesn't need to worry about whether her clothes are short or not. She has prepared clothes for all kinds of body types, and there are several sets of each size. Far away in Sioux City, Jiang Junin received 2 letters. Both letters came from the same province, city, and county, but from different teams. One was written by Jiang Juinxia, and the other by his younger sister, whom he had been looking for a long time. Finally, my younger sister wrote to me. He wondered why his sister was writing from that place. Why did she go there? Is it because Wang Jingyi treated her badly? Or did Wang Jingyi go there with her? Thinking of this, Jiang Junin quickly opened the letter from his sister. In her letter, she briefly explained why she went there. When Jiang Junin saw that Jiang really wrote about Wang Jingyi wanting to hurt his younger sister for the sake of her childhood sweetheart, his face darkened with anger. He also couldn't believe she wanted his sister to give her a position in the art troupe. And his mother also disapproved of his sister being with Wang Jingyi. If Wang Jingyi hadn't had his father's help before, could he have finished high school? Without his family's support, could he have found this job? Not to mention how much his family had helped him before. And now, he dares to bully his sister? It's like a fool hanging himself, living too impatiently. In the letter, his sister also mentioned that her niece, Jiang Yao, had been taken away by her because her mother was abusing her. That woman is really terrible. When the family was doing well, she took advantage of every opportunity. After being reported, she immediately divorced her second husband and took most of the older brother's money. With so much money, she still abused her little niece. That woman is truly heartless. While cursing Lin Xiao, Jiang Junin also felt very sorry for his sister. At only 17 or 18, she had to go to the countryside as a youth and take care of her niece. He really doesn't understand how such a delicate sister can support herself and her niece. Thinking of this, Jiang Junin asked his wife, Huang Mei, to prepare some nationwide ration tickets for grain and meat. Huang Mei also saw Jiang Ruli's letter and felt very sympathetic toward her. Jiang Junin is 10 years older than Jiang Ruli. When their parents were busy, he took care of his younger siblings. When Huang Mei married Jiang Junin, her little sister was only 10 years old. She raised her like her own daughter. After her own 2 children were born, her sister-in-law also treated them very well. Every month, she saved a little money to buy cloth and food for the 2 little ones. I didn't expect the Wang family to treat my sister-in-law like that. When she heard her husband's words, Huang Mei immediately went to exchange the tickets. As for what her second brother's wife did, she always thought that woman wasn't a good person. She never imagined she would treat her own daughter so cruelly. It's truly shameful for a mother. Yao Yao is such a cute child. Jiang Junin continued reading Jiang Ruoli's letter. Her younger sister also wrote that the things sent to their parents never reach them because they are always opened and checked. She usually buys some things to send to them. Jiang Junin reassured herself that their grandparents and parents are doing well. Seeing this, Jiang Junin decided to send everything to his sister from now on and let her pass it on to their parents. He opened a letter from his second brother. There was nothing written inside. Everything sent from their side is always inspected and opened. So, he only wrote alive in the letter. At this moment, Jiang Junin deeply regrets that he is only a small captain with little power and cannot protect his sister or family. He can only remember what their grandfather once said, "Build strength quietly and strike when the time is right to protect yourself." Their family in the army doesn't need much money, so Jiang Junin discussed with Huang Mei and decided to send 1/3 of their savings to his sister. He thought Huang Mei would disagree, but she simply gave him a look and said, "Your sister still has to support grandparents, parents, and second brother. Is 1/3 enough?" Huang Mei took charge and decided to send 2/3, keeping 1/3 for emergencies. Both of them have jobs, and their combined monthly salary is about 100 yuan. Even if they give it all, it would be fine. They just want to keep some money for emergencies just in case. After exchanging the tickets, Jiang Junin sent a big package of supplies to his sister, hoping she would receive it before the new year. Jiang Ruo Li doesn't know about Jiang Junan's situation. She is busy planting in her space. Fortunately, this farm shortens the time needed for crops to mature, or she wouldn't have enough grain to exchange with Lu Jinan. In just 5 days, Jiang Ruo Li's warehouse was full again. She threw the second crystal core into the spirit spring. This time, it was a earth element crystal core. Its effect was unchanged, simply doubling the basic health benefits. Although a bit disappointed, Jiang Ruo Li knew she had to wait for the third crystal core to see greater effects. So, she only glanced at it before leaving the space. Today, she was going to deliver the last batch of goods to the procurement station. Captain Li still didn't go with her, but asked Jiang Ruo Li to do the delivery instead. He needed to hold a meeting with these people to decide whether the workshop workers would stay and continue making hair accessories or go back to farming after spring. This was not only a talk for the women but also needed to be discussed with their families. Jiang Ruo Li was not suitable for such meetings, so she decided to go deliver the goods instead. She also planned to bring back some food. Of course, all these items came from her space. It had been a long time since she last ate rabbit. Rabbits in her space had become very common. So she made a big pot of cold rabbit, spicy rabbit heads. She remembered eating this in Sichuan in her previous life. The taste was wonderful, but every time she ate rabbit, a thought would come to her mind. Rabbits are so cute. Why do people eat rabbits?
Haha, she didn't care.
She was going to eat rabbit anyway. When she arrived at the procurement station, Director Liu was already waiting. Little Jiang, is this really your last delivery? Director Liu, the new year is coming soon. Even animals and people need rest during the holiday. Actually, Jiang Ruo Li thought it wasn't impossible to work during the new year, but every family would be busy entertaining guests. It was better to rest properly now and talk about work after spring next year. Director Liu nodded without saying much. After inspecting the hair accessories and settling the payment, he finished the transaction. Jiang Ruo Li stored the money and went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. She wanted to buy some fruits, pastries, and candies to prepare for the new year. At the same time, she met Fong, who was shopping. Jiang Ruo Li raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Fong was deliberately following her? Fong, why aren't you going back to the capital for the new year? Fong sighed helplessly. I'm afraid my mom will set me up on a bunch of blind dates if I go back. I'd rather stay here for the holiday. Jiang Ruo Li smiled but didn't say anything. That kind of thing wasn't her place to comment on. Jiang Ruo Li finished shopping and saw Fong still empty-handed, following behind her. Are you not buying anything? I didn't see anything I liked, so I didn't bother. My uncle's wife will buy some. Uncle's wife. Such a rare phrase. That was their family matter, and Jiang Ruo Li didn't want to ask. So, she bought a box of milk candies for him. Here, a little sweetness for your mouth. Fong was surprised and laughed. Did this girl think of herself as a child to be coaxed? I don't want to eat this. Take it back to Yao Yao. If you want to give something, can you give me a few bottles of meat sauce? When it came to meat sauce, Fong was annoyed. His brother-in-law saw him eating it, took a taste, and thought it was delicious, then took all of it. He said it was bribery, since he had used his influence to help Jiang Ruo Li's parents. Fong could only reluctantly agree. Luckily, he still had a few jars of mushroom sauce. But the next day, his brother-in-law found and took all of that too. Now, Fong had no bottles of sauce left. Jiang Ruo Li looked at him feeling wronged and couldn't help but laugh mischievously. I didn't bring anything today. If you want to eat, you need to come back with me to get it. Want to have lunch at my place? I'll bring you some sauce. Okay, wait a moment. Fong said and went to ride his bicycle, carrying a bag of things, though Jiang Ruo Li didn't know what was inside. She didn't say anything about not wanting it. If she did, it would just show she had plenty of her own stuff. In this era, having too much wasn't necessarily a good thing. Seeing Jiang Ruo Li didn't say anything, Fong let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't said a single word of his prepared speech. The two chatted casually, making small talk. Soon, they arrived at the village committee. Just like last week, Jiang Ruo Li went to pay the money. This time, besides the money, there was nothing else. Captain Li also shared the conclusion they discussed. Little Jiang, their idea is that after spring, these women will continue to make hair accessories and their husbands will handle the field work.
Jiang ruulinudda.
That's good. Next year, I'll come up with some new styles for hair accessories. Honestly, if she had to go work in the fields, she'd rather make hair accessories. Now that the village committee wanted to continue this work, it was perfect for Jiang Ruoli. After handing the money to Captain Li, Jiang Ruoli planned to go home. Little Jiang, in a few days, will slaughter the pig. Come early, and I'll give you a good piece of pork belly. All right, thank you, uncle. Jiang Ruoli happily agreed. Captain Li also sighed, saying that if it weren't for Jiang Ruoli, their village wouldn't have such good work. They wouldn't have earned so much money by the end of the year. That girl really was a lucky star for the village. He could handle a piece of pork belly himself. When Jiang Ruoli returned home, Fong had already lit the stove. Why did it take so long? Are you cold? I talked with Captain Li for a while. It's fine. Jiang Ruoli was dressed warmly and didn't feel cold at all.
What do you plan to do today?
I will help you. Let's eat rabbit. Earlier on the road, Jiang Ruoli thought about it and carried a basket full of rabbits. Tonight, we'll have spicy rabbit head and braised rabbit meat. By the way, do you know how to handle rabbit skins? Fong looked at the basket of rabbits, surprised at how many Jiang Ruoli had managed to get in such a short time. I don't know how, but I have a friend who does. When we go back, I'll bring the skins to him. What do you want to make? A scarf made of rabbit fur. How many rabbits do you think we need? I need 3, 1 for Yao Yao. Who will get the other 2? Jiang Ruoli didn't say. Fong didn't ask either. He just took the basket of rabbits, counted them. Not bad, there are 8. Fong skinned the rabbits, took out the internal organs, and chopped them into pieces. Jiang Ruoli took the rabbits, added cooking wine, Sichuan pepper, chili, and marinated them to remove the smell. Then she started preparing side dishes. For the spicy rabbit head, just chili powder, green onions, and garlic are enough. For the braised rabbit meat, she planned to add potatoes. She also prepared stir-fried cabbage and a big pot of rice. This hearty lunch was ready. While Jiang Ruoli was cooking, Fong sat nearby, adding firewood to the stove. But his eyes kept watching Jiang Ruoli's profile. He couldn't get enough of looking at her. His feelings were obvious. Jiang Ruoli felt embarrassed under his gaze, turned around, glared at him, and then carried the dishes out. Fong rubbed his nose, feeling a bit distracted. This girl looked so pretty even when she was glaring. With this love-struck mind, even zombies would spit and run away. Jiang Yao smelled the aroma of the food and put down her book, coming out of the house. Not because she was rude, but because Uncle Fong liked Aunt Jiang. She wanted to give them a chance. Jiang Ruoli thought, "You're so good at this. Does your dad know?" Fong also came out with his bowl, placing one bowl of rice in front of Jiang Ruoli and another in front of Jiang Yao. He helped himself to a large bowl. When Jiang Ruoli was cooking, he had already started drooling from the smell. Now he was starving and thought he could eat at least half. He took the first bite of braised rabbit, and the spicy, fragrant flavor hit his taste buds. Honestly, he had never eaten such spicy food before, but he thought it was incredibly delicious. When he ate the spicy rabbit head, Fong felt the heat was a bit too much for him. It was much spicier than the rabbit meat. Jiang Ruoli kindly brought a bowl of water for Fong Chong. It was just plain cooled boiled water. Fong Chong took a bite of rabbit meat and drank some water. It felt like his stomach was mostly water. "Ruoli, if you don't want me to come for dinner, just tell me directly. You don't have to make it so spicy."
Can you handle it?
Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes. "You're overthinking. This rabbit meat tastes better when it's spicy. I learned this from my friends in Sichuan. Do you think it's not tasty?" Fong Chong chuckled. "It's delicious, but too spicy." "Yao Yao, don't you find it spicy?" Jiang Yao shook her head. "No, it's not spicy. Kids in Jiang province eat spicy food from a young age." Fong Chong looked at Jiang Yao, noticing her lips were a little red but nothing else. Jiang Ruoli's lips weren't even red, which made him feel really disappointed. He wondered if he was really so useless. You've never had such spicy food before. Take it easy and eat some vegetables. Jiang Ruoli used her chopsticks to pick some vegetables for Fong Chong. He nodded and ate all the vegetables. But he couldn't resist and ate a rabbit head and several pieces of rabbit meat again. Only when his stomach started to feel spicy did he stop eating. Jiang Ruoli still poured some spiritual spring water for Fong Chong to drink, hoping it would help him feel better. She just hoped he wouldn't get a stomach ache from the spice. On the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, the village organized the slaughter of the New Year pig. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao had never seen it before, so they arrived early at the threshing yard. They walked there and were greeted by many people along the way. Jiang Jiqing, are you going to watch the New Year pig being slaughtered? Yes, Yao Yao, and I have never seen it before.
We want to see. What's so interesting about that?
It's a bit scary. Ha ha ha. If it's scary, I'll turn around and run. Jiang Ruoli held Jiang Yao's hand and chatted with the women along the way. Soon, they reached the threshing yard. Everything for the pig slaughter was already prepared. Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao stood a little farther away, watching carefully. They were afraid the pig, which might accidentally break free and rush at them. Although it was unlikely, they still worried. Next was the bloodletting. The butcher would stab the pig directly in the chest, and a lot of blood would flow out. Aunt Qian held a basin underneath to catch the blood. It's said that in the north, pig blood is used to make blood sausage. Jiang Ruoli had never tried it before, but she planned to ask Aunt Qian to help her make some later and see how it tastes. Then the butcher made a small cut in the pig's foot, and someone inserted a bamboo stick to air inside. Auntie, why are they blowing air into the pig? Are they trying to make it fly? The ant nearby laughed happily. No, it's not to make it fly. The blowing is just to make the pig's skin harder, so it's easier to scrape off the hair. Jiang Yao nodded in understanding. Jiang Ruoli was curious and watched closely. After blowing, someone started scraping off the pig hair. Next, they opened up the pig's belly, but Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao didn't watch anymore. They hid behind an uncle. Hee, Jiang Jiqing, are you afraid? What's there to be scared of? These are just things we eat. I haven't seen this before. It's a bit scary the first time. Jiang Ruoli smiled slightly. The animals in the space were all cleaned up with her thoughts. She wasn't worried about them. Seeing a pig being slaughtered for the first time, she felt a little bloodthirsty and scared. After killing 2 pigs, Captain Li called people over to line up for the pork. In the morning, they collected the pork, and in the afternoon, they collected the grain. The new year was officially coming. When it was Jiang Ruoli's turn, Captain Li gave her a good piece of pork belly as she asked, "Uncle, do you want the pig's internal organs and trotters? If not, can I buy all of them? Also the big bones and rib racks?" "Yes, you can buy the internal organs. The others will be sold after everyone has taken what they want." "All right, I'll take the stuff home first. If there's any left, tell Go Dan to call me." "Okay." Jiang Ruoli took a large piece of pork belly and 2 sets of pig organs back home. She had been craving to make braised large intestines for a long time. After storing the pork belly, she called out to Jiang Yao, "Yao Yao, turn on the stove. Auntie will make you something delicious." Jiang Yao quickly ran to the kitchen stove on short legs. Soon, the iron pot was heated and ready. Jiang Ruoli put the washed pig organs into the pot, added cooking wine and Sichuan pepper to reduce the smell. After boiling them once, she took them out and cleaned them thoroughly. She changed the water in the pot and secretly added spring water, then added soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and various spices like star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, and chili, starting to braise. Half an hour later, the aroma of the braising liquid wafted out. The 2 sets of pig organs, along with Jiang Yao and herself, could last them for about half a month. But she planned to share some with Captain Li and also pack some for her parents at the pigsty. "Yao Yao, will you go with your aunt tonight to visit your great-grandfather, great-grandmother, grandparents, and dad?" Jiang Yao's eyes brightened. "Yes, Auntie, I want to go with you. I can climb the mountain by myself. I don't need you to carry me. I miss Dad, I miss Grandma and Grandpa." By noon, Li Xing'an came to find Jiang Ruoli, saying there were some leftovers and asking her to buy them. Jiang Ruo Li quickly served a bowl of pig offal, covered it with a plate, and asked Li Xing'an to take it back to give to Qian Auntie and the others. Li Xing'an nodded and left with it. Jiang Ruo Li told Jiang Yao to watch the fire while she went to the grain-drying yard. Jiang Jiqing, come quickly. There are these leftovers. Look and see what you want. Jiang Ruo Li looked at the remaining pig's trotters, big bones, and rib racks, and took all of them. Uncle Li, I want all of these. Our Jiang province likes to make bone soup and pig's trotters soup. For the new year, I want to make some for Yao Yao to drink. Hearing this, Captain Li didn't ask any more questions and sold them to her at the lowest price. Remember to come and share the grain this afternoon. Because of your business with the head, our team has earned quite a lot this year. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. I just provided an idea. Hey, if it weren't for your idea, how would we country folks ever think of this? Jiang Ruo Li smiled and didn't say anything more. She told Captain Li she was going home first. When Captain Li returned home for dinner, he saw a bowl covered with a plate on the table. What's this? Grandpa, this is what Jiang Jia asked me to bring. I don't know what it is either. The elders didn't open it, and Li Xing'an, even smelling the very fragrant aroma, wouldn't casually open it. Captain Li lifted the plate, and a strong, savory smell hit his nose. Smells good. Zhou Guohua also caught the scent. That seems to be pig offal, but I didn't expect that stinky pig offal made by Ji Qing would smell so good. Captain Li nodded. No wonder she wanted pig offal. Only that girl can make this stuff. That meal, that bowl of pig offal, became the most loved dish in their Li family, no doubt about it. Mom, you should go learn from Jiang Jiqing how to make this pig offal. I'll prepare some for you to make on New Year's Eve. Qian Auntie nodded when she heard her son's words. Making it this way really is delicious. When Jiang Ruo Li's side learned how much of each ingredient to put in, Qian Auntie secretly thought her son was wasting money. So much seasoning. How much would that cost? Auntie, this braising sauce can be used to cook many different foods. For meat, you can use offal, large bones, duck necks, duck feet, duck frames, or chicken feet. For vegetables, there are even more options like kelp, lotus root, potato slices, tofu, and others. When Auntie Chi heard that so many ingredients could be braised, she no longer worried about the spices. This year, their family earned quite a lot of money. Their eldest son also brought back a good amount of money and grain. Sometimes, they enjoy a meal like this without any worries. Jiang Ruo Li held a large bone, cut it into pieces, blanched them in water, then put them into the braising sauce to cook. For lunch, they just ate some braised large intestine. Later, Jiang Ruo Li went to the grain field to count work points and collect grain. Although Jiang Ruo Li hadn't worked for many days, her work points were quite high. Besides the compensation from Yushan earlier, the team also added a small amount, and the rest came from the head flour workshop. Even though Jiang Ruo Li wasn't short on grain, she didn't want to take grain because it might cause suspicion. So, she bought mostly coarse grains and some fine grains. In the end, she exchanged her remaining work points for money. Then, she took the grain and money back home. Jiang Yao stayed by the pot, not moving away. She kept smelling the delicious meat, feeling she could have 2 more bowls of rice. As a child, it's natural to be greedy when you see tasty food. When Jiang Ruo Li returned, she saw Jiang Yao staring eagerly at the bubbling braised meat in the pot.
Want to eat?
Just eat it. Why are you just staring? Jiang Ruo Li's voice startled Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao shyly called out, Auntie. Silly girl, if you want to eat, just eat. There's nothing to be shy about at home, Jiang Ruo Li said. Hearing this, Jiang Yao took a bowl and chopsticks, grabbed a large bone, and started gnawing on it. Although the bone wasn't cooked long enough, it still tasted very good. Jiang Yao ate happily. Jiang Ruo Li scooped out all the braised meat and set it aside, planning to take it to her parents at the steak shop in the evening to satisfy their cravings. Jiang Sheng, Wang Jingyi, and Zhou Qingqing were all sent back home. Earlier in Qishir, they had been detained for a few days because of their trouble and fighting over Jiang Ruo Li, and then they were sent back. By the time they arrived in Jiangsheng, it was already the 26th day of the Lunar New Year. The neighbors saw that the police had brought them back and thought they had done something wrong. Until they returned to the Wang family, only then did they hear the police officer's words. "Comrade Wang, please don't bother the female comrades anymore. You're already married and still harassing women. Strictly speaking, that's also considered misconduct." Fortunately, Comrade Jiang didn't pursue this matter. Upon hearing this, the whispers around grew louder. "Oh my goodness, did he go look for Xiao Jiang?
How dare he?
How can he have the nerve to see Xiao Jiang? She's such a good girl, and he's been so rude to her. Such shamelessness. She's received so much kindness from her father, yet he treats her like that. Who would have thought he's like this?
What's the point of regretting now?"
None of his family are good people.
Exactly. If you ask me.
Unable to bear the gossip, Wang Jingyi quickly closed the door and slapped Zhou Qingqing. "What are you doing? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. I lost my job because of you."
You've ruined me.
"You blame me? It was you who said she should help me get a job. But in the end, she didn't get it for me and even kicked me out.
It was you who brought me in.
Now you want to kick me out? No way." Zhou Qingqing's words made Wang's mother furious. "You, a broken flower, have the nerve to cling to my son. You shamelessly climbed into my son's bed, and your little brat calls my son dad? How can there be someone as shameless as you? I've even driven away my good daughter-in-law." "Still a good daughter-in-law? Weren't you also dismissive of her at first? To prevent A.I. from registering the marriage, you even hid away. Now you're just talking after the fact?" Zhou Qingqing's son hugged Wang Jingyi's leg and cried out, "Mom, Dad, please stop fighting." Wang's mother, hearing this, pushed him away angrily. "Get lost, you little. Who's your dad? Don't shout nonsense. My son isn't as old as you." Seeing her son pushed to the ground, Zhou Qingqing couldn't hold back and started fighting Wang's mother. Although outsiders didn't see the intense fight, they could hear their words. These words, centered around the Wang family, spread outward, and even Sun Miao heard about it. After learning that Wang Jingyi had gone to Mosh City to find Jiang Ruoli, Sun Miao quickly wrote a letter to inquire about the situation. She also included updates from their side. Jiang Ruoli didn't know about what was happening here. At this moment, she was already preparing to take her belongings to the cattle shed. Besides the marinated meat, she was also ready to bring other grains. Of course, they only brought fine grains. Coarse grains were kept by Jiang Shelley in the next room. You can't eat only fine grains every day, or people might suspect something. Around 8 p.m., the bright moonlight shone on the land. Jiang Shelley led Jiang Yao over Yangshan and to the door of the cattle shed. They knocked rhythmically on the door, and Jiang Juanxia immediately came to open it. "Li Bao, Yao Yao, come in quickly." Hearing Jiang Juanxia's voice, Jiang's mother hurried over. "Girl, with all the snow and the ground so slippery, why did you come here?" Jiang Shelley smiled as she took down her basket. Seeing this, Jiang Juanxia hurried to help. "Today we received grain, so I brought some over. We also slaughtered the New Year pig, and I bought some to make food for you to try." "Oh, we're doing well here, not lacking food. Why don't you keep some for yourself?" Jiang's mother said, gently scolding her by patting her forehead. Jiang Shelley hugged her mother's arm and pouted. "I have plenty over there, enough to eat. Don't worry, Mom. Come try my cooking." It was very cold that day. Old Mr. Jiang and his wife didn't want to move much, just sitting by the Kong, waiting for Jiang Shelley to come. "Grandpa, Grandma, try my cooking." Old Madame Jiang took Jiang Shelley's hand and stroked her hair. "Good, good, good. Our Li Bao has grown up." Jiang Juanxia sat nearby with Jiang Yao, and they chatted happily. "Dad, Auntie's marinated dishes are so delicious. I ate marinated large intestine, marinated bones, ribs, and potato slices." "Yao Yao, did you thank Annie?" "Thank what? We're family, of course we say that. Do you not see me as your sister?" "No, sister, I mean. I just..." Jiang Juanxia hesitated, but couldn't find the words. Jiang's father said to Jiang Shelley, "Ignore your second brother. He's smart but has low emotional intelligence. As someone from the future, I know that by 1977, these people had the chance to return to the city. But Jiang Juanxia, being a local, didn't know this. Zhang's father hadn't said anything about it, only that the darkness wouldn't last long, and believed that light would eventually appear. But Jiang Juanxia didn't seem to understand this. Hearing her father say that, Jiang Juanxia felt a bit embarrassed. "Little sister, when I go out, I will definitely make it up to you." Her words carried a bitter tone. She didn't know when she would be able to leave. Zhang's father rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to see his son. Apart from some achievements in research, he was pretty much an idiot in other areas. Once, her family was powerful and could protect him. Now, they are all in the pigsty, and no one can help them anymore. Fortunately, this person knows to work quietly here and doesn't talk to others. Those people still think Jiang Juanxia is mute. Even now, they believe Jiang Juanxia is silent. That's good too, as it prevents some people from being attracted to his looks and doing uncontrollable things. It was New Year's Eve in 1970. This was the first time Jiang Ruoli spent the holiday here. And it was the loneliest New Year she had ever had. At noon, Fong brought some pastries as a New Year's gift. "Fong, keep these for yourself. I have plenty here. Just me and Yao Yao. We can't eat that much." Fong looked annoyed and said, "I don't like these things. They are too sweet and greasy." Jiang Ruoli could only accept them, planning to bring him some meat sauce and mushroom sauce later. Last time, she heard that his uncle had taken everything away. "What are you planning to cook for lunch?" "I can help." Fong skillfully rolled up his sleeves, revealing strong, well-defined arms with muscles all over. They looked very easy to touch. Jiang Ruoli glanced at his muscles and looked away. Braised pork, pickled fish, potato duck stew, garlic bok choy, braised meat, old hen soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup, symbolizing good luck for the coming year. "What did you make? How can I help?" Jiang Ruoli looked at the kitchen. "If you don't mind, help me cut the potatoes and chop the chicken and duck." Fong casually said, "Okay. Why aren't you making rabbit today?" Jiang Ruoli rolled her eyes and replied, "I'm worried you'll get an upset stomach. Your uncle came to check on me. If she hadn't used spiritual spring water to suppress him last time, he might have gone to the proctologist." Fong chuckled. "That can't happen. His little uncle already knew he liked Jiang Ruoli, so he wouldn't come to complain. If he did, it would only be to see his future sister-in-law." Jiang Ruoli changed the subject and talked about something else. The two of them tacitly avoided discussing the black market. Jiang Ruoli didn't want Jiang Yao to know. Fong also forgot to mention it. They chatted about all sorts of things from north to south. Jiang Ruoli found that his knowledge was not at all less than hers. He had many unique insights on various topics. This surprised Jiang Ruoli. No matter what she said, she felt the conversation would never fall flat. During dinner, the two people kept talking. Jiang Yao sat nearby sighing. How long will they keep talking? Are they not considering how I feel? She truly couldn't understand anything. After eating, Fong Chong automatically went to wash the dishes. Jiang Yao looked at her aunt with sadness in her eyes. Jiang Ruoli asked suspiciously, "Yao Yao, what kind of look is that? Is your aunt dating Uncle Fong? Little girl, you even know about dating? Who told you that your aunt and Uncle Fong are dating?" "No one told me. I just see that my aunt and Uncle Fong get along very well and are happy."
So,
Jiang Yao looked up with her eyes red. "Aunt, if you're dating Uncle Fong, does that mean you won't want Yao Yao anymore?" "Silly Yao Yao, when did I say I don't want you? Did someone say something to you when you went out to play?" Jiang Yao shook her head silently, lips pressed tight, tears falling down. Jiang Ruoli sighed. "Even if my aunt is dating Fong Chong, even if she plans to marry him, I will take you with me when I marry. If he doesn't agree, then I won't date or marry him, okay?" Jiang Yao's tears kept falling, but she didn't say yes or no. Jiang Ruoli was so anxious, she started scratching her head. She had never seen such a scene before. In her previous life, she didn't have any nieces or nephews. Fong Chong finished washing the dishes and saw the scene. The little girl was crouched nearby, anxiously saying something, while Jiang Yao sat on a chair crying sadly. "What's wrong?" Why are you crying? Everything seemed fine. Fong Chong asked Zhang Ruoli. Zhang Ruoli shook her head. I don't know. She said if I date you, she won't want me anymore. I don't know where she heard that. Fong Chong sighed helplessly. Yao Yao, your aunt hasn't even started dating me. I like your aunt, but she hasn't agreed. Even if she did, she wouldn't stop loving you. I would treat you like my own niece. Hearing Fong Chong's words, Zhang Ruoli glared at him. What nonsense was that? Yao Yao, your aunt said she will always take care of you, always. Don't let others' words make you sad. Do you prefer to believe others rather than your aunt? When Zhang Ruoli said the last sentence, she pretended to be angry. Zhang Yao quickly hugged Zhang Ruoli. No, aunt, I believe you. All right, be good now, don't cry. If you cry, your pretty little face won't be pretty anymore. This made Zhang Yao laugh. Tired from crying, Zhang Yao went to bed to sleep. Zhang Ruoli and Feng Qing sat facing each other awkwardly. It was because Zhang Yao had just mentioned the possibility of them dating, which made things uncomfortable. You. They spoke at the same time. Go ahead, you first. No, you first. In the end, they both spoke together again.
Wang Ruoli chocolate softly. Her birayt simile stunning Feng Wing.
Should I go first? Zhang Ruoli's words seemed to snap Feng Qing back to reality. He awkwardly rubbed his nose. You go ahead. Yao Yao's words. Don't take them to heart. I'm serious. Whether or not we date, I will still treat Yao Yao well. If we do date, Yao Yao is also my niece, and I will still be good to her. Of course, I'm not forcing you to date me. I just like you. Zhang Ruoli softly replied, I understand. I'm not indifferent to you. It's just that my family situation now makes dating you difficult, and I worry it might harm you. I don't care, Zhang Ruoli, I don't care. Even if my parents can't protect you, my grandfather will. If they can't protect you, I will do it myself. At that moment, Feng Qing completely suppressed the lingering effects of his previous battle trauma. He decided to return to the army. He wanted to work hard to become Zhang Ruoli's support. Not only to protect himself and his family, but also to protect the girl he loved. Feng Qing, like a child, covered his ears. If you're going to refuse, then don't say it. I don't want to hear it. Seeing him like that, Zhang Ruoli couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She walked over to Feng Qing, pulled his hands away from his ears, and looked into his eyes seriously. I know you must have your reasons for leaving the military. If you don't want to go back, then don't. If I want to be with you, it's because I like you, not because of your power or status. Feng Qing, you're a good person, and I am too. So let's be together. Feng Qing excitedly stood up. Lily, are you serious? We're really going to be a couple? Are you sure? Zhang Ruoli looked up at him and replied, Yes, I am serious. We're going to be a couple. Feng Qing happily picked up Zhang Ruoli and spun her around. Lily, I am so happy. I thought it would take you a long time to accept me. Now let me down quickly. I feel dizzy. After Zhang Ruoli was put down, she pretended to be fierce and said, If you have done something wrong to me, don't blame me for kicking you away. Feng Qing swore, Lily, don't worry. I don't have a little sweetheart or a white moonlight, and I have no marriage prospects. From the beginning to the end, my heart only belongs to you. Zhang Ruoli waved her hand and said, All right, I believe you for now. What do you mean for now? You should believe me. Lily, don't worry. I will treat you well for the rest of my life and also be good to Yao Yao. Yes, I believe you. Feng Qing looked pitiful and said, Lily, your answer is so perfunctory. Zhang Ruoli watched as the cold and aloof male god suddenly turned into a puppy-like little brother, and she couldn't help but shout in surprise. She reached out her mischievous claws, pinched his cheek randomly, and laughed so hard she trembled. Feng Qing helplessly let this girl do whatever she wanted on his face, while also protecting her from falling. After Zhang Yao woke up, she found Feng Qing was still here. She looked outside at the sky and wondered if this person was not afraid of it getting dark. Feng Qing and Zhang Yao sat chatting, but Zhang Yao could tell that their atmosphere seemed better than during lunch. Yao Yao, you're awake?
Aunt.
Jiang Yao ran into Jiang Ruoli's arms with her short legs. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and decided to tell her about her relationship. Yao Yao, I want to tell you something. Aunt, are you dating Uncle Fong? Jiang Ruoli was embarrassed. Why was this kid always thinking about dating? Although she was right, she felt something was off. Fong Qing squatted in front of Jiang Yao, looking her in the eyes. Yao Yao, I am dating your aunt, but Uncle also said he'll treat you like his own niece.
Please believe me.
His expression was serious and sincere. Jiang Yao nodded. I understand. Aunt, Uncle, I was being stubborn earlier. I shouldn't have believed what they said without trusting you. Jiang Ruoli blushed. What uncle? I haven't married yet, don't call me that. Just call him Uncle Fong. He hasn't even paid you the bride price. Oh, when does Uncle Fong plan to marry Aunt? Jiang Ruoli's face turned even redder. Little kid, don't talk nonsense. If he wants to marry, it also depends on whether I want to get married or not. Fong Qing really wanted to marry her immediately, but he still had things to finish first. So, for now, this wish cannot be fulfilled. The moment Jiang Ruoli promised herself, Fong Qing had already decided to return to the army. Although he still had a year's leave from the army, it didn't stop him from going back directly. Yao Yao, Uncle still has some things to finish, so I can't marry your aunt for now. But don't worry, when I marry your aunt, I'll take you with me. Marrying one and taking two is quite a good deal. Jiang Ruoli blushed and playfully glared at him. Go away. Don't talk nonsense in front of the kids. Jiang Yao looked at Jiang Ruoli and Fong Qing, then chuckled happily. Seeing that it was getting late, Fong Qing reluctantly prepared to go back to the city. Let's go back. I brought some meat sauce. I hardly managed to get a piece of beef, so you can eat it slowly. If it's not enough, tell me, and I'll make more for you. Lily, you're so kind. With someone as good as you, my brothers must be so jealous of me, Fong Qing said, pulling a stack of bills from his pocket and stuffing them into Jiang Ruoli's arms. I only brought this much today. Next time, I'll bring more. Don't hold back. I still have more over there. Then he took out 2 red envelopes from another pocket, one big and one small, giving one to each girl. Here's your New Year money. Keep it well. Jiang Ruoli happily accepted it. Jiang Yao saw her aunt accept it and also took hers, happily saying, Thank you, Uncle Fong. Don't worry about your parents. I'll ask my uncle to look after them, Jiang Ruoli said anxiously. Will that cause any trouble for your uncle? It's okay, just some care. It's not a big deal. Fong Qing said a few more words and then rode away on his bicycle. Fong Qing, wait a moment. Jiang Ruoli called him back and went inside for a while. She took out an old-fashioned flashlight from her space, tied it to Fong Qing's bicycle with a rope, and said, It's dark now. Be careful when you ride. Fong Qing felt warm inside. Her caring voice sounded so nice. Okay. By the time Fong Qing returned to the city, it was already 8 p.m. He had been riding his bike for 4 hours, from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Of course, with Fong Qing's good physical condition, those 4 hours didn't make him tired at all. After all, he still had to return to the army. Losing his physical strength was not acceptable. Back at his uncle's house, he saw Uncle Li Qingdong still awake, so he pulled him into the study. Li Qingdong looked at Fong Qing with a smile and teased, It's so late when you come back. I can see the smile on your face, can't hide. Is there good news? Did that girl agree to be your girlfriend? Fong Chong sighed helplessly. His little uncle was still as clever as ever. Yes, Li agreed to be my girlfriend, but that's not what I want to talk about. I plan to return to the army. Li Qingdong put away his teasing expression and asked seriously, Have you thought it through? About your lingering issues?
I'm fine.
Lily gave me courage. I can't just stay here feeling sorry for myself. That's good to hear. When do you plan to go back? I'll contact the army first. When they notify me, I'll go. That works. It's safer to do it that way. Uncle, I have a favor to ask. Li Qingdong raised an eyebrow. Is it about your little girlfriend's family? Fong Chong nodded. You're the smartest uncle. Just need to make sure they aren't bullied. That's all. Of course, these words were spoken by Jiang Ruoli to Fong Chong. As long as people aren't bullied, they won't overthink, and nothing bad like depression will happen. Overprotecting can affect not only Fong Chong's uncle but also Zhang's family, making them vulnerable to jealousy. When Fong Chong said it was Zhang Ruoli who told him, Li Qingdong developed a good impression of that future niece-in-law he hadn't met before. "Alright, I'll help with this. But you should give me some reward." Li Qingdong had already set his eyes on the package Fong Chong was holding. Fong Chong felt helpless, but only gave Li Qingdong 4 bottles. The remaining 6 bottles he kept. Li Qingdong muttered, "You're so stingy." "You're not stingy? Well, bring some materials then. My girlfriend said this is beef. I finally got it, and it's all here." Fong Chong emphasized, "You can bully me, but don't say anything about my girlfriend." Fine, I won't say anything. Your future niece-in-law is generous. You should visit her before you rejoin the team. Here, take this New Year money for her. There's also a kid. You only give one?" Li Qingdong thought to himself, You forget it. What can I do if your nephew likes her?" In the end, Li Qingdong handed over the red envelope belonging to Jiang Yao. But that girl's cooking skills were really good. The sauce was delicious with rice, and the noodles paired well too. Even eating alone was fine. Everything was quite tasty. After the uncle and nephew finished talking, they opened the door and saw Yao Qimei eavesdropping. Fong Chong raised an eyebrow at Li Qingdong. "Look at your wife." Li Qingdong's face turned pale. "What are you doing here? Did I not tell you to stay away from my study?" Liao Qimei hesitated and said, "I was just seeing if you wanted to drink tea." "That's none of your business. Mind your own affairs. If you can't do that, don't force me to divorce you." Liao Qimei's face changed, then she pretended nothing was wrong and left the study door. Fong Chong muttered softly, "Uncle, this woman doesn't seem to be a good person." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Li Qingdong shot him a quick look. Fong Chong, after being glanced at, said nothing and shrugged casually. His uncle's intelligence was so high that the whole family couldn't compare. How could they not see that the woman had problems? His words were unnecessary. After Fong Chong left, Zhang Ruoli and Zhang Yao made some food, like fried balls. Then they took it to the cattle shed to find Jiang Fu and the others. "Yao, Li Bao, don't tell Grandpa and Grandma about us dating Uncle Fong yet." Jiang Yao looked at her curiously. "Why, Auntie? Once Uncle Fong makes a big achievement, I will naturally tell them." Jiang Yao nodded, trusting whatever her aunt said. Under the cover of night, they crossed mountains and valleys to reach the cattle shed. Jiang Fu and Jiang Juanxia were already waiting at the foot of the mountain.
Yao, Li Bao, come quickly, Jiang Fu called softly.
Jiang Yao hurried over on her short legs. Jiang Ruoli followed behind, using her mind to take things out of the space and put them into the basket. Anyway, Jiang Yao didn't know exactly how much she had brought. Inside the cattle shed, the family had already prepared dinner and was waiting. Jiang Ruoli also took out the food she made. The family spent the New Year's Eve in this small, cramped house. When they returned home, Jiang Ruoli and Jiang Yao planned to stay up until dawn. But Jiang Yao couldn't resist sleep and fell asleep around 10 o'clock. Jiang Ruoli, feeling bored, took Jiang Yao into the space. After putting Jiang Yao into a deep sleep, Jiang Ruoli opened the trading panel. But after a day, there were several new messages on the panel. Some from Li Yimo, some from Lu Jinggan, and one from a new world. It was titled Qing Dynasty, Princess Ruojia.
Huh?
Qing Dynasty people? Princess Ruojia? Is it the Qing Dynasty of Kangxi? Or Yongzheng? Or Qianlong? Jiang Ruoli didn't pay attention to her first, but focused on the messages from Li Yimo and Lu Jinggan. Opening the voice message, Li Yimo's voice burst out. Pair, Happy New Year. I don't know if it's New Year's Eve on your side, but it is here. I was so unlucky today. Killed 10 zombies, but didn't get a single crystal core. Boo-hoo, I feel so miserable. Maybe you're busy, so I won't say much. Here's some gold for you. Could you prepare a big New Year's feast? Anything is fine. Thanks, love you. After hearing Li Yimo's message, Zhang Ruoli smiled helplessly. Even in the apocalypse, she could keep such a positive attitude. Jiang Ruoli thought this person must have been very loved before the end of the world. She took the gold and packed some food she had prepared earlier, including fried chicken, fries, cola, and burgers, enough for 5 people. She replied simply, "Happy New Year." Next, she listened to Lu Jing'an's voice message. The first message was from Lu Jing'an, and the one below was from Lu Jichen. They both thanked her for saving them from danger and sent some gifts, hoping she would like them. It seemed there was a time difference as it was not New Year on their side. Jiang Ruoli took out a gift, a set of white jade hair accessories, including hairpins, 2 jade bangles, a pair of dragon and phoenix pendants, and a few pairs of earrings. The jade felt warm and comfortable to the touch, and she liked it immediately. Later, she learned that this was the legendary warm jade. After thanking the 2 brothers, she sent some fruit as well. Then she started reading the third person's message. Ro Jia, hello. I'm Ro Jia, and I came through here. Guess what? This is the world of My Fair Princess. Do you know it? Oh, you're from the 70s, so you might not have seen it. It's a novel by Chong Yao, turned into a TV drama. Oh, and to get to the point, I am Princess Gulong Rongan, the biological daughter of Emperor Qianlong. My mother is the Empress, a legitimate princess. None of the characters in the My Fair Princess drama are like me. Do you have any food over there? Here, we only eat twice a day, and it's hard to bear. Also, do you have any tricks to keep those troublemakers away? I really don't want to get close to them. Anything you need, just tell me. I don't have much, but I have lots of jewelry. Jiang Ruoli was stunned by this long, enthusiastic message.
Such a strange story.
Jiang Ruoli gasped, Tsk, Tongzi, does this also belong to a different world? Of course, just watching a TV drama. Nothing is impossible. Alright, seeing this, Jiang Ruoli knew there would be some fun to watch. It's still a soap opera.
Jiang Ruoli Raplia. Ayu, Rojia. Im Jiang Ruoli.
You can call me Li Zi or Ali. I know about Zhen Huan. I came from the 21st century. If they come to bother you, just ignore them as a princess. You're not from the same social class. What do you want to eat? I'll send it to you. Ro Jia immediately responded. Well, I'll call you Ali. So, Ali, you're also from a different world? And you ended up in the 1970s? I, on the other hand, am inside a TV drama. You're right, I am a princess, several levels above them. You all are not worthy to stand with me. Anything to eat is fine. Jiang Ruoli sent over some food, drinks, and snacks, then happily started eating watermelon. By the way, where's the story now?
She asked.
Ro Jia also sent some jewelry and accessories. Right now, Little Swallow is just shot in the palace by Yongqi and is resting. Yongqi, Ban Jiaming, and the others are very curious about her. The emperor is also very kind to her. There was a hint of jealousy in Ro Jia's tone. Ro Jia, how old were you when you crossed over? I was 18 on my side, born in the, and now I'm 15.
Jiang Ruoli suddenly understood.
No wonder she was jealous, being born in the explained everything. They had lived together for 15 years. That girl had long considered Emperor Qianlong as her real father. If her real father liked a girl who was pretending to be someone else, how could she not feel jealous or angry? You should act a bit more obedient and sensible, pretending to be unaware of her strange behavior in front of your father. Your father is so smart, he must know. Basically, just compare her to yourself. Right, I've always been the most obedient since I was little. My father definitely wouldn't abandon me for someone who has no manners. Jiang Ruoli continued, and also, be careful with your mother. Don't interfere with them. Let them cause trouble and make a fuss. Ro Jia immediately understood what to do. After thanking Jiang Ruoli, she said she had to log off for now. Jiang Ruoli sent her some fruits. That girl probably hadn't eaten strawberries and cherries in many years. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ruoli went back to harvest and plant in her space. This is the corrected and simplified version of your text. After bringing Jiang Yao out of the space, she saw that it was getting late. When it was nearly midnight, Jiang Ruoli went to sleep. Fong and his uncle finished their New Year's Eve dinner and then went back to their rented house to rest. Lying on his bed, he felt very happy. After all, The young girl had agreed to be his girlfriend. From now on, he would have a partner. On the first morning of the new year, Zhang Yao woke up and wished Zhang Ruoli a happy new year. Zhang Yao wore new clothes and said, "Auntie, happy new year. I wish you a smooth and happy year." Zhang Ruoli took out a red envelope she had prepared and gave it to Zhang Yao. "Yao Yao, happy new year. I hope you have a happy and smooth year." The aunt and niece looked at each other and smiled. After Zhang Yao took the red envelope and thanked her, she carried a small cloth bag that Zhang Ruoli had specially prepared and went out. Outside, Li Xing'an was about to call Zhang Yao out when he saw her coming. "Wow, Yao Yao, you look so beautiful today. Your clothes are really nice." Zhang Yao held her head up proudly. "Of course. My aunt designed and made them herself." Hearing the noise, Zhang Ruoli came out. "Happy New Year, Zhang Jie." Li Xing'an immediately bowed to greet her. Zhang Ruoli smiled and set out a table with some candies and fruits. "Happy New Year, Anen."
Take some to eat.
Li Xing'an didn't refuse. After thanking Zhang Ruoli, he took a few candies and fruits. Zhang Ruoli also gave Li Xing'an a red envelope, but it was only a dime, just a small gesture. Li Xing'an accepted the red envelope and said many good wishes. Then he said to Zhang Yao, "Come on, Yao Yao. I'll take you to visit other places for New Year's greetings." Holding Zhang Yao's small hand, Li Xing'an disappeared from Zhang Ruoli's view. Zhang Ruoli didn't mind. With Li Xing'an taking care of her, Zhang Yao wouldn't be bullied. Seeing the sun, Zhang Ruoli sat in the sunshine to relax. When she heard the bicycle bell, she opened her eyes. It was the postman. "Jiang Jiqing, you have a letter." Zhang Ruoli asked, "Zhang the mailman, aren't you on holiday today?" He replied, "We had a day off yesterday, and today is our turn to rest. Since I have a letter for you, I brought it over." "Thank you, that's very kind. Have some candy to sweeten your mouth." The mailman took some candies without hesitation. "Thanks, Jiang Jiqing." He had to deliver more letters elsewhere, and then left. Zhang Ruoli saw she had 2 letters in her hand. One was from Sun Miao. The other, surprisingly, was from that scoundrel. Zhang Ruoli first set aside the message from the scumbag man and opened Sun Miao's letter to read. It was full of stories about how the scumbag woman and her man argued all the time after returning home. Their neighbors enjoyed gossiping about their scandals. It mentioned that Wang Jingyi, the scumbag man, was not willing to give up and was determined to divorce Zhou Qingqing, then pursue Zhang Ruoli again. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoli shivered with disgust. She wouldn't want Wang Jingyi, who had never married her, now that he's become a second-hand item. What a joke. After reading Sun Miao's letter, Zhang Ruoli felt nothing special, just saw it as a joke. But when she finished Wang Jingyi's letter, she felt sick, like eating a fly. It even claimed to have deep feelings for her, unchanging. Zhang Ruoli, get lost with your nonsense. Scumbags should just go away. She didn't read the whole letter. She simply stomped on it a few times and then threw it into the stove to burn. Those dirty words, better not to look at them. She needed to wash her eyes quickly. Too disturbing. Unaware of Zhang Ruoli's action of throwing the letter into the stove, Wang Jingyi was still waiting for her reply. He thought Zhang Ruoli liked him so much that she would definitely accept his regret. Then he planned to leave and take his mother to Mo to find Zhang Ruoli. Honestly, the scumbag was really overconfident. Zhou Qingqing saw Wang Jingyi's behavior and understood what he was thinking. Don't bother thinking about Zhang Ruoli. She won't come back. After knowing her these years, don't you understand? Once she makes up her mind, she won't change it. Wang Jingyi was provoked by Zhou Qingqing's words. It's your fault. If it weren't for you, Ali wouldn't be angry. If she wasn't angry, she wouldn't leave. It's all your fault. He even started hitting her while speaking. Zhou Qingqing didn't back down and fought back against Wang Jingyi. Look at yourself. If she were a troublemaker, you'd be worse. You're so sneaky, enjoying her family's support while looking down on her. I've never seen a more disgusting man than you. Zhou Qingqing's words hit his sore spot, and Wang Jingyi's fists got even harsher. Since Zhou Qingqing was a woman, she couldn't fight back and could only lie on the ground, crying out in pain. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Qingqing's son ran out, saw his mother being hit, and immediately ran to push Wang Jingyi in the stomach. "Don't hit my mom. You're a bad person."
Boo-hoo, Mom.
Wang Jingyi was caught off guard and was hit directly by the chubby boy, feeling as if his stomach was flipping over violently. He angrily slapped the chubby boy across the face. "You little brat, eating my food, drinking my drinks, and you dare to hit me. I'll teach you a lesson." Then he grabbed a feather duster nearby and swung it at the boy. Zhou Qingqing saw her son being beaten, and she had no energy to stay on the ground. She jumped up and started fighting with Wang Jingyi. The neighboring women stood on their chairs against the wall, watching the scene unfold. It wasn't until things almost got out of control that someone called the police. When the police arrived, they saw it was Wang Jingyi's family and immediately felt overwhelmed. His unreasonable mother, who didn't understand reason at all. It was simply disgusting. 2 police officers came. One took Wang Jingyi away, and the other sent Zhou Qingqing to the hospital. As for why Wang's mother wasn't there, it was said she had gone to visit relatives in the countryside for the new year. If Wang's mother had been there, Zhou Qingqing might have been beaten even more badly. On the first day of the new year, the police had to come out, and their faces looked grim. Wang Jingyi was detained for 10 days for bullying a vulnerable person. A Zhou Qingqing and a chubby boy clearly belonged to the vulnerable group. Wang Jingyi had been hoping his mother would come back quickly and bail him out. But unexpectedly, she stayed at her relative's house for several days to avoid Zhou Qingqing. It wasn't until her relatives asked her to leave that she leisurely returned home. When she arrived, she found the gate open and many things missing from her house. Wang's mother immediately started crying and wailing, "Oh my heavens! Who the heck took all my stuff? Where's my son? And that brat Zhou Qingqing?" The neighbors watching the scene kept silent, simply watching. They had seen that Wang's yard was not closed properly. It was because Wang's mother was too irresponsible. Neighbors had taken advantage of her and were tired of her. So no one bothered to help close the door. One aunt, wanting to enjoy the show, recounted what happened on New Year's Day. When she heard that her son had been taken away by the police, she was instantly panicked. They forgot about the missing items at home and hurried to the police station. At the police station, Wang's mother didn't see Wang Jingyi. She wanted to cause trouble, but seeing the serious, solemn place, she was so scared her legs trembled. Angrily, Wang's mother went to the hospital to find Zhou Qingqing. She planned to scold her directly, but Wang Jingyi's beating had caused her grandson to be injured again. Wang's mother completely broke down. "She is so unlucky." Jiang Ruoli didn't know much about the Wang family's life, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. If she had to say something, she would only tell them to step back, step back, step back. During the 2nd and 3rd days of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Ruoli stayed at home, watching the drama unfold with Ro Jia. "Ali, what do you think my father is thinking? That little swallow doesn't look anything like him. My emperor father is happily thinking he's gained another daughter. That consortling is just talking nonsense. I don't like her." Jiang Ruoli replied, "Maybe it's part of the plot?" Ro Jia rolled her eyes, exhausted by the story. Although she had watched My Fair Princess many times, she just couldn't like Ziwei and Xiao Yanzi. Right now, Xiao Yanzi is crying tears of emotion, but I can tell she's struggling whether to say something. Jiang Ruoli was surprised. "You wouldn't be thinking of reminding her, would you?" Ro Jia shook her head. "What am I thinking? I wouldn't do such a foolish thing. If she wants to mess up, no one can stop her. As for my emperor father, you could subtly hint to your emperor father, maybe by quoting a story or mentioning his appearance. Anything works. My emperor father is in a good mood now. If I ruin his mood, even as the legitimate princess, I'd get scolded.
Jiang Ruoli siga.
Then I really can't help you. You should be more careful around them, especially after Ziwei enters the palace. There will be trouble after trouble." Ro Jia nodded, understanding. They chatted for a while longer. Ro Jia said her emperor father had arrived and then left quickly. Jiang Ruoli looked at the time and decided it was time to place the 3rd crystal core. She threw it directly into the spring water. The water's color changed again, turning bright red this time. The entire surface was a deep crimson, like blood filling a well. If bubbles appeared, it would look like magma beneath a volcano. The 2468 system appeared. Host, the spirit spring water has upgraded to level 3. Drinking a sip can cure 100 poisons. Really? It can detoxify? What do you think? When it reaches the highest level, it can even restore dead bones. Then, what level is needed for the effect of cleansing marrow and breaking muscles? That requires level 5. This means she still needs 2 more different crystal cores to upgrade to that level. Zhang Ruoli was not in a hurry. After all, cleansing marrow and breaking muscles was very painful. She is now very delicate and weak. She should start training her physical strength. As for the current practice of the Pure Girls movement technique, she has only learned the first level. The second level seems to have a barrier that she cannot pass through. Zhang Ruoli doesn't worry about those things. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Fong Chong finally contacted the military. Fong Chong, you finally got in touch with me.
I thought you had forgotten about me.
The person on the phone sounded very happy, as if full of joy. Fong Chong moved the phone booth slightly away and said, Captain Zhang. Fong Chong requests to rejoin the team. Captain Zhang's smile grew wider. Good. Your brothers are waiting for you to come back. When do you plan to return? Fong Chong had left the army earlier due to mental health issues, but the military only gave him a 1-year leave, and his military status was still valid. Captain Zhang had been waiting for Fong Chong's call. He didn't expect that after half a year, Fong Chong would finally call to say he wanted to rejoin. Fong Chong thought for a moment and said, I'll leave the day after tomorrow. Good. Captain Zhang nodded in agreement. They chatted for a few more moments, then Fong Chong hung up. He was now sitting on the sofa, feeling uncertain whether this decision was right. But there was no more medicine for regret now. So, for Zhang Ruoli and his future, he was willing to fight. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Fong Chong arrived. Li. Zhang Ruoli looked at the visitor in surprise. Why are you here today? Fong Chong softly said, Missed you, so I came. Zhang Ruoli saw Zhang Yao nearby, probably didn't hear this, and blushed as she shot him a playful glare. Is something urgent? Or is there an emergency? Fong Chong patted Zhang Ruoli's head and said, Li, you're so clever. I'll be returning to the army tomorrow. Really so soon? Fong Chong didn't reply, just nodded. The sooner he went back, the sooner he could climb higher and better protect the young girl. Zhang Ruoli sighed. When do you leave tomorrow? Fong Chong, the train leaves around 7 p.m. tomorrow. Then you should eat here at noon.
What do you want to eat?
I'll cook for you. Fong Chong, anything is fine. I'm not picky. I love everything you make. If Fong family heard him say he was not picky, they would laugh. Fong Chong not picky?
Impossible.
He was the pickiest in the whole family. He would refuse to eat anything that didn't suit his taste. Hearing this, Zhang Ruoli headed to the kitchen. Yesterday, the team organized ice fishing, and she bought a large grass carp. She decided to make pickled fish to eat. Fong Chong was not idle. Instead, he followed Zhang Ruoli to the kitchen. Fong Chong saw Zhang Ruoli scoop out a fish from a nearby bucket. Do you want to eat fish? I'll handle it. How do you want it prepared? Just clean the fish. I'll do the rest, Zhang Ruoli replied. Fong Chong quickly removed the fish scales, cleaned the gills and internal organs, rinsed away the blood, and then placed it on the plate Zhang Ruoli prepared. Zhang Ruoli picked up the fish and carefully peeled the meat from the tail along the fish bones. After removing the meat from both sides, she sliced it into thin pieces, marinated the fish and bones with scallions, garlic, and rice wine, then sprinkled starch and cooking oil, setting them aside. Seeing that Zhang Ruoli was done, Fong Chong went to heat the pot. Zhang Ruoli first stir-fried the pickled vegetables until fragrant, then added plenty of water and brought it to a boil. She added some greens and potatoes to blanch, then placed everything in a large basin. Next, she added the fish head and bones to boil, then briefly cooked the fish meat in the boiling water before removing it. Finally, she sprinkled chopped scallions, chili, and garlic on top, then poured hot oil over everything. A fragrant pot of pickled vegetable fish was ready. The portion was large enough for 3 people to enjoy. Jiang Ruoli thought for a moment and took out some braised meat to heat. When it was served, Jiang Yao's nose twitched at the smell, and she almost drooled. Jiang Ruoli told Jiang Yao, "Go wash your hands, we're about to eat." Jiang Yao obediently washed her hands and sat at the dining table. The 3 of them each had a bowl of rice and ate happily. Fong Chong thought this was the best pickled vegetable fish he had ever eaten. After finishing, Fong Chong took the bowls and chopsticks to wash them. Jiang Ruoli sat on her chair, cracking sunflower seeds, watching Fong Chong wash dishes, and smiled happily. A man who can do household chores is truly the most charming man. Look at Fong Chong, so charming right now. Jiang Yao watched her aunt's infatuated expression and couldn't bear to watch anymore. She decided it was best not to see it and went straight into her room. In the afternoon, Jiang Ruoli and Fong Chong relaxed and chatted. Until around 3 o'clock, when it started to get dark, Fong Chong decided to leave. "Lily, this is my military address. When I go back, I'll report for a romantic relationship, and when the time is right, I'll report for marriage. Marriage can wait. Focus on your future first," Jiang Ruoli said. Knowing her own status, she was sure Fong Chong's pursuit might become a stumbling block. Even if Fong Chong was willing, she didn't want that.
Lily, eat.
Fong Chong, listen to me. My status makes me useless to you. Even if you have no feelings now, your family will surely have opinions about me. I don't want to suffer any unfairness, so I will wait for you. I will wait until the day you can marry me without any objections from them. When Jiang Ruoli heard this, Fong Chong knew that if he married her now, she would definitely be wronged. Okay, Jiang Ruoli, wait for me. When I can stand firm against them, I will bring the bride price and marry you. After hearing this, Jiang Ruoli smiled at him. Fong Chong told her that the black market was now under Li Xiangbei's control, so they could still supply goods. As for the money, Li Xiangbei would send it after the Lunar New Year. Jiang Ruoli wasn't worried. The whole team wouldn't dare to steal from Li Xiangbei. And there was also an IOU. But she didn't plan to go to the black market after the New Year. Without Fong Chong, she didn't trust those people, not even Li Xiangbei. Then Fong Chong took some things out of his pocket, money and receipts. Once I return to the army, I won't need these anymore.
Keep them.
This is my uncle's address. If anything happens, you can go see him. He knows you're my partner. Seeing Fong Chong's hopeful look, Jiang Ruoli took the receipts. She didn't want the money. They were just dating. No need to spend a man's money. And she wasn't without her own resources. She thought for a moment and told Fong Chong to wait here for a while. Then she went inside. She took out several bottles of medicinal pills from her space. Some were for strengthening the body, some for healing injuries, and others for detoxification. These medicines are leftovers from my family. Take them and use them. They're all useful for you. I've written down what each bottle contains. Be sure to read carefully when you take them. Fong Chong looked at the jade bottles, which were made of fine material not affordable for ordinary people. Although he was curious, he didn't say anything. He just put the items into his clothes pocket. He restrained himself and gently held Jiang Ruoli in his arms. When I have time, I'll come see you. Remember to write me letters and think of me. I will be thinking of you. Jiang Ruoli listened to his strong heartbeat and nodded softly. After releasing Jiang Ruoli, Fong Chong rode away, without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't want to leave. Watching Fong Chong ride away into the distance, Jiang Ruoli withdrew her gaze and went inside. The departure of Fong Chong didn't affect Jiang Ruoli much. After all, the two had only just started dating, so deep feelings were unlikely. Although they had only been in contact for a few months, Fong Chong seemed like a very reliable person. But right now, they were just dating. Whether they would get married someday was uncertain. Jiang Ruoli withdrew her thoughts and went inside. Fong Chong's train was scheduled for tomorrow evening. She planned to prepare some food for him during the afternoon. Since he had helped her parents so much, she felt she should show her appreciation as his girlfriend. She decided to make extra mushroom sauce, beef sauce, and pork sauce for him to take along. She hadn't even considered whether Fong could carry all of it. You might ask where all these mushrooms came from in the middle of winter. The seed she had left earlier had sprouted in her space. The beef and pork were stockpiled from before. She also planned to make dumplings, as she had heard a saying from the north. Eat dumplings on the train, eat noodles when you get off, symbolizing safety and peace. Jiang Ruoli intended to make 2 boxes of dumplings for him to take on the road, along with beef patties and similar treats. Since he had given her so many tickets, it was only fair to make some delicious food for him. The extra could be shared with Li Emo and Ro Jia. They were good friends, after all. She was also looking forward to Li Emo's Crystal Core and Ro Jia's TV series. Without delay, Jiang Ruoli took out some meat and chopped it finely. Whether it was for dumplings, meat patties, or meat sauce, the meat needed to be minced. Jiang Yao asked, "Andy, can I help you with something?" Yao, could you help me pick some green onions from the field? Jiang Yao happily nodded. When she brought the green onions inside, Jiang Ruoli realized that the onions had already been trimmed and washed. Our Yao is so wonderful. Jiang Ruoli was both surprised and touched by Yao's efforts. She rewarded her with a piece of candy and let her eat it nearby, while she started kneading dough, letting it rise, chopping onions, and preparing the meat filling. She was busy all over. The dough for dumplings and the dough for meat pies needed different resting times. She took out the dough for the pies, kneaded it into a long, and divided it into small portions. She heated oil in a pan and began frying the meat pies. The first ones to come out of the pan were for Jiang Yao to taste. Auntie, so delicious. The beef inside the pies was tender and juicy. With one bite, the outside was crispy and the inside was soft, absolutely delicious. After all the pies were cooked, Jiang Ruoli quietly took 5 and sent them to Li Emo and another 5 to Ro Jia via a remote delivery. Then she continued making dumplings. This time, Jiang Ruoli prepared a total of 600 dumplings. Besides the ones she kept for herself, Fong prepared 100 for her. That's enough for several meals. Of course, she didn't cook these dumplings yet. She planned to cook them tomorrow morning and deliver them to the train station in the afternoon. Next, she needed to prepare mushroom sauce and beef sauce. After finishing these tasks, Jiang Ruoli felt very tired. She lay on her bed and didn't want to move at all. Still, she listened to messages from Li Yimo and Ro Jia using her mind. Li Yimo, sister, you are so kind. The beef-filled pancakes are crispy outside and tender inside, so delicious. It's a pity I didn't get a crystal core while fighting zombies today, but I can go exchange one for you. Just wait. Li Yimo didn't wait for Jiang Ruoli's reply and left. Jiang Ruoli continued listening to Ro Jia's message. Wow, Ali, these pancakes taste amazing. I don't think even our palace chef can make something this good. You don't know, Little Swallow dressed as a little to try to climb over the wall and find Ziwei. Do you remember that story? She did it today. My emperor father was very angry and Little Swallow's famous line, "One head is worth a life," came up. Late at night, she kept us awake. I didn't want to go, but my empress mother insisted I come along. So I had to drag my tired body to watch a live version of a TV drama. But things have changed a bit. First, my empress mother no longer targets her directly, but secretly gives her eye drops. Of course, that's thanks to me. Second, my emperor father didn't forgive her easily and punished her with house arrest. The story really has a big impact. Even my emperor father is affected by it. I wonder when he will realize that she's not really his biological daughter. Ro Jia seemed to be very lonely in the palace and kept talking to Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli replied, "Qing Air isn't in the palace, is she? You should have seen Qing Air, right? Don't worry about her. She'll mess up herself eventually. Just make sure your empress mother doesn't cause trouble for them and that the emperor doesn't get annoyed. You've watched the drama, so avoiding them isn't difficult." Jiang Ruoli thought everyone was asleep, but she was surprised to find they were still awake. "Ali, you don't know. I want to avoid her, but she insists on coming right in front of me. And tonight, it's the same. I didn't do anything, just sat beside my empress mother, and she still accused me of going out during the day. Please, I was just visiting my uncle's house.
Who does she think she is?
Sneaking out is one thing, but bringing jewelry and valuables makes it worse.
Who does she think she is, a thief?
Qing'er went to offer prayers with the Empress Dowager. She wasn't in the palace, and I don't know why she likes to go out to pray. Maybe she's really honoring her parents, as people used to say.
Zhang Ruoli watched Rong Jia complain and found it quite funny.
They talked for a while longer, and then each went to sleep.
Early the next morning, Zhang Ruoli woke up.
Today, Fong Chong was leaving by train. She planned to see him off and also bring some food for him.
Zhang Ruoli cooked 100 dumplings and packed them into 4 lunchboxes.
Since it was cooler now, she thought they wouldn't spoil easily.
When it was time to eat, she could just heat them with hot water.
Jiang Yao knew her aunt was going to see someone off but didn't ask to go along.
Instead, she said she would go play with Go Hua and Go Dan.
Zhang Ruoli thought she might be back late today, so she decided to take her along.
Auntie, I'm fine.
You go ahead by yourself.
Zhang Ruoli couldn't persuade Jiang Yao, so she asked Annie Qian to watch her for the day.
Oh, it's nothing.
Just leave the kid with me. You're going to Xiao Zhang's place. Are you really seeing someone?
Yes, Auntie.
My boyfriend is going back to join the army, so I want to see him off today.
Zhou Hohat also said nearby, joining the army is good. It has a bright future.
Zhang Jiqing, you should go.
Yao Yao will sleep over at my place tonight, and you can come pick her up tomorrow.
Her family's Li Xing'an loved playing with Jiang Yao, and Zhou Hohat treated Jiang Yao like her own child. And with Zhang Ruoli's flower headband workshop, their family earned quite a bit of money. After confirming everything with Zhou Hohat, Zhang Ruoli expressed her thanks.
Aunt Zhou, really, thank you so much.
Oh, no need to be polite.
After lunch, Zhang Ruoli took the referral letter from the village head's house and rode her bicycle toward the county. There was no train station in the county, so she had to go to the city. To get there, she needed to take a bus from the county. It was her first time riding a bus from this era. Seeing the chaotic scene, Zhang Ruoli felt quite uncomfortable. She regretted not stocking up on a small electric scooter. She hesitated but finally bought a ticket and boarded the bus. She arrived early and managed to grab a seat in the back corner. After sitting down, Zhang Ruoli saw an auntie carrying a cage of chickens. She quickly noticed that some chickens had left droppings on the ground. This made Zhang Ruoli feel very sick, and the smell inside the car also became unpleasant. She took an orange from her space, peeled it, and held it under her nose. The bad smell improved a lot. Next to her, an older woman saw and said, "Little girl, are you not going to eat that orange? If not, can I have it?"
"I didn't say I wouldn't eat it," Zhang Ruoli replied, then peeled a segment and put it in her mouth.
The older woman looked upset and said, "Child, you should respect your elders and be kind to others.
What's wrong with giving me a piece of your orange? It's my orange. Why should I give it to you?" Zhang Ruoli asked.
The woman sneered sharply and said, "You're so stingy.
It's just a piece of orange. Why won't you give me some?"
Zhang Ruoli smiled and said, "You're not stingy, madam.
I don't have money at home. Can you give me some money?"
The woman snapped angrily.
"Why should I give you my money?"
Zhang Ruoli softly said, "Yes, my orange.
Why should I give it to you?"
The woman was speechless and snorted coldly, not saying anything else. She realized that this girl was not a weak, soft person but rather sharp-tongued and clever.
Zhang Ruoli didn't bother to look at her anymore and waited for the car to reach the city. The strange people in this era were even more bizarre than those in later times. By the time they arrived in the city, it was already after 4 p.m. They left the commune around 2 p.m., so it took over 2 hours. Zhang Ruoli didn't go to the city government compound to find Fong Chong but instead headed to the train station. She planned to wait at the entrance for him. Fong Chong had said his train would arrive around 7 p.m., and it took her about an hour to get there, so she thought he should be at the station waiting soon. After waiting for about 40 minutes, Fong Chong appeared in Zhang Ruoli's sight. It wasn't that she could recognize him just by his back, but his height of nearly 1.9 meters made him stand out among the crowd. Zhang Ruoli ran toward Fong Chong, holding the things she had taken out of her space earlier.
Fong Chong. Fong Chong was surprised to hear the familiar voice. He couldn't believe it until he saw her standing in front of him. He was overjoyed and said, "Lily, why are you here? How will you go back later?" "The team leader gave me an introduction letter. I plan to find a guest house to stay in later." This young couple only had eyes for each other. Watching nearby, Li Chuangdong suddenly felt full before even having dinner. He cleared his throat, waking the two from their gaze. "Cough cough, Lily, this is my uncle, Li Chuangdong," Fong Chong introduced. "Little uncle, this is my girlfriend, Zhang Ruoli." "So you're this troublemaker's girlfriend? You look really pretty." "Hello, Uncle Li." Zhang Ruoli didn't call him uncle, as it didn't seem appropriate. Hey, that's the mushroom sauce you made, really delicious. Next time I make it for Fong Chong, I'll also make some for you." Good. You two chat. "And I'm heading back now." "Little uncle." Fong Chong's nickname appeared unexpectedly. Li Chuangdong quickly slipped away. Zhang Ruoli smiled softly, and Fong Chong playfully pinched her nose. "You little rascal." Their tone and eyes were full of gentle affection. They moved to a quieter spot, where Zhang Ruoli took out a lunchbox and handed it to Fong Chong. "Here, I prepared some food for you to eat on the way. It's packed in portions." It took her several lunchboxes to do it. Lunchboxes weren't easy to buy in this era. Money wasn't enough. They also needed industrial coupons. Fong Chong rubbed Zhang Ruoli's head. "Silly girl. Why did you make so much?"
I can eat anything.
There are also boxed meals sold on the train. But the train's boxed meals aren't as clean and tasty as homemade. It's not much trouble. Besides, Yao and I will eat too, so I made a bit extra. Thanks a lot. Although Fong Chong didn't look inside, the weight in his hand was substantial. He wondered how this little girl managed to carry such a big bag into the city. "Lily, how did you come to the city?" She was small. It was unlikely she rode her bike for over 4 hours, right? He could handle 4 hours, but Zhang Ruoli's stamina might be 6 or 7 hours. That didn't seem realistic. "I rode my bike to the county and took a bus from there." Fong Chong nodded. That was reasonable. They didn't talk much because Fong Chong had to catch the train. He didn't ask Zhang Ruoli to see him off at the station, only to the platform. In this era, it was customary to see someone onto the train. Fong Chong boarded, finding a seat by the window. After settling his things, he went back outside. He looked at Zhang Ruoli and said, "Remember to write me letters." "I'll write to you too." "Okay, I will write to you. I will send you a letter when I go back." Zhang Ruoli has said this many times before, but she feels helpless. Fong Ching smiled and said, "That's more like it." The train's horn sounded loudly. Zhang Ruoli pushed him to hurry onto the train. Fong Ching stuck his head out and said goodbye. "Hurry back." Zhang Ruoli nodded and left. She doesn't like watching people leave in this way. Fong Ching watched her go, holding a big bag of things, with the sound of several lunchboxes clinking as they bumped together. This was the young girl's full-hearted gift to him. Honestly, Fong Ching did a very good job of planning the surprise. After Fong Ching left, Zhang Ruoli also left the train station. It was around 7 o'clock now, and there weren't many people on the street. Zhang Ruoli went to a guest house near the government compound and booked a room. The receptionist looked at her face and said, "Don't wander around tonight. There might be a check." "Okay, thank you," Zhang Ruoli replied, giving the receptionist a piece of fruit candy. The receptionist happily accepted it and said, "Don't worry, nothing serious usually happens. The bathroom and water room are at the end of the corridor." Zhang Ruoli thanked her again and went upstairs. The room was number 206, not too far, right in the middle. After entering, she locked the door and windows. Once she confirmed everything was safe, she entered the space. There's no place more comfortable than the space for washing up. Inside the large villa in the space, there's even a bathtub for baths. Zhang Ruoli first harvested some mature grains, vegetables, and fruits. Then she planted a new batch of crops. Ruobai floated over to Zhang Ruoli and said, "Master, the space has upgraded."
Huh.
"Why did it upgrade suddenly?" "I don't know. It upgraded shortly after you came in." System, do you know why? The system replied proudly, of course I know. Then tell me what happened. Your antidote pill was taken by your partner and given to his uncle. His aunt just poisoned him, but because he ate the antidote you gave, he was saved. This helped the country, so the space upgraded.
Jiang Ruli shuddanli understood.
As long as she helped someone who contributed to the country, the space would upgrade. Rabbi, what changes happened to the space? The items in the space now harvest faster, and there's an extra acre of land for planting. Jiang Roli. This is really not good news, meaning she will have to frequently go into the space to harvest grain. She doesn't really want this upgrade. Fool, you can harvest with your mind. Why do you have to do it manually? Jiang Roli retorted directly. Using your mind doesn't require thinking? How fast does it consume mental energy? The system was furious. Is the spirit spring water just for show? Drink it. Jiang Roli was speechless. Fine, fine, fine. An upgrade is fine. When the time comes, she will trade more with those different worlds. Host, there's news. As soon as the system spoke, Jiang Roli received a message from Lu Jinggan of the Great Sun Dynasty. Miss Roli, can we trade some more grain with you? Of course. How much do you want? The more, the better. Then prepare some open space. After receiving a clear reply from the other side, Jiang Roli transferred all the rice, flour, and vegetables from her warehouse. Of course, one transfer wasn't enough, so she did it in over 10 rounds. Lu Jinggan also sent some gold, silver, and jewelry, along with a box of medicinal herbs and a box of seed herbs. Jiang Roli directly planted those medicinal seeds using her mind. Even if she doesn't learn medicine in the future, she can sell them to herbal merchants, helping more people. After finishing all this, Jiang Roli took a big sip of spirit spring water again. This upgraded spirit spring water can detoxify and remove toxins from the body. So at this moment, Jiang Roli saw black mud emerging from her body again. Host, you should go wash all that black mud. Shut up. And can you see what I'm doing? Host, when you reach the final step, I will display a mosaic and I won't see anything. Jiang Roli finally relaxed. Although it's an electronic device from outside, she didn't want others to see her. She moved her mind, teleported to the riverbank, took off her clothes, and jumped into the water. The temperature here was balanced at 26 degrees, and the river water was about 27 degrees, just right. Jiang Roli happily swam a few laps in the river, then teleported under the waterfall to let the water wash over her body. She stood under the waterfall, activating her pure girl divine technique. Under the continuous flow of water, the barrier that had been silent for so long finally broke. Her cultivation level advanced to the second stage. When Jiang Roli opened her eyes, a flash of gold light quickly flickered across her pupils. She left the waterfall and teleported to the villa's interior. She took a comfortable shower, dried her hair, changed into a new outfit, and then lay down on the bed to rest. Besides news about Lu Jinggan, there was also news about Li Yimo and Rugia. Li Yimo's update was simple. Today she fought a few zombies and collected some crystal cores. She also praised her cooking. Jiang Roli replied, as long as you like it, that's good. Then she continued watching Rugia's drama. She opened Rugia's page and saw a flood of voice messages. She started listening from the top. Ollie, guess where the story is now. Haha, you probably can't guess. The story has reached Ziwei entering the palace. And, do you know what's even more unbelievable? Haha, you definitely don't know. Ziwei has been reborn. Guess how I found out? Of course, Ziwei went to the emperor herself and said she is Xia Yuha's daughter. When she saw my emperor father, she even said, Reed is as tough as silk, unshakable like a rock. My goodness, this plot is getting chaotic. Oh my, did she have a falling out with Xiao Yanzi? I don't even know when she was reborn. I suspect it was during Xiao Yanzi's divine ritual to pray to the heavens. Didn't she get beaten then? Oh right, I haven't told you about the divine ritual, have I? I was muttering at the time that I didn't get such treatment. Emperor Father said I had already performed the divine ritual when I was born. Emperor Father was furious and wanted to punish Xiao Yanzi. She then declared her famous words, one head for one life. Ziwei's look at me was strange. I knew why. I never existed before, and she was also confused about why I was here. I don't know what happened after that. I was kicked out by Emperor Father. But I heard that Xiao Yanzi didn't get much punishment. After all, she was a girl who had already performed the divine ritual, so it was hard to handle. Thinking about it, this plot is quite influential, especially with Fifth Brother's plea. That's the main point. I wonder if Consort you will be overwhelmed when she returns. That's all the gossip for now. Anything good to eat? Bring me some. I'm always hungry at night and can't sleep. Anything is fine. Those old words, Zhang Ruoli listened for half an hour before finishing. Sure enough, it was a soap opera. The plot on Rigia's side has also changed, and I don't know how it will develop further. However, Zhang Ruoli was not worried. After all, Ro Jia was the legitimate princess, the daughter of the main wife. Could an ordinary concubine compare to her? When she heard Ro Jia wanted to eat, she sent over leftover dumplings, pies, fried chicken, and fries. Ro Jia immediately felt touched upon receiving the food. Thank you, sisters. These are my favorite foods. Boohoo with you. I am truly happy. Then Zhang Ruoli received some East pearls from Ro Jia. She looked at them. 2 small ones about the size of a baby's fist, with more than 10 other larger and smaller pearls. These East pearls are really beautiful. Zhang Ruoli couldn't put them down. If she ever started a jewelry company, she would definitely make a lot of money. Originally, Zhang Ruoli planned to sleep in her space. But unexpectedly, she encountered a room check. Her luck was really bad. She had already been checked yesterday, so she thought it wouldn't happen again today. But to her surprise, it happened again. Someone was knocking loudly at her door. Open up. Room check. Zhang Ruoli slightly messed up her hair and made her bedding a little disorganized. She then walked to the door, opened it and looked outside timidly. The person at the door saw her young, fair face and couldn't say anything. Comrade, we're doing a room check. Please show your identification letter. Zhang Ruoli took out her ID from her clothes pocket and handed it to the person outside. You're a young person sent to the countryside. Why are you here in the city? She nervously replied, my partner went to the army today. I came to see him off. His train leaves after 7 p.m. And there are no more buses back. I'm just staying here for one night. Seeing that the woman was here to see off her partner, the person looked at her briefly and then returned her ID. Zhang Ruoli took back her ID and closed the door. But she didn't expect that her fair face was seen by a man in the room diagonally opposite. That man immediately took a liking to Zhang Ruoli. He didn't care about whether she had a partner or not. If he liked a woman, he would do whatever it took to get her. After the man, Chen Weiyi, showed the room check officer his ID, he closed the door. But his lustful eyes couldn't hide their desire. Such tender, beautiful woman. She was even more attractive than the women he had been with before. Her skin was very delicate, and he wondered if her skin under her clothes was just as soft. Chen Weiyi licked his lips. Such a beautiful woman should belong to him. After the night settled into calm, Chen Weiyi quietly approached Zhang Ruoli's door. He took out the room key and opened the door. Zhang Ruoli was still sleeping inside the space. When she heard the system say someone was sneaking into her room, she woke up and got out of the space. She lay on the bed, pretending to sleep. The key to this guest house was only given to guests, so if the man had it, he must be associated with the guest house. Even if he wasn't staff, he still had some connection to the place. Zhang Ruoli secretly grabbed a wooden stick nearby, ready to hit him unconscious when he came closer. Hee hee, pretty girl, come enjoy with me. I'll take you to eat delicious food and have fun. His greasy voice made Zhang Ruoli feel sick. How many frogs had he swallowed to be so disgusting? As the man nearly reached the bed, Zhang Ruoli struck him on the forehead with the stick. The force was so strong that he immediately fainted. She quickly tied him up and ran to the front desk to find someone. The woman at the front desk wasn't the same as before. Zhang Ruoli knocked on her desk and said, Annie, there's a man trying to harass me. Can you open the door? I need to call the police. The woman looked worried when she heard this. Her grandson had recently come to get a spare key for a room, probably for this woman's room. This woman looked pretty, and was the type her grandson liked.
What? I'll come with you to see.
Seeing her panic, Zhang Ruoli felt the situation was more serious than it seemed. She observed carefully and prepared to act. After the woman shouted, "Grandson, what's wrong?" Zhang Ruoli immediately hit her with a stick and knocked her out. She tied her up with a rope and laid her down inside the room. Then she took the key from the woman's pocket and opened the guest house door. She headed straight to the police station. "Police officers, I want to report a crime. Someone is harassing me, and the woman helping him is also involved." Zhang Ruoli explained everything that had happened. The police listened and understood the situation. The woman at the guest house was the mother of the G Committee director, and the man was her son. He was a troublemaker who often played with cats and dogs and caused trouble. The women he harassed were usually silenced with money or power by their family. This young woman, who had no background and was just a rural girl, dared to fight back. People at the police station usually don't want to clash with the G Committee members, as those people are quite unreasonable and may set tricky traps if not careful. "Comrade Jiang, if I were you, I would leave here quickly. One of those two is the G Committee director's mother, and the other is his beloved son." The police officer almost openly said they couldn't afford to offend them. Zhang Ruoli narrowed her eyes. It seemed the G Committee director was very powerful. She nodded, indicating she would leave immediately. Since these people wouldn't help her, she decided to handle things herself. Back at the guest house, Zhang Ruoli saw the crawling person on the ground and directly found a special medicine from her space to feed the man. She also didn't spare the woman on the ground. She gave her poison, and half a month later, she would pass away peacefully in her sleep. After doing all this, Zhang Ruoli didn't leave the city, but found a place to do her makeup, waiting for the man to return home and complain. Then she could follow him to see what the G Committee director was up to. From the police officer, she learned that the director was not a good person either. Such people probably hide a lot of gold, jewelry, or some hidden evidence. As long as she could bring him down, her safety would be assured. She couldn't keep making herself up every time she came to the city, right? At the guest house, Chen Weiya woke up from his coma and started cursing loudly. Then he saw his grandmother lying beside him and was shocked. "Grandma, wake up. Why are you here?" "Grandson, that little brat knocked me out," she said fiercely. Chen Weiya rubbed his aching forehead. "Where is she?" The woman angrily said, "She must have run away. Don't let me see her again, or I will definitely punish her severely." Chen Weiya said fiercely, with a sinister and lecherous look on his face. After resting for a while, Chen Weiya left the guest house and slowly walked toward his home. Zhang Ruoli followed at a distance, neither too close nor too far. She watched until Chen Weiya entered a 2-story red brick house, then sat under a large tree nearby. Soon after, another man came out, resembling the man who had tried to bully her by about 50 to 60%. This man was probably the G Committee director. Seeing him leave, Zhang Ruoli also left. It was daytime, so she couldn't act openly. She didn't go to find Fong Chong's uncle, as a city leader was not someone to confront the crazy dogs of the G Committee. Such crazy dogs should be handled by herself. She plans to help the poor and punish the wicked. Fortunately, the young lady has already practiced the 2nd level of her magic, so she decides to test her strength. Zhang Ruoli is glad that the team leader allowed her to stay out a few more days. Her reason is to look for suitable hair accessories in the city. The team leader immediately agrees without question. Jiang Yao feels very safe at the team leader's house. She walks around the supply and marketing cooperative in the city and finds that the hair accessories there are a bit nicer than in the county, but still not as beautiful as those they make. She buys some items with near-expiry tickets. At noon, she goes to a state-run restaurant in the city for lunch. Later, late at night, Zhang Ruoli visits the home of the G Committee director. Today, she didn't just wander around. She also gathered information about this director. For example, Director Chen's house has no wife, but there are many women. For example, both the father and son are not very good people. For example, The director's spouse is the deputy director. And that deputy director has always wanted to overthrow the director. And so on. Jiang Ruoli patiently waits in the space until the system says everyone inside has fallen asleep. Then she begins climbing over the wall into the yard. Ruobai, can you make everyone inside fall into a deep sleep? Jiang Ruoli asks silently. Master Ruobai can't do that. The system replies proudly. Host, I can. Jiang Ruoli. Oh, really? Then I'll leave it to you, system. Make everyone inside faint. The system immediately becomes very happy and quickly puts everyone inside to sleep. Jiang Ruoli leisurely strolls around the yard. The small courtyard is quite nice. The flowers and plants are arranged quite uniquely. Host, stop pretending it's special. There are many treasures under this yard. Wow, system, you know that too? Of course. Everything in this room can't escape my eyes. Jiang Ruoli laughs, and her warehouse becomes richer again. Following the system's instructions, she starts digging for treasures in the yard. Half an hour later, Jiang Ruoli looks at the boxes on the ground, which contain national relics. She has a faint feeling that this director might also be a spy. She doesn't pay attention to the boxes for now and enters the house. Inside, she finds Director Chen's room, where a man and a woman are both unclothed. It's obvious what they did before. Jiang Ruoli did not pay attention to them, but started rummaging through the boxes. Master Tong, check if there's a secret room or something in this house. Host, behind the painting opposite the bed, there's a brick that acts as a button for a secret passage. Good job, Master Tong. You're really clever. Jiang Ruoli immediately expressed admiration. The system was flattered by Jiang Ruoli's praise. Yubai looked at the somewhat clueless system and instinctively kept a bit of distance. Following the system's instructions, Jiang Ruoli opened the door to the secret room. She took out a flashlight from the space and slowly walked inside. When she saw boxes filled with gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and artifacts that should be in a museum, her heart couldn't help but race. This is incredibly wealthy. She opened each box and then closed them again. No, it was too shiny. It almost blinded her eyes. After more than half an hour, she had opened all the boxes. In a small box, she found some important items, letters between the director of the G Committee and people from the Little Sun country. This confirmed Jiang Ruoli's suspicion. This man was truly a spy. He even planned to present these artifacts to the Emperor of Little Sun country. Jiang Ruoli. This thing dares to betray the country. Let's expose his crimes to the world. She also went to the study to find more evidence, like how he suppressed his son's misdeeds involving other young women. This family was full of bad people. Jiang Ruoli packed some evidence and sent it to the deputy director's house nearby. Besides the gold, silver, and jewelry, she kept everything else. She waited for those people to see the evidence and shame this family publicly. She also took some items to Uncle Fong Chong's place as a kind of achievement for him. Jiang Ruoli knocked on the door of the Li Qingdong family. The person who opened was the wife of my uncle, as Fong Chong had described.
Who are you?
Who are you looking for? Auntie, I'm looking for Uncle Li Qingdong. Liao Qimei's eyes immediately turned hostile. What are you doing looking for my old Li?
Who are you?
I have urgent matters to discuss with Uncle Li. Please call him. Seeing her hostile look, Jiang Ruoli felt speechless. At her age, she could call Li Qingdong dad. What other relationship could they possibly have? Li Qingdong was awakened by the noise and came out to see what was going on. He saw Jiang Ruoli at the door. She was his nephew's fiancée, the future niece-in-law. Ruoli girl, why are you here? Uncle Li, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I need a quiet place to talk. Come on, let's go to the study. Li Qingdong gave Liao Qimei a warning look and took Jiang Ruoli to the study. Seeing Li Qingdong's expression, Liao Qimei's steps toward the study stopped. Tell me, what's so important that you came to see me in the middle of the night? Jiang Ruoli took out a stack of letters from her shoulder bag. Uncle Li, please look at these first. Li Qingdong picked up the letters and started reading. His expression grew more serious as he read further. Girl Ruoli, how do you have these things? Did you go to the Qin family? Jiang Ruoli briefly explained what happened the night before. I just wanted to find some leverage to get the deputy director to fall from his position, so his family wouldn't be so arrogant. I didn't expect to find such a big secret. Uncle Lee, am I going to be okay? She asked timidly. Li Qingtong was amused by her nervousness. Are you scared now? Why weren't you worried when you were doing it? You and Anan really are a perfect match, both reckless. Do you think about the consequences? What if he wakes up and finds out? What if his mother comes back? What will you do? If you have problems, why don't you come to an adult? Do you think you're so clever? Jiang Rua Li stood there honestly, receiving the scolding. She just wanted to give Li Qingtong some results, but she didn't expect to get scolded. Who has it harder than her? Jiang Rua Li, I really am in a tough spot, forget it. Give me those things.
You.
Jiang Rua Li smiled pleadingly at Li Qingtong. Uncle Li, you should go to his house now. I've already dug out everything.
You.
Li Qingtong didn't know what to say about Jiang Rua Li. You stay home and rest. I'll send someone to handle this. When I come back at noon. No, after you rest, go back to the team first. When I have time, I'll come see you.
Okay, Uncle Li.
Be careful.
Got it. Li Shantong sigal Plesli.
He was both happy and angry with Jiang Rua Li. Before leaving, Li Qingtong asked Liao Qimei to prepare some food for Jiang Rua Li. Then he left. Jiang Rua Li sat quietly on the sofa, drinking water, under Liao Qimei's suspicious and hostile gaze. It was now 4:30 a.m. By around 6 or 7, she planned to take the first bus back to the team. Girl, what is your relationship with old Li from our family? Jiang Rua Li smiled slightly. I'm just a junior that Uncle Li knows. Rest assured, ma'am, I have a partner and my partner also knows Uncle Li. Being exposed by a younger person, Liao Qimei was both embarrassed and angry. She glared at Jiang Rua Li and then slammed the door shut. Thinking about preparing food for this girl was not even in her mind. Jiang Rua Li didn't care and quietly left the Li family to go see the excitement at the Qin family. She had to see for herself that this family deserved their punishment. Not only because they harmed some young women, but also because the country's treasures should not be taken abroad. Even though it was still early morning, the entire alley at the Qin house was lively. There were police officers, soldiers, and members of the G Committee. Deputy Director Zhao Mingkong was in a good mood. He didn't know which hero had sent the evidence of Chun Liangfu and his son's crimes to his home. The mayor, along with the police and military, had also taken control of their family. Zhao Mingkong watched the scene unfold from the side. But when he saw the many cultural relics and evidence of communication with enemies, his heart sank. As the deputy director of the G Committee, he was greedy, but would never cross the line. His bottom line was the country. He would never do anything to betray it. Seeing Chun Liangfu's letters, Zhao Mingkong couldn't help but give him a beating. His father had died at the hands of those little G guys after he was born, and his grandmother had suffered inhumane torture. If they hadn't hidden the children early, neither he nor his father would be alive now. That's why Zhao Mingkong hated the little G guys so much. The evidence of treason was solid, and the Qin family was all detained. The cultural relics were taken by the military to the Beijing Museum for repair and storage. After watching the scene, Jiang Rua Li left with the crowd. She headed straight to the bus station to return to the county. By noon, she arrived at the team's house and went to Leader Li's home, where they had just finished eating. Jiang Jiqing is back. Have you eaten? Jiang Rua Li smiled shyly. Leader, Auntie, I've already eaten. Thank you for your trouble these days. They had planned for her to stay just one day, but it ended up being another day delayed. Hey, there's no trouble at all. Yao Yao is very well behaved and has helped me a lot. Zhou Hohat really likes Jiang Yao. Jiang Rua Li took Jiang Yao home. She was sleepy and hungry, so after a few words, she went to sleep. Jiang Yao slept together with Jiang Rua Li. Although her aunt said she wouldn't leave her behind, Jiang Yao didn't sleep well at the Li family. She kept dreaming that her aunt sent her back to her mother. When she woke up, Jiang Yao could only wait quietly for the Li family to get up. When Jiang Rua Li returned, Jiang Yao felt relieved and also felt sleepy. She decided to sleep with her aunt. By the time both woke up, it was already dark outside. They stared at each other in the dark until Jiang Ruoli's stomach growled, breaking the silence.
I'm hungry.
Let's eat. Jiang Ruoli looked at the leftover food and made something simple to eat. After eating, the two of them relaxed and sat lazily on the Kong, a traditional bed. Yao Yao, do you want to go to school? 6-year-old Jiang Yao was old enough to go to school. Although there was no elementary school in her brigade, several brigades had combined to build one nearby, about 2 kilometers away. It was in the middle of a few brigades. Auntie, I don't want to go to school, Jiang Yao said. She was afraid that if she spent money on school, her aunt wouldn't like her and might abandon her. Hearing this, Jiang Ruoli was surprised. Jiang Yao loved reading and writing. She had looked through all the books her aunt bought, and even if there were unfamiliar words, she would ask her aunt and remember them. Now she was saying she didn't like studying. Yao Yao, tell the truth. Do you really want to go to school or not? Jiang Yao pursed her lips and didn't speak. Jiang Ruoli knew that recently, some people who liked gossip probably said something to her. Are you afraid because your aunt hasn't been here these days? Jiang Yao nodded. Did someone say something bad to you? She nodded again. Jiang Ruoli hugged Jiang Yao close. Yao Yao, I promise to take care of you for a lifetime, and I will. Don't listen to what those people say. Do you believe them more than you believe me? No, Auntie. I'm just scared. I'm afraid I might be bad, and you'll leave me. Yao Yao, you're so good and well-behaved. How could I leave you? So, do you want to go to school? Yes. Then why did you say you didn't want to just now? School costs money, and my aunt is already tired of supporting me. I don't want her to be more tired.
Jiang Ruoli.
She's tired? The easiest person in the whole team must be her, right? I don't know how Jiang Yao figured out I was tired. Foolish girl. Your aunt can support you, and she also has the money she took back from your mother. Jiang Yao knows that's not much money. Her aunt spends on good food, fine rice, delicate flour, and various meats. If Jiang Ruoli knew what Jiang Yao was thinking, she would definitely shout, I just want to eat meat, okay? After another heart-to-heart talk, Jiang Yao clearly relaxed more. Jiang Ruoli plans to send Jiang Yao to school when the new semester starts. At night, Jiang Ruoli enters the space to look at the jewelry and puts them into the back storage. In recent days, Jiang Ruoli hasn't entered the space, and all the grains and fruits inside have ripened. She uses her mind to harvest, plant, water, and fertilize again. After finishing all this, she feels a headache coming on, so she quickly drinks a sip of spiritual spring water to relax. Sure enough, with an extra acre of land, my mental energy isn't enough. After drinking the water, Jiang Ruoli lies on the grass, catching her breath, gazing at the blue sky, her mind drifting far away. Suddenly, Jiang Ruoli falls asleep. Bai covers her with a blanket. The system disdainfully sneers. This space spirit can only do this much work, huh? On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Ruoli's world trading system finally opens the 4th world.
But
Jiang Ruoli looks at the name and falls into thought. Niu Hulu Zhenhuan? Is that real? Jiang Ruoli cautiously sends a message. Is that really your name? Yes, I am called Zhenhuan. I was reborn just now as Niu Hulu Zhenhuan. Jiang Ruoli asks with interest. Have you entered the palace now? Are you fighting within Linglong? How far have you developed? Zhenhuan, the top player in palace intrigue, it's almost like a TV drama here, isn't it? Will there be no more deep love stories like Raining in My Heart or The Deer and the Cauldron? Zhenhuan, I just entered the palace. I'm at Fragments of Jade Pavilion, and I haven't torn apart within Linglong yet. Jiang Ruoli is puzzled. Zhenhuan has already become the ultimate winner, so why was she reborn? She has doubts but doesn't ask. Jiang Ruoli. My name is Jiang Ruoli. I am 18 years old, and I am from over 200 years in your future. I am 15 years old this year, but in my past life, I lived to 40. Just calling me auntie is enough. Jiang Ruoli smiled and said, I can't call you that. Sister Huan, should I just call you that? Anything is fine. Lear, do you have any antidote medicine? I need to be prepared now. Yes, how many do you need, Sister Huan?
Just 2 for now.
If I need more herbs, I'll tell you. And Dr. Wen and Sister Mei Zhuang. I will protect them. In Zhenhuan's heart, besides her family, only Xin Mei Zhuang and Wen Shichu are truly good to her. Alright, I have antidote pills and also strength-enhancing pills. Do you need some?
Yes.
Zhenhuan isn't worried these medicines might be fake. After rebirth, she understood this so-called trading system clearly. Although she can only trade with Lear, the system guarantees there are no fake goods. Otherwise, the other side would face punishment. Jiang Ruali sent all the pills over and received a box of golden melon seeds from old Empress Dowager, full of golden melon seeds. Her eyes lit up at the sight. Each seed weighs about 2 grams. This big box probably weighs around 1 or 2 jin, about half a kilogram. Old Empress Dowager is generous. I don't know what Lear's sister likes. This box of melon seeds is for you to play with. Ha, I like it. These melon seeds look nice. Thank you, Sister Huan. Zhenhuan didn't say anything more. Jiang Ruali turned around to gossip with Ro Jia. Ro Jia, do you know who I just met in the New World? Ali, who did you meet? Could it be our Emperor Father? What are you thinking? There can only be one person in a world.
I met Zhenhuan.
The Zhenhuan from the TV drama. Ro Jia exclaimed, Wow, you met my great-grandmother? Yes, she told me she was reborn. Jiang Ruali rambled on. Ro Jia, also a fan of Zhenhuan and having watched the series many times, discussed the current plot with her. Until nearly noon, Jiang Ruali finished the discussion and went to cook. Is Jiang Jiqing here? You have a letter. Jiang Ruali wiped her hands and walked outside. Postman Zhang, I'm here. Thanks for your trouble. Postman Zhang saw Jiang Ruali's face and blushed unconsciously. It's nothing. It's my duty. Jiang Ruali saw the envelope from the military district and then the name, sent by Fong Chong. She turned and went inside without noticing Postman Zhang's gaze. Jiang Ruali opened the letter and started reading. Lili, I received your letter as if I saw you in person. I have already returned to the army. The dumplings and pancakes you packed are very delicious. I finished eating them on the way. People around me smell the aroma and become very eager to try. This was made by my partner, and I definitely won't share it with anyone else.
Lili, I miss you.
Do you miss me too? Don't worry, I will do my tasks well and try to get promoted soon. That's all for now. I've included some vouchers. Keep them and use them. Don't hold back. Seal the envelope. After reading the letter, Jiang Ruali saw a stack of receipts. Items without a time limit can be saved for later use, while those with a time limit should be used to buy things. She plans to send some food to Fong Chong in a few days. She feels that the mushrooms, beef sauce, and other condiments she sent will be quickly shared among the soldiers. This time, she will prepare more spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit dishes, mushroom and beef sauces, dried chicken, and dried duck. After all, they are also working hard in the army. Besides training, they go out on missions. She plans to replace all the water used for cooking with spiritual spring water, hoping it can help them a little. Far away in the Kyoto military district, Fong Chong is waiting for Jiang Ruali's reply. Captain Fong, do you still have that meat sauce from last time? Can you send some to the brothers to try? Asked a dark-skinned man with a big, white smile. Fong Chong glanced at Zhang Haojia and said, Go away, I don't have much left myself. It's all been taken by you guys. I want to eat some too, but I have to save it. No way I'm giving you more. Zhang Haojia didn't give up and asked again, Captain, who made that sauce? Can we pay to buy some? It's so delicious. The food in the mess is barely edible. He just lost a martial arts competition, and now he's being punished for asking about the sauce. Fong Chong snorted coldly, You wish. All of that was made by my partner. If you're not afraid to spend money, I'd rather not see her get tired. Zhang Haojia eagerly asked, Wow. Captain Fong, we've only been apart 10 months, right? Does your partner have a family? Do you have a photo? Can you introduce a sister to me?
No.
My partner only has an older brother, no sisters. Zhang Haojia wanted to say more, but he was pulled away to train, Come on, come on. Since you're so free, come practice with me. Just moments ago, Zhang Haojie was full of curiosity, but now he looked like a bitter gourd. The others in their camp saw this and started teasing Zhang Haojie for insisting on bothering their camp leader. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Half an hour later, Zhang Haojie was on the ground, begging, "Boss, please spare me. I've been beaten so badly, I can't stand." "If you're so free next time, I'll make you do extra drills," said Fong Chong, waving his hand dismissively. He ignored the person on the ground and walked straight away from the training ground. The others saw him and quickly avoided him. Even though a year had passed since he left the military zone, stories about him still circulated. At only 24, he was already a company commander. Moving up to a guidance officer or battalion commander was just a matter of time. Recently, Zhang Ruoli had been preparing things to send to Fong Chong. Fong Chong's military zone was in the same area as her older brothers, but she wasn't sure if they were in the same battalion or regiment. She planned to send 2 packages anyway, since she hadn't told her family she was in a relationship. She thought it was time to tell them so they wouldn't hear about it from someone else. Once she felt ready, Zhang Ruoli continued cooking. The money and vouchers her older brother sent earlier were under her name, but she didn't need the money. A few days ago, Li Xiangbei repaid the over 20,000 yuan Fong Chong owed. Her older brother also said he would send money every month, which Zhang Ruoli kept safe. She planned to buy things and houses for her 2 nephews later. Zhang Ruoli prepared 10 bottles of sauce for each of them, with various mixes. She also sent 3 packs of cold spicy rabbit, 10 spicy rabbit meat packs, and 3 dried chickens, ducks, and rabbits. The dried mushrooms and other fungi were sent separately to her older brother's family. Fong Chong didn't cook for himself, so there was no need to send mushrooms to him. On February 13th, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Ruoli went to deliver her tasks to Director Liu at the procurement station with the team leader. She also went to the post office to send everything. She called Fong Chong's side as well. "Hello, I am Fong Chong's partner. Can I speak to him?" "Please wait, call back in 10 minutes, replied the person on the line. Zhang Ruoli agreed and hung up. About 10 minutes later, she called again. Fong Chong answered the phone.
"Lily,
"Is that you?" Fong Chong's deep voice echoed in Jiang Shelley's ear. Jiang Shelley felt that Fong Chong seemed normal on her side, but the messenger on the other end looked at Fong Chong with such tenderness that his jaw almost dropped. Has this person's soul been replaced? Or is his charm with a partner so strong? Can he turn a stern, cold-faced judge into someone gentle and caring? "Fong Chong, are you busy?" Fong Chong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "I just finished training." "What's up?" "No, I just sent you a package. Remember to receive it later." "What did you send?" "Keep those tickets for yourself. You don't need to buy me anything. Just some food with all kinds of sauces you like. And rabbit meat." Hearing rabbit meat, Fong Chong involuntarily swallowed. The spiciness. He probably wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Shelley chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I didn't make it that spicy." "Okay. Thanks for your trouble." Listening to the young girl's voice, Fong Chong's expression softened, and he looked gentle and warm. He radiated kindness from head to toe. They talked for a few more minutes before hanging up, as phone calls were quite expensive in this era. In just 3 minutes, she spent 3 yuan. That was enough to buy 10 jin of grain. So expensive it was truly costly. Fortunately, she had a little money, so she didn't mind the 3 or 5 yuan. But in others' eyes, she was just a spendthrift woman. The postal workers were discussing her, saying if she had such a partner or wife, their family wealth might be gone in no time. But when they saw the address was a military zone, they said nothing. In this era, besides workers, soldiers were the most respected. After sending the package, Jiang Shelley went to the procurement station to find Director Liu. She knocked on his office door. "Director Liu, may I come in?" "Ah, Xiao Jiang, the educated youth. Come in, come in. I've been waiting eagerly for you." Director Liu excitedly opened the door to let Jiang Shelley in. "What's going on?" She hadn't felt Director Liu so enthusiastic before. "It's like this. People from the neighboring county's procurement station came to us, asking about the origin of the headpieces we sell at the supply and marketing cooperative. Anyway, they said they will also start purchasing from us in the future. Do you think there's a problem?
Zhang Shelley.
Oh, has it turned into a whole industry? I think it's fine, but the price definitely shouldn't be calculated like this. Director Liu raised his hand and tapped a few times. You little schemer, you've already drafted the contract, haven't you? Take a look and see if it's suitable. Jiang Ruoli looked over the contract and thought there was no problem. How much do they need? Just like us, once a week to pick up the goods. And what about the torn fabrics and those? You buy everything from me, and I will deduct that part. Jiang Ruoli nodded, feeling she didn't need to argue with them. That's fine.
Let's do it that way.
Jiang Ruoli signed her name. By the way, did Director Liu find the source for the clips we talked about earlier? Yes, he found it. There are 100 clips in total. How many can you deliver at once? Jiang Ruoli checked the quality of the clips, which was similar to what Fong Chong brought before. After thinking for a moment, she said, these are more complicated than regular hairpins and they cost more. Most people won't buy them. So for the first week, let's deliver 10. If the demand is high, we can increase the amount. Director Liu, what do you think? Director Liu nodded. Sounds good. Let's go with that. They discussed and finalized the quantity and price of the hairpins. Then, reluctantly, Director Liu signed the contract as Jiang Ruoli suggested. Afterward, Jiang Ruoli left the procurement station carrying a large bag of items. She stored the items in a quiet place, then slowly rode her bicycle back to the team. When she arrived, she handed the items to Captain Lee. Uncle, these are from Director Liu. There's fabric for the hairpins and clips, and the clips themselves. Take a look and decide who will make the hairpins and who will make the clips. The clips are more difficult to make. Captain Lee looked at Jiang Ruoli. Little Jiang, I know you already have someone in mind. Since you set up this workshop, you can choose. Uncle, everyone's work points are the same. The hairpins are simple but needed in large numbers, while the clips are harder but needed less. So, it's all the same. Just pick the top 5. If there aren't enough people, we can add more. Captain Lee hesitated, silent. Honestly, this wasn't an easy task. Any words could offend someone. Everyone, listen to me. Jiang Ruoli raised her voice when she saw Captain Lee silent. Today, I went to the procurement station. Director Liu said that the people from the neighboring county's procurement station are interested in our hairpins. They want to buy from us, so the quantity of our hairpins has doubled. Now, our hair workshop in the Xiangyang Brigade has grown into a medium-sized workshop with 30 workers. Jiang Ruoli asked Captain Lee about building a dedicated workshop. Uncle Lee, the brigade can't fit so many workers anymore. I suggest we allocate some funds to build a workshop just for them. What do you think? Last year, the brigade did earn some money, but it's still not enough for a spacious, bright workshop. Are there any difficulties? We can think of solutions together, said Captain Lee. Jiang, knowing the brigade was poor before and had little grain each year, thought she had plenty of money. But she knew better than to say she was rich, to avoid giving the impression she was foolish with money. How much more do you need?
She asked.
50 yuan, replied Captain Lee. Jiang was stunned. Is that just a little more? Or almost half? Her small house cost only 100 yuan, so a big workshop should be about the same, right? She asked, how much would it cost to build the workshop? Captain Lee took a puff of his pipe. If you want it bright with lots of glass, it will cost at least 150 yuan. Jiang nodded. She had the money, but she wondered how to lend it to Captain Lee. Uncle, I can lend you the money first. The brigade can pay me back when they make a profit. But I need you to write a promissory note. Really? You can lend us money? Won't it leave you hungry? Captain Lee was very happy, but then he thought again and felt it wasn't right. No, you still have a child with you. Don't worry, uncle. I only borrowed money after deducting my and Yao Yao's living expenses. It's a loan. I understand. I'll ask Accountant Chen from the team to write you an IOU. After Jiang Ruoli received the IOU, she gave Captain Lee 5 large bundles of money. The next day, the new workshop site selection and construction started quickly. While spring hadn't fully arrived, the men came out to help build the workshop. In just about 10 days, a nearly 500-square-meter workshop was built, with 2 rooms separated inside, one for Jiang Ruoli's office and one for storage. Jiang Ruoli, who inexplicably got an office, felt a bit embarrassed. After the new workshop was finished, a new batch of educated youth went to the countryside again. Captain Lee had to drive a bullock cart to pick them up. When he went, Captain Lee looked unhappy. When he returned, his face was even worse. Jiang Ruoli thought that maybe the new educated youth were causing trouble. As long as they didn't cause trouble in front of her, she didn't bother to care. But surprisingly, within a few days, someone came up to Jiang Ruoli and started pointing fingers. I say, Jiang educated youth, as a member of the youth group, how come you don't care more for the others in the youth group? You're so good at this, so relaxed, but you don't think about leaving some work for us? Jiang Ruoli looked up from her desk and saw the woman standing in front of her. The new girl, whom she had met once, was named Hu Mengen. I choose who to work with based on my reasons. This workshop isn't for you to boss around. If you don't like it, you can go find the team leader and ask for your own workshop. You think that just because you take care of the people in the team, they'll thank you? They'll just think you're silly. The team members are probably close-knit, and you, in their eyes, are an outsider. I've already planned everything. All the women in the youth group will come, and you can dismiss all the people from the team. Hu Mengen raised her head proudly, showing a look of I'm so good to you. Jiang Ruoli found her speechless. Hu, I told you how I assign people is my business. You don't need to tell me what to do. Please leave my office. You're just ungrateful. When the team leader kicks you out, you'll see how you cry. Hu Mengen glared at Jiang Ruoli and then angrily walked away. Jiang Ruoli shook her head silently and continued drawing new headpiece designs. Meanwhile, the accountant Chen, sitting in the corner doing the accounts, looked helpless and complicated. And that woman didn't even realize there was a living person besides Jiang Jiqing? Honestly, does she have some problem with her eyesight? Jiang Ruoli didn't care at all about Hu Mengen's words. If someone could push her down, it was because she was not skilled enough. If someone tried to use tricks to remove her, Jiang Ruoli wouldn't be easy to deal with. When work ended, Jiang Ruoli locked the office door, then checked the quantity and quality of the headpieces in the warehouse. After all the staff left, she locked the main door of the workshop and went home. She promised Jiang Yao she would return early today. But on the way, she unexpectedly met a few rude people. Jiang Jiqing, if you don't want us to go to the workshop, that's fine. Why do you have to belittle us? Jiang Ruoli looked at the group in front of her, confused and puzzled.
Huh?
What did I say? Where did you hear that I belittled you? Don't deny it. Today, Hu Jiqing came to the workshop and told us to work there. You said we're all trash and you look down on us. Jiang Ruoli was instantly amused by their words. Hu Mengen's ability to distort facts and talk nonsense was the best she'd ever seen, bar none. Then call Hu Jiqing over, so we can confront her and see if I really said anything to belittle you. Someone went to find Hu Mengen, while the others blocked Jiang Ruoli's way home. Jiang Ruoli crossed her arms and looked at them. Let's not talk about how we don't know each other at all, and I don't understand you. How could I belittle you? Even if we knew each other well, if you don't meet my standards, I'd only say you don't qualify, not that I belittle you. Even the old folks in the Jiqing courtyard know that. And if you want to join the headpiece workshop, you can sign up for the test. If you can't even do basic sewing, why should I hire you? Am I just looking for trouble? This is a place where the capable should rise. Do your embroidery skills compare to those inside the workshop? If so, find someone to challenge me. If you win, I'll hire you. While she was speaking, Hu Mengen was also pulled over by someone. Hu Jiqing, I heard I said that all the young people in the Jiqing courtyard are trash? When did I say that? Yes, it was when I came to see you this afternoon. Or maybe we should recreate the scene of the conversation. Hu Mengen raised her chin and said, It's just the two of us in the office. Now, you can say whatever you want. Didn't you see that accountant Chen is also in the corner? Jiang Ruoli asked, sounding complicated. Hu Mengen paused, realizing she hadn't noticed the other person in the corner. You actually got involved with accountant Chen? I will report this to the police. You two are alone in a room, and I. Before Hu Mengen could finish,
Jiang Ruoli kicked her to the ground. Jiang Ruoli grabbed Hu Mengen's hair and dragged her toward the captain's residence. Along the way, they met the captain coming from that direction. "Captain, what's going on?" Jiang Ruoli threw Hu Mengen to the ground and said, "She accused me of having an inappropriate relationship with Accountant Chen and damaging my reputation. I want to report this to the police." Hearing this, Captain Li felt a twinge. This Hu Jiqing was really a troublemaker. "Captain, she thinks I didn't do well at the flower head workshop and wants to take over as the manager. So I won't do that job anymore. Accountant Chen is clearly just calculating wages. How can she accuse me of having an inappropriate relationship? If this gets out, my reputation will be ruined. Captain, my reputation is also important. If my wife finds out..." Before Accountant Chen could finish, Aunt Chen interrupted her. "I already know. With your attitude, how can you compare to Jiang Jiqing?"
Stop thinking about nonsense.
Accountant Chen, am I really that bad? Captain Li, this girl, does she get to decide whether she does the job or not? Why is Hu Mengen so annoying? What does she have to do with the flower head workshop? Jiang Zhiqing is doing well, and she keeps butting in. Does she think she's the boss? Can she draw or embroider? And she even falsely accuses others of inappropriate behavior. She must be stopped. Hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, Hu Mengen's eyes lit up. Clearly, she didn't understand a word of what Jiang Ruoli meant. "Captain Li, she said she can't handle the job, so I volunteer. I'm a high school graduate, and I can definitely do better than her." The others looked at Hu Mengen with complicated expressions. It was obvious she didn't understand the meaning of the words at all. "Sounds like you're not a high school student, right?"
Exactly.
"Can you draw or do embroidery?"
Show us.
People's Youth Farm was founded by Comrade Jiang. Why are you bothering us? All the speakers are old Youth Farm members. The new Youth Farm members have learned some truths from the old ones. They all apologized to Jiang Ruoli. "Sorry, Comrade Jiang. It was that troublemaker who stirred things up. We thought, yeah. I didn't expect her to be so foolish. I'm sorry for what I said earlier." "Yes, I am too."
Sorry.
Hu Mengen was shocked.
You.
"What are you apologizing for? It's her fault. We're Youth Farm members. Isn't sticking together what we should do? Did you exclude all the team members from the brigade?" "Of course. They're just country folks. How can they compare to us high school students?" Hearing Hu Mengen, Captain Li and the team members watching nearby looked unhappy. "Pfft, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? You're not even a high school student. High school students still need to eat. Without us country folks, what would you eat? High school students are impressive, but they still have to come to the countryside to work. Don't look down on country folks. Don't eat what we grow."
"Bah, you little brat.
You just can't stand seeing us do well." Some women spat a thick saliva directly on Hu Mengen. The surrounding Youth Farm members stepped back several paces. Hu Mengen screamed and started to gag.
You
Uneducated country folks. Spitting is so disgusting." Captain Li, who usually always wore a smile, looked grim now. "Comrade Hu, if you look down on us country folks so much, don't blame me for sending you back to the youth office." Even if Hu Mengen was ignorant, she knew that being sent back to the youth office usually meant a bad outcome. She finally started to feel scared.
No.
"I was just mistaken. I didn't look down on you. I just..." Captain Li, impatient, cut her off. "Enough. If you want to work in the head flower workshop, show some ability. Stop daydreaming. If you sincerely apologize to Jiang and Accountant Chen, I won't hold this against you. But if you don't, I'll send you back to the youth office first thing tomorrow morning. Then, whether you are sent back or assigned to a farm, it won't be up to me." Hu Mengen wanted to say more, but Captain Li looked at her and stopped talking. She felt very frustrated inside. Why should she apologize to Jiang Ruoli? Although she couldn't embroidery, she could draw. Why does Jiang Ruoli refuse to accept the educated youth like them? Captain Li said to the others, "All right, everyone go back. The men and children at home don't need to eat, right?" The women left, but the educated youth still stood there. Captain Li asked, "What's wrong? Do you all not need to eat?"
One young woman waved her hands quickly. No, I just want to ask Jiang educated youth how to get into the workshop. Jiang Ruoli looked at her and said, I already told you, either you can draw, or you can do embroidery. The drawings need to be new and different, not the same old thing. The embroidery must be detailed and neat, with no gaps. If you think you can do it, come here for an assessment. If you pass, you can join naturally. Jinhua nodded and said, okay, I understand.
Thank you, Jiang.
She was also a new educated youth. She didn't know the full story before and had been causing trouble with Hu Mengen. Now that she knew, she wouldn't cause trouble anymore. She was very good at embroidery because her family's clothes were often torn, and she would sew them up. Sometimes she even made clothes for her cousins. So, she was confident in her embroidery skills. After speaking, Jiang Ruoli looked at Hu Mengen on the ground, then went back to the yard. The other educated youth also returned to the youth residence. As for Hu Mengen on the ground, she was still telling the captain that Jiang Ruoli had beaten her and demanded compensation. Qian Andy stood beside Captain Li and stared at her, saying, if you don't spread rumors about Jiang, do you think she would hit you? It's only because Jiang is kind enough not to send you to the police. If it were me, I'd tear your mouth apart. She didn't dare let her husband stand with this little troublemaker, worried she might do something worse and ruin her husband's reputation. I was just talking nonsense, and she hit me. I think you deserve a beating. You spread rumors that a female comrade was messing around with someone just because you talk nonsense? Well, I can say I saw you sneaking into a haystack with a man. Are you angry now? Hu Mengen stomped in anger. Andy, you need to have proof when you talk. Qian Andy rolled her eyes. Nonsense. Why didn't you say you had proof when you spread rumors about Jiang? Hu Mengen didn't say anything. Could she admit she just couldn't stand Jiang Ruoli? Why can Jiang not work in the fields? Why can Jiang sit comfortably in the office? If she comes, she can do it too. Captain Li saw his wife stand up for herself and quickly said, all right. Tomorrow during work, we will apologize in front of the entire team to Jiang Jiqing and Accountant Chen, and each family will compensate with 20 eggs. Let's put this matter to rest. Hu Mengen screamed, what? Just apologize? And in front of the team leaders? Plus 20 eggs each? Jiang Ruoli, you're so mean. Jiang Ruoli, who was delivering vegetables, immediately spoke upon hearing Hu Mengen. Uncle Li, if she doesn't want to, then forget it. I also don't want to hear her insincere apology. Captain Li, seeing Hu Mengen resist, felt tired quickly. Giving her a chance didn't help anyway. Forget it. Let's just send her back tomorrow. Better to do that before the team leader does something else. Hearing Jiang Ruoli's words, Hu Mengen was furious. She spat at Jiang Ruoli. Jiang Ruoli, you mean person. Can't you stand seeing others better than you? If you don't forgive me, I'll be sent back to the youth office, and your position will be secure, right? You mean person. Hu Mengen's foul language included references to reproductive organs and family ancestors. Jiang Ruoli was stunned. What the heck? You think you're better than me? I'm from the 21st century. What are you? A feather duster. Hearing Hu Mengen's foul words, Jiang Ruoli said to Captain Li, it's not that I want to hit her, but with her mouth, I'd be disrespecting my ancestors if I didn't. After Captain Li nodded, Jiang Ruoli grabbed her hair, slapped her, and shouted, with trash like you, how dare you compare yourself to me? If you have the guts, start your own flower, hairpin workshop instead of coming here to pick up easy gains.
Fool.
I hate hearing people call me mean.
I think you want to die.
So unlucky to meet someone like you. And you dare to insult my family? Let me show you why flowers are so red. Jiang Ruoli released her, and Hu Mengen's face was badly beaten. She slurred that she would go to the police to report her. Go ahead, report me. You started the rumors about me, and I hit you, serves you right. Captain Li was exhausted and, ignoring the darkness, ordered Old Li to bring a cart. He planned to send this youth worker away immediately. So disgusting. Insulting someone's reproductive organs and ancestors. This is a high school student from the city? Is this the level of their behavior? I'm really stunned. Andy Qian is also shocked. Why does this young girl have such a foul mouth? She couldn't listen anymore. Compared to these rural folks, she can curse better. At least they only curse at others, not so filthy. Old man Lee brought the ox cart and handed it to Captain Lee. Let's go, get in the car. Where are we going? Hu Mengen's face was swollen, and she was speaking unclearly. You said you wanted to report to the police. I'll take you there. Jiang Jiqing, you come along too.
Jiang Ruoli nudda.
Annie Qian, please help me take Yao Yao to your home. Bring some food too. Just now, Annie Qian quietly told her that Captain Lee planned to send Hu Mengen back to the youth camp. She couldn't wait any longer. When Hu Mengen heard Captain Lee, she immediately climbed into the car and challenged Jiang Ruoli. You think you're so clever, but I want to go to the police station.
Jiang Ruoli shukja.
Do as you like. Then she also got into the ox cart, sitting quietly to rest. Captain Lee shook his head without saying anything. This Hu Jiqing really doesn't make sense. If you say she's brainless, she's going to find the police. If you say she's smart, she doesn't even know what she's done wrong now. She's even provoking Jiang Jiqing. She's clueless. Captain Lee drove the ox cart straight to the youth office. Fortunately, they've been receiving young people from the countryside recently, so someone was on duty late at night. Seeing the team leader from Xiangyang arriving, they looked a bit confused. Captain Lee, what's going on? Hu Mengen was awakened by the noise. When she saw the staff at the youth office, she immediately broke down. She tried to run, but Jiang Ruoli grabbed her arm, so she couldn't move. Let go of me. You wicked person, let go. Don't rush to leave. Aren't you going to report me? I'm also part of the youth office. Come on, report me. The youth office clerk, Niu Zheng, asked, What's happening? Meanwhile, two young people were pulling the cart. Captain Lee briefly explained, Comrade Niu, I really can't keep this Hu Jiqing anymore. She spreads rumors about others and even insults Jiang Jiqing's family, calling all their private parts. Niu Zheng had never seen such a girl before. The people from the youth office had never seen a returning youth before. One said, All right, I understand. Hand the person over to me. Niu Zheng ordered two people to take Hu Mengen away. Jiang Ruoli, you little troublemaker, I won't let you go. Jiang Ruoli sighed helplessly, Comrade, look, you're still threatening me. I believe I haven't done anything to offend her, yet she keeps insulting me. I understand. You can go now, said the officer. Jiang Ruoli nodded and followed Captain Lee onto the ox cart. Hey, when this girl arrived, I already felt she wasn't a good person. I didn't expect. I wonder what kind of family could raise such a child, Captain Lee said, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Hu Mengen was dragged into the youth office, still cursing Jiang Ruoli loudly. Hu Mengen, tomorrow you'll be sent to a farm in the northwest. Niu Zheng turned to the other two and said, Xiao Chun, Xiao Li, find a female comrade to go to the Yangyang Brigade Youth Dormitory and get Hu Mengen's belongings. Send her off early tomorrow. Today, lock her in the firewood room. Xiao Chun and Xiao Li first threw her into the firewood room, then found a female comrade to retrieve her belongings from the Yangyang Brigade. On the way back, they met Captain Lee and Jiang Ruoli riding the ox cart. They greeted each other, and Xiao Li and the others rode off on their bikes. In the youth dormitory, after about 10 minutes, there was a commotion. They didn't expect the captain to really send her back. Oh my, I thought the captain was just talking, someone said. What's there to talk about? Just look at Hu Mengen's mouth. She's cursing all sorts of things. Yeah, a female comrade cursing so dirty, I can't even listen. I just peeked and saw Jiang Jiqing beating Hu Jiqing up, her face swollen. That Jiang Jiqing is better, but if she cursed at me, I'd probably break her mouth. A weak male voice said, Don't you think Jiang Ruoli is too harsh? We could also go to the Tuhua workshop. Uft, you're a grown man. Why would you go to the Tuhua workshop? Do you know embroidery? Or are you planning to sweep floors? They don't lack you. The male youth who was accused of embroidery blushed. That wasn't what he meant. But as for the Tuhua workshop, it was true that men didn't usually go in. No one said Jiang Ruoli was wrong. After all, some youth from the youth office worked at the Tuhua workshop. They got in based on their skills. Anyone who wanted to go could get in by passing the test. When Jiang Ruoli and Captain Lee returned to the team, they saw Xiao Li and others leaving with Hu Mengen's belongings. Captain Li placed Jiang Ruoli at his doorstep and then hurried to the cattle shed with the ox cart. Before Jiang Ruoli entered the yard, she saw Jiang Yao rush out and hug her.
What's wrong, Yao Yao?
Jiang Yao didn't speak. She just held Jiang Ruoli tightly. Jiang Ruoli picked her up and looked behind her at Li Xing'an, who was walking out. Xing'an, what's wrong with Yao Yao? Since learning that Fong Qing's nickname was Enan, Jiang Ruoli never called Li Xing'an by that name again. The neighbor's Guzi said you were taken away by the police and cried for a long time. Jiang Ruoli patted Jiang Yao's back. Andy is back now, isn't she? I'm not someone who makes mistakes, so why would the police take me? Yao Yao, come down quickly. Andy has come back late. She must be hungry. Let's get her inside to eat. Jiang Yao wiped her tears and then stepped down from Jiang Ruoli. Okay, Auntie. Good girl. Auntie is fine now. Captain Li also returned. Everyone else had finished eating, except for Auntie Qian, who hadn't eaten yet. Now she was eating together with them.